Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take. Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto, acting to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. There you go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Let the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smoke all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, niggas body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Yeah. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like whoa. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like whoa. What's good, family? Black Power, Black Power, Black Power. It's Friday. I know we have not been live all week. It's been an extremely busy week. And unfortunately wasn't able to get live. So my apologies to everybody else. Like, yo, Q, where the hell y'all at? Everybody's busy. Dev, Miz, Goldman, Identity, myself, everybody. So, with that being said, we back in the building. We are going to be doing heavy fundraising. We are trying to get it, we're focusing on expanding, getting a new location with Zayak. So all donations, all support is going towards that. You can see the video I just uploaded. Go check it out. Another one going up tomorrow. I'm going to see a location tomorrow and non-stop push forward. We'll be in NC in about a week and a half, looking at a location down near, partnership or something to that effect. So this non-stop push, man, pushing black folks forward. Now, in the discussion of what's holding black people back, what's holding black people back? You feel me? That conversation. And I think that should be the primary part of the primary discussion at all times. Think about what's holding black people back so that we can focus on moving black people forward. And it should be a conversation centered on like just, pointing and blaming and feeling like going after the grift. Because, talking about black people and talking about black people problems is a grift. So, but when on this side, when we talk about black folks and pushing black people forward, and forgive me, again, I made the title. Anytime I choose a title, it's going to have something about black folks in it. I don't really care about what's going on outside the world except for black folk. Or how it relates to black folk, you feel me? So, when y'all see them titles like that, just know, yeah, Q be on his black power stuff all the time. You leave it to Q, it's going to be black power. What's this today's show? Some black power. Just call it black power and put a number in front of it. Black power 300. Black power blah, blah, blah. Because I ain't finna be making no titles, clickbaiting and stuff. But, that bringing the crowd, so gotta be a little more conscious when I be making the titles. So, but the conversation going to be centered around black empowerment, as always. Negroes going to come up here and argue. People going to say what they want to talk about. But for me, like I said, it's not about pushing black people forward at all times. I don't know what we talking about. Yo, why somebody backed into my wife's car? Man, I don't even know how this works, B. Look at this shit, B. It's crazy. So, caught this right here. We had to replace the light. And, man, the light, you see what he's talking about? That light don't even look good. See, that don't even look good. This one not foggy. This one clean. This one foggy. Oh, that's crazy. That don't even look good. That means the sun will get inside of there. But look at this hole, bro. How the hell they got a hole in the hood? Make that make sense? Like a truck backed into it or something. Oh, man, listen. Yo, Pops. So yeah, what's holding black people back? You know, for me, quick answer. Now I'm gonna say white folks, but
Oh my God,
yeah.
she's such a big girl.
There we go. Man, I see this shit space all the time.
Yes,
I
that's my
switched to the
twin
computer.
right there. We got the same birthday. Hi.
My bad, man. Noise going on in here. You working on that? All right, so we go down. I got to get onto the computer, and we're gonna turn up. Caught it with all my homework, midterms. So turn up. Got this paper we're working on, and yeah, that's what we're going on right now. So let me get to this computer, sign on, and see what's popping in the world of black folks. You feel me? What's popping in the world of black folk? What's holding black people back? I put the link in the chat. Let me just, as soon as I get on the stream, y'all on my computer. Oh, no, there you go right there. Bow. Bow. Hopefully my microphone ain't acting crazy. Pause. That was crazy. Hey, yo. Hey. You got to say that with the hey, yo. Like at Jamaicans, when you would say A, you got to put an H in it. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, bitchin'. Hey, yo. All right, we chilled up in here. Let me see this working right. Y'all hear me loud and clear in the chat? StreamYard is on it. Y'all want me to refer people? Lower the price, man. Y'all want too much money for StreamYard. Y'all wilding. I gotta fix my camera. I gotta plug in my camera. Fix it. But yeah, baby. So we here, we live. What's holding the black community back? White folk. White folk, white folk, white folk policies, white folk laws, white folk goddamn legislation, white folks culture. That's been the issue for black folk. Shout out my man Damo, because Damo, y'all be trying to shoot at Damo, but Damo is gonna let you know it ain't what it is. And I know a lot of you fucking so-called rich folk always want to come around and say, you know, I'm rich. You know, I got me like $900,000 in my bank account. So the white man can't be holding me back. Y'all motherfuckers kill me. Damo, what's Gotti?
What up? What up? What up?
What's holding black? Now, I'm not going to sit in and act like, you know, black folks ain't doing their own, you know, damage to themselves. I ain't going to say we ain't doing that, but I ain't going to not say that's black folks underneath the, you know, the spell of white folks. I'm sorry.
Hey, Madonna got perfect timing though, cause like I don't really do the whole this is the problem with black people shit. But the black people that I will get in their ass is the white supremacist apologists. That's why I'm glad Madonna is here, so we can have a perfect example of the type of shit I'll be talking about.
Stop the cap.
Somebody said the mind energy. Yo, click the link. All answers is accepted right now. If you think black men are the problem, tell us why black men is the problem. I might got some reasons too.
Madonna, you don't consider yourself a white supremacist apologist?
No, I'm a white supremacist eradicator.
How? You pro Trump? You pro Trump?
Ask me
You
why.
don't want to eradicate Donald Trump.
Hold on, you shouldn't be asking me how. You should be asking me why. But go ahead.
Jade, oh, y'all just came over for Cynthia G.
I should be asking you why.
Yo, Jade, so Jade, I know y'all used to certain areas of. Oh no,
yeah, you got crazy feedback too.
Man, so shout out. What's up, Q? What's good, man? What's up, Don? What's good, man? Troops on in the building, man. I see the title of the video or the stream, and
Hey,
I couldn't,
Zone,
I couldn't help but join. What you said?
Of course. Did you see what happened with that? You see what happened when with that white boy that you sent over here?
With who?
It was a white boy. It was some white boy that came here because you told him to pull up.
But your mic chopping. I can barely hear you, man.
yo, my bad. I freaking leaned over.
All right, hold on, give me a minute.
Yo, Judah, what's goody? Marie was goody. Corey was good. It's Friday.
Hey,
So the
Q
Twitter
Butter,
said,
man. Look, I've been a loyal supporter of this channel. I done donated. I'm trying to figure out when I'm gonna get a wrench, bro. I'm trying to figure it
"Oh
out.
no, I got you right now. I got you too. You know what? I don't be on the YouTube. I be looking at the chat through StreamYard. So I gotta go on. I got you. I got you right, True Zone. You gonna leave? You gonna leave, motherfuckers? True Story alone though. Where you at? True Zone is getting a wrench, y'all. Like it or love it. True Soul got a wrench, y'all. True Zone
All
got a
right,
wrench. Like it or love it, y'all.
wrench me up, boy. Yeah, that's a deal. All right, I'll keep True Story and name in my mouth. I'll leave him alone, man. I cut him some slack. I ain't got no more contention with him. I'm done with it. It's over with.
Oh shit. Black men are the problem. Somebody said black men aren't going to college. Well, over here you got mad black men that's currently in college, graduated from college, helping people through college. So that's not going to be a statistic that we're going to understand. But I will agree that there is a greater need for black men to increase their education and the black community as an entirety. You know, shout out to all the black women who have definitely been leading the charge though with education. So can't just throw it in there. So black men, we gotta take that one right there because our numbers ain't numbering. But I think that was a couple years ago because these graduation rates, these next couple years, black men gonna be filling up the numbers too. So you know.
I know more black men that went to college than didn't. Me personally.
Hmm.
I feel like we get a stigma put on us too. I was talking about that earlier. I done had a few run-ins, with white people, and they all say the same. Like this one white guy. I used to be a chef, right? And I was at this golf course, and every time I seen this white guy, he would always say the same shit. Hey, I'm from the projects. I grew up in the projects. So he automatically assumed, that I come from the projects and are in an impoverished area. So when they see, somebody dark complected, they automatically assume like ignorance, irrational, inarticulate, all these things, based off, I feel like propaganda, they might see us that way. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Cause I'm thinking to myself, damn, he probably don't talk like this to his golfing buddies. He probably don't say I'm from the projects to his golfing buddies or to his doctor, but he sees somebody dark complected. It's just weird. It's weird to me, man.
Now that's a fact, bro.
And you said the title of this video is, I feel like we hold ourselves back, man. Even though, I feel like oppression is like it does play a key role, but I feel like in the same breath we got to take accountability, and I feel like we do hold ourselves back in some ways. You know,
I think it's the Democrats. I think the Democrats is what's been holding black people back for the last 80 years. This Democratic keeping the people in a docile slave mentality. You know what I mean? I blame the Democrats and niggas like Domo.
but you blaming one particular party for black people's mishaps.
Yeah,
Going through degradation.
yeah. Because if you look at the Republican Party, it was the Republican Party that always freed black people. I hate to say that,
Now
but
I
it's a
say it's the
fact.
whole political paradigm, that's played a part, not just one political party, man. That's my perspective on that, man.
Well, I'm just saying when it came to most bills, and especially in the '60s and all them days, it was or way back. It was always the Republicans that got black people. Just like in Alabama, right? That's to this day. This is why I don't like the University of Alabama. When my mom was growing up, they didn't let her go to school. You know what I mean? It took the Republican Party to make them kick open them doors. And I still hate Alabama to this day. I fuck with Auburn. Auburn let blacks in, but Alabama wouldn't. University of Alabama wouldn't let a nigga sit on the goddamn stoop or the steps. Now all they want is niggas. Ain't that a bitch? But that's just the way it is. It ain't the way I made it. But now I don't blame the Democratic Party. I was just taking a shot at Domo, but they are a part of the problem.
My bad. I'm trying to join back on my computer.
Oh, you good, Q? I was just making sure I wasn't talking too much.
Oh nah, you know they hate you already, Madon.
Oh yeah, with a passion. I'm surprised ain't nobody put no money up, put a hit out on me yet. It's coming. It's coming. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Tupac, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, all of them put together. They always shooting at me. They get mad when I shoot back. Hey, that'll be ITC with an H.
Yeah, give it a little while. It's just warming up. We ain't been live in a while. They gonna start shooting at you
Oh yeah.
once they
That's the
remember. Like,
club.
hold up, that's Madon. Let me get him up out of here.
Yeah, but I'm glad the donations go to the school, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good. I take that. I'll be that sacrificial lamb.
Yo, minimum wage in Alabama is $7.25 still. How?
Man, that's diabolical. 725. God damn,
For real?
that's absurd.
Yeah, that is crazy. They saying something I don't even know about.
That's
Uh,
crazy. That's what's the cost of living then?
you ain't lying. I know most local stores around here is $9 and up where I live at.
I mean, it looked like that's how much they get paid out there. That
Yeah, I
shit
know,
look
right?
like everything about Alabama says Selma.
Hey, but Alabama moving up finally, man. Within the last 10 years, you know, it's jobs out here that pay $20 and more, especially like these
You said
automobile
$20 or
plants.
more.
Yeah, like it's like Mercedes. We got so many car manufacturers that came down here that I mean, it's brothers starting off. It's some people starting off $23, $24 an hour.
We're gonna
Even
start
now,
labeling states third world. Y'all a third world state.
yeah, I agree with that.
And
But
that's the main reason that my parents migrated from Mississippi to the Midwest for economical reasons. Because just like my mom say all the time, she migrated to the Midwest just for that reason, better education for her and us. Because like if you live in Mississippi, most parts you're gonna be stuck working at a chicken factory or some fucking low class restaurant. It's just like I'm saying, like the economical monopoly board down there, man, is completely rigged. It's like it's fucked up down there. Like when I went down there a few years ago, when I went back home, I felt like I went to a damn time machine. I felt like I was in the 1960s all over again.
Yeah, that shit was scary coming from New York going down there. I was like, oh, I don't belong here. I'm out. I don't belong here.
yeah, that's
This
a fact.
is how we don't come back. If you go to them spots down south and you feel like you belong there as a New Yorker, oh nah, you wildin'. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I got a sheriff.
if you're running from the laws or want to, you're a fugitive on the run, you might want to come to Alabama. We got so many woods back here. You can camp out. Somebody probably got an old trailer in the woods. You know.
But I feel like that. But I do feel like that is a stigma they get put on people from the South by people from the North. Because I was on another panel and this black woman from New York City was conveying to me that niggas in the South are slow. It's like, no, that's not the case. I said that's not the case most of the time. But it's like niggas in the South feel like niggas in the North they fast talking city slickers.
Well, because the one thing is niggas in Bama got money. Like niggas getting money. Like if you see some of the houses and cars, if I ever drive around here, you be like, what the fuck? That's Bama? Yeah, that's one thing it is. You get to save your money down here. And that's what a lot of niggas do because it ain't hardly shit around, a lot of places to go. So a lot of people just sit and save their money, and next thing you know, they come out in the summer balling.
I think Don was trying to ask me a question earlier. He said he was insinuating that I sent that white guy over here. I ain't sent nobody over here. I ain't only know what he talking about.
See, Domo won't smoke with white folk, with people who support white people, but don't want no smoke with white people. See, he called me a white supremacist supporter because I support Donald Trump. No, I support what's real. I don't care if he white, Mexican,
So you a
Arab.
Trump supporter?
If he
You
real,
support Trump? You a Trump supporter?
hell yeah. I
I mean, well,
I fast and prayed for Donald Trump to win the election.
you prayed for him to win the election? You
Hell
serious?
yeah. And it came true. God answered my prayers.
Damn.
Yep. Because I knew if America was to get to a point where black people would be in a position to win, it would have to be Donald Trump. Other than that, we're gonna be falling back and
Are you
falling back and falling.
reaping the benefits from Trump being in office as of now?
Hell yeah! Look how niggas coming together.
I'm saying, give me 3 examples on how you're reaping the benefits of Trump holding the Oval Office. 3 probes.
3 probes.
Yeah,
For as
that's beneficial to you. So-called black people.
well, a lot of the benefits we ain't gonna necessarily see as of this moment, but the benefits I'm talking about is long term. Like maybe, like I always tell people, maybe in like September, November, towards those months, October, we'll see more change where it's gonna benefit and help our pockets. But as of the moment, when it got more niggas looking out, saying, "Hey man, we need to build together." Even though like people on this platform, we've been saying this shit for 1,000 fucking years. So it got multiple layered in my position. Like I support Trump because I believe that what he gonna do is gonna make this country where we all are at. Don't nobody really want to go to Africa, so we here. So my thing is, if I'm gonna be here, I want it to be the best for my kids, my grandkids, and all that, and the next person, and my neighbors, and my homies' kids. I want my homies' kids and anybody else's kids, and that's black, to benefit in the future if we're gonna stay in America. And I think Trump is making those moves to where the country is going to be more self-reliant than than dependable. Because if you look at how America dependable in all the country and all this, I mean, come on, man, it's about that time.
But you said you fast, but that blew my mind. You said you fasted and prayed for Donald Trump.
My son.
Damn.
Hell yeah, nigga. I know, cause look, bro, I only go with real. I don't care if he's white. I don't care if Trump was a Puerto Rican. It wouldn't matter. I support that which is real. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Trump is real. Like this. Hey, bro, this a real. I want to say a real. I know he ain't a nigga, but he a real nigga. But he ain't a nigga. But he's so real to me. That's what I see.
Has he done a turkey drive? So has he done a turkey giveaway in a so-called black community? Has he built any institutions in so-called black communities? Has Trump done anything along those lines? I haven't seen him done any of that stuff. So it's
Yeah,
hard. I had no interest in any political party just because I know
Trump supported the HBCUs. He gave them money, financial money, which they still getting to this day. He helped Jesse Jackson in the 80s. He helped different black leaders and different black platforms in the 80s and black people. And did you know that Trump's spiritual advisor, I think his name is Mark Hunt or Mark something like that, but you can look it up, right? Why would a white president have a black spiritual advisor? Look it up. I think his name is Mark Burns. Yeah, his name is Mark Burns.
Hey man, are you trolling, bro? You being serious?
Man, I'm about to get up out of here though. Hey, bro, I don't troll. I patrol. Meaning, when I say patrol, meaning
usually I come over here. Usually they try to say truth zone that I troll, but I don't know if you're being serious or being genuine.
I mean, you don't know me. Anybody know me? I've been supporting Donald Trump for the last 8 years. This ain't nothing changed. So I'm saying like I said, bro, I'm not trolling. I'm patrolling. I patrol the YouTube streets for the Most High, seeing what niggas is doing. That's my job, right? And just come and deliver the facts. But answer me this: why does Donald Trump, a white man, got a black spiritual advisor, bro?
Nah, he don't have he got a white lady, bro.
Nah, his name is Mark Burns. He's Trump spiritual advisor.
Source, they saying in the chat, Paula White.
Nah, it's Mark Burns. Look up Mark Burns. I was watching him do a speech. I was looking at a speech. No, it's Mark Burns, bro. He was just on whatchamacallit the other night, going at I forgot the guy that Psycho always pulling up, the Arab dude Psycho always talking about. He was just debating him, the guy that like he from somewhere overseas. Psycho always playing his clips. But yeah,
Look,
spiritual
bro. Look,
advisor
bro.
is Mark
Pastor
Burns.
Paula White Kane returned to the White House as special government employee and senior advisor of the newly created White House Faith Office. What?
Yeah, senior. I'm talking about spiritual advisor.
Yo, that's crazy. They got a White House Faith
Madon,
Office.
Madon. I
Wait,
just
wait, wait,
looked it
wait,
up.
wait, wait,
It
wait,
is
wait. Hold on.
Paula White. I just looked it up. It is Paula White. His
Look up
spiritual
Mark
advisor is
Burns.
Paula White.
Anybody can look up Mark Burns. He's Trump's spiritual advisor, bro. Look it up. His name is Mark Burns, a black guy with a bald head.
No,
Think
that
about
isn't.
All right,
It's
bro. I was
Paula
just
White,
watching it
Madon.
last night.
Bruh. I'm just looking at it. 2025. Paula White. What is you talking about?
Bro, that says senior advisor. Look up Mark. Well, look up. Take your
Bruh,
time and
that's
look
a
up Mark
spiritual.
Burns.
It
Look
says
up Mark
spiritual.
Burns.
hold on.
It says spiritual
Yo, hold on,
advisor.
wait. Yo, hold on, son.
SCIR.
Did y'all? I ain't gonna lie. Yo, where my son Metal at, son? This is a loophole right here. I didn't even know. Y'all seen this new office? They gonna destroy this shit. But this office is crazy because we fit right here. Community organizations. I with the shits. By the authority vested in me, president by the Constitution and laws of the United States, and assist faith-based entities, community organization, and houses of worship.
Hey,
I'm like, hold on, son. This is a whole nother. Hold on. So did anybody hear about this?
nah, they swept it under the rug. We didn't know. Good thing you brought it out. You or bringing it out.
This ain't to highlight Trump, but I'm just saying you got to get in where you fit in.
Facts.
But yeah, Trump's advisor is white, bro.
How long? I was just watching the black dude last night. His name is Mark Burns. He was debating the guy that's the like the Arab or well, I don't know what his background is. The guy Psycho always playing. Psycho always plays clips. But yeah, his
I
name is
just
Mark
posted
Burns.
it in the back for you, Madon. I just posted it in the back for you.
All right, well, why don't you look up Mark Burns?
White.
Why don't you look up Mark Burns, bro?
Hey, bro. It isn't Mark Burns.
Wait, there you go right there. Mark Burns, go back up. Somebody, it was just right there. Whoever got that show, Mark Burns, right there. That's Trump's spiritual advisor.
They got a couple of things. Like, it says he's Trump's spiritual advisor.
Yeah, I was just watching him last night. Battle the guy Psycho always play. They was going back and forth.
So he got two spiritual advisors.
But he's not official though. It don't have no official links to it though.
Paula White got official links.
Oh man, Kunita Sambo Kunita. Can I get some tap dancing? Can we tap dance with them?
Damn.
Can we tap dance with them, Jesus? Can we tap dance with them?
Madon doing the Trump dance right now.
Nah, man, Mark Burns, bro. Hey, I'm telling you, he was going against Psycho Boy, man. It was a good debate.
Bro, Mark Burns is a fraud, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like you act like you run behind some shit that you know nothing about.
I just asked the question: why is Trump's spiritual advisor black?
He's not. First of all, hold on. Why when Q said he can't go to the links, why you think Q can't go to the links? Most of the shit associated with Mark Burns has been took down because it was found out that he lied about his entire resume. Everything he had on his webpage, everything he had associated, like as a part of what his background was, all of it was made up, and he got exposed, bro.
He was just on on the program last night. I was watching, talking about the
I'm saying like Madon. I recognize that you were watching something with him on it, but what I'm telling you is that you clearly don't know nothing about this man because he's already been found to be at not credible because he's a liar. He's a fraud.
Well, all I know is he's Trump's spiritual advisor in 2025. That I do know. And he's black.
Bruh, this nigga so stupid.
Man, you call it what you want. Only Burns you
Well,
know
like
about was the white
like
boy from The
like like
Simpsons,
like
nigga.
like I said, Trump got two spiritual advisors, Paulo
Okay,
White
he got two. So how am I wrong? So how am I
Madon.
wrong?
I knew
Bro,
about Mark Burns before you because actually
You're
he
right.
said
You
some
know about
dumb
Mr.
shit
Burns from The
during the
Simpsons, nigga.
hold on. I was talking. He said some dumb shit during the election that actually made him move to running mate position about slavery and shit. That was your boy Mark Burns who said that dumb shit.
Well, I don't care what he said, bro. Only thing I was telling the other guy who left was that I asked him the question because he was trying to make it like Trump was racist, and I'm like, well, if he's so goddamn racist, basically, what is the white boy doing with a black spiritual advisor?
Oh,
Most people
because
would
he's
say
a
that's
token. Hold on, because he's a
bro, get the
token.
fuck
That's an
out of
easy question.
here.
That's
Oh, now
easy.
you're
He's a
talking.
token.
Okay, now
Yeah,
you're
he
talking.
been a token. What are you talking about?
Okay, you're
like you,
talking.
Hold
Madonna.
on, hold
You
on,
are the
Pastor.
token.
Hold on, Pastor Mark Burn. Like, I'm hold on. I just had the article pulled up because this go to show you, bro. Like this, but Don don't know. Like he's up here talking about, oh, why he got a black dude, but the black dude ain't even a credible black dude to have. And I don't think he's his current spiritual advisor, bro. He may. I gotta. I'm on my phone, so I can't really check that. I can't really
He
check
was
you on
just
that shit right
debating. He
now.
was just debating the dude Psycho always put up the other night
Who
on
is
the
the
new
dude?
tab.
Oh no. Who? Wait.
What's the dude?
Where was he?
You know,
Where was he debating him?
it was
Hold
on
on,
some
listen,
lady.
listen.
Hold on, I'm
I
about to show
know
you.
he's a Trump surrogate. I know he's a Trump surrogate. I know that he goes out into the media. That's how his name got picked up in the shit. But that's how people realized he was a fraud. Because
Okay, let me ask.
once he started cutting for Trump, niggas was like, who is this nigga? And when they looked at his resume and they looked at his background, they saw that there was nothing, everything they tried to verify about his
And
background
he had a porno name, a
to be
porn site that he
false.
was linked to.
The nigga was, I think the nigga was a candidate for something.
He was running for
I
like
think the nigga was
governor
a
or
candidate
something,
for
senator
something.
or something of
Okay,
North
Domo,
Carolina.
Domo,
Yeah, and this
but
nigga,
Domo,
hold on. And
bro, it's always
what's up?
hold up. Now, what's the guy name? What's the Arab-looking guy that Psycho always showing his videos? He be over there with the little foreign woman. I forgot the name. Guy.
You talking about Sink from TYT?
Yeah, he was debating him like 2 days ago on
Yeah, Madan.
Sunrise.
I listen. I believe that. That does not change the fact that just because he's out there cutting for Trump in the media doesn't mean that he hasn't been proven to be a fraud.
Bro,
That's why
I
he's
was
on
just saying he
TYT and
might
not on
be.
Fox News,
Okay, he
bro.
might be a fraud. All my point was he was Trump's spiritual advisor. That's the only point I was making. I don't know if he a fraud or what. All I do know
No,
is that in 2025, he's Trump's spiritual
but that's what I'm
advisor.
saying. I don't.
I mean, my thing was all I was trying to tell the dude who dropped off was, hey, Trump didn't have to pick that nigga.
Hold on, but see, this is why when you came on and said you out to eradicate white supremacy, and then you defend Donald Trump, bro. That's the hypocrisy.
No, he's eradicating white supremacy. That's what Trump is doing.
Donald Trump is how?
God,
Name
that
one
nigga's
thing
a
Donald Trump
fraud.
is doing that is eradicating white supremacy.
Please,
One thing.
one thing.
Uh, he's breaking down the FBI. He's breaking down the CIA. He's breaking down the Department of Education. I mean, goddamn, what more can you say? What more can I
Bro,
say?
but those hold on, but
What?
uh, again though, those institutions were weaponized by white supremacists. Those white supremacists are still there. So just because, and I mean, really, think about it. The FBI was saying that one of the greatest domestic threats one of the greatest threats to domestic safety is white nationalists.
Hey,
So
I'm gonna ask you,
the
Damo.
FBI,
I won't cut you, bro. What solidifies or what personifies a white supremacist to you, man? Is it like is somebody that's pro
bro,
white?
anybody that actively works towards the denigration of black people to the
Gotcha.
advantage of the white power structure.
Nah,
Right.
Damo, any white person who does not actively work against white people.
That too.
Nah,
That too.
that gotta be the standard. I ain't gonna lie, a white person, that gotta be the standard. If you don't go against the white systems of power, yeah.
That's what Trump
Yeah.
doing. Trump going against the
Because
CIA.
No,
I
he
hear a
does
lot of
Against
people
the
not, bro.
say
FBI. He going against the
Yo, bro,
FBI. He going against the
Bro,
CIA.
but the
even millions
FBI
of
is going
billion
against white
dollars.
nationalists, though. The FBI going against white nationalists. So
They're not
what
going
you're
against the
trying to say
CIA.
is that the FBI is not white supremacy. No, white supremacists, white nationalists weaponize the FBI against black people. Those same people are still have influence over government. Just because he's tearing down the FBI doesn't mean that he's challenging the aspects of white supremacy that exist within the institution.
Yes, it
What are
does.
you
I'm
talking
gonna
about?
say
No, it
one thing
doesn't.
real quick. Look. When people say white people this, the white man this and that, people gotta start being more particular and more specific of who they're talking about. It's not the white guy that eat at the guy
Okay.
that's been eating at the garbage for the past 20 years. He ain't got no power. He ain't got no say so in anything.
No, actually, he does. Because here's the problem:
Come
that
on,
white
John
man
Moore.
that white man is picking up that garbage.
No, I'm
The,
saying
the
eating at the
reason,
garbage. I'm talking about eating at the garbage, a complete bum.
you said eating out the garbage.
Yeah, I'm saying that white guy's been eating at the garbage for 20 years. He doesn't have any say so in anything. He doesn't have any type
But
of
I feel like,
power,
of course,
influence.
I think that's given though. Like, do we
But I'm saying
have to
I
make a
hear that a lot.
distinction that?
A lot of people saying the white man this, the white man that, but people they don't go into detail. They're not specific on who they're talking about. It's not the white guy that eating at the
Well,
garbage for 20 years. He don't have any type of influence over
yeah,
anything.
because but
Yeah,
that's
but
the thing though. It's not talking about when you say the white man. You're not talking about an individual. You're talking about a social structure. The white man is a representation of the foundation of the social structure that we exist in.
Well,
Like,
the vast majority of white people, you can say what 30-40% of them live in poverty. The
yeah,
vast
but
majority
that's
of
what I'm
them
saying. We're
get
not, but
government
that's it.
government
But again, we're
subsidies.
not
So you
talking
can't
about
even.
individual peoples.
those
We're talking about
but those same
structures.
ones though vote still. Not to cut you, Dombos. 70% of white folks are against black people getting reparation or restorative justice.
I can see that. I can see that.
So
But they
it's not
don't have. They lack education. They lack
we whatever
knowledge.
we
They
can't say
they
that because it's the
I
same
wouldn't
white
even count
folks.
them as a factor because the
I,
majority of them
but
they
listen,
don't.
but
Because black slave folks,
without those poor white people, the people who are in control of institutions don't have the influence that they have.
yo,
Like, it
Darius,
was
you gotta turn
poor
your
people
camera
that
on real
got
quick.
Trump elected. What's up?
Nah, somebody named Darius trying to hit the link. You gotta turn your camera on real quick. I don't know who you are. My bad,
Yeah,
Dom.
it's poor people that they rather have beef with the nigga that live in poverty with them as opposed to the nigga that got the other white man that got their hand in his pocket.
Yeah.
It's their investment in whiteness as a concept that makes them a part of the problem.
So you're saying even the one that's like living in poverty, they're still a part of this problem.
So you
You
talking
can't.
about one? I'm talking about a
Yeah,
structure. We're not even
I'm
having the
talking about
same
all of it.
conversation.
Because
I'm seeing what you're saying. Like you're saying,
But you're
prove
not.
something.
I keep telling you, I'm not talking about a individual. I'm talking about a social structure that majority of people, most people in a racialized society invest in. And even if you're a poor white person, it is the culmination of poor white people who value their whiteness over their own economic status that creates the detriment that black people got to deal with. They have to deal with aspects, the impoverished aspects of it, but they'll give that a pass. I'll be impoverished as long as as long as these niggas get put in their place. Yes, the culmination of that many impoverished white people is the problem.
But when we take that poor white folks approach, that's an equivalency argument. Like that's not the history of this country. White folks have participated in every institution that has held black people back, from rich to poor. And it would be in our best interest to understand that a poor white person is just as dangerous as a rich white person.
They're not that they're more dangerous because we closer to them, right? They don't live in like the poor white people don't live in gated neighborhoods. They live a block away from niggas, 2 blocks away from niggas.
a lot of the time
So
we live in the same area. I live in a city called Louisville, Kentucky. It's a place called Portland, Louisville, Kentucky. And it's a melting pot. You got whites and blacks in the same neighborhood, and everybody's impoverished. Everybody's living in poverty, and there's no contention. There's no none of that. no animosity or none of that. So that could be like you saying that. Nah, that don't make sense, Damo.
You up there in the bluegrass state. I used to drive through there going to Pittsburgh. But let me say this,
Yo,
man.
you
Nah,
gonna have
listen.
areas. You gonna have areas where you gonna see that. Like you gonna have melting pots. Like Louisville. Shout out to Louisville. I fuck with Louisville too. That's one of my favorite cities. But the
Yeah, it
reality
got a
is
little
though,
smell to it. That pork factory got a little smell to it. But other than that, Louisville cool. I fuck with it.
yeah,
Yeah, Louisville's
Louisville.
nice, a diverse city. I grew up there coming from
Yeah, but I
Mississippi.
think I think if you explore racial attitudes more deeply, as opposed to just the fact that it's not flat out conflict taking place, then you'll find more divisions than you think. Like I'm not saying that they out there fighting in the streets, but shit, black people work with white people all the time, and it ain't always a race war. The question is more so in terms of that community dynamic. You still see certain disparities. Those even though they get along, those disparities, racial disparities, still exist.
And it's also when you start getting into the explicit conversation, I find a lot of us don't create the conversation that has the need to identify the specific things that are relate to a specific population explicitly. And when you start to do that, the conversations you'll start to see. Test it real quick. You can test that in your own neighborhood with your white friends. Like, yeah, I'm building a program for black kids. It's only for black kids. And they were like, all right, why? Because we want to address the racism in the country and the historical challenges that black people face in every city in this country.
Now let me ask you something. Now it's parts of Bama where I'm at where it's a lot of whites, and they support the black high schools here. I mean, they got their business, they support through their businesses and all kinds of things. So that's why, like, I'm glad you said that because it's gonna
Yeah,
lead a
bro.
lot of
But
people.
listen,
Hold on,
the
let me
Ku
finish,
Klux Klan supported Back to Africa, my nigga. The Ku
bro.
Klux Klan supported Marcus Garvey in the Back to
Man,
Africa
listen,
movement, bro.
bro, I've lived in multiple states, so I've got a whole perspective of where I've seen whites and blacks working together and whites helping out the unfortunate. So what I'm saying is, it create a confusion in the mind of some people who are like, wait, now I see whites helping blacks everywhere I went. So what I'm saying is, I think, like you said, we got to be more specific in what area we're gonna say when we're talking about this.
So I partially
Yo,
Say
understand what you're
that's just
trying to
another way to
say,
say I be on some
but
surface level shit, and I really ain't got nothing else to add. But I see things.
right, and that's why I said I kind of understand what he was saying, but it still sounds like he's trying to cape and give white people an out to me, because he
Nah,
made
Yeah,
all
because
these.
our youth,
Hold on,
you
bro.
right, you right. Go ahead.
Because even though at the end of the day you will acknowledge that there's some discrepancies or some things that may not be right, you still want to try to gerrymander in the white people that may be going through similar living conditions, but what you're overlooking is that they still have this white privilege. So it doesn't matter if they work side by side and they live side by side with niggas.
Now, now let me give you an example.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna let you try to give me an example, but the white privilege still doesn't go away.
yeah. That's why I said those
Well,
disparities.
what I'm saying, okay,
Those
now look at Lil
disparities still
Wayne.
exist.
Hold on, Domo. Now look at Lil Wayne. Like, now Lil Wayne made a comment years ago saying
Why?
how,
Hold on, no, 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 no. Why?
Oh, this
Why
nigga
are
brought
you
up
saying look
Lil
at Lil
Wayne.
Wayne? Why are you positing
Lil
Lil
Wayne
Wayne
said
as
they shit
as
was
as the
black.
because our
example to
youth,
examine?
because a lot of our youth is confused. A lot of our youth don't
No, a lot
see
of you are
white
confused.
supremacy as the problem, is what I'm telling
Hold
you.
on, but the question is, Madon, does white supremacy and white privilege exist?
Of course it does, but our youth is
Okay,
blind
so
to those facts.
what are you explaining then?
I'm telling you how our youth are blind to those facts. When our youth see white people helping in and helping schools and doing that, they be like, what the hell y'all talking about? So
Hold on,
that's
but
another
Madon,
issue.
I'm gonna ask you the question again. Does white supremacy and white privilege exist?
Yes, we understand that, but a
So
lot of
what
our
are
youth,
you okay?
unfortunate,
So what are you
so
trying to
unfortunate.
explain?
So I'm showing the mind because I'm speaking from the youth perspective.
No, you're not.
A lot of our youth don't see white supremacy as a
You're
problem. Is what I'm
wrong.
telling
I
you.
disagree.
You're
I
wrong.
disagree.
Okay.
I
I
disagree
see
with
I
you
see a
because I
lot of
speak
youth.
to
I
the
see a lot of Gen Z talking about
I speak to them
talking
all
about
the
white
time in
supremacy
St.
and
Louis, and they
genocide
talk
and
about white
colonization.
I
supremacy
kind of
all the
understand what
time.
he's saying though.
I know you do. That is no surprise.
Oh,
That
here
is
we
no
go.
The only
surprise.
reason I'm saying that
The
is
same
because
niggas be on the same side consistently for a reason. Because
Stop,
but it's
Domo.
cute. The reason why I'm saying that is because the America's changed. I don't think that's. I just think that America. You know, I can't deny the fact
America's
that
changed.
America's changed. You got white rappers, Spanish rappers, basketball. You got a whole assortment of freaking biracial basketball players. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but Q,
Yo,
here's the thing
man.
though. Here's the thing. I think, like, for example, a large part of the electoral conversation in this past election had to do with the white supremacy that the younger generation recognized in Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't galvanized to vote for that exact reason. Not that it's not that they was going towards. It's not that they was going towards Donald Trump. It was that they recognized that both of them represented white supremacy, and Joe Biden represented white supremacy in ways that people were supposed to be okay with, and they wasn't okay with it. So that's
I
why
don't know if I would say. I don't know if I was because there is a. I don't know because like there's a
Yeah,
play
because
on
America.
yeah because the
You
only
gotta
I'm saying
make a
because
difference.
there's a real mixy conversation. I don't know. I kind of I can see both sides because I
You know
can't
why,
say
Q?
there's a wide vast people, a group of black people.
No, I mean I'm
Because
saying,
America,
are there
hold on,
young
Domo.
people out there
America
who
was
are
able.
like, who cares
No,
about
white
like
people,
white supremacy ain't really a thing? Like, yes, those
bro.
people exist. But
White
I'm
people was
saying
able to match Domo.
if we looking at it if we looking at it from a trend perspective, right? Like through social trends, it's not that it's not that people didn't vote to get Trump out because they didn't see white supremacy as a problem. They didn't see removing Trump as a thing that has anything to do with challenging
Hey
white supremacy.
Damo, I
Let
don't
me
want to cut
show
you, but
you. Let me show you.
what about white
Hold on, hold
biasness?
on,
What
hold
about
on, bro.
them
Let
just
me show
being
you.
biased? But
I
I hear the
don't.
supremacy word a lot. What about them just being biased?
Nah, man. See, what y'all fail to realize
Nah,
is
I
the
mean
point I'm making is.
I think that
Hold on, hold on,
the
Domo.
question of
White people was able. Hold on, let me say this. White people was able to
bro,
mask.
like
Hold
we
on,
don't
bro.
want the
Bro,
Madonna,
bro,
no, because like hold on,
bro,
let me
stop,
answer this
bro,
question,
stop.
because
Hold
like
on, because I'm
nobody
not
wants to
finished, bro.
devolve the
I'm addressing
conversation
what me
into
and
you
Q.
just
Hold on,
like capping for white
bro.
people, bro.
I'm addressing
Like,
what
yeah,
me and
because
Q
at the
agreeing on.
point,
Hold
since
on,
we
Domo,
recognize that white
Domo.
privilege and
Stop
white
being so
supremacy
triggered.
exists,
Stop
like
being
that,
so triggered.
let's move the
Bro,
conversation forward.
no, we ain't moving nothing. Hold on, I'm addressing what me and Q agreeing because why? What I'm saying is that white people was able to mask. They was able to mask white supremacy through sports and entertainment. So when all you see basketball, NBA playing with whites, the NFL playing with whites, the music and entertainment, they gonna look at you
Okay, all
and
right, point
like,
made,
what
point
white
made.
supremacy you
Yo,
talking about?
Madon,
So
that's
I'm
a
saying,
dumbass
Okay,
so
point
point.
when
made.
all
Okay,
you,
point
Madon,
made,
that's a
point
all right,
made,
go ahead.
point
dumbass
made.
point. That's a dumb point. Why? Because
Shit, hold on, my fault. Go
sports
ahead,
has been
Madonna. I'm
integrated.
coughing like a mother.
Sports has been integrated for a long ass time. So that's a dumbass point to
No,
say
it's not, man.
that. Hey, Madon,
Hold on, bro, I
Madon, let
wasn't
me
finished.
Let him make the
Let
whole
me
statement.
finish. Because sports has been integrated since the 40s. Baseball, the 40s, basketball, 50s, football around the same time. So I don't know what you're talking about. We have been playing, doing
That's
these
because you
things
and your
with.
feelings.
Oh, let him
No
let him
one
finish.
in their feelings, bro. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. We started going to school with white people in early. We've been doing these things with them early. So for you to even say that when they see us playing sports with them, that's not even a valid point. You
Yeah, it
should have
is
that
because
you could
you know
no,
why,
it isn't because
bro. You
it's
talk too
no
much.
different.
You
It
talk
you
too
talk
much.
too much.
Let me
You
tell you
talk
why
too
I said
much.
it. If you heard what I said
Bro.
was, hold
Hey, I
on.
heard
Let
what
me
you
say this.
said.
No, you
No,
didn't. No, you didn't because I said white people were able to mask white supremacy through sports.
they wasn't
Yes, they
hiding it.
did. They
They
did
weren't
mask it. They
hiding
put
it.
a veil on it. They put a
They
veil
weren't
on that
hiding
shit.
white
That's not true.
supremacy.
All right,
It
man.
was full racism, bruh.
All right, bro.
When they
That's what I was about to
banned
say.
niggas
Like,
from
we see the
playing
greatest
from the M.
example.
This nigga stupid.
Like, niggas straight called like professional sports modern day like it's like a modern day plantation. I mean,
Right, but
niggas push back against that because them niggas is millionaires and shit. But at
okay,
the same
Domo.
time, it's like, nah, I don't. I think I think that I think that there is a population of people that push back against this concept of white people being superior or white people having an advantage or white privilege. There's people who push back, but there's always been people that push back against that. It's
I'm
always been
saying,
people that's challenged.
when our fifth graders, when fifth and sixth grade black kids looking up to these sports stars, Luka Doncic. I know little black kid love Luka Doncic. So what I'm saying is,
I knew little black kids that
so
love Larry
what I'm saying
Bird.
is, when you got
What is
fifth
wrong
graders,
with
hold
you?
on, bro, stop cutting me off. When you see fifth graders, sixth graders, seventh graders, they don't have this concept of or idea of white supremacy like we have. Me, you, Domo, and all of us, bro. They coming from a whole new
So,
perspective.
so
But
again,
Yeah, but that's just like we don't have the same association with whiteness that our parents had.
so
I'm saying,
And
but we
our parents
understand
didn't
white
have the
supremacy.
same association with whiteness that they parents
But we
had. Nigga,
understand.
so
that's
growing up in my neighbor,
But
We
let's
understand
bring it.
white
Hold on, let's bring
supremacy.
it back to the original. Let's bring it back to the original premise. So y'all was saying we're saying that youth don't recognize. I don't say that term. Like I don't say white supremacy. I don't really use that term.
let's just say whiteness. We don't need to say
Yeah,
white spirit. Let's just say whiteness because we know what we're talking about when we say whiteness.
whiteness. They don't like. I don't think it's not seen. I just it's weird. I don't know. It's weird because I'm listening to both sides and I'm like
facts, pure black.
they see it. I don't know. I can't.
Nah,
I
they
feel like the
see
whole
it,
country is
man. They
uninformed, but there's a lot less.
They can't break it down like they don't understand it like we
like
understand.
Q,
That's all I'm saying.
like Q, for example, like Ziac students when we have discussions. You know what I'm saying? They more
Can't count
familiar.
them.
Like and me, Q,
can't-
you know this. They more familiar with whiteness than they are with the Bible.
Yeah,
But
but
that's a
that would
different type
be
of
that's
institution.
why I wouldn't use our students. I would use like a regular school student. Like if I you walk through the streets and just ask random black kids, like, yo, you know who Phyllis Wheatley is, you know who Shirley Chisholm is, if they ain't go to a black school, you know what I'm saying? Just not even go hard with history, just you know what I mean, the surface level, like
Just the names, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
what
you right.
what was Huey P. Newton known for? You know what I mean? What's a black nationalist? Like can you break down what Pan-Africanism? Like I'm almost want to do this now. I want to go see because I don't think there was ever a period of time we was like that though. I can't even say like back in the days. I don't think we went back in the 50s and you randomly were asking black people like, yo, you know what a black nationalist is? Like maybe when it was popular with the Black Panthers, but I don't.
Yeah, you should do that, Q, and watch and bring back the facts and watch how.
Yeah, I mean,
I was on point. I'm on point.
I'm gonna be honest though. I feel like most niggas, like even niggas our age, most niggas our age can't really tell
Don't
you
know
who
who
Phyllis
Phyllis
Wheatley
Wheatley is, right?
But I think that's all I think that's what as a 5%er, that defines it though. Like that, I think that's always been a reality in black folks. Like even down to the class we doing on freaking analysis of African rebellions, like that was one of the biggest issues, trying to get other black folks to want to fight. Like that's you know what I'm saying. That's
a reality.
But I do think though I don't think that the newer generation is becoming is less aware of the social plight though, and
No,
especially when we're in the information age, so a
the
lot of
social
shit.
plight. What people overlook is that the social plight is in the forefront at all times. So they're always seeing the social issues that we are faced with as a community. So for you to say that they're unaware or they're not aware or they don't recognize white
They're
supremacy,
aware, they just
white
don't give a
privilege,
fuck.
I'm saying, like y'all say, they don't understand the nuance of white supremacy. Or like Neely Fuller say, they don't understand.
Hey, Madon, if you're going to use that because of their age, that's a good argument.
Bro, I'm saying because of
but I think Taz got the best rebuttal though. Like they know it's there, they just don't give a fuck.
It's more about age though, bro. It ain't just about how old you are.
Yo, bro, we could talk about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey did not know the nuances of white supremacy, and most black people around who knew Marcus Garvey didn't give a fuck. The same is true. Right. Malcolm X. Mad people knew about Malcolm X. Most black people didn't give a fuck about Malcolm X. Let's be real.
Dumb as fuck.
Facts. That's a fact, Q.
Like you can pick any era of black folks. You know what I'm saying?
Remedial niggas. That's
Even
why
down
we
to
keep that
right
shit.
when motherfuckers is committing the freaking rebellion. They like, man, listen, I don't give a fuck about no rebellion, son. I'm on my plantation. I'm chilling, son. It's Sunday. Fuck, I like killing white folks on a Sunday, bro. I'm chilling. He just gave me Sunday off. Like, why am I fighting against him? Like, go kill your master. Go kill your master. My master's cool, bro. What is you doing? No, I'm not going with you. Hell no. Dumbasses. Why would you want to go back to Africa? You don't even know what it looks like over there. That's what dudes was saying, bro. Like we just discussed the Stoner Rebellion yesterday, and I had to have the kids read that. I'm like, bro, this is no different than the rebellion in 1712 or the rebellion in 1741. You had 30 black people running past. You had 30, 40 black people running past thousands of black people looking at them like, yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. You gonna do that shit if you want. I ain't doing nothing. They gonna give me some biscuits just because I sat here and watched y'all stupid asses.
And a cup of lemonade. Some
lemonade and biscuits just because I ain't wrong with y'all stupid asses.
That's a fact. Oh my goodness.
It was like the revolt started with 20 people and it ended with 30. Like, hold on, son. You said the whole city was black. They said the whole Charleston had more black people in it at the time of Stoner Rebellion than white folks. And they only got about anywhere from 60 to 100 black folks. No, the revolt.
Yeah, that's why I said
I'm just saying at the time of the Stoner Rebellion, that's so I can't put that on this generation now, but like, yo, we supposed to have mad more awoke people that's really knowing what's going on. Like, nah, that's not how it works. There's like 5% of the people is in tune of what's going on and give a fuck. Everybody else is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why the 5% was correct. You got an 85%, you got a 5%, and you got a 10. I mean, the data shows it.
I think it probably was. That's opinion. I can't say there was more. Niggas, like dudes was perming right around the corner from. There was more spots to perm here around the corner from Malcolm X Audubon spot. Hey, come on, man. Come on, I can't. Yo, Joe, good looks, B. But this article, most black Americans believe U.S. institutions were designed to hold black people back. It's not my opinion only, man. In the chat, do y'all agree with that, man? On the panel, y'all agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Most institutions were designed. I don't know. I could argue against that.
Yeah, most black people do feel like that.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
But I think it's an age. I think it's an age range as well.
Yeah, I think I fell off when I was saying what I was saying, but you shouldn't be allowed to speak for black issues, Madonna. You should only speak for white issues.
Man, sit your ass back, bro.
So how does it? So how does it? So name an institution and decide how does it hold black people back? Pick one. Say one. Pick one.
The medical field.
All right. So the medical. How does the medical institution hold black people back?
Shit. How many of us?
Or does it push black people forward?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know a lot of black people in the medical field.
Black power. That's what I know.
There's more black women in the medical field down here in the South than I ever seen in my life.
Does that mean that it's pushing them forward, or does that just mean it's
you got black women that's traveling nurses? You know how many black traveling nurses I know?
Hold on. There was black women in the medical fields always. Black people in the medical fields always.
Right.
So when you say holding black people back, so I think how I would Damo not here. So how I would attack this would be through the policies and the procedures
the way you would have to look at it.
That are used to exclude or how they include people. You know, that would be the discriminatory practices that are embedded within the institution. And in some institutions, they try to push that forward, and of course the Constitution or the federal government, whatever has to come in, or whoever comes in lawsuits and shit. But
so I would have to actually read the article. That's not giving me enough. just the headline. You know, most Black Americans believe U.S. institutions were designed to hold Black people back. What am I supposed to
Look,
gather from
prison
that?
system, court. No, we're
Like
gonna go
I
through the
would,
article. I wanted to, I'm
I-
gonna go through, before we went
so
down. I
I
wanted
could
to,
get so I can get more depth to see exactly what
well,
what
before we
was
went, I
talking
wanted
about.
to see, like, just off of the topic, just as a prompt, what would your response be? Like, what would you know what I mean? Just like,
I wouldn't
That,
say. I would say it's possible, but I don't. Like I
Yeah,
said, I
man.
would
Let's
have
be
to know
real.
what
Most black
institutions
people
are
feel
being
that way.
talked about.
Majority of us feel,
but what
this is
institutions would you name? What would be the
I
top
would.
institution that's holding Black people back?
So I would
but
go off of Michelle
education.
Alexander's
I would
book.
say education.
I would say prison,
yep,
education, justice, um,
legal.
labor, legal, housing. Yeah. So there's a lot of different ways
It's
we can
education.
actually
Education is number one
look
because
at it.
it
So
controls the mind. It puts what it wants in the mind of the child. So it got to be education because it's the mentality that holding us
well,
back.
we know
It's in the
education
mind.
holds you back.
So if it's in the mind, to me, it first starts with school or
Well,
education.
we know.
So
But
how
I
was
what
the
would
your
say
school
the
school
system?
failed.
I would say the legal system would be up there.
The legal system?
Yep.
Which one? Well, all right. So y'all say the legal system or the school system? What would Taz? Would you say is the top one? Or if you don't agree, or if whatever, or if you do see an institution that's holding Black people back, which one would you say would be an institution
I
you
would
could
say
see?
none.
All right, you don't see none of the institutions are designed to hold Black people back.
At this point, no. No.
I know what Taz doing.
Only
Taz
time.
like been in.
I need
Taz like been in
all
office some
them
time.
Wall Street investing. I'm not doing bad.
Wow.
I'm doing so well. I need all them people to chime in too, though, right? Because
Taz,
what ends up happening, what the problem is I sit here and I listen every day and I push back when I hear it, and I'm outnumbered, fam. The fact of the matter is, people keep saying, all you got to do is go out and get it. All you got to do is try it. All you got to do is put your best foot forward. These niggas on this channel make a pull yourself up by your bootstraps argument. They just don't say those words. So yeah, let's do it.
Pull your motherfucking boots up, nickel.
Never.
Nickel. Nickel. Ain't nobody told you not come here with your goddamn shoes tied on, nickel.
You better have mud on them boots when you come in this door.
So
all right, so yeah, so you said school, legal. How is this legal system holding Black people back, Daru? Or how is it designed to hold Black people back?
Well, you look at the sentences that similar crimes get between the two top people in America. I would guess between the white, I'm gonna just say white male and the black male. You know, one does the same crime, one gets more time than the other one.
So is it the system or is it the white person that's administering the sentencing?
But they're in the system, though, right?
I'm just asking.
It's just. I mean, it's just.
I mean, all right. So because playing the other side,
50-50 split.
near where Taz is at, saying like, the system on paper is just what it is. To me, I will put it more on white folks.
But see,
like when they say institutional design, I would say the institutions. Technically, some of the institutions,
you know what I think we. You know what I think we do unintentionally is we unintentionally overlook the fact that the justice system and this whole system was set up specifically for white men. Well, I think we unintentionally overlook that in these conversations. So we try to say that the justice system and all that shit, it transformed with the times, which we can say it did in the minds, but in the actions and the reality, did it really transform? Did it really adapt to the times? Because I think that's an unfortunate part of these conversations that we tend not to look at. We tend to think that because they say the Constitution is a living document and yada, 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 and it can change, sort of like the Bible and all that. It gives them leeway to run away from the reality. And that reality is we're living by a system that was built with a specific idea at hand. And the laws still represent that.
But I mean, but to make it into today's context, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Daru, Is that a
Now this
specific? Are you saying
Sabio
that
who said
within
that.
the system, the justice system is designed to give black people a greater sentence?
Yes.
Or is it the white judges whose biasness chooses to impart a higher sentence on them?
No, I think what you said the first one was the system, because you have black judges that give the benefit to the white man too. So I think that's what makes me say it's the system. You
Right,
know,
but
black.
so the issue I would have again though is you would have to show me the inception of that belief though, because when we say design, right? So if there's no race denoted in any of this paperwork, what are we basing it off of? Just our historical understanding? I don't
No
disagree with
blacks
that.
allowed. What you mean?
No,
No blacks allowed, bro. You remember that? You remember
but
no blacks allowed?
but most of our understanding is based on that fact. The fact that we were here, the fact that we were slaves, the fact that they were supposed to end slavery earlier than what they did. These institutions were not designed to hold people back. People used the institutions to hold people back.
Okay, Taz. Okay, yeah, you got a little point right there. I can agree
I
with
could,
some of
I
that,
could,
but
I
at the
could see,
same
I
time,
could, I could see how that worked. I could see how that would
I didn't
work.
really understand it. Maybe I'm a little lost.
I
How would it?
understand what he said, but the
I understand how that will work.
So that's
How
kind
the
of
people inside the institutions will
that's what.
actually
All right. So
hold the
that's all
people
right. So that's
back
what I thought. All right.
because the institution is just an institution without people.
But
The
that's why I would
people
go back
that
to white
runs the
people.
institution is, and that's why it goes exactly because the institutions was some of these institutions like the government, the education system, and all that was constructed in America by who? European white people.
but
So at that point, we have to look into why they designed it and who they were designing these things for.
well, the bigger picture is this. The reason it was designed to hold black people back was because it was designed to rob you of history and give you their history and make you think that they was the most powerful motherfuckers, and all you did was swing through the tree,
Ain't
swinging
nobody
silver
trying to hear
bullets.
no pseudo shit in
Well,
no
that ain't
real
pseudo.
conversation.
It was designed to
So,
control your mind. It was designed. The
so,
educational system was designed to put the white man above anybody and everybody because he designed the curriculum.
so again, I don't know how we took this idiotic turn, but again,
Bro,
I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let it go.
why
And
do you
I
think
will
the
say,
black dog? Hold on. Why do you
hold
think
on,
the black dog, white
I
dog test
I
works?
let you say, I let you say what you said. All I was going to say is, the educational system in America isn't the best. I will agree with you. I think it was when it was implemented. I think they implemented it for a specific target audience. Our people happen to fall into that audience by chance because we were here, type shit.
Bro, it was designed to redesign your mind. And that's why a lot of black people, that's why when they did the doll test
It
in the
redesigned
60s,
your mind.
when they did the doll test in the 60s, why do you think the black child picked the white doll? Because the educational
They
system,
did it in
hold on, the
2012 and it was
curriculums, hold on, bro,
did the same thing.
the curriculums they put on, the curriculums that they put in the institutions and the self-hatred they put through whether it's commercial institution or whatever it was, it caused them black child minds to be like that. It wasn't
So
designed that way. Why do you think, bro? It was designed to hold us back through that point. You know what I'm saying? To rearrange your mind, to make you drop your core values, your norms, your language, and pick up theirs.
So they destroyed the educational system. Didn't have to destroy our language. Like that just added to it.
Our language, like I don't, you know,
Whatever the
sometimes,
language our ancestors spoke. I know
yeah,
what he's trying to say,
like, John,
Taz.
like, man, look, I don't want to be disrespectful to him, bro, but sometimes it do get to a point where it's like, fuck them, okay? Like what do we like? Whatever language they spoke, they don't speak it no more because they ain't here. Like this
Right.
is what we speak now. So what? Like, what is the point in reflecting on the language they spoke. If niggas ain't trying to speak that shit now,
It was designed for you to want to think the way you think it was designed. It's working. Prove that it working to make. It was designed to make you forget.
No, you
Yes, it was, bro. Why you think niggas like fuck all that?
Because listen, if you were trying to teach it, if you was trying to speak it, if you was trying to live it, you would have a point. You don't give a fuck about that language.
What language?
Lost.
He
Because
talked about,
I
he talked
realized
about the language. He talked about the language that our ancestors spoke before they got colonized.
no, what I'm saying is it made
I'm gonna go down. We gotta fast forward. Even if you were right, it's 2025. I gotta give Taz that point. In 2025, black schools, black, you know what I'm saying? Like that. You know what I mean? We could throw white people in the conversation, but it's 2025, bro. We got LeBron James, got $1 billion, bro.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. All I was saying, it was designed to make you.
Man.
Hold on. I was saying it was designed to make you want to, like, you know what I'm saying, not care about a lot of that shit.
You the one that don't care. You the
What
one that don't care.
I'm talking about the masses. I'm talking about the masses.
Everybody,
the masses.
Okay, so
you know?
I think the
so
opposite.
you can't
I
speak
think
for the
this
masses because you're part of that.
It's designed for you to care, for you to keep looking at slavery and saying we were slaves. They put us on plantations. They lynched us. They hung us. Nigga, this shit set up for you niggas to keep doing that. That's what you keep doing. If we being honest, we're the
How do
only
we get white Jesus?
running around talking about 150, 170 years ago and living it and living by it.
Why do we think
That's
why a lot of our grandparents think Jesus is white?
Niggas living about
Why do you think Jesus is white? Why a lot of our grandparents still think Jesus is white, and those that passed away thought Jesus was white? Why was that?
Who cares?
shit.
Who cares?
It was designed, bro. It was designed.
It's an
I'm
older
showing how
it's an L. It's an
Y'all
L.
see this?
They were wrong.
Y'all see
They
this
didn't
shit?
know
Bro,
a lot. They were
bro, it's
misinformed.
called
There wasn't a lot of education for them. We can give 1,000 reasons for
we're talking
why
about
they would be wrong
bro.
on a lot of shit. But can they just
Bro, we're talking about
Damn. Can we
bro,
quietly
we're talking about institutions. We're talking about institutions that black people think that were designed to hold us back.
They were designed to the point where people benefited from them too. So if anything, the question would be, were these institutions designed to hold most of us back, to hold a lot of us back? But these motherfuckers wasn't designed to hold all of us back because too many niggas getting ahead. And I'm not gonna sit up and let niggas who keep
what you mean by getting ahead?
My little niggas is
saying, what you mean? Expound on getting ahead. What you mean by getting ahead? What you mean by getting ahead? Can you tell me about that?
Somebody who ain't worried about their life bill today. Somebody who's rent paid. Somebody who got a car outside. Somebody who's actually able to do the things they want to do with their life. Getting ahead, being happy. Not sitting in the projects just rolling up because you ain't got no better option.
Okay. So that sound real selfish, but you know, hey.
What?
Selfish to who? What are you talking about?
We're talking about the masses of black people.
Yeah, I think to be honest, like I would. That's why, to me, the white folks who are racist in these institutions create. Now, some of these institutions, and then the other part is racist white folks created these institutions. So I don't. To me, like it is what it is. Either however you look at it, but in 2025, though, having that conversation, I don't know if it's like, to me, I kind of.
Let me give you another example, right? Because this happens often, right? Now I only push the envelope because we come back to moments like this. So when we talking about that military conversation, what happens every time? People come up, I'm proud of my service. I ain't ashamed of being in the military. Being in the military got me benefits. Being in the military this, being in the military that. Okay, but then somebody else will say that was designed to hold black people back. Come on, fam, what we doing? That's what I'm saying. I'd rather get to the bottom of it. And what I see is black people that benefit from all these institutions.
Yeah,
Maybe
to
not
some
all of
extent
them.
we can.
But there are black people who benefit from every last institution you can name.
Well, what was the civil rights movement about?
But it's benefiting. All right, so it's benefiting because I want y'all to know Taz is technically doing a reverse argument. If I understand,
yeah, I know. I know what he's doing. I mean?
So you got like, and we can't be mad at it. It's like, look,
you're playing both sides of the fence.
The amount of people that come up here and who have bragged about
this, nigga.
You know,
That makes
who
it
lit.
worse at all.
Nah,
No,
but literally
Taz, you
the amount of
good,
people
dog. I
who
like it.
the amount of people that bragged
It
about,
makes
you
people
know,
think.
benefiting from these systems, like the military. You'd have asked me when I first met Ted, you'd ask me about the military. I was, man, fuck everybody. Fuck. Now I'm like, all these military people got me look. It's a different perspective.
Yeah, me too though. Me too.
Yeah, I
Q.
can't even.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
can't even lie.
I don't have the same perspective I had on the military 5 years ago. I learned a lot. And I understand why people actually do it now. But to that credit, that means I need to stop telling people that that's an institution that's against black people.
Right.
Yeah, I
Now
wouldn't
offer
I wouldn't have said the military.
I need about 90 seconds to offer a
Oh
perspective
shit.
if I can get it.
You got it,
Oh
Wale.
shit.
Okay, then beautiful. I think you're looking at two different things. One is called white privilege. That's where the privilege of a cracker being a cracker kicks in socially. That's called white privilege. Now, what you're misnomering as white supremacy is really Western cultural supremacy.
So I definitely understand what you're saying with that one. There's something called implicit bias,
Yes.
and and that's why, to me, calling a spade, like we were talking about earlier, white folks, and he was saying that poor white folks are not part of the power structure. And I'm like, I don't see America like that. I see, there's white folks and there's white folks and there's black folks, and then you got the shit in between. And depending on where
But
you at, it's gonna be what it is. So like, and the reality, the history of this country and white folks being biased and racist, that's just what it is. So I don't think any institution that they created would not have that in it because they have that biasness.
So see,
so,
when
so
you
then what
start
about
reading
the
the
90
article,
seconds? That's all I asked for was 90 seconds.
when
I
I
got
start
about
reading the
45
article, I gotta
seconds.
hold it because it's talking
Is
about
that what
race.
we doing?
You
Just let me
stop
know. I
talking.
don't. Oh, I did. I thought somebody had cut my mic off because I looked and saw it was cut off.
No, I
And you
think
were
you might have did that by accident, brother.
that
Yeah, you
might have
stop.
happened. So I was finished then. I got about 45 left. And what I'm saying is the white privilege is a known, everybody got that. That's a set in. The Chinese know it's a white privilege in the United States, all of that shit. Then there's the the Western cultural supremacy. This is the thing that have them after the Chinese, because the Chinese are in that whatever their cultural supremacy they call it. I don't care what they call it. But what we are doing is we're joining in the Western cultural supremacy bid with the cracker. And like most people say, we're doing it, but we're not realizing that's exactly what we're doing because we negate our own cultural history. That's it.
Wow. Oh,
I
Yeah,
mean,
like,
so
what is
but
our
that
cultural history, fam?
no,
right.
but that plight, I ain't gonna lie. So white folks, like again, I was reading on the rebellions and Queen Nanny, the Maroons in Haiti. When black folks really tore it up, they got a treaty, they got a connection, and then from there, you got to fuck with us. And then how they fuck with them, it became like you gotta culturally become part of this here. Francisco Menendez, you had to agree to become a Christian. All black people that came into this territory had to agree to become Christians. And then the Christian religion is not for black people. It has nothing to do with
Right.
black people.
Right.
You know what I mean? So but going back 400 years to contextualize today, I get it. I'm with it, but I do still have that other side. Like it's 2025, man. We got LeBron James, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, an NBA's racist. Son got $1 billion, bro. What are we talking about?
There was niggas that were rich like that in the 1600s in America, in the 1700s in Virginia, and the 1800s in New York. Oh, niggas been rich in America all this time.
Yeah, but they was rich during times when Black America was on its America shit. It's 2025. There
Right.
is like I was gonna bring up the Taz, for example, when black people with money try to make power moves, they discuss how they are not supported or the industry hates against them. Now that could be considered business, that could be considered racism. You know what I mean? Like it's part of the, like when they try to do the when they try to buy, when they said Bill Cosby tried to buy something, then all these other dudes try to buy, when Irv Gotti them and what's his name, tried to do that big
Suge Knight.
Suge Knight and them try to do that big distribution label. He said the labels went to war with them.
That's the same thing happened to Paul Cuffey back in 1780s. He was trying to do the same thing. They wouldn't work with him, so he had money. He nigga was rich, so he opened up on his own. Like that little boy, I forget his name, but the boy with the football team, he opened up on his own because he said he can't get the other teams to work with him, or the industry to work with him. So he got to have his own team and set it up himself. But I'm saying, when we're willing to work with one another and form our own unit, unitedness, then we can get over. But as long as we're trying to be up in their shit, we will always, in their shit, be an underdog. Ain't no doubt about it.
No, we an underdog because we run around talking about niggas like Paul Cuffey, irrelevant motherfuckers.
Man,
That's what
Paul
makes us.
Cuffey was definitely not irrelevant. Paul Cuffey was definitely. Then that's what I'm saying now. If you think niggas in the past were, that's what I'm saying now. You
No,
didn't
we
jump
don't
on
think
the
we
back
don't.
of the
No,
He
no,
mean
no,
he
no,
means
no,
today,
no,
not he don't mean
no.
for what he did back then. He talking about
Close to
today.
your heart and love him forever, bro. But in the
I'm
grand
talking
scheme,
about today.
living
I'm
in this
talking about
country,
right
growing up
now.
black. I'm sorry,
Relative.
bro. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, bro. But growing up in this country, in the grand scheme of things, it's great information to know. You might can use it on Jeopardy. You might be able to teach some little niggas something. But in the reality of everyday life, Paul Cuffey is fucking irrelevant, nigga. Sorry.
Hey, peace, y'all.
Oh shit.
Yo, Lou.
Yeah, I think the issue that we having, man. Am I echoing?
Yeah. Hold up, is that talk again?
Yo.
That might be
So
Sabio.
okay, so like I think the issue we having is identifying the system, and then like and which we can all do. But then what happens when the system evolve and change? Because it's always evolving and adapting. Like right now, the world is in an uproar right now because Trump doing what he's doing, trying to change the economic system. So like before you can even like define what we trying to discuss in terms of the system, you already got to like define something. I mean, you got to move with it as it's evolving. And I think that's kind of like the issue Taz having, is because a lot of us is talking about systems that's been, you know what I'm saying, prominent in other, you know, in history, historically, you know what I'm saying. So like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Taz. Like that's the problem you having, right? Because people keep talking about stuff that's been changed, even though like it still wasn't like from the foundation. It wasn't
Yeah,
designed like with us in
too many
mind.
black people benefit from these institutions now to say they were designed to work against us. I'm arguing that if anything, maybe we're holding ourselves back some by not getting into and learning the institutions.
Yo, Taz, it's crazy you say that, bro. I remember the other day I said I got a whole new view of integration after being around all of y'all for so long. I got a whole new view of integration. I don't even think integration was the issue. I got a whole Madon, you got to echo Madon. And I know that might sound crazy. I know Psycho like this, but I'm like, yo, bro, listen to all these. And it's not that I don't know. And it's still I don't know, but I understand where you at, Tag. Cause I'm like,
bro, I had to I had to look in the mirror.
That's
bro,
what I was saying. I don't think integration was the problem either. I think what the problem is.
60s, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I can't be fake about this shit. I was stuck in the 60s like we in some fucking Black Power movement, nigga.
Right,
So,
I understand.
So it's different with me. I look at this shit like, yo, these niggas fake. We all saying the same shit. When it was time to get out there on them streets, niggas wasn't out there. Right? Niggas was still going to work.
Well, let me ask you a question. Yo, Q, real quick. Let me ask you a question.
I think the nuance of the nuance in this conversation is people want to just focus on the history, like Taz is saying, not recognizing that the sociological part, the sociological aspect of it makes up the historical aspect. So you got to take the sociology or what's going on in society to get to the historical aspect. So all those things play hand in hand, but we just can't stay focused on the historical aspect as if what's going on today didn't come from the history and then how we adapted and moved with the times. So I understand, and people do get bogged down in nostalgia, and we have to stop that. We have to
That's
just
kind of
Yo,
like,
we,
yo,
we
yo,
Savio,
have
that's
to
Q.
kind of like
use
what I was
Hey,
we
yo,
trying to
have
Q.
to
Let
say.
me ask
use
you
that
something. Yo, let me ask
we
you
have
something
to
real quick,
use
Q.
we have to
Uh,
use that in order to inform future conversations and how we approach
man,
Right,
changes
but
to
Savio,
this.
that you
Hold
said
on,
you hitting
hold
on
yo,
on.
what
Let,
I
Q.
was
let
trying
Yo,
to get
Madon
Q.
at,
finish. Let
Savio.
Madon, he been trying to talk. Yeah.
Yeah, yo, Q. Let me ask you something. Why? Let me ask you this, right? We talking about the system and all this, right? So why are we as black people? I mean, I know other people they got their little words, but why is we as black people? Why do we use words like coons, sambos, sellouts? Why do we face these things as black people in this system?
Because niggas like you,
That's
nigga.
my question. No, how? Why do we? Where do these things derive from? Sambo and coon, we just ain't started saying that within the last 20
Yeah.
years.
Nah,
That
but
shit been going on for years.
no, but there's a different like that historically. The reality that black people face, it put us in a different. It put the world as well as black people in a space with kissing ass and doing certain shit. But it's 2025 now.
Hmm.
It ain't the 60s, bro.
Right now, I was just showing how the
Like
system was
again,
designed.
but that was the 60s.
No,
Those
I'm
white
saying,
folks from the 60s got kids that's listening to rap music who's twerking. Them little white
Right,
girls is twerking right now. You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
them white boys is listening to rap, trying to be
Right.
down.
They
Yes, they
feel.
still have it, but the shit is mixy. I can't deny that. That's why when Damo was saying, I'm like, I do. When you said that there's black people, there's people that do not see what you would say white supremacy because it's like the country is mad mixy. Look at my man Dot was just saying. I'm like, yo, bro. He was saying the prison system. I feel you, but in New York City, most of them COs is black and Puerto Ricans now.
Same way
That's
in
kind of
St.
like
Louis,
that.
you got
That's
a
leading
bunch
to
of
like
black
what I was.
COs
That's kind
in
of like
St.
where I was
Louis.
trying to go. Like, and that's the thing too. Like, sometimes you can spend too much time trying to identify, and then like, identify like the system that's running. But then you got to
Hold
look
on,
at
I'll be
yourself
back.
and see if. But then you got to look at yourself and see if the way you moving is beneficial within that system once you identified it. And the problem is we never get to that part because everybody too busy disagreeing on what system is actually running. In my
I mean,
opinion, at
it's
least.
called,
But
a lot of cases, it's called things change. Things have appearance to change, but it remains the same.
I
You know
mean,
what I
but
mean?
there's also the spade. Like I think black folks. I'm not gonna say I know black folks have mistakenly placed a place of faith on white people in a sense of like morality versus just looking at the fucking cards on the table. White folks is racist and they always gonna be racist and just deal with you and just level up. And that's not the pull your boots up argument. It's just that's how
That's
I
the
see
thing.
everybody else dealing with white folks.
Asians and shit running around here saying though, in they little pocket communities, I don't think they fuck with white people like that. They just know how to benefit. Now, like I just, what I'm saying? That, like if anything, that's the thing. Like we got to learn how to benefit from this shit instead of always saying it's the system, it's the government, it's against us. And then, like I said, I look around and I see black people working within that system. So who is the us?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. Yeah, go ahead,
I
Q.
think, and that's what a bias, like knowing that white folks gonna have implicit bias, and naturally, I think to me that's like the like that's what white supremacy. I don't need to say all that white supremacy. Like no, white folks should have a natural, and that's humans' inclination to naturally being biased. But in our country, white folks and their biasness has put black people in a very peculiar spots in history. But in 2025, you know what I'm saying? I can't stand on a lot of that shit. I mean,
Yeah,
I can't.
that's a fact. I mean, yeah, that's a fact. That's why I was saying to Domo, um,
I'm not saying that racism don't exist.
no, not at all.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that either. I
No,
ain't saying that at all.
Hey, we not saying racism don't exist. I just at this point,
I would argue
You saying it's a little milder right now.
and be prepared for it. Understanding how to navigate it is more important than identifying it now. It was great and understood that we needed to identify it first. That was the first leg of the movement. It's been identified now. Now it's time to work the system the best way you can, with the knowledge that it is going to work against you. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real,
that to me, that's my version of integration. I think the mistake was that they didn't think that they was going to work against them. They had the hope in white folks, and they wasn't wrong for that. Like I ain't gonna say they wasn't wrong for that, but
hold on, but I thought that was like the normal. I thought that was like the normal way.
For it though, bro.
Like when y'all say, like when you say it's like nah, like I don't think niggas had like that, like that hope conversation and that belief in the white people and all, that was like the media perception of how niggas responded post civil rights movement. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't really the niggas know. I feel like most niggas most people are able to recognize that these disparities exist due to institutional factors, and at the same time recognize that like shit still got to get done.
Yeah, but see, but
Like, I
what
don't.
throws it off though, Damo, a lot of times is the understanding that some have that segregation was better. We was Kang's mentality and all that shit. Some of that shit is not understood, which is why people don't understand the need for the Civil Rights Act. They don't understand why the Civil Rights Movement even happened. Because to some, we was doing better. And it's asinine.
Yeah, but that's. Yeah, go ahead,
I mean, we give that, like, personally, that was like 100 years ago, y'all. Like, no, I mean, like, we just gotta, like, the 60s was it looked good on TV, it sound good, but it's 2025. If we don't, but right now in 2025, the fact is we know white people have inherently implicit biases. Deal with it. Are we saying to go back to Africa story? What are we talking? Like, it's business. Wherever we could do business at, push black people forward. You know what I'm saying? And just know there's gonna be resistance. That's just, don't walk into no room thinking that you're not gonna get resistance when you know that you're putting on for black people. That's just what it is. You put on for black people. Like it's a white country. I'm saying
team up and make it happen.
It's 13% of us. Fuck you mean is the racist? Like, what are you? Duh.
Yeah, but see, so I guess the way that I view the conversation differently is like saying that racism exists generally is one thing, but if that's just the basis for having the conversation about when we say, all right, what's the how do you respond to that? I mean, you have to have an understanding of the way racism works in that particular field in order to know how to respond. You know what I mean? I think I'm not sure who's at fault for this, but for whatever reason, there's this idea that identifying racism is or identifying whiteness and how it functions is the end all be all, and that's like that's the necessary step to actually develop the correct strategy.
Them clowns did that, nigga. Them Dr. Benz and all them silly ass niggas, nigga Amos Wilson and them clowns. That's what that.
I ain't gonna call them clowns. That was a necessary, you know.
That was clowns for that day.
They're not clowns. You wild. They're not clowns.
Damn mind.
That time was totally different than today's time, so I wouldn't say it was clowns.
Hold on. I want to hear the argument though. This is an argument. Like this Taz, like this is like par for the course.
Yeah, right, it's par for the course that a nigga don't want to debate either. So niggas like Neely Fuller told niggas to put their fucking heads down, basically, but made it sound good. So when you sitting here saying that these are the 9 areas of white supremacy and white supremacy and white supremacy and he birthed Tariq Nasheed. That's what that is. That Tariq Nasheed is the modern day version of Neely Fuller, nigga.
Hell no.
Yes, bro. Neely Fuller is all about the identification of white supremacy. Now go look at fucking Tariq shit. Suspected white supremacists. Suspected white supremacists. Suspected. That is that man's favorite term. And it's because
but that's one
identifying it is the actual victory.
No, but in the 60s, but you go back to the 70s and 80s, that was a necessity.
Right, Taz. You can't blame Neely Fuller because another man.
Why would that have been a necessity then?
Because they needed to identify the issues.
Right. Like you
because
can't
they
blame
didn't
him
know.
because
Are we saying
another
they
dude.
didn't know? Come on, fam.
Real quick,
Nah,
Joe.
you can
Like,
say if you
yeah,
think
man.
that they definitely wasn't being popularly
Yeah.
told.
So like the language that's commonplace today when it comes to identifying social structures wasn't didn't exist at a certain time. So like there was a point where identifying these things mattered. I would argue that we're past the point of identifying it though. Like
We was
when
past
so
that
when
1925. When they shipped Marcus Garvey over here, niggas knew from there.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
then
mean?
you also have Perman. You also have Perman going on, black exploitation films. You had white people, you having black people dancing on TV like crazy. We doing the shucking and jiving while shit going on. We going we going to Vietnam. We fighting these war. Like, come on, bro. There was a large portion of Black America has not been involved in pushing black people forward.
Can y'all hear me?
Yo, we hear you, Lou. My bad.
Yeah. I was just gonna say like it ain't fair to blame him because Q was right. Like he's dealing with issues in a certain time. And what did we just say? When the social systems change, then now it's up to us to try to adapt to it. But it's unfair to blame him when another dude ran off with his shit and started grifting. And to be honest, that's what he did. Adapted Nelly Fuller's doctrine for a modern way for him to grift. So you know what I
But it
mean?
was
He
a
just
grip
didn't
back
have.
then. It was a grip when Neely Fuller was doing it. That's what
How?
I'm saying.
So
No, bro, you have people in the streets, people really doing shit, people really actually taking L's. Neely Fuller writing, he talking. There's a difference. That clown Dr. Ben, he was talking. He was
But
so
bro,
that's
what you
what
why do you, what beef do you have with like academia, nigga? Like, why does writing shit? Why is writing a position in something that's inactive or something that's irrelevant or useless? Like
right. So I'm saying
literature,
writing
like
is
knowledge
shit.
production is a good thing, bro.
Right. So if you say so. So when you see these niggas running around today talking about black Jews and all this silly ass shit, that's that Dr. Ben shit, bro. That's
that's
that
not just
talk.
Dr.
That
Ben.
talk that
That's
started
not just
way back.
hell. That's more than just Dr. Ben. It was
Yeah, bro,
black
but I'm
dudes
just
from the
saying
20s, bro.
that's what niggas run into. That's what niggas. That's
But
what
that's
niggas.
the whole community was
Identity
religious though.
crisis.
The
It
whole
goes back to them. The
that's
identity
not
crisis
only them.
is. Oh yeah, that's them, fam.
Nah, you
This
Yeah,
can't
but it's like it's
you
niggas that's
can't
doing
look,
productive.
you're gonna make an argument, but you don't have the basis of your argument outside of your opinion is not gonna be substantiated.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody debate me on it, it will be.
It's
Right?
right
It'll
here, right now. You could have you
take time
can't
to lay out the
substantiate.
argument and whatnot.
You're gonna opinionate your perspective, but you're not gonna
No,
substantiate it. You couldn't right now shit.
give
You couldn't share
introduction.
your screen right now and substantiate your opinion. Yeah, as a claim.
Say it again.
You cannot share your screen right now and substantiate your claim.
No, because it would be something. It would be a compilation of what he taught. What he taught isn't in a compilation anywhere. I would have to prep it, which wouldn't be a problem though.
But you would
You're
have to
But
stating that what he
explain. You would
taught.
have.
to a source,
But
but
you.
going
But
to a
no,
source and
teaching is
copy,
not the
I
grift.
can't do
In
that.
order to make it a grift, you have to bring up people from that era stating that he was grifting. You can't
I
do
didn't,
that.
I didn't use that word. That ain't. I'm not saying it was a gift. I'm saying it was unnecessary. It was a waste of time. It was
You
stupid shit.
can't, again, that's your opinion. You can't substantiate that with anybody else making that claim from that era.
Right. So I wouldn't need to have people from the era making the claim or substantiate
And
that.
that's just your
What
opinion.
happens is when we start talking today about black Hebrew Israelites and all of that shit, it's called pseudo. It's called
That's
stupid.
in
It's called a waste
2025.
of time.
Yes.
But
In
if that,
2025.
but if he's an Egyptologist and people are saying Egyptology is pseudo, then he wasted a lot of our time with that shit.
He's not an
But that's what.
Egyptologist.
But wouldn't it? I think the more accurate term would be
He's
Africana
an
scholars.
Egyptologist.
No. I think the more accurate term, you know what I mean, would be more Africana scholars. You know what I'm saying? Like I get the argument about how this shit is used and how they valorize these names, but I think what you're criticizing is the caricature of their work. You feel me? Because like really, the thing is, it's like a lot of it is to an extent outdated, but it was what it did at the time that it was doing what it was doing was creating a sense of understanding and a sense of self that was outside of normative identity construction in the United States. Like they
Right,
were
right.
reframing. Now again, did they get certain things wrong? Yes, they did. But that's
Yes.
a part of that. But that's a part of the academic process, right? You have hypotheses, you have theories, and you posit those theories. And as more information come out, theories are proven correct and theories are proven incorrect. But that's a part of the process. You feel me? And so I think the mistake is that they valorize these names without building on the literature, without building on the conversation. They just regurgitate aspects of the conversation. I'm not driving faster.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So again, when like I say, when certain people in history they get elevated for no reason. Like I say, there's a reason why that nigga Dr. Ben ain't respected outside of these black circles. He was a clown. And so when you see people's writings and their history and shit that go to the Nation of Islam and we'll never see it unless we go through them niggas, that's a problem. That's a problem. If he was that shit should be in a black museum where we could have access to it to see it as black people. His shit is in the Nation of Islam. So that means we got to go through them niggas to see what he allegedly wrote for us. No, fam, that's bullshit.
But isn't the bigger problem like
That's not
those who
bullshit.
is the people who
It
bastardize
is. The
those?
Nation of Islam is a goddamn scam cult. What do you mean?
Now I ain't got no pushback on that, but I'm
Man, you
talking
done
about
lost
like
your damn
for the
mind,
people who
bro.
bastardize those teachings.
Some of the most greatest minds, black minds ever to exist came out of the Nation of Islam.
I know they protected Muhammad Ali. I know that. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
I just think the bigger
Mafia, I know
issue
that.
is I think the bigger issue is those who bastardize the information and then use it to benefit themselves. You know what I mean? Like I think that's more the issue, but like because like a lot of those scholars or something, like I said, they was just dealing with information that they was like bringing to the community like in those times. You know what I mean?
It was a direct challenge. My fault, Luke, but it was a
Bro, you
direct
still
challenge
what you're
to
saying.
the Euro. Like at the time, the dominant understanding of Africa and African people was from a Eurocentric lens. These were some of the first people to reject the Eurocentric framing of Africa and African people, and an attempt to create a understanding outside of that. That's you know what I mean. You got to like for that. I say okay that for that at that time that was appreciated. But should niggas still be quoting that shit like the way that they do today? No, I don't. I don't think they should. I think it's I think that shit is
I mean,
outdated.
white folks still quote they scholars and they ancient archaeologists or whatever you want to call it. So
Yeah,
why
and wait, yeah.
So
Mhm.
Taz,
Like
what would it,
Don, like
like,
that,
what, would
bro.
it,
That's
what should they have
Like
been
who?
focused on that? What would have been in the Contra, Taz? What would have been the Contra perspective? What should he have been focused on that to
In
make your
what?
claim?
In the
If you're
50s?
saying that, if you're saying what should have Dr. Ben been focused on?
In the 1950s, you saying?
70s, 80s when he was teaching at City College. What do you
I'm
think?
saying, I mean, as he got older, of course, that's probably all he could do was teach, right? As you get older, but I'm saying in your younger years, though, when you see what's going on in the streets and shit, you don't get involved in that, and you still writing. It's just not the same conversation for me. I'm not
No, he
able
was
to.
doing he was doing stuff like he was doing educational stuff like taking people to Africa, taking trips, doing
Right,
school college shit.
right. Yeah, I don't fuck with
yeah,
it.
but see,
That's what
but
I'm saying.
yeah, like I said, you just mentioned taking trips to Africa to this nigga.
No, but I'm
Yeah,
saying so that's why I asked him.
yeah. I
So when
mean,
you
taking
say in the
trips to
streets, so
Africa to
now
what?
if you're saying no, but if you're saying in the
To
streets,
visit the Library of Alexandria?
what
What
level
are you
of in the
talking about?
streets? Because at this same period of time, going forward, like the Nation of Islam was kind of in the streets. There was other people in the streets that you may not fuck with. You know what I'm saying? So what's the standard? Because when you say clown, it's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody that's doing the Hebrew Israelite shit,
but he literally was a
you know,
college professor. I know the Hebrew stuff was one part, but he still was a college professor.
okay, and which means what?
He
That he,
educated black men.
like people,
Right,
like I'm just saying, like
to believe they're Egyptians and shit, right? To be
if
Hebrew
so,
Israelites and shit.
what should
He
he?
educated
So
a lot of dumbass
what
niggas
should he have been
that's
teaching
on
them?
here
That's what I'm
now
asking.
being called
So what
pseudo.
would you say? What would you say they should have been teaching them?
Anything but that. Teach them American history. Teach them about shit that's happening around them. It's other shit going on in the
But
1950s
he
that's
also
not
did that. He also did that.
I'm sorry,
He
where?
also did that. He also did that. And he had an African studies class, bro, an African American studies class.
In the 70s and 80s?
Yeah, City College.
Right.
And he
So
taught
are
at
we
the
talking
Schomburg.
about the 50s or are we talking about the 70s?
Dr. Ben
So
in the
again,
50s.
and
We're
now
talking about Dr. Ben.
went into
We talking about Dr. Ben. I don't know
right. So he
Dr. Ben
went
for
to
being
the
around in the
institution, right? And started teaching within the white man's institutions. Right?
God damn, I mean, what the no,
Man, you gotta switch the goddamn narrative, man. What's wrong with you, man?
Sure, bro. I'm just making sure because
What
these
is
the
it supposed
same
to
niggas you gonna tell me that are on point in this and that, but they talking all this black shit. But then where does he find himself? In the white man's institution. So you can skip all this shit. Don't even listen to a nigga like that and just go be in the white man's institution. Like he did.
So, so nobody should have earned. Nobody should have made no money.
No, nobody should have wasted their time doing all this other shit and all this talking and telling black people that the white man this and the white man that and the white man, the white man, the white man, the white man, and then your ass right there with the white man. But you done told all these kids to hate the white man. You done directed all these kids away from where you headed to, which is to go work in the institution. He's a clown.
I think Domo just explained like when people
What
say
about
the white
hospitals?
man, like
So
what
then
that
we shouldn't
means.
work in hospitals neither?
Like
I'm saying we should. I'm saying more so let's eliminate the nonsense, the black Hebrew Israelite shit, the Egyptology shit,
the
the black
blackology.
this, the black that. If we're gonna do all of that, then let's stop talking about
But that period, but there's a period of discovery that was needed, you know, I mean, exploration. So if you go back before that in the 60s, when African studies was being developed, and 50s, that understanding that we want to explore history and understand it from our perspective is needed. And that's what I mean from an academic perspective, you got to respect that.
I get what Taz is saying though, like
and when he
Taz,
takes
Taz,
the Hebrew Israelites, that's our
Taz,
history.
you just don't like the romanticism, and I can kind of like.
No, but that's the
man. Taz don't know what he like.
No, you don't like the romanticism
because you know what's crazy? I
our history, fam.
Yo, Taz, you know what's crazy? I grew up hearing. I'm with it, but Taz, the reason why to me, Taz, your argument would only be strong if you throw STEM in it, because that's how my pops was. I was raised hearing Taz's argument. No cap, my pops ain't fuck with none of those dudes. He was like, yo, they all talking this, like, who gives, like, where's the science? Like, what are we building? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that was, I was waiting for Taz to say it. I'm like, all right, so what should they have been? I'm like, I would agree.
I get what
like,
he's saying though, like, cause like when I get what he's saying, cause every time you hear like one of these nearly full of acolytes, they always repeat the 9 areas of activity, word for word, like you know what I mean. They do kind of get
That's
muddled
because
and
it's a
stuff.
fact. It's an undeniable fact. It's
No,
an
it's not.
impregnable. It's an impregnable fact, bro.
No, it's not. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, that shit is, like, bro. They don't mention eugenics. They don't mention none of the policies of eugenics. So, like, that shit is just. I don't even know why that white supremacy.
It muddles the conversation, man.
Bro, niggas don't mention no modern scholars, nigga. You wouldn't think that a black person that wrote anything influential in the field of social sciences in the last 60 years, nigga.
That's true.
You hear no like all the black people that's out there writing, and I mean there are more black political scientists, there are more black social scientists than at any point during the time that Dr. Ben was around, with better technology and with better access to information. And it's like nobody cares about any of those people. That is baffling to me. I will say that.
Nah, there's a network that developed, you know what I mean, between the collegiate and the pro-black. I gotta shout my pops for that one, because he was a vet. So you had to, even with the, how he would say it, because even down to like living in the cities, like, yo, there's different groups. Like the Black Panthers you had the street dudes, you had the college dudes, you had veterans, and you had the regular dudes all walking around. And then you had the religious niggas that was like, yeah, you gotta make a group for the religious heads. The religious griff is, that religious griff is crazy. I've been around. Like, that's.
Yeah, but I think Dr. Ben was pretty much teaching us history. Now, when a lot of us learn history in public school, a lot of niggas on this panel was jumping out their seat because they thought Christopher Columbus discovered America. So Dr. Ben didn't come to teach us math. He was giving us, in my perspective and opinion, history, because a lot of us love history. So, you know, He was giving up a history from
That
a black
that you
perspective, and he was. If you wanted math, my nigga, you should have went to a different scholar, Taz, or a different
no,
teacher.
I mean I'm perfectly fine with you being a competent student of his. It strengthens my fucking point.
No, I wasn't a student of his, bro.
Nah,
I
I
was
I ain't
ain't
gonna lie. When I
his
got into the
teacher.
conscious community, I never heard of Dr. Ben till I got introduced to the conscious community. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
never
and to me,
me
he
never
either.
only
heard
taught history of Africa. He taught African history, that was contrary to white history. We learn white history every day, K through 12, damn near, and we jump out our seat because we got the answer right. You know what I'm saying? So hey, it is what it is.
yeah,
You better believe if anybody's gonna bring a generic YouTube spiel about history, you're gonna hear it from a dog. For sure.
yeah, that ain't my experience. My
You was
grandmother
sitting
was
in the white man class and
yeah,
you was jumping up and down because you got the answer
I
right.
was
Nigga, shut up.
saturated with
No,
some
you know a lot of us. We got the answer right sometime when we was in middle school. You smiling because you think you got the answer right in history class. All I was saying is that Dr. Ben was just giving us some history. It wasn't. If it was math, we had other scholars and teachers out there for math and whatever else, political science.
All right,
But
Y'all
can you
said
how
name
Elmo.
much
Elmo. You
stand
want to
on?
know
Yeah,
what
I'm
he
not
really
going.
How much of it can you stand on
what he
today?
really
We
just said is
Ethiopian.
that
We
he
came through
didn't learn
Egypt.
any black history in his house. That's what Madonna is really telling us.
No,
So
but
he
Taz
would
But you
choice
have
of
still
more
words is what.
insight
understand,
than
bro, like
any
if niggas
history
saying
But
we
writer
Taz,
in
but
Egyptian
your
and we
choice
Islam.
of words
talking
though,
all
your
this
choice
shit,
of
bro.
words is it may be provocative, Taz, but it's gonna leave a stain in the conversation where in terms of like how we understand our history. You know what I
But
mean?
Q, when I hear people saying that same shit today, they're called pseudo. That's my issue with this. It's like how can Dr. Ben not be pseudo, but you're dragging all his sons? You can't wait till one of his sons get up here so you can call him pseudo.
No,
Come
that's
on,
because
man,
that's 40
that's
years of
crazy.
difference though. That's 40 years of difference.
Right.
That's the difference. We got to be able to like put
More
ourselves in that
information has
perspective.
come out.
So he was
So we
pseudo.
Yeah,
back then, yeah, we
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 can say that
recognize
now.
medical people. Yeah, we can say that now.
We agree with you. Yes, he is now. Yes.
But the
After what?
clown, we wouldn't call him a clown
Yeah,
though.
we wouldn't call
I
him a
would.
clown. He was pseudo.
Yeah,
We get you. We
I was
agree.
all over there, fam. Wow.
Yeah, we give grace to the. I personally and so many of us give grace to the different errors. I know where you was going though. That's why you got me thinking about my pops. I'm like, damn. So this how my pops used. He's like, yeah, old clown. Niggas don't know shit over there talking about this. Hey, well, look, he's crazy. Oh my goodness. Fine, but
And you know what's funny? It reminds me of what the conversation is now. Not just really change the topic. It's the older basketball players versus the newer era. Who could do what versus what? You know, like a lot of people say Dr. J was garbage, and because we got a LeBron James.
yeah, if
You know what
Taz
I'm
was a
saying?
YN on the net, oh my goodness, bro. All the niggas from the 80s is trash.
You feel me? Like that's just the you know what I mean? Dr. Ben was pseudo. Yeah, we agree to that.
Right. So I mean, so to me, that's the end of it, though, bro. Like, so I didn't say nothing crazy because you're
No,
not
but you
willing.
called him a
I find
clown
it.
though.
I
But
find it
listen, but
comical.
watch this.
I,
But
I
watch
find it
this.
comical.
But check
YouTube
this
nigga,
out.
a YouTube nigga calling a man pseudo who actually went and touched the walls of Egypt several times.
Thousand
That's
books
that's
talking about
real.
somebody a
I mean,
pseudo.
I find that real hypocritical.
Yeah, that's great. Fuck that nigga and fuck the walls of Egypt. So, like I was just saying, when it comes to this conversation, it can't be this romanticism of certain people because you like them. If people talk bullshit, they talk bullshit. If we can't stand on what you was teaching today, you were a problem. That's
Nah,
my
but that don't work. It don't work. But
how that's not the case.
that's
If
not how it works though.
it's got to work. Dane Calloway is a problem because
No, but
he,
that's
bruh,
not the
because he's considered a scholar amongst his people.
he's not
They're
a
going to say
scholar.
the same shit. Y'all, neither is no fucking Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben would have been considered a scholar. He taught at colleges. He
Yeah,
used in the information at the time. The
Erudite.
information, yeah,
Erudite.
the information at the time. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. We got to respect the difference. You know what I mean? Like that's and then understand how to handle the difference. Pause. You know what I mean? Like that's like because there is that part of the conversation where it becomes like And I think that's the religious side, Taz. Like, honestly, there's a heavy religious, like the Egyptian allure in the Bible had black people hoodwinked for a long time, bro. Like, that's
Yes.
I think that's more now. I think it's more than it was back
Hey,
then.
hey,
No,
nah,
hell
hey,
no,
the
because
it
race
Bible.
has
trickled,
changed now.
it trickled down and it
No,
changed.
that Egypt stuff.
But no, but the Bible, because Dr. Ben tied himself to that shit somehow. But then he revoked it. There, I got a
Man,
video of
bro.
him
It
revoking it,
wasn't the
calling
sum of
it.
Dr. Ben, though. He wasn't. That wasn't the
Hey,
sum
hey,
of it.
hey, hey, look, let me finish.
That's all I'm gonna say. Do your thing.
You been finished.
Unlike
Yeah,
like
bro.
you and your
Let's say,
God
man.
has been finished. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Dr. Ben, he recognized what when I look at this conversation, it's kind of double-edged because I understood what a lot of them historians or black scholars were trying to do, were attempting to do. And if they used the wrong science and the wrong information at the time, that's what was available.
Mm-hmm.
So we can kind of fault them for that. But if that was you in their situation, you would probably use similar information.
Man, how can you go against a man who broke barriers?
I'm not.
Dr. Ben broke
No
barriers
one.
when it comes
No
to
one.
Egyptology
No one's going
and
to guess them. Are
anthropology.
you slow? Are you slow, or
Bro,
are you
That shit
just
was
listening with one
bro,
ear?
I don't give a damn.
Because no one's going to guess him. What I'm
I'm
saying
still
is
talking
that
to Taz.
listen.
I'm
I
still
That
talking
shit
to
was
understand.
Taz, bro.
busted.
I'm not
Listen,
even
but
paying you no mind.
I'm talking to you and
I'm
everyone.
talking to Taz. I ain't talking to
Because
He's also
everybody
my
on this
people,
panel and everyone in the chat is listening. So if you can't do that, then that's on you. So fall back and let me finish. I was almost done. So again, if you can't accept how information changed and people was able to build off of all their information, the white scholars, the black scholars, the Arabics, and whoever else was used to help us get to this point, then I don't know what we're doing. Everybody's a pseudo at this point. Shit.
Yeah, they are. You don't hear me on here talking about those motherfucking archaeologists and shit from that era. Like a lot of that shit that can't be confirmed, it just can't. So what ends up happening is people start making up shit and adding their own shit to it. And that's what that clown Dr. Ben did for many years. Taught a bunch of black people a bunch of dumb shit. Now you got a bunch of niggas running around saying, see, and they lied, and see, and they lied, and he lied. And we ain't African and this and that, but that's where that shit come from. It come from niggas lying and putting pseudo shit out. Niggas ain't just searching for their ethnicity and who they are now for no reason. That come from them clowns, nigga. That
nigga, that
from
come from slavery,
But
nigga.
Taz,
That come from
Taz,
slavery,
listen.
nigga. What are you talking about, bro?
But hey, Taz,
You
listen.
broke the chains of
Listen.
slavery a long fucking time ago.
No,
You
nigga,
still on the
slavery.
plantation
No,
ass
nigga, that's
niggas.
why we still.
Still
You
bitch
still.
ass
That's why
back to the
niggas. Why
plantation,
niggas take a
nigga.
DNA
I've
test
been on
then?
the plantation
Why
and we ain't
are
been
so
for
many
a
black
long
people
time.
taking DNA
That's
tests,
crazy.
Taz? Tell me that. Why are so many
I
black
just
Hold on.
people?
told you
Hold
why,
on,
because
hold
they
on.
was
If it
told
ain't
by
about
several different scholars, several different
bro,
things
bro,
about
no,
their fucking
answer the
identity.
question. Why are so many Negroes taking DNA tests, trying to figure out where the hell they came from?
I'll say it again. Because they were told by
Land
so many
mass.
different scholars and
Nigga,
historical figures in black history that they were this and they were that.
Right.
There's
no,
no
it proves the fact we
No,
don't know
bro,
who the
listen
hell
to
we
what I'm
are,
telling you first before your stupid ass start talking. There's
bro.
no
You're a lost cause.
I'm a lost cause?
Yeah, bro.
All right.
How could you,
But
bro? I don't give a fuck how much I disagree with Dr. Ben.
All right,
I'm not
nigga.
gonna disrespect the brother because he laid barriers, broke barriers, all that, and niggas down in
Barriers for who?
why so you? It's
Broke
because of
barriers for
Dr.
who?
Ben. It's because of teachers like Dr.
He
Ben.
ain't
More
the first
black
teacher,
people
nigga.
doing DNA tests. It's
He ain't the
because of
first
people
teacher
like
working
Dr.
at the
Ben.
university, nigga. What are you
I'm
talking?
just
Broke no
saying,
barriers.
because the
He
way
just
when the way,
another nigga that
bro.
talked that Africa shit and then went into an
I
American
know.
institution, nigga.
What I'm
What are you
saying,
talking about?
when that wave of black history or black consciousness hit the internet, that wave that came through from 2005 and up to now, it was
Yeah,
because of
bro.
Dr. Ben. So
You want
that's
me to
why,
really go there and say niggas
So that's why
dumb?
niggas,
You
that's
want
why
me to
a lot
really
of people,
cross? You want me to
it's
cross
because
the
of that
battle line and
movement,
talk about how
bro.
dumb niggas is
It's
because they
because of
follow
that
Dr.
movement.
York and
It's
many
because
other
of that
dumb
movement.
niggas
Hold on.
that follow
I'm talking about,
Dr.
bro.
York.
It's because of that
They
movement.
follow Fard Muhammad. How many
Bro,
of these dumb niggas do you want me to talk about that followed all these frauds? You want me to
bro.
really talk about how dumb our people is? You want to get into that? Because I ain't scared to say it, nigga.
Man, listen,
You might
man.
not want to walk down that road,
The
nigga.
fact you
You've
can't.
been following
The
Fraud
fact still
for years,
remains.
nigga.
The fact still
You've been
remains.
following
Black
TD
people.
today.
The fact still remains. Black people still trying to figure out who the hell they are. That's a
That's a
fact,
problem.
and that's why history matters. That's why Dr. Ben and all them other people brought what they brought, and that's why niggas is taking DNA tests now, trying to figure out where they from and all that shit. You got niggas on this panel that took the goddamn DNA test, trying to figure out where they from, and now they proud to say I'm West African. I hear Sabio slow ass every day. I'm West African. I'm West African. You know why? Because he never knew who the hell he was. He finding out. He getting the knowledge of self. He finally getting the knowledge of self, trying to figure out who. He so many years he wondered who the hell he was. Now he got an idea because of DNA test. Now we got an idea who the hell he is. Now we think he's somebody.
Hold on.
I am
First off,
somebody ass nigga.
There we go.
Okay. So Taz,
Niggas ain't need no DNA test to know they was African. Fuck boy.
You dumbass. And again, this is again, this is something that I let everybody know before I joined Q Butters panel when I was on Dagger Squad. I knew I was African because I was taught this from a young age. What tribe I came from, I did not know. But I knew I had Nigerian ancestry. I have been saying this for years. Not when I took the DNA test, just confirmed it and gave me a place of origin to look at.
It made you proud.
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
It gave you hope. It gave you a new foundation.
Go find your Yahweh.
It gave you a new hope.
Y'all hear how this motherfucker keep trying to speak
Yo,
for
come
me?
on, share with other language. Come on, y'all.
So again, don't try to tell my story, and I've told it numerous times. I don't change. I knew what I was African from a young age because this is the history I was taught from my uncles, my grandmother, my grandfather, my mother. So I learned it. I grew up around it. I didn't need a DNA test to confirm it.
Bullshit. Why did you take
dummy?
Bullshit. That's why you took it. You wanted to certify
because I wanted to find the tribe.
You wanted to try to certify who you thought you were. And you still confused in the mud.
I wanted to find the tribe that I came from. So I know that I'm a
You still confused. You still don't know who the hell you are.
Understand what I'm talking
about. You still don't know who you are. You still don't know who you is, nigga.
You the one who
still don't know.
Now, hold on,
Hold on, nigga. That's why you think you're a Middle
part of this, bro.
Yo, come on.
People like me did not grow up chasing the ideology. I was just fine with Africa, right? So once you start getting people like Dr. Ben talking about Egypt and this and that, Ethiopia and all these different places, if we're not from there, he sent people on a wild goose chase, only to later now have it confirmed that you're West African. So again, the fact that you're misdirected, now it does send people to say, well, you know what, maybe we ain't even African. Like, you can't give people misinformation and then try to correct it. Like,
but
he shouldn't have been doing it, bro.
So this is the Amsterdam News. We'll go into the writers of it because that's another part. But his books in the 70s, to me, are part of that era. Like his books at the time, right here, all published in this African Origins of the Major Western Religions, African Mother of Western Civilization, Black Man of the Nile and His Family, is all 1970 to 1972. Then 1983, We the Black Jews Witnessed the Whitest Jewish Race Myth. Lesser known, blah blah blah. So there's a connectivity to what you're saying, but there's also an overarching conversation in which Black people are trying to understand their story.
And the part that the reason why the conversation is convoluted is because niggas haven't progressed from that properly. Like again, you're supposed to stand on the shoulders of Dr. Ben. You're not supposed to like rely on and lean on like that stuff that was made for that time. Like that's why when a lot of the arguments that you hear, a lot of these conversations about race and society and everything else, when it comes from whether it's Hebrews, whether it's super Kemetic niggas or whatever, it's outdated. Like it's people who are completely against the concept of scientific racism, but still use craniology,
Yep.
right, to understand identity. You feel me? Like it's like y'all, it's like you're on the ideologically, you have some of the right stuff, but the intellectual part is what's lacking. And I don't think that, and I think that like Q is saying, Dr. Ben should be looked at at the time that Dr. Ben existed in.
Existed,
He
right.
shouldn't be looked at as a leading scholar in 2025.
2025, right. I agree with that.
He
I
shouldn't
agree
have
with
been a
that.
leading scholar at no point.
See, and that's where niggas disagree. That's where because this like it's like the social sciences and the physical sciences operate from the same principles. You make observations, you make claims about those observations, and then you predict the future of what it is that you observe. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. But I think that like laying down for because I would argue that the benefit of Dr. Ben was laying down an Afrocentric framework for understanding archaeology, history, you know what I'm saying, anthropology, all of that. Having an Afrocentric lens to examine anthropology is
I
beneficial.
think
It,
actually
it was productive.
gives
Like
us a way
I
gives
would
us an
stand on it.
ability
It
to
was
look at
productive.
life through our lens and not only look
Yeah.
at Western
You gotta
and
understand, nigga, at that time, the idea of a black lens or Afrocentric lens, nigga, that shit was unheard of, it was unthought of. And the reason why they don't get a lot of respect now is because they didn't get a lot of respect then anyway. And it
Yeah.
wasn't because they were incorrect, it was because they was black that they didn't get the respect that they deserved. It was because they came from an Afrocentric lens, is because they didn't get the respect they deserved.
Preach, though.
No, nigga,
So I
nigga.
would ask Domo if I can. Is that me with the echo?
Nah, that's been down with that.
I
I
would
don't
ask
know.
Domo, no disrespect to how you feel about Dr. Bennett. I agree totally with the pseudo stuff. But what scholar do you agree with and would say is prominent of today?
Oh shit, I got a whole list. What like in which field?
Not you, Domo. I meant Tag. I'm sorry.
Oh, my fault. Oh, my fault. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have no list. Fuck them niggas. I
Yeah, I
don't
figured
trust
that.
scholars.
I thought you would say that.
I don't
No,
trust scholars because they lie like Dr. Ben. I do my
I
own
get you.
research.
No, I respect that. That's why I asked you that. I
You
understand where
research
I
who?
understand where you're coming from. I
Who do you research?
I'm a
You
research.
got it
I
out.
research the subject matter. I don't research people. I don't have a
Right,
page.
but
I don't have
you
a
understand though what
yeah.
when you say you're doing research, you're
But you hear me?
researching.
Make sure you heard me
No,
though,
no,
bro.
I hear you.
I
I hear
don't
you.
have
I
a
heard you.
favorite person to get information from.
Okay,
understand.
I hear you.
I
I hear
understand that.
So he's saying he
Like
basically researches and use multiple
Dr.
people
Ben, look at all his
on
work.
said
and
He
topic.
wrote it,
and and and
and you're
and
gonna
and,
lose.
and, and
May I offer another
He be
hold
perspective?
googling the
on.
shit out of stuff.
Can I speak real quick? Because I think what people are doing unintentionally is they're placing people on pedestals, and instead of just using their information, and that's what I have learned not to do. I've learned to
No, but
use
that's
great
not what happened
people.
over here. This is just having respect in the
Right. And
discourse,
Q,
the discussion that people have had.
I understand that about having a respect for Dr.
Unfortunately,
Bennett, John
Taz
Wilkes Clarkson, and all
don't,
that.
he don't got that
And
level of respect for people of the
and
past like that.
and if he don't,
I
then
don't have
there's nothing we
respect
can
for
do
people
about that.
that has been misled by people, bro.
May
Look,
I
I don't.
offer a perspective, though?
can I finish what I was saying? Because I understand the respect level that people are supposed to have and why that respect is supposed to be there. And some people are not going to have that because there were some things that people may have said that may have been misleading and it wasn't intentional. But the same can be said about some of the white scholars or Asian scholars or other scholars that we use to come to some of our conclusions, and other black scholars. So they might not be right on everything. Are they intentionally misleading people? No, it's
Yes.
because they was using the information that was available to them at that time. So I couldn't say you was misleading me, Taz, if you told me something that you thought was accurate, but then 5 years later we come to find out there's another angle to look at it.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, bro. Because like I understand y'all point. I don't even think it's a bad point, right? You got to deal with what you're dealing with at the time and in the moment. I got you. But over the years, what happens is people begin to repeat what they were taught in the moment, right? So this is why I'm against being taught some dumb shit in the moment. Because, like, for example, Special Field Order 15, this 40 acres and a mule dumb shit. People still repeat that today as a reparations conversation when it never was. It's documented. We can go read it a million times. It's not going to stop people from saying that it's something that it's not. Right, so we can't afford to be mistaught because in our community, it's hard to break understandings, even if they're not true.
I understand.
When you're saying mistaught, though, what should you're saying that the only thing they should have? What should they have been focused on being taught?
Special Field Order 15, Black American History.
Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Dr. Ben.
1865, 68. Right, that clown. That clown should have been more focused on that, or get your ass to Africa and teach that shit over there. But what we don't need is some pseudo shit that we can't stand by today. I don't care what he teach. Don't teach that pseudo shit. Don't teach shit we can't stand on today.
But that's you're talking. But this is understand. This is 50 years ago. That's what I'm saying. Like you're
Right,
still in the
we can go
60s.
back 100 years ago.
No, but you're still in the
Carter
60s.
work. We can go look at Carter's work and see legitimate shit that doesn't reflect a falsehood. Right? We start.
Yeah, but he said God told him to do that shit.
We can stand on what other scholars said. Today,
Tess, ain't you a historian? I'm confused.
absolutely. That's why I don't fuck with these clowns. That's what I said. It's niggas that we can really look at historically that actually did this shit that we giving people who we can't stand on their work today credit for. We can't stand on that nigga work today. Ain't nobody once today said
some things we can.
To some extent, with Dr. Ben, you can. That's what I'm saying. You're wrong with that.
Some things we can, Taz. Some things we can't. Some things we can.
With Dr. Ben,
there's something we can accurately look up.
Every child in America learns the 4 old civilizations, and they're all river civilizations.
Mm-hmm.
And in the river civilizations, all of them are not. The way they teach it is not black. So the contributions of recognizing the black contributions to the Nile Valley civilizations is important.
But how important is that Hebrew Israelite shit?
That's the error. A lot of us during that era got caught up in the religious overtone. There's a lot of religious overtone.
And
the whole era got caught up with that religious shit. The whole 100 years, 125 years, you go back, black folks was not everyone, but 96%, 97% was 98%.
It was a big percentage of them caught up in that wave.
So Taz, if you doing your homework and your research on something, and you find a person that you research and stuff, and he's a Christian, would you say that he's pseudo too?
A Christian or a pastor?
Both.
A Christian.
No, a Christian is typically a follower. He would fit the mold historically of our people being idiotic followers that follow blindly.
No, but Taz, hold on. I want to go back to that first point, though.
Followers, Taz on this.
But this contribution is important. I think you skipped it. Every school has to learn about the river civilizations, and is not taught from a black or indigenous perspective. It's taught still from a very religious white perspective. And so the contributions of recognizing and understanding that the oldest civilizations are associated to the Nile Valley.
So like there are some things that can be taken and used to benefit. I got you. I don't have an issue with that. Yeah, some things. A lot of people say some things that could be used to benefit. Right, but I'm saying in totality, that's not what's taken from dude. Buddy is
not. That's not on him though.
And no, that's not his fault. That's
it is on him.
That's the followers of him who misused his information to push narratives that he wasn't actually pushing.
You know what? I would. The only reason I would agree with Taz, and you would hate my answer for why I would say that, Elijah Muhammad and WD Fraud. They
Damn.
wrote specific instructions so that way when they died, you do this shit the way I told y'all motherfuckers how to do it. And that's why
Damn, you had to go down that route, huh?
Or businesses that got business models and business plan. When the owner dies, that ain't got nothing to do with the business plan. You keep carrying out the way the shit was designed when I wrote the shit.
But again, I would still have to attribute some of that to the selfishness and of people, because when people can get information and misuse it, and we can see it. We see it happen all the time. And at that time, when people were just getting literate or becoming literate, it was real easy to mislead people with those types of magical words that they was using to make themselves sound super intelligent. And that's what happened.
But it's also when I hear Taz and other people use language to
So I ain't
describe
making
our
excuses. I'm
people,
just looking at both sides like Taz.
it's one thing to look at one side, but the choice of language and rhetoric to choose, like, that's, you embody that. You know, we got to be
Right.
mindful of
And
that
some
because
people embodied that. And some people actually embodied that to the detriment of the community, but to the betterment of themselves and them and their communities, or
no, you
those
just
that
what
they
I'm,
wanted to.
I'm talking about calling somebody a clown.
Yeah, I'm being purposefully irresponsible.
Yeah, he's been
No,
purposely
but see,
irresponsible.
Dr. Ben
Taz was been a
No,
Dr.
jackass
Ben,
I
on
got
that.
it. So I got to be purposely responsible in it. That's why I got to, you know.
Right. Well, who doesn't know that you're going to be? I'd say that knowing that it will be people to defend him.
And
Right.
I just
I
said,
knew he did.
I'm not even a fan of him.
But
I didn't even know about him until I got to I didn't know about him until I got to the conscious community. No
I knew a
cap.
little about him. I wasn't
but nah, but
very
see, the
well
difference
studied
is
on
seen
him.
the
Dr. Ben knew people wouldn't believe him, so he took them to Egypt to show them the black people of the Nile. That's all he did. He knew black people in America wouldn't believe him, so he said, "Hey, let me show y'all some history of what some people who could have been your ancestors did that look like you that's on the wall."
But
sound
now,
like
going back to,
here too.
but now I'm not gonna word it like that, but I'm gonna say I'm hearing my pops and Taz right now, because he was like, what the fuck? We got crack. We talking about the white man putting crack in the community, killing our leaders, and y'all taking trips to Egypt? The fuck is y'all doing? The fuck are you doing?
I could see both sides of the
Yeah, I
argument.
understand that,
There's
but
no
all
other
I'm
side to
saying
if we're saying we're at war, there's only
There's
one
only
side to the argument.
one side
Just
of the
taking trips. You
argument.
don't
Right.
Focus on your fucking war. What are we talking about? Trips to Africa? I'll give no offense to Africa. What are we talking about? I remember when I got the Mega Evans and the dude told me, like, let's take a trip to Egypt. He had the whole dashiki on. I looked at him like, you fucking you talking about? I'm broke. I'm in college. Fuck am I doing to go to Egypt? What do I got to do for me? What are we doing?
I think it's because a lot of our people are fascinated with history and where we come from, right? We still got that stigma within our community of like who we are as a people. And back then, you can only imagine about a lack of information. But we still had black people that back then trying to trace our ancestors back. You know what I'm saying? Figure out who we really were, where we came from, what tribe we from. So I think that was still part of that
I
movement
don't
of finding
find
our
that in
identity.
history, bro.
So a lot of our people was, who had the
I'm sorry, I
means.
just don't
A lot
find
of our
that.
a lot of our people, because you got to remember, it was only people that had the means to do it that went to Egypt with Dr. Ben. All black people in the community were going to with Dr. Ben and no goddamn Egypt.
There's never been a time since our people came off that plantation they didn't know they was African, nigga.
There's a
That's why I don't mind playing with the topic the way I do, because there's never been a time in this country where people thought they was something else.
Until today, where we are
and
everything
Madon,
but African.
you love Khaled. Khaled even said, like, look, there was a little too much of that religious shit, bro. Let's just get to the point. Let's get to the folk.
Let's
Like,
just get to the point.
and even that was a little like, we still doing this debating shit. Like, what are we talking about? What are we debating over? Are we building factories?
Khaled gave homage to Dr. Ben just like I am. All I'm saying is he broke barriers, right? He broke barriers within that field of work. For those who like history and wanted to study history, for those black people who like the field of history, anthropology, Egyptology, archaeology, those who was in that field of work.
But
I mean,
but
that's
it
what
wouldn't
Dr. Ben
attack
was
you
for.
to talk about the
Because you got to
simplicity
remember,
of it. That's
we
why we
didn't
had
have,
to
and a
throw
lot of black
pyramids.
people in the 70s didn't know who the hell no Dr. Ben
Nah,
was.
that's why the pyramids and shit had to be thrown in it, though, bro. That's why we had to come from there because they tried
But
to
what I'm saying is,
romanticize it
Taz,
and glamorize it, bro.
but
They was
Taz,
wrong
that
for that.
subject was only for those who was interested in studying ancient history,
No,
bro.
but listen what I'm telling you, bro. I'm gonna say it again. We've never thought anything other than we're from Africa. So when you show me a bunch of fucking pyramids in Africa, you're telling me that I'm from there. That's what
No,
Africa is.
what
Africa
you
becomes
no.
Egypt
No, what it is
2,000.
was Dr.
But it
Ben, that
happened
was,
to it,
bro,
it happened to the kids, bro. That's what
bro,
happened
they
to
teach, you know how much history they teach in college and all that? Bro, come on, bro. So you
I
had
ain't talking
black
about
people.
college,
You
man.
had so by the time
I'm not talking about college.
Dr. Ben was giving like Domo and out what all has been saying. Dr. Ben was giving a perspective of history from that was never taught to black
Ancient
people.
history.
You know what I'm saying? We was robbed of. So all it was
Mm.
for those that were interested in that field of work. Like if you
So
went to college and you weren't interested in that
I hear.
field, you wouldn't take it.
I
So my
think.
thing
I
is,
think.
let's
I
not make
think
it look like Dr. Ben came out here
it
and
sounds
had a
like.
whole million of all black people trying to go to Egypt.
Bro,
It
you
sounds
telling
like.
black people that's where they from, bro. What do you mean? That's a
And I
problem.
hear what you say. I hear what you saying, Taz. I hear because what you're saying is that the majority of the conversation was directed to Egypt and not to the rest of Africa.
Right.
Where and I understand, and I think that's the part of the conversation that people overlook sometimes.
And you can glorify Egypt with the pyramids and the history
Right,
and all
and
these
overlook.
You
movies.
know what though?
And,
But
and
that was also the era though, because that was Egypt was on the height of like this pseudo community we call pseudo now. That was on the beginning of the development then. You know what I mean? Like there was a whole bunch of fake Egypt. There wasn't even no that Egyptology shit was in them aliens, that whole ancient aliens era, all of that shit come out the same little group
same
body.
era, right? And I think that's the disservice to this conversation when we actually look in it and we start peeling back the layers, because some people's intentions were to give the best history from what they understood and possibly from their beliefs because of how they were raised. So we have to learn how to balance that, and balancing that is a difficult thing because all some people want is the factual history. And if it's mixed up with the beliefs, then the history gets overlooked.
No, but there's a fight. There's also a fight for history. And I think that's what that era also represents.
Right.
Yeah, because if we're going to say we Africans, Dr. Ben only showed what Africans did. He was showing black Africans in America who claimed, like you said, Tad, we already knew we was Africans. So Dr. Ben was showing you what Africans did. He was showing you the works of the Africans, bro. That's all he did.
Right. But again, the Africans does not denote who we are. So what again, I'll say it again, what you end up
Oh, well,
doing.
how you gonna say it? But that's why you shouldn't use African as a broad statement. You shouldn't say we Africans broadly, and then when Dr. Ben says he want to show you the works of the Africans.
I think it was the religious shit. Like I think we all could agree the religious overtones kind of muddied the waters. That kind of muddied the
religious
waters.
overtones muddied the waters a lot.
That's what even creates the fixation to me with Egypt is the Bible.
Egypt, yep.
It's like, shout out to Egypt, whatever. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I have a perspective when you're willing to hear it. If you don't want to hear it, I mean, I'm good. But I have a perspective if you're willing to hear it.
Go ahead, Wale. I wasn't trying to talk over you, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, the perspective I see is like this. The 5%, I think that's what y'all call it, the people who run in the world, the 3% or whatever they call it. They're using all that pseudoscience. They're using the Kabbalion, they're using the doggone laws of nature and all that stuff. They're using all of that to get over. And I see how people kicking it out as pseudo and don't even look at it. So I'm just suggesting that, you might want to look at that and see that perspective.
Nah, that shit was pseudo. It's just being respectful to the pseudos of the past.
I'm just saying the whole thing is pseudo. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing is pseudo, and yet they're ruling the whole place with that pseudoism.
Yeah, I don't believe a lot of that stuff that y'all talk about with that stuff, bro. These energies and
I understand you don't believe it. I got that. Like
yeah, this
hey, I can dig it.
spooky shit, bro.
However, that's what's being used, and you can go check with them. They'll tell you that's what they're using. Napoleon Hill or whatever his name was, and all them guys. They'll tell you that's what they're using. And at the time, though, a lot of that stuff was coming out of the Alexandria libraries, and then the that other stone, the Rosetta Stone, they had just translated a lot of stuff.
Rosetta
So then
Stone.
the Rosetta Stone. So they were just translating a lot of stuff and getting it out of there. And then, like I said, they were getting a lot of stuff from the Library of Alexandria and that other place too, though. And they were using all of that. Even now, they still using as their base medical line is the book of medicine from Egypt. That's their base medical line. They start there and then they work their way up from there. And that's what they're using. So, I mean, if you don't want to get into it, I could dig it, but, at least, see that's what's happening.
Well, we got but Taz, I'm gonna have to take away your African card, bro, because Dr. Ben paved the way.
Shit, you can have it.
Hold on, bro. He paved the way when niggas was jumping over hills with Jim Crowism and all kinds of shit, bro. This nigga, bro, without Dr. Ben, right? Who brought us a different perspective of what Africans did, the works of Africans in African history. He paved the way in ways you don't even know. So my thing is, if you're gonna hold on, bro. When you think about people like, go ahead, man.
I mean, it's sad that, like I say, black people are trying to integrate the schools. You got George W. Lee being shot on the courthouse lawn, trying to get black people to come out and exercise their right to vote. I mean, it's easy to say what you're doing in regard to getting people to look at Africa, but you're also looking away from what's happening here, which is quite beneficial to you as you go to school and study to benefit yourself, while other people are out, dying for this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I hear you, but again, I would tend to respect somebody like Dr. King, who's at least out in the streets to get his ass whooped, than somebody who ain't even out there. Right, somebody who's just talking about in Africa. Did
Dr. King go to college? Hold on, did Dr. King go to college? Did Dr. King
these schools and shit? We got
did Dr. King go to college?
This black girl. We ain't got time to look at what's going on in Africa, nigga.
Let me ask you this: did Dr. King go to college, and what did he study when he went to college?
Shit,
did he go to college, and what? I need to know: did he go to college, and what subjects did he study when he went to college?
I need to understand the relevance.
Because the relevance is, this is why we had teachers like Dr. Ben to come up, because when our kids was in studies, even in colleges, and taking all these different courses, the history they was being taught was strictly white. It was watered down, whitewashed, and whatever other word they want to attach to it. So they was coming from saying, hey, no. Hey, wait a minute, I'm from Africa. I've been here. The way they telling y'all in these colleges, these people, look, this ain't what it is. They giving you the blew off noses. Why you in the goddamn class ain't even question why the nose blew off? So what I'm saying is that's why it matters, because you had our students, you had black people in the civil rights who were all through these movements who were in college learning different studies of history, which was tainted. So I'm showing you how it mattered, because even though we fight in different, what you want to call it, revolutionary.
Egyptians or Ethiopians?
Bro, the fact remains is all these people, all these revolutionaries that you're talking about that was on the street fighting, a lot of them went to college and had to take different courses.
Bro, niggas don't lying to their people, bro. Are we Egyptians or Ethiopians, bro?
Bro, we're Africans, if that's what you want to claim, and that's Africa.
But we don't put it down to some places on the continent, because people like me who were dumb and just thought Africa was this one place. It's not. So are we fucking Egyptians or Ethiopians?
Let's talk about it.
We're all of it. We're all of it. I claim it all.
I don't have no Egyptian or Ethiopian ancestry, so I can't say I'm all of that.
Okay, are they Africans? Are we African, and are they Africans? Are Ethiopians Africans? Are Egyptians Africans? Are Sudanese Africans? Are the people in Mali Africans?
Push back
Hold
against
on,
this shit,
because y'all using Africa as a broad statement, right? So when
right?
we say Africa, we're talking about the whole continent. Now I see if you said you point out Africa as one continent, one little part of one country in Africa.
I don't.
But you ain't doing that.
I understand the way you
What?
try to use the word African, but what you're doing is you're taking away the cultures of all those different peoples in each of those countries. So when Taz was talking about Egyptian, he was talking about all the different Egyptians in the country of Egypt. All the other people that makes up Egypt, all the other people that makes up Ethiopia, all the other people that makes up the Sudan. It's not just one group.
Do you believe in the out of Africa theory?
We don't have to go all the way, all that, because that's
What
not
you
part of
mean,
this
bro?
conversation.
So don't stop
Because
saying you
that's
African then. Well, say you West African. Don't use the word African as no, ain't no more. I need
slow
Madonna, bro.
down. You
What you
see,
mean
that's
slow
the
down?
part.
See what I'm
That's the
saying, bro?
part
This why it's not
that's why
necessary
you have
for you
to slow the
to
you know
conversation down, and that's what I'm doing. I'm
you
trying to
busted.
help you.
African
I'm
don't even
trying
know
to
that.
actually help you,
Can't
but
help
you're
me with that
arguing
dumb
me
ass nigga.
because you don't know what you're talking about, your
I
dumb
know
ass.
exactly what I'm talking
That's
about.
why you're using the word African so broadly. It's like saying
Y'all use
American.
it. Y'all use
It's like saying American. What are we talking about?
Bro, y'all use the word African broadly. Don't try to steal what I said. Like, what kind of
Again,
pseudo shit is that?
again.
like
When we
I don't
say
understand why it's just
when we're
like but like
so
any other time when we in this conversation though, but people don't mind saying what part of Africa black people in America are from today.
right,
So why today is it so hard to say?
West and Central Africa. It isn't.
It's not hard to say. I'm just saying, if we're gonna say we're Africans, if we're gonna say we're Africans, right? That means you claiming the whole continent. You
No, it
have
does.
to. Yes, it does.
No,
If you
it
gonna say
doesn't.
you Africa, you
No, it doesn't.
African, you gotta claim the whole goddamn continent. Yes, you do. Just like if you say you're American, you gotta claim the whole goddamn continent.
Nah, bro.
Bro.
That's how you leak in this. We're Egyptians, we're Ethiopians,
Right.
we all these other things that we're not. That later
Yep.
has to come back and be retaught. That's a
Yep.
problem to just say Africa, Africa, Africa. It has to be pinned down. And
That's
now
what
that
I'm
people are
saying.
starting to pin it down, the conversation has gotten much better. Now that people identify exactly South Sudanese, Mali, they actually name a country and a location, an area where they people from.
Right.
But why don't, hold on, let me ask you this. Why when they do his DNA, they got all these different percentages of different countries in Africa? Why is that?
Because
Asking how many of them say Ethiopia? How many
So
of them
that
say
goes to show you, what it goes to show you, you have, in a lot of cases, you're valid. It's valid to claim the whole continent because it shows you migrations and all this different stuff. So it shows you it's highly possible you're connected to all the people in the continent of Africa, bro. So you have to claim it all.
So again, I'm not even finna accept that because what the DNA test shows, and I've shown mine, it'll show you the percentages of where you come from, and my major percentage is the Esan
Okay,
tribe.
what are migration patterns? What are migration patterns?
Again,
African Americans,
the migration,
Black Americans.
the migration patterns happened way before
And it was back migration.
You see, you're talking about shit 50,000, 70,000, 30,000 years ago. We're not talking about that
with DNA. So the DNA didn't exist back then either?
Madummy.
So you telling me? Ain't no Madummy, bro.
Again, can you please chill out? Because no one interrupt you when you talk.
What, bro? That's real hypocrite.
No one interrupts you. I don't interrupt you when you talk. Other people may.
Bro, that's a lie,
I haven't interrupted.
Even when I go on other panels,
you,
bro, I can go on other panels. You will show your ass up just to interrupt a nigga like me.
I haven't interrupted you one time.
I go on other panels. Your black ass will pull up just to join a panel to interrupt a nigga like me, bro. You just did the other day. Stop lying.
Here we
go. If you want to go, since you want to go there.
Here we go. So again.
All right, I'm out.
Back to what I was saying. We're not talking 70,000 years ago. We're talking recent admixtures here in the Americas. to make us who we are. And I don't know why you keep trying to conflate 70,000 years ago with 400 years ago, which is a long time ago still. But we're talking about why we call ourselves African Americans. That's why you're focused on the word African, because it denotes the country. Now, if we want to, we can start breaking it down and say we are Nigerian African Americans and do all that extra shit, but it's no need for that.
And that's why I said y'all shouldn't use the word African so broadly. Y'all the one who started using the word African broadly. I the one who said if you're gonna say if you want to use the word broadly, you gotta claim the whole goddamn continent. You got unless you're gonna pinpoint where you from. If you ain't pinpoint where you from, you gotta claim the whole goddamn thing. If you're gonna say make a broad statement like we're Africans, you gotta claim Egypt. You gotta claim all parts. You gotta claim Nigeria.
So,
I mean,
unless you
pinpoint where you're from.
So Chinese Americans don't claim all of China.
That's a lie.
Indian Americans from India don't claim all of India.
Right. That's why. That's because Napoleon. That's because Napoleon and all them went in there and created a caste system. They created a caste system. Do you know about the caste system? You ever heard of the caste system, my nigga?
We're not talking about caste system. We're talking about how fallacious and stupid
your
argument is.
You said you named people who didn't claim. You was naming people who didn't claim other people, and the reason they don't claim other people is because a caste system was put in place to make them not claim other people.
We're not talking about no caste system in India. You see how you trying to run to a caste system in India that has nothing to do with the conversation. I brought them up.
No, bro, you made the claim that people don't claim other parts of India and other parts of China. You made the claim.
Madummy, it's called an example. An example. Remember, the first example I used was Chinese Americans. I said Chinese Americans don't claim all of China.
And you said the people in India as well. And you use the people in India.
That's another example, you moron.
It's a bad example. It's a bad example to use to say that these people in India don't claim the other people in India when history shows us there was a caste system that created the problem in the first place.
My boy, Young Deity, can you go look up the word Dunderpate for your boy Madon? Dunder, Dunderpate.
Man, don't look
up the word Dunderpate, please. I know what it is. I can tell you what it is off the top of off the brain.
Okay, you learned something new. Okay, go.
No, I been knew what it was. I called it. I called you another word that they use.
Man,
I decided not to use that word.
With this argument,
So again,
if you're gonna say you're African, you better be claiming the whole goddamn country.
No,
nigga like me will call you out.
Now that's just like a Brazilian American claiming all of the continent of South America. The fuck?
Foolish or ignorant person.
A foolish or ignorant person. That's what a Dunderpate is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were watching Fox News or something? Okay, cool, bro.
Nah.
Right. What you want to give you a fucking congratulations balloon?
So you're a foolish or ignorant person. You're a Dunderpate, dog.
Okay, the white folks taught you a new word to say. Okay, congratulations, Negro. You get highly educated.
So if a Brazilian American has to claim all of South America, then we have to claim all African. You dumbass. You's a dummy.
He made the statement that we're African. We in America, we already knew we were African, right? Yes, that was true. A lot of our people knew we were African.
Yes, it is true.
When Dr. Ben came, he wanted to show black people who knew they were Africans. He wanted to show them the worst of Africans because the white man taught you came from the tree screaming ooga booga. And you ain't had no history. You never did nothing. You were just a slave. So when Dr. Ben, bro, listen. Listen. So the point remains, the fact remains is that Dr. Ben had to come and show black people that, hey, Y'all Africans do have a history. Y'all Africans did build civilizations. Your ancestors did know about mathematics and all these different sciences and shit like that. You had a history all throughout the continent of Africa. So that's what Dr. Ben and other black scholars did.
I want
So
y'all.
when you Negroes come on here, Johnny come lately ass nigga trying to down
I
Dr.
want y'all
Ben
to
and all
hear
this
the
other shit,
words
you niggas need to
that's
sit
being
your
used. He's saying y'all. He's saying y'all. He's saying y'all. Understand?
That mean I'm shooting at any
He's
nigga that talking
excluding.
down on
He's
Dr. Ben, nigga.
excluding himself.
I'm talking about any nigga talking down on Dr. Ben who works can't compare. Nigga, your works can't compare to Dr. Ben, nigga. Where your works at, nigga?
Have to.
It does. If you're gonna criticize somebody, your works better damn well hold up.
In the system
Well, I
of white
wasn't
supremacy,
criticizing
y'all
Dr.
talk
Ben.
about only certain people would be allowed to get their works out, right? Bitch.
I mean, hey, that's cool with me.
Well,
You
the
still
system,
don't
white
negate the
supremacy
fact
has always
your
been
works
communism.
does
It's
not
always been
stand the
black
test of
spaces and
Dr.
white
Ben,
spaces.
bro.
Was he Agent Ben running around teaching all type of weird
Well,
shit?
you can call him Uncle Ben if you want to. You can call him Uncle
Not
Ben.
really a doctor.
You can call him Ben Simmons. I don't give a damn what. All right, bro.
Yeah, Howard, they fired
I'm just
Dr.
saying,
Frank Chris
like his
Wilson.
credentials have been questioned, bro.
Her
Like, be
tenure
careful
due to
with
her.
Buddy, bro. I ain't the
Was
one
that
questioning
providing?
Oh
credentials.
yeah, and
They did. Them white folks did.
Oh yeah, and another thing, Madon. That's another. Your argument falls apart because thank you, D. It's only
You
one
fell
country
apart.
on the continent of Africa that's named South Africa. So to call ourselves African, we'll be having to call ourselves South African.
Whatever, bro. If you go depend on the chat, you in bad shape.
Bros, man.
That's so that is that where you brought all of that together? The Kemetic Hebrew Israelite understanding is he like your master teacher?
Nah,
To
I'm
some
just
extent,
showing.
he's one
I
of
just
the master
understand the
teachers.
barriers. I understand the barriers that he broke. Dr.
No,
Ben
he
was
couldn't. He
jumping
couldn't
over.
have,
He was
because
jumping over.
Dr. Ben's mother was Puerto Rican.
Bro, I don't give a damn if she was South Asian.
I know you don't give a
They don't
damn.
negate the fact the
I
works.
know you don't give a fuck.
It don't
I
negate
know
the
you.
fact.
I know you don't give a
His
fuck
works, the works of
what his
Dr.
mother
Ben,
was.
it still don't
No, I know you don't give a fuck what he was. I understand you don't give a fuck what he was, because he got the same
Sure was a
education in the
Puerto
same
Rican
place that
Jew.
most black people did. He ain't get no special education.
Puerto Rican
I
like
didn't say he
black.
did.
Man, sit up here act like
He
he
was a
got some
Puerto
special
Rican Jew,
goddamn
to be
education that
exact.
no other black man had access to but Dr. Ben, right? That's the fuck you talking about?
No, he took anybody could have went. But Dr. Ben, his works cannot be denied within the black community, bro. What are you talking about?
Denied by who? What the fuck are you talking about? Denied?
I'm talking to Taz. I guess you just woke up off the goddamn sofa.
No,
I don't know
I
what's
didn't just
going on
wake
with you,
up.
bro.
You just going around in circles like ain't nobody else got no information but him.
Because black people always in circles, nigga. We as black people been going in circles since slavery, nigga. What are you talking
And
about?
you going in circles right now. Shit. You ain't giving no information out.
Nigga, I'm outside the circle.
If you can't
You
tell me
fell
that we're
at the. He
Ethiopian
fell.
and Egyptian and
This
shit,
boy
but
fell
then you're
special.
not
He
saying
fell.
nothing.
Hey Taz.
Yeah,
Hey
shut your
Taz. You
ass
gotta
up and let somebody
understand.
else fucking talk.
Oh,
You
you
gotta
just mad because I'm
understand that.
cooking.
I'm not mad or shit.
You want
You
me to
ain't
turn the
cooking a
stove off?
goddamn
Why
thing.
would I turn
Man, fuck you. I ain't gotta fucking listen to your goddamn fucking whining and shit. Tell that somebody who gives a fuck.
We gotta understand that we listen to us. We're letting a special education flunky tell us about some things.
I think it's the Hebrew and all of that, bro. And like I said, I don't think that shit was beneficial to the
I
overall
don't either.
conversation. I think that's how you get to where we are today is putting all of this stuff together and saying, yeah, Egypt and Ethiopia, and now people want to know, like, nah, that ain't where we from. So this is why all these questions come into play.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, Taz. And that's the religious aspect that, unfortunately, that gets tied into it. That we have to circumnavigate and keep out and separate from the historical aspect. And that's what I've been able to do with this information and the information I expose myself to from Dr. Ben. The religious shit, I really didn't read because I didn't want to know the religious shit. I
I
wanted
need
to
to
know the
understand this
historical shit.
comment though, fam. He say niggas buying into global racist white European propaganda is crazy work. No, he was hired to teach this global racist propaganda that you're referring to. I mean, you do understand that, right? Like, I mean, it's crazy that we can't be honest about some of this stuff. He was hired to teach this stuff that today most of it we're not standing on. And if we standing on it, then get up here and tell me that's where we from. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like,
I
no,
agree with you. But see, this is where, because I've actually went further into a study and I got a video and I can actually play it where and y'all can hear Dr. Ben calling Christianity, Judaism, Islam green pea soup vomit, telling black people to go back to the original shit that was along the Nile, not Egypt, the shit that was along the Nile. Whatever Africans was doing along the Nile, go back to doing that shit. Don't follow the European or the Arab slave master. This is what he's saying in the video.
Yeah, that's too much religion for me.
So when I hear him saying things like that, I can look past it to an extent because I understand that he was raised in it, as he says at the beginning of the video. And he called it a copy and a cop-out of the African religions that was along the Nile. Now, I don't agree with that it's a copy of anything that has to do with Africa. But I understand that he left it alone. So I can just start looking for the history and help that move me forward.
Motherfucker said y'all
So
are
I don't get caught up on that shit.
Yeah, I think he's got a proud legacy through people like Madan and his intellect, right? I think that the legacy he's standing on is one of so much pride that you can support. Because again, I'm not the disgrace to his legacy. You got people like Madan up here trying to argue on his behalf when he's literally considered one of the dumbest niggas I've ever talked to that I can come up with. And like I told y'all before, he was at the bottom of the debate league, the worst, the most pathetic. So again, if that's
I wouldn't be cheering on Madan.
I'm correct. That's his legacy.
I wouldn't be cheering on Madan.
That's his legacy. That's him. I look at Dr. Ben and I look at people like Madan. That's what it produces.
I partially agree. Because a lot of the religious people do adhere to some things that Dr. Ben pushed. And that's where the conversation that you're having actually becomes a problem, because now they're continuing to do what? Not only use him as a crutch, but put him on a pedestal, and you try to use this information to validate anything that they're saying or their beliefs. And how can we, so what are we supposed to say against somebody that's supposed to be revered or respected in our community? So I understand the argument.
I'm saying at worst he's Madan, at best he's Jabari. Like again, I just I don't know that the conversations held around what they gave us in totality are ones we can stand on. Like I said, we talking about shit today, reparations and these types of things. Those conversations, again, they weren't being held at a time they could have been held. Why not? Those are the things I'm talking about, not just like dude was wrong for studying anything. No, but some of the things you brought we can't use today.
Right, and I agree. And that's where we have to do what? Know what to use and discard what isn't usable. And that's what I do. His religious shit I don't use unless it's to argue with him against. I don't use it to bolster their argument or to teach them. No, I use it to argue with them against them, because I understood that he left it and then he started teaching more African shit. You going back to Africa and teaching about West Africa and things along. Once I started reading more into him and studying more into him, but before I did that, I didn't know. So I understand, and I don't think Dr. Ben was telling people he hear mummies talk to him in English, bro.
Peace. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, if I lost to Jabari, then that mean that your boy went to Africa, fam, and he really didn't. But I do understand people like William Joseph and your understanding. Again, you're a Dr. Ben Sodnetter conscious community fucking dumbass, right? So I understand why you think I lost. You probably think Garvey went to Africa.
You
AL
good, Solar?
Chaz,
You
you
good,
were
Solar?
one of the best ops. I ain't gonna lie. You were one of the best ones that challenged him. Cause I do like Jabari, but I ain't gonna say you got cooked. Yeah, I mean, you were one of the best ops. I give you that.
He lied to get out of that debate. I think that's bullshit. He
Hey, that
lied and
man
said
said
Marcus Garvey went to Africa.
that man said a mummy talked to him in English.
AO Sabio,
Yeah,
chill out.
he lied, brother, in real time. That just, to me, that, you know what I'm saying? People
When did
supposed
the
to go and
mummy
do
learn English?
they're supposed to go do their own research and whatnot in that regard. And so if a person still thinks that that man won that debate, then that means
What
that you
was the
don't
line real time?
go and look, you know. What'd you say?
What was the line real time?
What he said was Marcus Garvey did go to Africa, and then he pulled up a source
Oh
about, you know,
yeah, that would be a lie. Okay.
yeah, he
Enough
used a source
said. Enough
about him.
said. Enough said.
Yeah,
Enough
he
And
said.
did.
then they,
If
you
he
know,
said
pushed
that,
it
yeah,
past
that's a
that
lie.
shit.
That's a
And he just
lie
outright
because
lied,
I
bro.
had never
Like,
heard about Garvey going to Africa. But
that nigga said, and you a wife beater. Lord have mercy. I can go get my wife though, fam. Can you go get yours and bring that bitch up on the panel and
What
let my
up?
wife that
What up?
hoe?
What up? What up, Solar?
My bad, bro. Go ahead, fam. I shouldn't be reading the chat. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go down to the chat. Talk to that bitch ass.
so again, I guess it's all
Yeah,
about
we ain't
like
got. We keep talking about Dr. Ben all night, though. Q had something up on the screen. I don't know how y'all got caught up in the Egypt and shit.
Madonna. So yeah, that first paragraph, it gives a different interpretation than what the title says now. So now we have to get further into what they're actually talking about and if they mention and what they have mentioned from the institution and how they're being used, if they mention that.
I'm trying to see what it say.
It says previous work by Pew Research Center also finds most believe U.S. institutions fall short when it comes to treating Black people fairly. A new analysis suggests that many Black Americans believe the racial bias in U.S. institutions is not merely a matter of passive negligence, it is the result of intentional design. Specifically, large majorities describe the prison, 74% political, 67% and economic, 65% systems in the U.S., among others, as having been designed to hold Black people back either a great deal or a fair amount. And then they list them all over there.
But this is how we got off into it though, because this is how we got off into Dr. Ben. It could have really been anybody. At the end of the day, the problem is too many people benefit from the institutions for us to make these arguments that the institutions are against us.
Right. And I understand what you're saying by the beneficial part. But
What was
does
the
that,
damage?
what do you mean damage? Eh, Like
Yeah,
psychological,
yeah. What are they pointing out
economic.
as the damage to Black
That
people?
we that's why we have to go further into the article. We don't know.
Oh, okay.
We can only go off of what we can only speculate and go off of what we have been exposed to in our lives, but that's anecdotal. So we can say there is damages, with like some of the things they mentioned with with police and stop and frisk, how that affected certain populations at a time, how that still may be driving while black, walking while black, biking while black, dogging while, jogging while black, um, eating while black,
Yeah,
shopping while
those
black.
were social examples that were actually being played out through the course of I guess fairly recent times. I thought this was some in terms of the lines of what was being laid out in academia and criteria.
I don't.
Because for me
That's what we have
personally,
to see.
yeah, because for me personally, have I never ever found out about William Shakespeare? Like I don't know nothing about it. I'm still thinking that I'm still in a good position. That's not a detriment to me. For me to miss the entire William Shakespeare subject matter all through school.
I don't think I
I,
disagree with that,
yeah, I ain't missing out on nothing.
but I don't know. Like this conversation has some nuances, and I understand what Taz is talking about too. Like how people can benefit within these institutions due to what social change, times changing. So how can we continue to try to look at it from a 1945 or 1950s, 60s, and we're living in 2025? How are we actually gauging these conversations? What rubric are we using? I don't understand where Taz is coming from.
Yeah, this grouping and putting everybody in a box seems to only apply depending on the subject matter and who is talking and who is doing the receiving. Because just like a lot of people may put Africa into one box, people put America in one box too. Even if they're talking about black people, it's
Yeah,
one
but
box.
when we're talking about America, I think most of the time that conversation is going to be where were you born? People are going to say the city and state,
Yeah,
right? They're not
they never say America though.
right. You know what I mean? So that's why more so why I was asking that, because again, it's like people that have this conversation are specific most of the time. When I hear Blue talking, Blue is specific about the places he's talking about. So if we being told that okay, we wasn't Egypt, we wasn't Egyptians, we probably should have been chasing that. That makes all that information pseudo.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
agree.
I
I
say
agree. I agree if the only subject matter is the word Egypt and nothing else. I mean, that's not a hard. That shouldn't be a hard. You know.
how did Dr. Ben benefit from the system the same way everybody else do? He went and got a job at a goddamn public school, which I
And
don't
what?
think
Yeah.
anything wrong with, but I
Peace,
don't.
peace, peace. What's going on, guys?
What
Solar.
up? What up,
Yeah.
so?
Peace.
I came on the tail end, but I heard Taz making reference to Dr. Ben being either Madon or Jabari. No, Dr. Ben was bigger than both of those guys. Now
Yeah,
I
he was
think
bigger than him. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I
yeah,
would.
I think that certain information, because I think that eventually he began to become anti-religious later on.
Yep. I just mentioned that, Solar.
Yes, I think so. A lot of the information that he was writing was kind of based off of I think he was like a Falashan Jew,
Yep.
and
Supposedly.
he was kind of coming from that perspective initially, but I think his perspective began to evolve over time. A lot of the information is still kind of pertinent in terms from like a historical standpoint. Like you could look at certain things, certain contributions. They visited Egypt very frequently, so they have, and by him being Ethiopian, it was culturally he could connect with better than African American, in terms of from a cultural standpoint. So His information was pretty good, you know what I mean? But I mean, we can't tie it into like, American stuff. Like, what's going on, because it's like you got preachers, teachers, cremators, and morticians. Isn't that got just a whole different area? Like, it's
You're
like
right.
they're not political,
But
not
what
from a
Chaz was
political
saying,
standpoint.
what Chaz was saying was that his information led to people like the Madons of the world.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the information kind of me knowing Madon led to, I guess what can be perceived, I should say, as a like this warped out kind of mentality, where it's like they don't want to deal with politics at all because they believe in certain things that, okay, that's a valid point. Not everybody's gonna be political though, you know what I'm saying? But like, I think that's a valid point though.
I couldn't, and that's why I said that's why I tried to let him know that Dr. Ben left kind of removed himself from the religion and like denounced that shit to some extent. So
And
Yeah.
all the work he's done and contributed has impacted the black community in what way? Like in what way have black people across different regions and different backgrounds can say,
that's
okay,
to be
if it wasn't
determined.
for Dr. Ben, I wouldn't have, something wouldn't have been what? Like what is it?
That's to be
Well,
determined
it's
by the
not
community
that. Like, you're
when
looking at
people
it maybe
actually
from
took
like
from what
that's
they
why I was
learned
saying.
from.
That's why I was saying, like, from like a political, like, you can't really look at information that he was presenting from that lens because he's just telling you about history.
History, right?
So it's not going to really like it's really like the to build the self confidence of individuals because we know that it was a collective effort by Eurocentric academia to take us out the respectful commentary of history. So all he was doing was saying, no, this is actually what
Placing
the
us
truth
back
was
into
in
the
this region,
historical
and
conversation.
these people contributed this to society, and so he was just bringing out certain historical truths. It's not going to have like an impact, far as like a I guess you could say a Martin Luther King, pushing maybe a civil rights act or something like that. That's going to change the lives of the children in a way from a societal political standpoint. So that wasn't really his lane.
Right. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I'm familiar with it, man. I was just trying to make an analogy in terms of which box are they in?
I
That's
would put
all.
him in the historical box because that's
Yeah,
the
kind
box
of
that he
like what
talked to.
Tad said. He was high. He was like a teacher. It's no different than like an educator.
And some people misuse this information to do things that wasn't right, and others used it to teach themselves as accurately as they could. Got rid of the bad information and kept the good information and built from it. I mean, some people will do with the information what they please. It's not. I mean, we can only do with the information what we please. I mean,
So what y'all got up
people
here?
misuse it for
You said
information.
institutions were designed to hold black people back.
Yeah, that's what some people say. I don't know because I understand Taz's argument from it's the people and I understand that because the institutions are just institutions without people. They can't do anything. There's a lot of empty institutions that aren't doing anything to hold nobody back because there's no people in the building. It's the people in the building with the ideals or the practices of a society that will work to hold a group of people back.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, think about it like this, right? So these conversations and shit, we have questions about this conversation about a quote unquote merit based society and whatnot. But just even in this simple conversation about a clown who went around teaching a bunch of fake shit to the black community, the first thing that comes up is his what? His degrees and his scholarship within the institution. So instead of talking about white supremacy from a negative, again, why not apply the institution standpoint and stop talking about it negatively, since everybody else can benefit from the institution. You want me to respect these scholars from benefiting from the institution that any other time I'm going to call white supremacy. I'm going to call indoctrination. But you love this nigga, so you don't want me to say this nigga was indoctrinated. That's nonsense, man. We don't have a standard. But I do. I do have a standard. And I stand on it all the time.
Yeah, he went to school in Puerto Rico, Cuba.
Are you talking about Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
Well,
His parents black though, right?
Yeah. He's from Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
From what I learned, he's but he traveled abroad to get education.
And I thought his mom was Puerto Rican, from what I learned.
Like a black Puerto Rican.
I don't know what type of Puerto Rican she was. I thought she was like a white Puerto Rican.
There's no way that she was a white Puerto Rican with Dr. Ben. There's no way that that's possible.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, she's not a white Puerto Rican, bro.
I don't know.
Well, you can see it. You'll literally see it. I don't know. No dark skinned black person.
Not like that type of dark skin.
They're baby.
Nah. That's impossible, bro. But why you gotta be a clown though, Taz? Like why you gotta be a clown? Like where that's coming from?
Speak your mind. Say you came up here to speak up for the
So again, I'm not.
I just want to see where you're coming from.
Right. So I'm not willing to sit here and say that just about the Hebrew Israelites standing on the corner today with Bibles looking foolish. I'm willing to say that about the people they learned that shit from too.
Yeah. Well.
Niggas been in the corner with the Bible, bro. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. Like, Dr. Ben wasn't really his. You know what I mean? But I could see a lot of information they was taking. It was some information that they was taking from Dr. Ben, but that really wasn't
everybody was on that shit though, son. Everybody was on the Bible crack.
Yeah. That just was the thing at the time. You know what I mean? We was coming out the Bible.
What black family was not on the Bible in the 19th century?
Yo, son, you want to be real?
Yeah.
Listen to Tupac. It sound like a Christian rapper, son.
Sometimes, yeah.
Shit, the whole and Nas too. I'm like, that straight Christian. I'm like, damn, son.
Some of that shit straight too, though. But some of it is, it's black empowerment. I get it.
So Taz, you believe like the institutions are racist, or do you believe that the people who run the institutions are racist?
I think it's within institutions, it's racist people that run them, that give scholarship to people like Dr. Ben to continue.
Yo, this nigga is not getting off of Dr. Ben.
Well, no,
Hold on, Taz. Let's run it. Architectural engineering degree from the University of Havana, Cuba. PhD cultural anthropology and Moorish degree from the University of Havana, Cuba, and the University of Barcelona, Spain, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. So where's my black institutions at here?
Now, when you say black institutions, what are you referring to?
Don't keep that.
I'm just letting you know who's validating him. So the people that are validating him, it don't sound like they had anything to do with Afrocentric origins themselves.
What is a black institution?
HBCU.
That's funded by white people and created by
probably.
White people?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, what are you proving when you do that though?
I'm not the prover. Yeah, I'm not the prover. I'm just simply trying to
Yeah, I was talking to Taz though.
I'm trying to
And I
figure
know
out what
he's
makes
kind of
Dr.
standing on
Ben
that.
special. That's my main question. What makes Dr. Ben stand out from any other historian who does probably equal amount of research and adequate to provide, chronological and events that happen to African Americans? What makes him so special?
He was dealing with African history, and he was tying Africans into Nile Valley civilization and also to the Abrahamic faiths. He has a whole book where he does research and he just shows the contributions. It's been so long since I read those type of books, but Black Man of the Nile, I believe, and Nile Valley Civilization. It was a few books that he had.
No, that book, The African Origins of
Western,
Christianity and all that.
Western religions,
Nah,
yeah.
nah. That, nah. Africans have nothing to do with the formation of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Nothing. We can prove that.
Well, I mean, that's. I'm just saying what his research showed, and
his research is outdated, and that's what Taz was trying to pinpoint. And I don't think a lot of people are willing to accept that. But I've accepted it because I've done the research to know that Africans had nothing to do with Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Nothing. West and Central Africans from the West, no. Christianity didn't get to Ethiopia to the 4th century with the Frumentius and Izana, so can't do that one. So I don't see how we had any contributions to it.
Well, I think you need to kind of dig into the book. Then, did you read the book? Because I don't
Absolutely.
think. I think
book.
Absolutely.
No, I think so. If you read
the book, yes,
yeah, okay.
I have the book.
If you read the book, then he was just talking about not the formation. I think he was just talking about the contributions that they had to the religion. So he would name certain historical figures. Yeah, well, if you read the book, then you would know.
Because
he it's like a list of individuals, and
circumcision was all over the world.
Yeah. So it's been so long since I read that book, so I wouldn't even be able to tell you anything
down that road. It's cool if that's what you want to believe. Hey.
Yeah. I would have to open up the book. I would have to find the book, and then that'd be like a whole hour of me finding that book because I haven't read that book in years.
Go get the book.
But yeah.
So you keep
everybody, I just take it for what it is. Like the information at the time, and maybe some of the stuff is outdated. Maybe the stuff is outdated because our perspective is beginning to shift. Because we were more influenced at that time by, Christianity, the Bible, and things of that nature. So it was a more necessary element, at that time. But I think this generation, especially as millennials, we kind of getting away from the Judeo-Christian perspective. We're not really sitting on that like the last generation, so we don't really see the necessity of having even worrying about that from that perspective. So yeah, that's understandable. I mean, but to attack him, you attacking him, like why you attacking him? Like, he was just like a person at the time that was, presenting information that he felt as though it was going to help Black people.
Yeah,
I don't attack him at all. I'm not attacking him at all.
Yeah, I'm attacking him because in his time, again, he's Dane Calloway. He's all of the pseudo people that he came up on the panel saying that shit, he'd get his ass lit up. But
now,
so you think he was like a charlatan or like a person that was like intentionally lying to the people, or you think that he was just a product of his time and access to the information?
He was a product of his time, and that was access to the information he had available to him.
Like most of these cats, I stand on the point that these people are not dumb. You know what I'm saying? I call them dumb because I be mad at them about it, but they're not dumb. He knows exactly what he was doing. And so because you were willing to misrepresent that information and lie to Black people, yes, dog, You full of shit. You know what you were doing. Like that. I mean, that's the part of it that I think we can't grasp is if they didn't know what they was doing, then you're dumb. You're that stupid that you didn't know you was teaching some dumb shit for
So
15, 20 years.
I can't rock
so
with that, Taz.
so
That's
again,
a little too crazy
so
right there, bro.
All your studies, bro. You
but
mean to
see, I
tell me you
understand.
all
I
nothing
understand.
was wrong? Come on, man.
I
All the
understand that,
studies you
Taz.
did.
But I think you're neglecting, or you're intentionally overlooking the part that where he was wrong with the religion, he rejected it and he recanted. And if that's the holdup, then I guess that's gonna be the holdup.
Y'all gonna make me look up his book because I can't even tell you anything that's in those books now. You're gonna make me find one of those books.
Yeah, I mean, I give him a pass for changing his stance. I mean, I'm not taking that away, but the fact is that you taught a lot of bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Nah,
There's no getting around that, and so with that, you should be dealt with the same way people are today who teach a lot of bullshit.
no. When I asked what made him stand out, I mean, your response is that he taught African studies, and so for me, that's not a short list. There were plenty of people who had degrees in African studies. And so the lack of pinpointing a particular subject matter that only applies to Dr. Ben, and it's going to be kind of difficult to say, okay, well, Dr. Ben provided this information before anybody else. Nobody else was given this information except for him, and then all who came after him only got it through Dr. Ben.
Nah, you don't have no information like that, man.
Yeah, I already knew that many moons ago before I even ran into Sonetta. I mean, the conscious community. I mean, I'm no stranger to what's been happening. Because that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that book and none of his books is in my starting lineup, and I'm not going downstairs to find it.
Yeah,
But like,
his credentials, don't include any exclusive institutions or academic, resources that wasn't accessed by anybody that had access to it. I mean, that's what I was saying. I heard you. So yeah, we weren't really on Dr. Ben anyway. I mean, name kind of got drawn in.
yeah, I thought y'all was talking about the institutions, whether the institution was racist or the people within the institution.
That's how we were in that topic, but again, it got deviated because once we start talking about people that go into those institutions, like a Dr. Ben, we're not having the same conversation about white supremacy and whatnot no more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, we don't have to go into him. It could be anybody. Those institutions seem to be benefiting people, while on the outside it's white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. Instead of a teaching that these institutions are a benefit. That should be the teaching at this point.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like, the
Yeah, which side of the white supremacy fence is should be stood on? And if you do go to the other side, there has to be something, or what is drawing you to the other side. Hey, I changed my mind, or they changed their minds due to, and then that should be laid out. It shouldn't be this head scratching. I don't know something, or for whatever reason. I mean that's just too vague, and it kind of just destroys any type of little credibility that was already built up beforehand. At least that's my perspective of it.
Yeah. When you talk about like the institutions, I guess the institution itself is not racist. but the institution is being controlled and utilized by racist people, right? And those are the people that actually have the power to dictate who gets into these institutions and what the institution focus should be, because a lot of times when certain research is done, especially in the fields like archaeology and anthropology, it'll be some outside funding that will go to certain institutions, and a lot of times they would have political agendas behind it, their research. So from that standpoint, you can make the argument, but I guess from the standpoint of just being educated and utilizing your education to benefit your people, that the institutions can be something that you can use, and that's like that's the real definition of being like educated, as opposed to indoctrinated. A person that is really educated knows how to like solve, or real intelligence, I should say. Real intelligence is a person that knows how to solve problems. So, we mistaken that for, being taught how to do a job. And a lot of times, if a lot of Black people, when they go into these institutions, they just become tools of the dominant society. They don't really have a foundation to understand that, okay, I could take certain aspects of what I'm being taught here and then solve problems within my community. So it depends on how you look at it. I could go into an institution with a Black first mentality, learn a particular major, and then utilize what I learned to help my people. So the institution would be beneficial from that standpoint. But the institution is not designed to do that. The institution is not designed to do that.
Yeah. So without using big words, if someone went to school and was educated in physics or chemistry, he can then apply that knowledge to his community to develop a means.
Hold on a second. Now, let's say they build a bunker. He says, does he think an intelligent person on that island where they still shoot bows knows how to solve 21st problems? This is just pseudo babble. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
So I think he's talking because there's people. I don't know if Bill DeBonker's talking about the North Sentinelese people who still use bow and arrows.
Right.
Today they shoot. They was using bow and arrows to shoot at helicopters.
Okay.
Recently, the last incident was a man named John Allen Chow. You can Google it. You can look it up right now. He went over there trying to bring these people the Bible.
Yeah.
They shot him down with an arrow and buried him on the beach, threw a rope around his neck, drug him in. And you can see him doing it. It was recorded.
Okay.
He wrote in his Bible, he wrote in his diary the night before that a young person shot an arrow into his Bible. He wrote some, if it's by Jesus, I'm going to bring them Jesus by the grace of God, or some shit like that. He wrote, if he dies, he wrote some shit to his parents. If he dies, he died for Jesus or some shit like that.
Right.
He wrote it in his diary.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the whole little shit on him. Like, this is insane.
But what that had to do with the conversation, though? That's what I'm trying to
I have no idea, but I think that's what he was mentioning. Okay. Yeah. That whole group of people.
Because I know he made reference to intelligence.
I think what he was trying to do was reference with their primitive thinking, will they be able to adapt and live in our world, and they still use bow and arrows?
Right. Well, no, because that would be a whole different society. Like, like I guess he was confusing my point. Now they're intelligent for their environment. Their environment, they utilize bow and arrows to their benefit. But if you take those same people and put them in Philly, no, that's not going to be, they would have to be retrained and educated to merge within this society. So I don't see how that's, but that's not to say that they're not intelligent. They're intelligent for their environment. They are operating culturally, within their environment. So, you can't, I don't know. I don't see the point in even bringing that into the conversation. Well, I was just talking about as far as education, like a person that within this society, intelligence would be a person. What marks true intelligence is a person that solves problems, is what I'm saying. And a lot of times when you see in the Black community, we tend to be educated or trained in a particular job, and we utilize that training to get hired by somebody. And when we get hired by somebody, it tends to be within the dominant society, thus is not really benefiting our community. So, if we thought Black first, then we would get educated within the institutions. With that education and training, we would utilize it in our community to solve problems. That's all I was saying. So, and that was in the context of the overall conversation was is the institution racist or is the people racist? Now, the institution isn't designed to solve Black people's problems, but you can go into the institution, get a certain training in a field, and utilize that training to solve Black problems.
I would agree with that. But like you said, like when it comes to politics, a lot of our people get sucked in. When they get sucked in, is they get acculturated. They get acculturated. Yeah, man. They don't. What's the word I want to say? They don't. Term. They don't remain steadfast. Adhere to Black first.
So how do you be Black first in any level of government in the United States since 1776? When has any level of government been Black first?
Of course, the whole body of government hasn't been Black first, but there's been subjects that's been inserted into the political system, and they have been Black first. But that's been very sparingly, very sporadic, here and there, here and there. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You want to? Let's talk about it. You want to? Dig deep. Let's dress deeper.
Nah, I think you misunderstood my question because
What you say? You said the political system. No system in America is B1, but there's subjects comprised within the system that has been B1. I'm not disconnected from what you're saying. I'm very connected to what you're saying.
Yeah, they haven't been able to practice their Black first when they got elected.
So yeah, the system is none of these systems is predicated upon Black people or salvaging Black people,
And the reason why Black people haven't established their own system is because of what?
Oh no, we have established our own system. Don't forget, Black leadership was neutralized in the 1960s and 70s. We can't somehow we forget that. I don't know, somehow that just, what's the word? It leaves us. That's not even something I want to lose, but it seems to, we seem to have forsaken that. So we have built our own systems, but they were destroyed. We don't talk about that though. That's blaming the white man, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost on that, bro. I was born in the '60s, and nobody told me that black institutions were only governed and overruled the white institution that was already established.
Meaning civic or civic institutions like Black Panthers, civic meaning community. Like I ain't thinking on some European. I'm talking about the Black Panthers. That's an element of a civic. B1. Implementing. Plans of actions. It's so yeah. But that's just one. That's one iota of us striving to construct and contain the community. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm passionate. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's different, man. Oh, man. I keep saying what's holding us back. I think that's part of what's holding us back. What's keeping us cemented is a lot of us disregard what is happening to us. Like in America, bro. Like we disregard a lot, bro. That's one of the main components. Disregarding the tyranny, siege,
I have no idea, J. Cal.
Yeah, let me stop. Ain't that what's holding black people? Yeah, what's holding? Okay, yeah, all right. I'm on cue. Make sure I'm steering off the trajectory. Yeah. $16 trillion.
Yeah, still learning. So Ortiz, he says in the chat room, can problems be problems, or is problems have to be based on color? Can problems just be problems? Why does it have to have a color? Oh, he says, can problems be problems without color, or is everything based on color? What you got to say about that?
Everything is based on color.
Facts. American made it about that.
So Clarence Thomas represents the black community.
Booker, what's his name? The Talkadonis. He does not represent the black community. Think he's speaking for 24 hours is doing something. That ain't doing nothing. People lauding and praising that man. That ain't nothing. That's a nothing burger. Hell, Cory Booker. Talkadonis. Hell out of here.
Yeah.
I'm going off on a tangent, man. I'm gonna say, if you know, man. I'm tapped in. It's like, man.
Yeah, I agree with Taz though. Everything is kind of based on color. I mean, we didn't really create this society that we live in, and just based on color. That's the thing that they bent on. They bent on color, and then too, in terms of once again solving your own problems. Amos Wilson said he was going to write a book called The Death Wish, and he was saying that the book was going to talk about how the dominant society just want black people to be dead, and he was prefacing that, or the foundation of that argument was based on they'll say to a black person without a job, go get a job, but then at the same time work effortlessly to prevent you from getting a job. So you don't really want me to work because you're not allowing me to work. When I try to go get hired at this job, you're creating all these barriers to prevent me from being hired. But at the same time, you're telling me to get a job. So what do you really want? You really want me to die? You know, so then if I go get public assistance, then I'm taking advantage of the system. So you don't want to hire me, be telling me to get a job, and then I'm being lazy. And then when I try to utilize stuff that is here in America for people who can't find work, then I'm using the system. So it's like yeah, all this stuff is race based, man. All this stuff is race based, and so we have to assess what's going on, and then solve that problem. There's a lot of problems in the inner city communities. There's a lot of problems, and if you're looking for another group of people to solve it, then you're going to see the things that occur within the dominant society. You could go to police shootings. Now, yes, the cop is racist, and it shouldn't be that way because he's being paid by our tax dollars to provide a service. But understanding that, we can't just sit back and continue to allow this to happen. We have to now get together and solve that problem. You know what I'm saying? So whether it's training the children to become police officers and giving them a Black first mentality and having a projection instead of reactionary. Reactionary is like when something happens and then we react to it, as opposed to us having a plan, a 30-year plan that by 2050 we want this area in North Philly to be dominated by Black police officers. That can happen. We could start getting the children that's in ROTC and teaching them the importance of policing your own community. So when they go into the police force, they already have a basic understanding of how they're going to operate and how they're going to treat their fellow officers. I mean, their fellow citizens. So that would be intelligent. The intelligent thing to do. So you can utilize the institution, but you got to have a Black first mentality when you're going in there. Because if you just you have we got Black police officers, but it probably was a Black dude that just was looking for a career. He's not thinking Black first. He just, maybe want to take care of his family. So when he goes into that atmosphere, he's more so being indoctrinated by the culture that's there, or just trying to fit in, so
That's true. I don't know, man, about the whole spook who sat by the door.
Negro says still can police without police force. Well, it's ways you could do that, and you still have to go through the system, though. I mean, you could privatize your community, gate up your community. It's going to cost a lot of money, gate up your community and then have like a security. I've seen that, but you can't go Black Panther because they're not going to allow you to do that. You can't go Black Panther on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could,
I can't or I can't.
You can do it, but it's going to be a response, to that, that, it's unnecessary shit that you're going to have to go through. I mean, look at what happened to the Black Panthers, so that's not to say that.
Yeah, but see, that's, if you can pardon me, but when you say that, there's a reason why a lot of young Black adolescents don't strive to, they don't want to be Malcolm X,
Mm-hmm.
All these like they got killed, or it's just that that fret, being overly fretful, concerned, anxiety, but if that even articulates the sentiment of why. But basically, when you say as far as well, shit, man, what happened to black people? Shit, what they did to them, you can't do that. Like that, it like it creates a,
right.
Like you don't do it, you can't do that, man. Back over there, like
don't mess with the white folk.
Like,
leave the white folk alone. Leave the white folk alone. Nah, not from that perspective though. It's more from a perspective of strategy. I understand your point, but we do got to be realistic about the situation. The situation is that we live in a society where there's another group of people that have power, not just with guns, but far as numbers, and they got black police officers that will be on their side if some shit went down. So we have to be like mindful of that reality, and then we have to hold them to the standard in which because other groups of people have done this. Is a reason why I know in a lot of the cities in the Northeast you have the Irish, Italians dominate these civil service jobs because they had a think tank. And remember, before then, they were doing criminal activity. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the history of American and immigrants that came in the early 19th century, late 19th, early 20th century, they were doing the gangster shit. Why? Because society did not have nothing for them until they organized and said, you know what? Let's begin to train our children to be in the fire department, on the police force. So they projected, and then and once they got into these professions and began to dominate those professions, they held on to those professions and passed it down to their children. You know what I'm saying? Unspoken word. They're getting paid by the city, and to this day, these areas of civil service are being dominated by those groups of people. Yeah. We have to do the same thing. We have to have a black first mentality when we're going in there, and train the children. Once again, there's a lot of, like I said, ROTC, and you can have some people that's within the force, some black first minded individuals that's in the police force to get them trained up. So when the actual training occurs, they know what to do, and they're getting brought into the police force. And then that began to reshape, what the, what the environment is, but, they will label it as militant. And when they label something as militant, unfortunately, still learning, is distasteful to some black Americans. Some black Americans don't like the militant shit. So that militant group want to have a conflict with other black people. They're going to have a conflict with the dominant society, and then you got people that's cool with the militancy, but
would you agree that militancy or just militant, that whole concept when it comes to us, that can be construed as like militant in their mind is like pro-black too? Because you got some blacks, I ain't with that militant stuff, which really means in their mind really it's pro-black. If a black person tell me they ain't with that militant stuff, then okay, then I'm gonna interpret that as okay, you ain't you're not radical, you're not trying to, but you're not your movements, you're not making constant movements to disrupt the system. You feel me? That we reside in. You feel me? That is constantly on our neck. So I'm that kind of. But yeah, I don't know if but basically I'm asking you that term specifically, militant. Like there's some black people that that we're not all, some.
Well, you had a militant group recently. What's what is it? Not Fucking Around organization.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah, the dude. They went to. I forgot his name. He's
Jam Master Jay.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
And what happened with Jam Master Jay?
I don't know.
You call that dude Jam, yo? That's funny as hell.
That's what he called, right?
No, it wasn't Jam, bro. That's Run DMC.
Oh, I thought it was Master. Oh, is it just Master J? I thought his name
It
was.
wasn't really no different, man. It was all entertainment to me. I don't really use him as an example because I didn't really consider him being an authentic as far as having a viable plan of action. I strictly observe that as short-term fame, resulting in entertainment, laughs, and what it is. That's all. But
Destroying the food.
to answer your question, he used Grandmaster. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Grandmaster Jay. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, and that just proves my point. What I was saying. Still learning. You see what I'm saying? Like, so
But
not every black person gonna be rocking with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but all he did was talk, though. He didn't really do anything.
No, he
Like,
organized all those.
yeah, he got them together to meet up at a protest. I mean, Black Lives Matter did it. There were other groups that gathered groups of individuals to protest.
But they
I mean,
locked him up for was it?
white people got together doing George Floyd. So what he did was no different than what a
Was
lot
he
of other
one?
groups did.
Locked his ass up though.
No, no. I think it's steps to, like, when you talking about organization.
Yes,
like,
he
like,
organized people to come together and follow along with whatever he had set out that he said he wanted to do. And some of them paid money, some didn't. That's all. That it went no further than that. I mean, he was in court. He had charges on him within a matter of months. I mean,
Yeah, quick. Like he was.
what actually did he do that, like, damn, this group, if it wasn't for this group, this community or organization wouldn't have done this. He wasn't no impact on no black community.
He couldn't do nothing because they shut him down.
Exactly.
And that was what my point was to Still Learning. I was just using that as an example of when you try to be just outright Black Panther militant, this is the type of shit that happens.
Shuttered.
Yeah. They'll find a way to put some charges on you, and then, like what I said, not all black people gonna rock with you. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you got Devastating. Just he's saying, like, I wasn't really rocking with that. And then you have the system. Now he's in jail to this day. Like, he's locked up now.
Yeah, for real.
And then so we got a recent example of what I'm talking about. Of, like, when you try to become just like all out militant, this is going to be the type of response.
But most of those actions were caused by him as an organization.
So what did he do?
Pointed guns at random people to try to prove a point to his social media audience. Remain in public light on video and in various platforms in terms of detailed information during a time of uncertainty. Where was he in 2019, 2018, 2017? Where was he then? Well, how did he wait till the entire globe shuts down and has to reformat their entire fucking operation in terms of politically, socially? I mean, everything about every organization, from the legal system, the education system, media, everything changed, dude, after March 11, 2020. So don't try to start no organization and then try to go on rules that may have applied prior to then and expect, minimal or no type of, response. I'm surprised he didn't get assassinated and taken out and added to the list of other black men.
Yeah.
But
based on what he did.
you got people
Not
saying
all our leaders is killed.
you got people saying that he's
well, he wasn't no leader, so I wouldn't put him in that category.
You got people saying that he's an agent, right? But he's in jail right now, though.
One of the greatest frauds to ever hit this community, bro. I'm gonna show you in a second.
Big Fry.
Give me 1 second, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, what did he lead? I don't understand.
No, I'm just that was an example because me Still Learning was making an argument of why don't we just go Black Panther as opposed to, like, what I was saying, what I was suggesting, which was like training our children to become to integrate them into the police force so they could we could begin to police our own community. So he was posing the question like, why we gotta do all that? Can't we just like go like what the Black Panthers did? And I'm like, nah, because this is the type of shit that happens when you do go that route. So people think that is like, maybe copping out or like, not dealing with the problem head on. And I was just pretty much making the argument that you got to be a little more strategic in a system that you don't control and that they have more resources to utilize against you when you try to go
resources now, though. I don't understand. I'm gonna cut you off because 1,000 pardons, but we got more resources now. Like what they had was minuscule. They were starting from the mud, the mire. You feel me? And really,
did you see the not fucking around organization? They had more. They had more militant. They had more guns.
It's like you would think
than the Black Panthers, man. They had more guns than the Black Panthers, and they had more manpower than the Black Panthers.
They had more police than the Black Panthers too.
So what problems were they trying to solve? What problem was Grandmaster Jay trying to solve for the Black community?
That's not really the argument. That's not the argument.
Oh, okay.
We're not getting into whether he was an agent or whether he was real, but what he represented was this kind of militant going against the system, because he didn't, when he formed this organization, it wasn't like, anything that he had to get a license for. You know what I'm saying? He just rounded up Black people, that, had firearms and kind of rounded them up. So that was the point, you know what I mean? Because Still Learning is making an argument that we should kind of do things that way. And I'm saying like, it's not going to work, because what we seeing right now, like you got Black people that's not really rocking with it, and then you got, this is the society that's like, no, I don't think Devastating is afraid. He's just saying that he don't really rock with it. Like he don't really trust him.
I'm not saying specifically him. I'm just saying, when you spoke on how some people are afraid, that's when I said some scary Negroes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's just not the wisest way of handling the situation at this point in time. You know what I mean?
How do you be B1 then? Because in my mind, when you say, remember, I was saying how it serves you're doing us a disservice when you perpetuate Black Panthers, man. They, when you reference historical, or when you reference the dismantling of historical B1 platforms, mediums, whatever, and you instill that into the youth. Oh, shit, man.
Okay, so
it's like church in a way, like God gonna save you, oh Lord, like that type of thing. So it kind of that's what I was saying, like but my bad. Yeah, but go ahead though. My bad.
G Style Media says, hell no, he was a fucking agent getting people investigated.
An agent for who?
Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. I think and he's the one that's locked up now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't see how, he's the one that's in jail like right now. So I don't think he was an agent. I think it was just like it was an attempt, and it wasn't really that organized, you know what I'm saying? And they wasn't really going through the proper channels of gun training. I think it was a lot of situations where people were getting, guns going off and people shooting themselves. And
yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with the guns.
Yeah, but that was some of the things that they was putting out there to make it distasteful,
Right now,
yeah, I agree. It didn't help, but
so let me walk you through a little bit of this. Like I say, anything that I'm saying that you need a receipt for, I'll go get it. Right. Mm-hmm. So let me walk you through why people call him an agent and a scammer. I got to take you all the way back to 2015. Right. Like I said, anything you want, I go get it. I go pull it. So in 2015, when Walter Scott got shot, remember Walter Scott, South Carolina, he got shot in the back, running from the police, right? When that happened, Black Lives Matter was hot on the scene. They was, it was like doing their thing. It was one of the well-known names. Yeah. So what happened, he started his own Black Lives Matter group and went down there and started that group to protest down there.
Yeah.
He called his group the official Black Lives Matter, right? So this is where the part where people were scamming and starting their own versions of Black Lives Matter come in. He went down there, started his own version of Black Lives Matter. He got called out by the real Black Lives Matter organization for being a fraud, went across the bridge and held a counter protest and said all lives matter. That was 2015, right? Moving forward, he started doing the DJ shit when you saw him doing the shit with the fake turntables and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Making these fake commercials and all that shit. He popped back on the scene with the guns and shit, marching up the Stone Mountain on July 4th, talking about the Klan and whatnot, knowing that that's not a day that they are going to be there. They don't go up there for July 4th. They don't celebrate July 4th like that up on Stone Mountain. So that's why people call him a scammer, though. He's got a few different things in his background that point directly to being a fraud. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I say, he completely got called out by Black Lives Matter for starting his own version. Now, here's what's crazy. Here's the crazy part of this. In 2015, when Sam DuBose got killed, guess who brought his quote unquote official Black Lives Matter group to Cincinnati? Grandmaster Jay. So I met him, right? Didn't know any of this shit would later come about. He was there leading the protest, and of course it didn't matter to us whose Black Lives Matter it was, but this wasn't the official group. He brought his group. They marched on behalf of Sam DuBose, and of course I was there. Point being, though, that he was still doing Black Lives Matter shit even after being called out in Charleston. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Every time a shooting happened, he was right there running his Black Lives Matter organization to, you know what I'm saying, get headlines and whatnot. And so if you look even today at the headlines for the Cincinnati March, it's him in front of it. He tried to hijack the name and was making money off of it and shit.
Okay. So why do you think he's in jail now, though? If he was like an agent. Now when you say he's an agent, are you saying like he's like an agent for like the government or just a person that was just trying to scam?
Like Al Sharpton type of agent, like to the wire.
Like an agent trying to scam, because the government part of it to me is kind of a stretch. He in there for pointing a gun up at a cop on the roof. Now, I think that was kind of a stretch to lock him up. I don't view him as a fucking martyr or anything like that. But did they kind of reach to lock him up? I would say yeah, because I don't think he was aiming. It was more so like he pointed up there and moved away. It ain't like he took aim and was like sniping at
I don't know, Ted. That's the one time I wish he was an agent, because we look bad if he's not. I say it like that.
Yeah, I don't think he is, Q. And
I said I wish, but like, sighting your rifle in public when they told you that they're gonna have snipers on the roof, that was stupid. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he said he was working with the police. He said we working with the Louisville police and different agents.
Well, that was with like the marching and stuff like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it was no big secret.
But see, that was Minneapolis, I think. That was the initial protest.
I was on his live stream the night before Louisville, Taz. You was talking about Louisville.
No, I'm saying, where did he get caught for pointing it up at, though?
Louisville.
He cited his gun. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you don't cite your gun in public.
Yeah.
You don't cite your gun in public.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, so based off of what you're saying, Taz, it does look like he was like some sort of opportunist that was trying to capitalize on, on the Black Lives Matter
video. July 6th roasting him. Never knew it would turn into what it turned into. They did the Stone Mountain March July 4th. I did a video July 6th roasting the nigga. Never thought it would mean something, because they went viral. And I'm like, bro, like real, like, okay, the Klan does not go up on Stone Mountain on July 4th. They hate July 4th. They gave up Vicksburg. The war was basically over based on July 4th. They don't like that date. So they're not going to be up on Stone Mountain for shit. Like, it just didn't make sense. So I did a video roasting them. That's why I remember specifically when they popped onto the scene. But I mean, yeah, it's an L because so many of us did jump behind that shit, bro. People fell in love with that shit. And now, okay, so let me say this. When it comes to people saying you're Agent 2, let's not forget this part of it. When he was telling people to come to these marches and shit with guns, when they didn't have a permit and they showed up with their gun, them niggas cases, bro.
Yeah.
Them niggas caught cases for coming to them rallies with guns without permits or having
across state lines. Yeah.
I was happy I'm hood and street because everything in my street side, there's nothing in my Black Power side that was like I would never. I'm sorry to the gun clubs. I don't fuck with none of the gun clubs. I'm sorry. Everything about y'all is anti-street.
And then even with Ozone,
I'm be 100%. You from Philly, son? You know them gun clubs is weird to us, son. Like that shit. Tad, you a hood nigga. Them gun clubs is like, hold on, what y'all?
Now, so you don't go to the range?
Range and the gun club, two different things.
Okay, yeah, because I say I be taking niggas up to the range, like at least know how to shoot.
Nah, but they had the two-way mixed in the conversation.
Yeah,
they had a lot of people mixing the conversation with guns. You don't mix nobody in the conversation. You don't have that conversation.
I mean, yeah, you should know better than going up there with a dirty hammer up on, you know what I'm saying? You going up in there with a joint that
dirty hammer.
Yeah, he going up in there with a joint that was.
But then think about it. Understand the street side of it though. You're going in there with a registered hammer. We're not doing nothing.
Yeah.
You understand that? That's why my streets are. Y'all niggas ain't talking about no war. You got a registered gun. I don't want to be around, bro. My hood side. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm not involved in this conversation. I don't fuck with guns. We go over here, sir, Your Honor. I don't fuck with these niggas.
Yeah, unnecessary heat. There was no need for it. The spotlight got brighter and brighter on anyone now.
It looked good, but then they was like that shit was.
I'd rather say it didn't look. It didn't look good.
Yeah, I can say it was an agent, bro, because that shit.
That's what I'm saying.
For a moment, but
it only looked good for enhancement and appearances for a specific marketing, and you're not marketing to resolve problems or better your community. That had no image of that whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's not. I ain't gonna he had thousands of members involved in
he had a lot of motherfuckers. G-Side said you're not doing no work with a registered slammy. That's a fact. That's a fact, bro.
I'm like, all right, what do we do? Everybody went out there with their registered guns to Kentucky to point them at the police. Like, this shit is weird. I don't want to be around none of y'all niggas. That's a fact. First time I went to Atlanta, I met some gun clubs.
No, you get up there like, yo, hand your gun to the person beside you and then register that shit stolen, man. That's what we're going to do right now.
I don't want to be involved in none of all these folks. Anything like this, Your Honor, I don't know none of these niggas.
No. Motherfuckers went through all their lives without getting in trouble with the police. Like no not even as much as a traffic ticket. Then like the second they hook up with this nigga, now they got a fucking rap sheet. Even if they beat it, he's still putting you in a position of, damn, I did this for the black community. Now this nigga can't even get me out.
You did that on your own, bro. Ain't nobody
straight up.
Ain't nobody told you go on Amazon and order no airsoft vest.
Yeah.
Louisville. Them white folks, man, listen, bro. You sight your gun in Kentucky. There's certain places you don't sight your gun at. New York, police. Texas, anybody can lay you down. Virginia, Kentucky. Shit, I don't know about Georgia, but shit, most of Georgia, there's certain states you do not sight. You don't level your gun, bro. That's that's it. There's no questioning why you shot him. Yo, he sighted his gun. What the fuck you mean? Shot him.
Yeah, I don't know if there would have been any support if he would have got shot. Like if they would have fired back at him.
No, it would have been messy. That would have been a real bad situation. they would have been in a kill
They'd have
box.
murdered that nigga.
They would have murdered a lot of them, son.
And
That
so,
was
you saying the black community would have been like, oh, he fucked up, no support. He wouldn't have been another
that
George
would have
Floyd.
been a
They'd have
fucking.
murdered that nigga, bro. If they'd
Yeah.
have
I think that was in a fucked up way. That was smart of the police.
at that
Yeah,
time,
that's what I'm saying. Based on the environment. I mean, you're in the middle of
That-
George Floyd already. Yeah, boom.
With everything going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have went.
elevated, nigga. He'd have been elevated to the most militant nigga in history, nigga.
Yeah.
The modern day Nat, nigga.
Oh, you think he would have went the other way?
Yeah,
I
son.
mean, if he got shot by the police, yeah, bro, he becomes nigga him.
Yeah, that would have been.
He did a lot for the community. He was the next Malcolm X and all that motherfucking
Where
shit.
were you at, Dev? You did not remember.
No, I'm saying I was there.
You know,
He
he had like four.
from the police shooting. Yeah, bro.
Son, he went to remember he would have almost 5,000-6,000 people watching his streams.
I was in some of them streams, yo. I was on there. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's so if he would have got shot and lived, oh yeah, he'd have been 100,000, 50,000 people watching him. Yeah, he'd have been the next martyr. Yeah, they did that right. Like, hold on, he raised his gun.
He could run for president again, nigga.
Yeah, they was just waiting for him to fuck up and lock his ass
I
up.
forgot that nigga ran for president. I forgot that part.
Oh yeah. I think I heard that.
Son was wilding, son.
And then wasn't he the one that did security for somebody? He was like security for like a.
Yeah, remember he was at the Trump rally, and they were saying he was security, but I don't think he was. I think he just had good tickets type shit. But remember he was at the Trump rally, like sitting
Wait
right.
a minute. I thought the narrative was he wasn't doing security. He was invited for a debate, and that was a debate, or that was a guest seat. Like he was invited to the rally based on look. Here are my
Something
people.
happened though. Something happened, and he like helped escort somebody out or some shit. Yeah, it was on some perfect timing shit where some bullshit happened, and he was one of the ones that stood up and said something about it, and you know what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's that shit we're gonna find out 20 years from now that shit was all created by the CIA or FBI.
The secret Grandmaster J files.
Son living in motherfucking Afghanistan right now. He doing a whole mission in Afghanistan. Got a whole afro speaking
Over
Arabic.
what?
Huh?
You like? I just can't say. Hey, what you locked up for? Pointing a gun at the police.
If he was a social experiment, I mean that would make sense. You know what I'm saying? And
That's crazy, man.
Social experiment. That shit worked.
On your rap sheet.
The fact that he's radio silent.
Yeah.
That's the part that makes it a little opty to me. Cause like I got mad homies in the feds. Niggas got pictures all over the internet. Niggas got phones in the feds. They get taken away. Not really. You don't see phone fed in the feds like that.
Not
you
now.
See pictures.
Yeah, not
you
now.
See some
yeah.
pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like if you somebody.
Maybe a picture on Instagram or something like that. Yeah. Like
you're gonna have a little gram. You're gonna see random messages pop up on the gram. You know what I'm saying? Like depending on how much they watch you.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna be completely gone.
Like shut the fuck off.
Yeah, he gone. Like I haven't heard nothing since he got locked up from. So I don't.
And none of his peoples. Like no aftermath.
Not an interview. Not a phone interview. Nothing.
So you don't think it'll be a maximal thing with him, as opposed to a regular person in the feds?
He didn't do nothing for Max.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's on your rap sheet? Wait, what you in for? Robbery, dealing drugs, point my gun.
Nah, but I mean,
How that's gonna look,
know, but if he putting it in a context though, that this guy was trying to organize these black people to be militant. So that's the real reason why he was like, put in the feds. So you don't think that they want to kind of like, prevent him from communicating to the outside? And
I can see that.
They want to put that on him, but like I said, I'm not even sure what the people joining his group, what they was going to do. What were they joining his group for? In order to do what?
Oh, they joined it. That's enough.
Yeah.
Who that Profitable Pat? Who that?
He got his YouTube on. Somebody got their YouTube on.
Yo. Oh, you can hear me?
Both
Turn your camera on.
Give me 1 second. Damn, how do I turn the camera? Oh, okay, I see it.
You good?
I'm good.
Yeah, we just had to make sure you wasn't
No,
visibly.
I'm not a bot. I'm a human being. My picture just got my hair shorter.
You good? You can turn your camera off if you want. You good?
No, I'm cool. I'll be on here. I don't give a fuck.
You good? A lot of weirdos on the internet. You know what I'm saying? G? A lot of weirdos out here.
Yeah, they be behind them avatars for the letter. It'd be like a green S. And the motherfucker be talking all type of crazy shit.
Yeah, you funny.
Bots.
What's good though, bro? I seen you down there in the chat talking a little bit earlier. What you got, man?
Yeah, I was just talking earlier because I believe that
the children are the future.
I believe that the children of the future show them the way so they know. But nah, I believe that the black community is under a social programming, a social engineering to think and act a certain way, so that like NWA, you know, Uncle Luke, like those type of things. When I was younger, when I was a kid, formulated the people to think and act a certain way. So now, when you fast forward to 2025, you know, the black people are acting based off of their entertainment. In so many words, if that makes sense.
How old are you, brother, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm 36.
Okay.
So from my perspective, when I say that the black people are socially engineered, you see all these videos from the 80s when, you know, they got all these sisters on a, you know, in a room talking about like, I don't need a man. I just, you know, I'm having a baby. I can do it by myself, X, Y, and Z. And then, you know, it formulates into a situation where these people have these thought processes and these ways of living, and they perpetuate it and pass it on to the next generation. So Gen X and boomers had this perspective of, oh, we black, this is how we're going to be and this is how we're going to act. And now millennials and Gen Z are living that out. So if you look at, you know, gangster rap and things like that and Lil Wayne, like these people are Gen X and millennials, and now Gen Z is doing that in real time, whether they be, it doesn't matter what part of the country they're from or what their upbringing is, they're doing what Gen X and millennial entertainment people is telling them is quote unquote black culture.
Send that link up, Q.
No.
I mean, American says I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking bullshit. So, like, stop me if I'm fucking talking shit. But somebody, you know, like, give me something to bounce off of so I can make my point.
I agree. I agree that you know the social programming. You know, I think it's an aspect of social programming that's going on.
I'm saying what group is not in the social engineering group? Like I would say all people are a part of the social engineering. Like everybody on the internet is part of a social engineering experiment. Like no one's immune. No one gets on the internet and does things that are not you know, part of the I guess infrastructure that everyone else has to. Everybody needs a password. Everybody has to sign on. Everybody has a protocol. Everybody has to subscribe to some sort of network. They're only allowed to use what? The keyboard. Communication is going to be uniform. No, you're not going to be able to log in and talk to a bunch of Koreans or somebody in Okinawa, Japan, or Shanghai, China. You just not. They're not going to become allowed to do us unless they have a hacking system.
Yep, you're right. You're 100% right. But since the topic of the video said who's holding back the black community, I said earlier, before I signed off and signed back in, I said that the black community is holding themselves back based off of the things that I just previously outlined. I didn't go into excruciating detail, but the things that are holding the black community back are their allegiance to gangster rap and hood movie fantasy protocols.
Oh, you saying entertainment?
Entertainment runs us. because we
Okay.
run entertainment. Now listen, hold on, because I'm on Instagram a lot, so I see trends and lingo and dances and things that are led by us. Black Americans literally run the algorithm of Instagram. Period. Regardless, it don't matter, right? If you see somebody doing a dance, if somebody sees somebody is black doing a dance, oh, this nigga lame, this nigga blah blah blah. But if they see a white person doing it, oh, he hitting that shit, oh, she killed that, right? So we run these entertainment spheres, sports, music, even in not necessarily, I wouldn't say necessarily acting, but in those spheres we are prominent in entertainment, and those things influence young people. So when I was in school in the early 2000s, Cameron, 50 Cent, Jay-Z, those type of things, do-rags, sagging pants, jean shorts, like that was style. So if somebody wears that, oh, he got that shit on, he dripped out. But me, I will wear my shorts on my waist, so I get made fun of. Oh, why you got your pants up so high? Things like that. And I'm saying all that to say that the entertainment has made people think like this is how you're supposed to be as a quote unquote black person. And then when you don't follow what you're supposed to be as a quote unquote black person, you ain't black. I've literally been told by black people and white people that this person is more black than me because of some trope that is attributed to black people based off of popular mindset.
Like, give me an example though, bro. Like, what you mean?
He just gave the example. He was saying like, when he was in high school.
Yeah, but we ain't in high school. That nigga 36, bro. Like, he ain't like the fuck. Give me an example for now, nigga.
Me, brother. I'm the YN on the panel right now. I'm 33. So
33, that's not a YN. You might be unk.
You younger than me. You got 3 years on me though. I mean,
I got 2 nephews. I'm an uncle for real.
So Taz wants you to give him a up to date example as a grown man, as a 36-year-old man.
As a young man, I don't think you're wrong in that. As a young man, but I mean, when we start getting toward 40, I mean, like, are we still saying the same thing?
As we start getting closer to 40, are we saying the same thing? Yes, because I don't appreciate seeing a large group of young black men and women, young men and young women that are teenagers acting out, being loud, being disrespectful and uncouth in public and saying, oh, they're just young people, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, y'all really being out of line. You know what I mean? You don't see people our age checking teenagers like, yo, chill out, calm down, stop acting up, stop being wild in public. Mm-hmm. And then if you do that, then now there's a problem.
So not to downplay what you're saying, because I do agree that there could be more of a community effort in that regard. But now when I go over to the Home Depot at night, and it's really, I'm not going to the Home Depot. I'm going over here to the Wendy's to get some cookies, right? Every now and then what's happening in the parking lot is a bunch of white kids are drag racing in the parking lot, flipping around the parking lot, doing 100 miles per hour, flipping around and whatnot. Now, is that viewed the same way? Because what might be considered loud and boisterous for young black teens is still happening in other communities, but maybe we don't see it because we ain't in them communities.
Yes, and it's their, I don't want to say elders, but it's their people job to check them. So if you see, if you're a white person, obviously you can't be, but if you're a white person and you see young white people acting out, you're not going to look. I can't even put it in perspective because I can't formulate my mindset to think like that type of person. So I can only put it in a perspective like I'm, if I'm in fucking T-Mobile and I see 2 or 3 people in there and they start being loud and being crazy, I can say, hey, look, chill out, do this, do that, and kind of direct them. But then be like, who the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying? But where I'm going with it is like, you can't take your mindset and it's flipping into another person and it's how this person would think. You get what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I agree with that, but I'm saying in terms of how you view it, because you specifically highlighted us, right? And so I'm
What
saying that,
the podcast is about us. It's us on here. We ain't talking about nobody else.
right? But when we talking about in terms of like dealing with each other in public settings and whatnot, the trope you used for teenagers and youngsters was specifically about teenagers and youngsters. I'm saying that's not specific to black teenagers, though. That's not specific to black youngsters. They're all going to make mistakes of all races. You know what I'm saying? So I just, you know what I mean? I didn't understand why the young black kids were highlighted in your example.
Well, that's who's on Twitter. That's who's on Facebook. That's who's on YouTube. Every time you go online and you see, crash out New York video, crash out Philadelphia, Baltimore, DC. It's always young people in hoodies and fucking masks acting a damn fool.
Well, maybe I could bring a little more clarity to the point that he's trying to make. I think what he's trying to say is like, for example, if you get like, the example that you used, Taz, of like the white drag racers, or maybe I could say during our time, it was like the punk rockers, those guys that, was into like Nine Inch Nails and all that shit, right? So you have that.
You're taking it back.
Yeah, you have that, right? You have those type of white people, right? But then you have white people that are professional. They like, or maybe that same punk rocker when he got older became professional. So when he became professional, he still was white. Nobody said that he wasn't like, being anything other than white. With us, the argument that he's making is that, okay, well, if I was doing this, sagging my pants and doing all this stuff, that is what is deemed as black. So now I go get a corporate job. Now they're trying to say that I'm white.
So you don't, because to me, it's like white people roast each other too, though.
Oh, most
like,
definitely.
There are delineations that they make amongst each other. I don't know. Like, I don't know why we highlight that as if we're the only group that do that.
No, you're right. You 1,000% right. You cooking right now, because see, here's the thing. Every culture has their underworld. Every culture has their degenerates. But the problem with us, when you I don't know the poster's name, but the poster said, "What's wrong with who's to blame for who's holding the black community back?" So I'm gonna speak on the black community. The black community celebrates their underworld. The black community celebrate the degenerates. They say free Man, free Pookie. Pookie stabbed 3 people in the heart. Pookie shot a whole school and hit a young girl. Pookie did a drive-by. Excuse me, my brother.
I don't disagree with you, but I just want to make sure you know. But before, because you're going down a dangerous path, bro.
Sir,
we're following American culture. That's American culture you're speaking to.
We are Americans. Excuse me, sir.
Right. We are Americans. We're black Americans. So the argument you're making is one that predates us.
I'm not arguing
into this argument.
Sir, I'm not arguing anything. I'm stating something. Sir, when
you're putting forth
a YN, as they say, right? There's a brother that just got killed with his daughter. When a YN fucking, I'm gonna put it in hood terms. When a YN slide on his ops and spray up spray the shit up, and he hit a little girl trying to hit somebody that was against on the other team, try to up the score, quote unquote. That is what the problem is. What I'm talking about.
Right. Well, again, so when it's a YW, it's glorified. Well, so again,
I understand. Sir, let me bring this home, because I lost my thought, but then I brought it back.
Go ahead, bro.
Sir, I hear you, sir. We celebrate that, though. We celebrate, he got him. He quote unquote got him. But what is the collateral damage of that? A young child lost their life as well. You know what I'm saying? We celebrate our underworld. King Von is a celebrity. I went to Chicago in 2021. It was a big ass billboard of King Von. I was like, who is King Von? I didn't even know who King Von was. And then I went on the computer, and I was like, oh, this nigga a serial killer. They celebrating him? Come on, man. Every culture has their underworld. Look, when you talk about,
are you familiar with the movie American Made?
No, I never seen it. I'm not a movie guy.
know,
But
right?
I want to.
So
Can I
that's
land the plane real quick?
your
Can I
plane
land the
is
plane?
landed, fam. Let's land
No,
another.
sir,
Let's end this
sir,
plane with Barry Seal, fam. Let's
Just let him
let's
land.
end
Yeah, he said your plane is landed.
sir. I
As
just want to. I'm gonna say. I'm
Cuba
gonna
is
make
showing a
one more.
plane landing.
Auto
Sir, I'm
land.
gonna make one more.
Yeah,
You got the plane on the
Auto
video. Let
land.
me,
Yes,
sir, maybe let me make one more.
this is Barry Seal. Okay, this is when you the little King Bond shit you talking about. That ain't shit compared to Berryman Adler Seal, somebody who's been propagated all over American media, and they make money off of him even still today. To the point where when we talking about a little person like King Bond, that's a few dollars. This is a big budget motion picture about a cocaine distributor that they killed off.
That brought all the cocaine that turned into crack in the black community. 90% of the cocaine they say he brought into the country.
Sir, I just want to land my plane of what I'm talking about, the underworld, because I don't want to. I don't want to lose.
Operation.
Sir, I don't want to
Yeah,
lose.
wait, brother. Our underworld literally spawned out of white tyranny. That could be argued. Like our underworld, you know, I mean, it's a result of, or it's a product of having, quote unquote, the proverbial white man's foot on our neck in so many different realms of activity. But I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
I just want to put my final point on that, and then I'll let you speak as far as the underworld that exists within all cultures, the degenerate, the trailer trash, the hood Latino. Because I live in Florida and I see a lot of Latinos riding around doing hood shit. So the point that I'm saying, and you may or may not have seen this on other people's pages or on social media, is that when their people do degenerate shit, they separate from them. They don't claim them. I've seen it in comments. Oh, as a white person, I don't claim this person. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna say, sir, I don't want you to. I'm trying to make it quick, but you keep interjecting.
What you saying don't even relate to the real world you live in. Why would you keep saying it? Why would you want to continue to say some shit that ain't real? You're saying it, I hear you, but it was literally just on the screen. That's Tom Cruise next to Barry Seal. Where's the separation?
Okay. What the point that I'm making is that, sir, the point that I'm making is that the people that do bad for the black community are celebrated. That's the only point that I'm making.
Like Luigi, who bumped off the United Healthcare CEO in broad daylight on camera.
He's not part of the black community, and he didn't do that for the black community.
Right, but the white people made him like this hero.
So
just like they did.
Okay, so what is y'all argument? Because he's posing.
No, you saying they disowned him, like white people disowned him. White people did not disown Luigi.
I think what he's saying
white
is
people
that
said Italians ain't white for a long time.
Okay, so since white people do it, that means it's okay for us to do it.
No, I'm saying it's normal. I'm saying it's not abnormal to make it about the black community. When you see the triads being celebrated in these movies with Japanese gangs in them, they're not running around making these dumbass arguments about, look, that's our underworld, and they making that into us.
So it's not exclusively a black thing.
Like that's normal. It's average. Like Hell's Angels and biker gangs and all that. Like, bro, we can point out many instances. Like, look what he's showing on the screen. Even Casino, movies like that, bro. Like all this shit.
One of my favorite movies, actually.
There's no argument for that because they have made such a goddamn dime off of it. I'm fine with us doing it too. I don't care. I'm willing to turn a blind eye to it. If that is what entertainment is in an American society, buddy, and yes, we should be able to do it too. It's entertainment.
Yeah, that's not one of your favorite movies because they don't portray white people giving black people jobs or providing an opportunity to advance communities. That's not why you watch that movie. You watch that movie for a specific theme and a narrative that has always been entrenched in American society.
Okay, so what do you have to say about that? Because
I think you actually you laid it out when you first started talking, didn't you?
No, I'm talking about the brother.
Oh,
The
the other
young
brother.
brother, because he's posing
Are
an
you
argument
talking to
like
me?
black
And
people, black people are pretty much glorifying our, underworld pretty much, and I guess y'all respond by saying, "Look, everybody does it."
Yeah, I mean, the Ku Klux Klan glorified the underworld and birth of a nation. I mean, like that is what movies are. That is what
I'm
that
talking. It's 2025. I'm talking about 2025 now. We're
right.
talking about free Young Thug and free all
They,
these people.
they still doing it 110 years later. They're still able to do that, and we're making an argument that we shouldn't, and they just making money off of it.
Profitable
They're
Pat,
not talking about a societal impact. They just make money off of it.
you familiar with the minstrel?
Oh, I'm definitely familiar. That shit is funny. I seen the video of the dude putting the sand out so he can like shake his feet on the floor and all that shit.
You familiar with the history of the minstrel?
Not 100%, but I've seen videos and I've seen how things like that what they do. Educate me.
Yeah, that's so the minstrel and the caricatures that were created in it and the proliferation of black like how I word it, content to which you speak, which would not be we consider degrading, was definitely pushed through the minstrel era and black.
That was admiration. Look, I'm gonna put it to you like this.
That's not admiration. No, blackface.
Imitation is the
hold
biggest
on, brother.
flattery.
When you said sir a bunch of times. So
Yeah, people was cooking me in the chat for that too.
yeah. So yeah, you got to go and look at the minstrel. Because if you're saying that if you have an issue with how black people are being pushed in media, you understand that culturally in America, black people in the degradation of black people has been the context of entertainment in America.
Right.
Yep. And then they sign up.
Seeing
Kevin Hart,
seeing it proliferate on social media.
Kenan Thompson, Eddie Murphy, they sign up for that. They sign up to be the clown.
You talking about like before that, you talking about like the characters like Zip Coons and like like blackface and them kind of mocking like black people, and it was a whole era where they used to do that, through entertainment.
But even back to Taz's point, that's America though. Now we at it where like people capitalize off both. You know what I mean? When it comes to entertainment, I think personally we was going in the right direction. I think the religious community and the super upclass Sambos got in the way. It's like, oh, take advantage of everything. Like make money off your story. Like they got the Chinese make money off the degraded part, the good kung fu culture. We should be making all types of African liberation. We making African drug dealer. We making movies about the Africans selling Africans, and it's our story. Make money off the shit.
I don't know about the African part, but you cooking there. Go ahead. I don't know about Africa, but yeah.
Oh, you didn't know about the minstrel neither, so I'm pretty sure there's a lot of
Well, you do have a good point. I just think you need to if you construct it a certain type of way, it'd be more effective. About as far as with the cultural thing, and because it's really you gotta pinpoint a certain segment because
I work with kids. I work with kids, and they come at me. I work with around wealthy kids. Kids from wealthy families of all backgrounds. It don't matter what they look like, but they come at me from that social media, like, "What's up, coach?" And they try to like dap me up and like that type of shit. I'm like, why are you coming to me that way? Because you seen somebody that looked like me in that manner, so you coming to me and expecting me to respond to you based off of that. You know what I'm saying?
But that also would show a form of empathy. Because in the exact opposite.
From an 8-year-old, and empathy from an 8-year-old trying to dap me up and asking me what's my favorite Kanye West album.
That shows that a child has an ability to understand social settings. And if he can adapt to you, and if that child can put him in another setting, and he can also understand that there's a difference in how you can communicate upon entry with somebody, that shows intellectual.
But why are you offended by that? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Offended?
Yeah, it seemed like you was taken back by that.
Because I don't.
Because he doesn't want to be associated with the black culture that's commonly promoted. So don't come with me assuming that I'm one of these niggas that listen to rap. I game. I listen to rock and roll. I listen to alternative music. Don't assume that I wear Jordans. Like just because I'm black, I gotta wear Jordans. Like what's wrong with you? I don't wear baseball caps.
Yeah.
I don't like rap. Don't
Yeah,
think that
what
all black we listen to rap. No.
yeah, what state you represent, yo? Profitable.
I'm in Florida. I'm not
Oh, okay.
representing. I've been in a couple. I've lived in multiple states and
That's
cities. So
cool. That's cool.
yeah, I'm in
Hey, so
Florida.
let me ask you a question, bro. So what you think about the event that happened down there in Frisco, Texas on the track? You think Carmelo Anthony was defending himself, or you think he was the provocateur?
Bro, listen. I just before I clicked on this live was watching a video about that shit. Man, I'm honestly on the brother side. Look, they said 5'8", 130, and you got a set of twins, 6 feet 220. Pull it out. Pull the fucking yaga out. Look, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. You 5'8", 130. Twins roll together, period. Like I said, I'm a coach, so I seen twins and they roll together. You 6 feet 220 plus, y'all linebackers. I'm 5'8", 130 running the 4x4, and y'all are like, oh, get out of our tent. This is our tent. Oh, I'm pulling it out, period.
Let me ask you, what's a yaka? What's a yaka?
The yaga. I'm just saying, like, I'm just making up terms. Like, okay, so if I'm Carmelo fucking Anthony and these two fucking big ass white dudes pull up on me, they're like, get out of our tent. You ain't supposed to be here, nigger. Okay, fuck you. He got to deal with the consequences after that. The law gonna deal with him. He made his decision. He got to deal with the law. I'm not saying he's wrong in that situation, but I'm saying the law gonna do what they got to do. He may do some prison time. He gonna do some time in prison, but he did what he had to do to keep himself. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. So
okay, so now here's the thing, though, right? So my question would be, how would you feel about somebody who said the opposite? Like, no, he shouldn't have did that. That was an innocent kid that he stabbed. How would you view the person on the opposite side of that?
I would say they both kids, and you're supposed to tell your children, keep your hands to yourself. You're supposed to tell your children, hey, don't go looking for problems. Don't go looking for trouble. It's unfortunate that young man felt he was justified in, telling somebody to move. It's plenty of people that say, like the videos that I watch, they say, hey, track people, go and talk to other track people, sports, Look, I was in film. I remember one time I was in film in high school, and the fucking one of my teammates was recognizing another person from another school that was running the ball on our team in our film. He was like, oh shit, there go Kyrie running the ball on our ass. You know what I'm saying? But he went and talked to other people from from different schools, and then somebody was like, oh, you got to get out of here, you can't be here. And then they pressed him, and he responded the way that he responded. And like I said, the law gonna do what they do, and everybody got to suffer the consequences of their actions. I'm not saying that Carmelo was wrong, and I'm not saying that the other dude was right, but I'm just saying, look, that's how it went. You gotta, you make a move on the chessboard, and then whatever happens after that is what you got to deal with.
It's not conclusive though. That's how it went though.
I want to see Carmelo's testimony. I want to see Carmelo on the stand talking. I want to know I want him to tell us what exactly happened, because it's not what the witnesses, the police report that came out, and what people are saying. I want to know what Carmelo said about what happened. That's what I'm waiting on. Then they gonna make us wait for a while.
Yeah. So it's time for him to get on the stand for real.
To say his
HOA neighborhoods, man. Them HOA neighborhoods, man.
I mean, I've been to Frisco. I've been to Frisco before. It's nice out there. It's way nicer than where I'm at right now, and I'm in Orlando, Florida. So when he comes,
what part of Orlando you in?
I'm by UCF and Full Sail. I'm in between those two schools. If people know where that's at.
I used to live there. I used to live in Pine Hills, Silver Star Road.
Oh, Pine Hills out there. That's where the Haitians at. That's the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? Yeah, I used to live over there.
And the funny thing about that story is they ain't a cell phone video came out. Like these teenagers got their phones glued to their hands at all times, and they ain't got a cell phone video out. That's what I'm waiting. Where the Snapchat? Where the reels at? Where the World Star at? They said it happened when a 30-second altercation. Somebody pulled their phone out when dude walked up. Somebody had to.
But that goes back to when they were talking about poor white people. They're not part of the system. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. You get caught up in an area where it's you against a bunch of poor white folks, you gonna lose. If that's a poor white cop, poor white sheriff, poor white district attorney, poor white witness, poor white victim, poor white jury, your black ass is going to jail.
Frisco ain't poor though. That's the thing. Frisco is predominantly Asian.
The context from earlier, these are white boys that he's dealing with.
Oh, that town is.
They're not the top of the 99% of white.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
What I'm saying? So like people are contextualize racism around class, and it's like no, racism is white implicit bias to black people, whether they're rich or poor. You have to recognize that they're going to have an implicit sense of biases against black people. And so,
most definitely.
Yeah, so you just can't be looking at it at the high levels. Like, oh, it's only with rich people. Like, hell no.
Oh no, definitely, it's on all levels.
Don't forget, welfare actually created the white middle class. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. They were the first recipients, and still the most recipients now.
I would say there was the white middle class. There was always a white middle class. Immigration populated much of the white middle class too.
The so-called white middle class, good evening, gentlemen, was created by the government, first and foremost.
Source it.
The color of law, the FHA loans, the GI Bill.
Pop up.
Source it.
Welfare.
There's a book by Robert. There's a book by Rothstein called "The Color of Law" that talks about this in detail.
Yep.
There's a Google button and the share button. Pull it up and source it.
Yep. You're talking about specifically because he's talking about segregation via redlining and
there was middle class white folks since the country started. What are we talking about?
There actually was no such thing as a class structure in this country until after Bacon's Rebellion.
If you want to talk about when the country started, see, look, until now you talking my talk, because when we talk about the country started, the country wasn't started by white folk. The country was started by black people from Europe. The colony was
bro. We was there. You was sounding real smart, man. Let me go
off real quick.
Oh, man, you gotta source that, man. Just hit the share button and source, man.
Let me go off. It's researchable.
Nah, we don't do the researchable.
You don't research? You don't read? Come on, brother.
As the saying goes, I'm still learning.
See, Dr. York said, "Don't believe me, look it up."
We don't quote pedophiles.
Dr. York said, "Don't believe me, look it up."
You quoted Dr. York?
I don't know about Brother York. I don't know about Brother York. Brother York is
bro. First of all, what I said was I was referring to your phrase, the possession of the phrase where you said it's researchable. That means that you're passing the buck to someone else. When you have the share button, it's 2025.
Okay,
share what you're stating. No, don't put in the chat. Share on the screen and read what substantiates your statement.
You Hebrew Israelite, read.
Yeah, that's how we do over here. Everybody over here, you'll learn quickly, very quick. Oh, no, you got the source that quick. You can't sit down. That's definitely you ain't gonna get past this peer review over here, brother. We all read very well. Please pull it up on the screen and let us read where it says black people from Europe. Yeah, let's see that.
I've never heard that one before. I got to find.
We still haven't heard it.
Never heard that?
No, we're gonna hear it because you're gonna provide us with names. You're not just gonna say. You're not gonna say.
You picked the wrong side of YouTube. We read over here.
You're not gonna say black Europeans. And then
I've read parts of the 1619 Project where the first African.
Hold on, Linwood.
We're not talking about Africans. We're talking about Americans, brother.
Yeah.
We talking about that source. We talking about you sharing the screen.
Yeah. So all that's going to come back to names, where they come from, and anything other than the generalization. Because discover America and start at the country I mean, that's different than setting up a lemonade stand or
Yeah, we ain't got he got his job right now is pulling up that source. The only thing his right hand should be doing right now is both his hands should be clicking. I don't see no typing. You should be typing and moving that mouse right now. That's all we want to see is that mouse moving. You got your camera. We want to see that shit is screen. Where Chris at? Show my screen. Show my screen.
Yeah, man.
Extraordinary, like brother said, Rob's. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary.
No, I'm saying though, where do you get that shit from though, bro?
It's all out. It's all out here.
Wow.
No,
nothing
but
specific.
To be like the leading voice on that topic, like you know what I'm saying. Like, where do you get the information from? Like when you want to go find something new or something that's on that subject matter, who do you go to?
He typing now. Now he
I'm typing now. Let me hold on. Let me look it up.
He tried to hit us with the woke response. Do your research.
Who is CT?
I'm trying to find the book. I'm trying to find the book so I can pull it up. I'm trying to pull this book up on Google Books. It's called Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America, and I'm getting some links. They talking about $25. Hold on, let me see if I can find an actual like a pull up. It's all monetized. It's all behind a paywall.
And you speak really
they don't want you to know.
I'm disappointed.
Where are you disappointed in, my brother?
No.
Let's see. Can
I'm
I
about to
put
share something, Q. I'm gonna give you an example of what we do over here.
One book, man.
I can't. I mean, you want to see books? Like, I mean, hold on. Give me. You know what I'm saying? Look,
Information is real though. It ain't in just one source though. You know what I'm saying?
It's not
okay.
Well, let's get to the one. Let's at least let them get one, Chad. Let's just, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So
shit out the first one.
Look. Okay, so look, we want to say that what I'm saying is incorrect.
You're not saying nothing.
You want to debunk me and say that
it doesn't
you want to
exist.
say that
what you said doesn't exist.
You want to say that what I said was this. So
because you made a claim.
To your point,
substantiate it. So in order to make what you're saying exist, you have to substantiate it.
So to your point, white men conquered black men and put them in chains in slavery. Yes?
We haven't even mentioned slavery. We were just discussing.
That's what you're saying. Because I told you black Europeans
stay on one topic at a time.
No, we're not discussing what was you said. Black people from Europe started America.
They started the 13 colonies.
13 colonies.
Yeah, just stay on that. Yeah, just stay on that.
There's no moving past that point.
Black Europeans.
Yeah.
Christ.
Jamestown is named after a motherfucking nigga.
Yeah.
Jamestown is named after King James, who was a nigga.
King
James.
Exactly.
Damn, man. With Taz gonna bring up Dr. Ben, right?
Oh man.
I'm just waiting for the right time. I'm seeing how far we gonna go here. Cause you already know what time it is. For me, I want to know where the shit came from, fam. Like, please show me where you're getting this type of information from. When you're ready to read up on this history that you're studying.
That shit gonna come back up to Lance. It's gonna have a Wikipedia link to Lance.
Yeah, we done on what's holding the black community back now. I see. It's a Friday night.
Oh no, this is definitely part of it.
Yeah.
This is 100% part of it.
It's definitely part of it. I mean, like,
this is what's holding the black community back.
Put it in YouTube.
Right now. Somebody saying some shit and can't prove it. Can't even show it what even got them to even say that dumbass shit.
Because this is the centerpiece for literacy. And there's no insult to him. The comprehension is the centerpiece.
I'm gonna start getting insulting. He said he worked with kids, bro. Like you telling kids this dumbass shit?
But it might be after school. It might be an after school program. Might be like a gym.
It definitely is after school. I don't tell them kids shit. Like they're not listening to that shit. Okay, so I'm gonna flip it on you. So you saying, okay, well, the claims that I'm making are inherently false. Then what is it?
No, we're not even saying what it is. We're just stating that you haven't made it. Your claim
that victim narrative that you've been given since you were in kindergarten. Is that what you're telling me?
White
is that what you're doing? Anything.
White people started this country. Crackers, white people.
Yeah, once you say colony,
well,
colonization.
I'll take a different approach on this because there are so many books out there, so much literature out there that does say, and you got to sort of be careful because there's some books out there that is intentionally trying to present a perspective of history that did not happen. Case in point, the Daughters of Confederacy, The Lost Cause. As in, slaves were happy and they were, happy to be slaves. Like,
bro, we're talking about the 13 colonies. The 13
I'm just
colonies
saying, brother,
are
keep
the
on the
result.
same
Like
way.
he's gonna remove,
Gotta be
like
careful
just
with
keep
kind
it
of
right there. New Amsterdam. New Amsterdam was located where, Profitable Pat?
In what's New York.
And
it got changed
was
in New
that
York.
started by the same? So which
They got
group
started
of
by
black?
Dutch people that was dark, the swarthy dark skin.
Oh, swarthy dark skin.
Swarthy dark skin, aka black. Black is a color. Swarthy is a skin color. Y'all laughing and joking.
Hey, brother, who's the author of this book? I want to
So,
follow
all right,
this.
so then, so
What, the Jews and Muslims
let me
in,
ask you, so how? So if those people were black, how did they differentiate amongst the black people or the people from Africa that they allegedly brought in?
I don't align with the.
It's not about alignment. As I'm saying, how would they differentiate? Why would they not
You
all
gonna
just be
answer the
swarthy?
question?
I'm asking,
You
why
gonna-
would they not all be swarthy? Why would not just be a country of swarthy people?
Because they didn't bring a bunch of people from Africa.
But if they're still swarthy, I'm saying if they came from Europe and they're swarthy, where are these millions of swarthy people at now? Why is not the country entirely swarthy?
Well, didn't they expel a bunch of Jews and Muslims from Europe in 1490?
But those people were swarthy.
1492? Yes, they were. They expelled a bunch of Jews and Muslims
So
from.
they're all swarthy. That's what I'm saying. How did they get here and turn white?
Through selective genetics and breeding.
So they selectively bred when they got. So black people in Europe came to America and selectively bred to become white?
Yes. There's plenty of white people that you can look at their family tree and their great-great-great-granddaddy was a nigga from Europe.
You believe this?
I know this.
No, you can't say you know because you can't prove it. So you believe it.
I mean, I can't prove any particular person, but
you can't prove none of the statements that you made. So there's just belief.
Okay, so you have one corner of the internet saying, "Oh, the Jews was black, the Vikings was black, the Chinese was black, the Europeans was black."
Listen to what you're just saying, brother.
I am listening to what I'm saying.
Are you familiar with information?
And stopping me in the middle of what I'm saying. This is what's holding the black community black. This was holding the black community back, not letting people finish their thoughts.
No, there's no reason
to be the need to be right. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Kevin Samuels laid that out when he was talking about relationships. But I'm laying it out now, talking about black people talking to each other.
No, I could just mute
you. You shaming me in.
I'm not shaming you at all. You already shamed yourself by showing your lack of intellectual ability to recognize text and no ability to recognize the need to cross-reference information. That's what you did with your camera on. Like that's why I'm trying to slow you down, because when we read, like Taz said to you, it's imperative that you cross-reference information, especially when you have your camera on, because you're a black man. And so the things that you're stating, if you can't substantiate it, which is what you should be able to do when you're making claims, then they're just beliefs. They're not even arguments. So we're giving you the opportunity to share your screen so we can see what's leading you to the belief that you have. Because just as much as you don't want to be a part of black culture and what's normative for black people, you seem not to want to be a part of historical culture and which was proven to be normative for history. So please show us why you're already proven to be different from black people. Show us that you're different in history. Just prove it.
Show you that I'm different from black people in history.
Yeah, that's what you just said. So substantiate it.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Your historical points is completely different from what black people normally have as a history in America. You already alluded to the fact that you think that black people did not come from Africa. Slavery didn't happen. We're not going to go down that point, but you alluded to that. But right here, you're stating that black people are the founders of the 13 colonies, which would mean that black people from Europe hypothetically enslaved black people in America and also killed the Native Americans in this country. So this is a story that I don't know if you actually heard said to you like this. So I want you to substantiate it because this is not a normal conversation that happens in history. This is
It
not
is
how
a
people
normal
actually hear
conversation.
history.
Actually, what happened? I
Then prove
mean,
it. All you
I
got to do is share your screen and pull up a source that corroborates what you're stating. And when you understand, when you say YouTube, that is also illustrating that you do not have a defined understanding of what it means to prove a point. A YouTube video is not a source. You would need a
I agree.
literary source, something from someone who is a scholar or reputable within the field.
I need to go on. Hold on. Let me go on Brave browser because Google ain't doing me right.
If Google can't do you right for information, then more than likely the
Google is censored.
search.
You know better than that. Come on, man. You know better than that.
If Google cannot do you right with information, more than likely it's bullshit.
Hey, brother, let me ask you a question. Who was the author of this book, and where did you get this information from? Because, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of things I didn't know about, slavery with the so-called Native Americans, so-called natives of this country. So, where's this information coming from, man? Because I may want to know. Like,
Yo, y'all are putting. He said black people started the 13 colonies.
okay, I'm interested to know if this is fact or not. 'Cause like I said, there's a lot of
It's
shit we
not
don't know.
facts.
There's a lot of things we don't know. So, I mean,
I don't know what you
I'll
when
get
you're
it,
saying
brother.
there's a lot of things that we don't know. I don't know what that has to do with this. If you do not have a
It's a lot
Google
of things that we
browser
don't know.
right now, you should get off the internet. And if you do not know how the country you
put
live
the-
in,
I just put the
after
link in
being
the
in
chat.
it for 40 years
Put the
was
link
started,
in the chat.
then you should not be on the panel. You should take this time to do that like he said, research for yourself. Go to a library, go to a public college, and tell them, I don't know how this country started. And then cross-reference that between different schools and what you learn in the library and what you find on Google.
Actually, he has it on Amazon.com between Jews and Muslims.
I just
Is this
put
a
the
book,
book
sir?
in.
Yeah, the last name of that dude is Yates. I forgot his first name. I put it in the chat a while ago. Something
Jews,
Yates.
Muslims in British colonial America. That's the name of the book.
That's
So
the name
black
of the book.
Europeans, swarthy blacks from Europe came to America and enacted slave codes.
Yes.
So this book does exist. It's with Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates, right?
What book are you talking? He didn't even mention a book, bro. You're
Yeah, it's in the
listening
back.
by
It's in the back. It links to Amazon. Have you read this book, brother?
No, he ain't read that damn book.
Of course not.
I mean, I know, brothers, how y'all take scholarship serious. I get it, but I try to get a brother
No, bro.
the benefit of the doubt.
There's
Try to
the benefit of
hear him
doubt
out.
when you present your claim, you don't need benefit of doubt because you're supposed to be presented with the information from up front. And it's what the duty is to cross reference it so you can hear the argument up front. He didn't present no information, so there's nothing to go against. And even the one link that he put, it references Africans. So it doesn't even look. It
Yeah, that's the
literally.
book right there.
And what does it say? Americans have learned in elementary school that their country was founded by a group of brave, white, largely British Christians. Modern reinterpretations recognize the contributions of African and indigenous Americans. But the basic premise has persisted. This groundbreaking study fundamentally challenges the traditional national storyline by postulating that many of the initial colonists were actually Sephardic Jews and Muslim Moorish ancestry.
Sephardic Jews and Muslim Moors were black, quote unquote.
No, they're
black.
not.
I've heard that before. I've heard that before about the Moors.
Literally, the
You-
first
you're
part.
right. You're right. I'm not. You're right. I'm not. gonna
Let's
argue with
understand.
you. You're
The
right.
book does not say.
I'm literally.
African?
It's Sephardic Jews from Portugal are listed
We're
as
not
Swarthy
discussing. We can
Europeans.
discuss
You can
that
look that
point.
up. You got a computer in front of you as well.
We can,
and you can
brother.
cross-reference me.
We can do that right after. We have no problem with
You
doing that. We have
want
no
me
problem.
to give you a
No.
source?
Again,
and-
no. You gave a source.
prove me
The source
wrong.
you gave.
We
The
in the
source you
information
gave.
age. You can tell your phone to look something up, but you want me to
No. I don't want you to do anything. I want you to just use.
Go find it. Go prove me wrong then.
we can't prove you wrong if you haven't
You
gave
want
evidence.
slaves? You want slaves? I have a book literally in my hands.
No,
This
we're
is
not.
the book. This is
See,
the book in my hands.
you see, staying on topic is a very important
Yo,
key.
you talking about? Listen, you
We're
talking
still
about?
discussing.
No.
Yes. We're still discussing your claim that black people created the 13 colonies. Yes, I just muted you because you want to move to what happens with people with low literacy rates. They typically jump to different topics, not recognizing that they haven't finished the first one. We want to put a nail in this one to make sure that anybody listening, you have the pure opportunity here to prove the source that you gave does not mention anywhere in the summary of the book that black people, in fact, created the 13 colonies. What it states is that there were Sephardic and Muslim Moors here. Does not mention anything about the creation. So is there a book or source that you can give that states clearly, explicitly, that black Europeans created the 13 colonies? If you don't have that, then redacting your claim is not needed. We all understand that that was not true.
Okay, I was wrong. You were right. White people started the 13 colonies.
I wasn't right. I never made a claim.
I was okay. You weren't right, but I was wrong. White people started the 13 colonies and put niggas in chains, and now niggas are arguing with each other on YouTube.
That's what you got from that?
You sound disingenuous.
So instead of pulling up the source of the black people
I
that
don't
started,
have that book, sir. I don't have that exact book.
it's in Google. Google it.
Wait a minute. So
Ain't no book that he gonna find that's
I'm
gonna prove
looking for
that
Google
shit.
books. Look, I told y'all I'm looking for Google books, and Google is
No,
fucking is
Google
giving
the
me Jewish
question.
shit. I'm trying to find the book open. They have the book open. It's very possible.
Hell, bro, when you was talking that fly ass shit, bro. Now you really literally making it sound like you have no point to stand on at all. I'm just wondering where this came from.
yeah,
Like you weren't
YouTube,
you heard that
yeah,
shit
the
somewhere.
same thing that you
YouTube, and
said.
Instagram.
Yeah, we
Just
should be
type
able
in,
to
did
read
black Europeans start the 13
They're gonna
colonies?
say no. They're gonna say no.
Who's
No,
they?
You know they're gonna say no
Who's
because
they?
it was what we were taught in school.
But
What
who's
should I
they?
type that in, man?
No, we should be able to
Bro, I'm
read
not trying to finish
what you
sit here and
said.
talk over you motherfuckers. Bro,
No,
listen, the same shit they taught us in school. Okay, go ahead.
no. What you said, we should be able to read what you said. That's all. That's all we're asking. We're saying,
Okay,
hey,
I
don't
think I
just
might
read
have
the
found
box.
it. I
Just
think
like
I
you
may
put
have found it.
just
Give
like
me
you
a
put that
moment.
link in the back. We should be able to click it and then
No.
read. It's not exactly
Read
what you said.
Jacob 9:7. Okay, let me
No,
see.
it's not exactly what you said. It should be, lining up somewhat similar
Okay,
to
I found it.
what
Hold on.
you
I
said.
found it. I got you right here. Googlebooks.com. Hold on. Let me give you. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna give it to you right now because I just found it. Hold on. Let me put it in the chat. Let me put it in the back chat. In the back chat. Let me put it in the public chat. Hold on. I found you. I got y'all. Come on now. I'm here for y'all. I'm here for my people. You feel me? I'm here with y'all. I'm not against y'all in any way, shape, or form, by the way. Let me read it. It says Sephardim in the New World. What were the origins of Sephardic Jews? Where and when did they form into a coherent community, or as Portuguese Jews in 16th century England and Netherlands expressed it, nation? Most historians believe that a small contingent of Hebrews from ancient Judea made their way to the Iberian Peninsula by the time of the rise of Rome. Others purpose the nucleus of Sephardim may have come into being there much earlier, around the time of the building of the Second Temple in the 6th century BCE. Jews were often fellow travelers with Phoenicians, who occupied parts of Spain in the mid 8th century BCE. Certainly, Spanish Jewry was well established by Roman times when Jews constituted a quarter of the population in the East Mediterranean and a tenth in the empire as a whole. Hold on, let me see where it talks about. Okay, here it goes. It said the word Sephardi itself has been explained as a form of North African Gothic, swart, black, dark, and etymology with roots in the 5th century Vandal, Visigoth invasions. So if the word Sephardi itself has been explained as a form of North African Goth, then how is the Sephardic Jews not black people? I literally just shared you a page from the book, a chapter from the book.
The book is on the screen. And again, brother,
Sephardic generic heritage is the next part of the book.
The book is on the screen. Like this is.
I ain't hear nothing to say 13 colonies.
That's where it came from. That's who the motherfuckers came from.
No, it does not say that. It does not say that.
Said the motherfuckers. That's where the motherfuckers came from.
And the usage of that type of vernacular to help make your point is really ghetto.
So Sephardi Jews started
well,
the motherfuckers who started the Continental Congress.
Well,
only designation I heard was North Africa.
Okay. Well, look. Okay. Fine. Well, look. No. Look. Okay. Fine. Like, so. Okay. Fuck it. My claims are unfounded. I'm incorrect in my exposition.
This motherfucker, like, hold on, son. This motherfucker, you too smart to be sounding like this, man. Come on.
Well, look, if my claims are unfounded and I'm incorrect in my exposition, then teach me. Then put me where put me in my place. But don't put me in my place talking about no African shit, because my granny told me I was Indian to my face.
Hold on, Q. You might want to.
No, she didn't.
We might want to back up a little bit, bro, because he came on talking about like how blacks get easily influenced by entertainment and everything else.
Yep, I was.
Yeah, but check it out, though. Check it out, Q.
Damn.
Man, he just tried to check you with that Kevin Samuels rhetoric, talking about sign language and all that shit, that acronym. But he don't know, like, he in the space right now of some people who was around before Kevin Samuels even got famous like that. So if he gonna come in, that's why I asked you, Taz, like he dropping Kevin Samuels rhetoric up here. I'm surprised you let that slide, Taz.
Yeah, I'm still tripping, bro. I'm kind of feeling. Because I knew this was, I was trying to wait till we got here to this point, but I knew it was coming.
No, I'll let you go ahead, man. But you know what that means, though, right? That means it's a whole nother ideology behind the wall going on. But y'all got it. Hold on.
Why your mom and papa ain't tell you was an Indian?
I was an Indian, bro. It was just a matter of time before we got here. I knew we was gonna get here eventually.
I'm trying to figure out why your mom and pop never tell them.
Sound like we got a red pill man up here. Like,
he sounds too
but
soft.
you want me to answer the question? The lack of naming the person, like when it comes to the lack of naming the person that founded or an organization, like you should be able to replace Sephardic Jews or niggas or black people started the 13 colonies with at least one name, like the main guy, or an
George Washington. George Washington.
White.
Yeah.
George
He was black.
George Washington was a swarthy European.
The word swarthy and European.
Swarthy means dark.
I know. And within the context of Europeans, just like with the context of black people, you have dark-skinned black people and you have light-skinned black people. You have darker white people and you have cracker white people. But
Yeah,
all
like the
white
swarthy, like that word swarthy,
is
like
used
you've
for
ever
them.
heard the term tall, dark, and handsome. That can relate to white people. The same way it can relate to non-white people. So, brother, I wanted to ask you some more questions about it, about this, the Asakani Jews, because I have heard from Farrakhan in his book, The Secret Relationship Between Black
Farrakhan is a Jew.
I mean, well, I've heard what he said in his book,
You be ready
the
for the
relationship between blacks and Jews, that Jews were the originators of the transatlantic slave trade. So these Akashinashi Jews, what part did they play in building this United States.
Yo, are y'all on the same internet that we are on?
Hey, brother, I just want to get some knowledge from the brother. You know, see where his head's at. That's all.
No,
Ain't trying to beat him up. Ain't trying to step on his toes.
I just be trying to figure out what conversations do the grandmas be having with them just to tell them that they're Indian? Like, would they be over grits and eggs and be like, you know what, you're an Indian?
Bro,
I ain't no African.
Bro, look, I looked my granny in her eyes, and I said, "Granny," I said, "Grandma, where your people from?" She said, "Both my parents is half black and half Indian."
Did she
But why
believe in
didn't you ask
Jesus?
your mom that?
Did she believe in Jesus?
Damn, how many questions y'all want me to answer?
Nah, my bad.
I mean, the late great Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. was a Muskogean Indian.
Did she have a picture of Jesus on the wall?
My grandmother, I don't know.
Who you say, fam?
My grandmother, I don't know her religion because
No, did you just say Neely Fuller?
Oh,
No, I said Neely Fuller, the late great grandmaster teacher of the code book, Neely Fuller Jr. was a Muskogean.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Was a Muskogean Indian.
I believe him.
I found that out during his passing. I didn't even know he was that. So
Taz, that's Tariq Nasheed's fault though, dog. You can't blame Neely Fuller on that. That's Tariq Nasheed's fault, bro.
I literally said this shit earlier, bro. I specifically said this. I mentioned him specifically, bro. Neely Fuller, bro. I told y'all these his students, bro. It's crazy.
Nah, they Tariq students, man.
Point.
Tariq the one that proliferated
Tariq.
that shit, bro.
That's Tariq fault.
Actually, I didn't come to Neely Fuller Jr. by Tariq Nasheed. I came to him through Dr. Francis Cress Welsing.
Shut up, Taz.
But before that, I was reading a book by Theodore Allen called The Invention of the White Race, books 1 and 2. So, but the brother got to say,
what else you done read, bro? How much more of this literature have you read?
Honestly, it's so much books out here that it's about a lot of hidden history, a lot of things that, I agree with the brother. We don't know.
Hidden history.
It's a lot of hidden history we don't know. Like that particular point about how race became law and all that. You would have thought that race was natural and it was,
that shit sounded crazy when I said it 2-3 hours ago, didn't it? Don't sound crazy now, do it?
Shut up,
Taz. Yeah, brother Taz, I don't think you crazy. I mean, I don't think anybody crazy. Everybody's entitled to their view.
It sounded wild,
and with respect.
Out with it, but
and with respect to your view.
I got these books.
We can disagree,
You
brother.
ever heard of this?
We can disagree, but I think it's good. I think it's a productive conversation to have.
Well, deity laughing right now because he's looking at himself like, damn, is this how I look?
I'm telling you, bro.
Hey, what's that second one?
That's volume 2. This volume 1. This telling you about all the different people. And then this is telling you about
deity. You see what we be saying though, right?
All the people in America. Come on now.
Deity, you see what we saying?
We out here. I mean, come on, man.
Well, let me ask you this, brother. How did you come across this, and what inspired you to learn more about this really hidden treasure?
Hidden treasure.
Okay.
This nigga said America was made by black people. 13 colonies, and you said hidden treasure. What kind of weed? Let me call this.
I mean, well, brother Q, man.
No, you good. This weed I got ain't good enough. My bad.
I mean, Q is the creator and the holder of this conversation, so I do give him his respect and let him get his rocks off as he chooses. So I am trying to cut.
Well, this is also a brother that teaches science and technology to young students. I give him credit. Who's doing
all that? We cool. I was just, yeah.
The man said George Washington was black.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm still there.
But seriously, it may not be a joke, but seriously, I've heard that too. With no credit, with no nothing to back it up. But I've been
hearing Shakespeare was black since freaking 2003, bro. 99. Freaking, they've been talking about what's his name was black. What's the dude that King James was black?
Yeah, James was black. St. Augustine was black.
Yes.
Robert E. Lee was black.
There's not a name out there.
You can't.
Robert E. Lee, the
Robert
general
E.
for the
Lee.
KKK.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
man,
yeah,
wait a
I
minute,
don't believe
dog.
that one. I don't believe that one, but I've heard all those
Why don't you
similar
believe that
rumors.
All right,
You
man.
don't
I'm
believe
Similar
that,
gonna
but
rumors.
you believe
hey,
you came from
man.
Africa, but you don't know what tribe from Africa you came from. You can't.
Listen
There's
to that
nobody
because
in
man.
Africa looking for
can't
you out
say
I
here.
don't
anything
think.
about
Well, brother,
black?
most of
You
us
can't
have been
say anything
stolen
Robert
about
from
E.
our
black
name and
Lee.
our
because
language.
of America.
How do we know?
This about not being associated with Africa.
People from Africa come here, come look at you, look down
Hold on,
on you.
wait. But hold on, you hold on. All
Come on
right,
now.
so the disconnect that I see is that the way you place information, and we talking about what's holding the black community back, literacy.
Yeah, because niggas don't read. Y'all niggas need to go and read. Excuse me. I
Y'all niggas.
apologize. Let me redact my statement.
Have you
Not
presented
y'all, but
have you
Hey,
these
presented no
these
you
niggas need to go to
no
read. I don't
no
mean
you need to
y'all.
say we, you need
Yeah.
to say us. You see that you say us.
You separate from us.
No, you clearly need to include yourself. You just sat up here and made multiple claims based off shit that you haven't read. And then you pulled up books that you don't even know what they're talking about. Then you like, bro, it's a mockery, bro. This is crazy.
But
How do
Q,
you? And then you
But
got
you
the
from
nerve.
Africa.
Then
Show
you
me
got
where
but
you
the.
from
Q,
Then you
Africa.
got.
Brother
Hold on, but
Q,
you got
brother.
the nerve
Show
to
me
be
where you from
upset
Africa
with
then.
dudes
Show me the
on the
African then.
internet. You got the
Show me the
nerve to be
African
upset
then.
with people dancing on the internet and saying that they look ignorant.
Show me the
What do you think
African.
you sound like? Do you think you sound different in how they look?
I
Q,
sound
they don't know where this
crazy.
Do
information is
you
getting.
think you sound different than how they look?
I
Based
know
off of what you came up here on the panel,
I
based off of how you presented your information just now. Do you think you presented yourself as an intellectual who is sound, who has information to support their claim? Or did you come up here just talking a bunch of bullshit? Be real with yourself. Are you any different than people on Instagram shaking their ass and being ignorant?
On
Being,
TikTok.
are you any different? Be real, my nigga.
you want me to answer or you gonna keep talking, my brother? Come on now. I know I sound crazy. I know this shit is weird.
Q, they don't know better, man. They don't know how this
Hold on.
information got proliferated, man, for
Bro
modern
said.
times. Like
That's
that's all
crazy.
I'm
You get put
saying.
in a different
That's
Bro
why
said his.
my answer to your question
I
was
know this shit
grifters and
sounds
scammers.
strange because it's
Well,
ain't been really heard like that.
bro, you said
Not
you're
to
an
talk to
Indian, and you asking us what tribe we from Africa, but you claim to be an Indian. You didn't say your grandma told you you was Chickasaw or none of that. You said just Indian.
because she ain't know. She didn't know.
So
And we
you just
on the
asked us the same
land.
question.
How you know?
And she's on the land and don't know. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You 100 miles away. You 100 miles away from New Jersey where the shit started, allegedly. And she don't know. Come
So,
on, bro.
so your
Come on,
granny
son. It's
told you was
crazy.
Indian, so she's right. But if somebody else read in the other documentation that says origins from Africa, we're wrong. So what makes your granny right and everybody else
Man, I
wrong?
gotta go to the bathroom.
Get that medicine.
Y'all done got that
That's
man
why I
fixed.
said
Yeah.
it's grifters and scammers, Q, because like that's how this information got there. And it's like it's a whole monster now. So like you can't even because when dude was proliferating that information, bro, like these dudes were still in high school. Know what I'm saying? So they're not knowing nothing about all this shit spreading around the internet. So by the time they get here, it should sound like, you know what I'm saying, actual information, because you got so many people talking like this. So that's why I don't really want to beat him up too bad, but it's more like, because he do, you know what I'm saying, got like a, like he want to learn something, but ain't no shortcuts, man. And that's what these brothers got to understand.
No, we got to challenge that main source, and I'm tired of this grandma shit. That's your source. Then, if your grandma told you an Indian, we gonna go at that source. Like
Hey,
he just broke it down. He didn't know, his grandma didn't even know what tribe of Indian she was
But
from.
Blue, he just said like 4 different internet scammers doctrines and don't even know it.
Dr.
Kevin
What?
Samuels, Tariq, Dane Calloway. This is like 4 different OGs of pseudo. Like, come on,
OGs of
man.
pseudo.
when it comes to white supremacy, let's not act like white folks have called themselves supreme. Abraham Lincoln, he deemed the white race superior, the supreme race. So they have deemed themselves that in text, in literary text. So this idea that it don't exist, and what do you mean? They've called themselves that. Like, so
What are you talking about, dude?
no, I'm just saying as far as white supremacy, because some of y'all don't believe that it don't exist, or it's
No,
a
I don't like using the word. I personally don't like calling them that. I don't like that's why I don't say it.
I understand the white fragility, and I
You know,
understand.
you know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather just call it racism, but I'm not calling nobody supreme.
It's not that they're supreme; it's that the tactics that they have used have been supreme. Now, the
Their
tactics.
tactics to maintain a position of power. Yeah, that's that. But I ain't gonna call them supreme.
Yeah, just stay on what was talked about.
Yeah, I mean that's personally. That's why I don't use it. It's not that they don't call themselves that. It's not that they may have referenced it in past. It's just I don't.
So I'm on point.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna reference them that way.
But what I would say this too, like, yeah, we are in the information age where there are people out there putting out false information or ahistorical things, and the young people are researching it. I get what the young brother was trying to do. He's trying to really learn what really happened. Like myself, when I was 24, I was trying to find out, how did this whole race thing get started? How do we end up in this position? Why we have the question, Dr. Wells, and God rest his soul, why?
Nah, he said he don't want to be associated with Africa whatsoever. Yo.
But the beauty of this era, that's the basis of understanding literacy. Like you got to be able to know how to cross-reference information. Like we have Google. You know what I'm saying? We have Google, we have all this technology now. There's nothing your mom should be telling you as a kid that you end up at 40 not that you didn't question.
I'm like, I mean, I can speak from experience. My parents never taught me ish about any of this stuff, and so I'm sort of angry about that, because I'm like, you didn't prepare us with knowledge and information. You shoved the Bible down our throat and gave us inspirational preaching. But we get out here, we don't even know our history, our language, our mores, and our forays. We walking around basically retarded.
You like 50 now?
I'm not 50. I'm still 40. I'm 42.
Yeah, and I'm 40. You know what I'm saying? Same. I think I'm 43. You know what I'm saying? We can't be. You know what I'm saying? That ain't on our parents right now. We can't be talking about.
I mean, it's not. No, it's not on our parents anymore. No, it's on us now. I mean, I'm not a father, but it's on us to really teach our offspring the truth and stop trying to sanitize it to make them feel good. The sanitation is sickening. We got to stop it.
But at this point, the sanitation isn't an issue. It's the ability to comprehend and understand how to acquire information effectively in a scholastic way, especially in 2025. If the vast majority of a portion of our community does not know how to properly scrutinize information, receive information, and convey information, right? Create arguments. This is an issue. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? Like there's no getting past that. And I think some of the stuff like what Taz alluding to with how the information played, especially in the 70s and 80s, a lot of information played on like our emotions and wasn't from a scholastic space. And then once it was proven not to be scholastic, we held on to the information because of the emotional space we had with it. You know, and that's just not, the word melanin. You know what I mean? Like I get the usage of it. It's like, bro, like
I'm starting to feel like Taz now with the romanticism, man. You got to get away from that shit, bro. If information is information, man, like you can't be enchanted, man, with information, bro. You just, you know what I mean? Like Q said, cross-reference that shit, cross-check that shit, bro.
That's the methodology. The methodology is extremely important. Now you ain't embarrass yourself, bro. The methodology is just like, how did you acquire this information? How are you articulating this for the public to understand while you're having it immediately with whoever you're having a discussion with? And then how are you scrutinizing the books that you're reading? I barely read books anymore right now. Like there's so much information out right now. I stay on articles and journals, and there's information overload. Cross-reference the shit out of something right quick.
I mean, young man, how old are you, young man? How old are you?
He like the same age as you. He like 36.
He said the
I mean,
same
well,
thing.
that's cool. I mean, you're just coming. The late Mr. Fuller will always say, "I'm still learning." So
Neely Fuller.
you're still learning.
We all still learning, bro.
You're still learning, and you
That's where I
know,
No,
got
we
that
ain't all
concept.
still learning.
Got that concept from the
I'm cool
late
on that
great
shit.
Neely Fuller
I've
Jr.
arrived.
Still learning.
you're
I'm
still
a
and
lifelong learner,
of us.
B. That's what I am. A lifelong learner.
Yeah, but when you start
Agreed.
teaching, you better make sure like you know what you're teaching.
True. That's why the teaching to those who are mature enough and how to teach. I let the teachers teach.
But I mean,
Bro,
if it's topic specific and you properly did your research, you know what I mean? Like you just or it's how you organize it.
I mean, like I said, the young man. You. I mean,
So he's like 3 years younger than you, bro.
I mean,
Don't call
well,
me
no
young
problem. You
man.
still. I mean, you still learning. I mean, regardless, you 50.
You that old Linwood? I remember when you was in your young 30s.
In my
I'm
young,
mad. I'm older than Linwood, son. I thought Linwood was older than me. I said he
I
was
know,
50. I felt
right?
like an old head. I'm like, shit, I'm about to be 44.
I'm 42.
he about to
But
recite the 9 areas of
no, I ain't gonna go that far with it. But you're still learning, man. There's a lot of history that Black folks in this country don't know, and there's things that we're still learning about ourselves because we were robbed of those things. We were
No,
robbed
you
of
wasn't
our.
robbed of it. You was chasing Dr. Ben and all that dumbass shit.
I wasn't.
You didn't want to learn your history.
Oh, hold
No,
on, bro. Oh,
Linwood was over there with Gus T. Renegade, with that
I heard who
counter compensatory
and
code and all that.
was I once I read about Dr. Ben, I don't like the child molestation crap. I thought that was garbage. But back to the conversation at
That's
hand,
Dr. York.
Dr.
What?
Ben.
Yeah.
Not Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben ain't got no, he ain't no child molester.
I don't know nothing
Put that
about no
on.
shit like that with
Put
Dr.
that on the
Ben.
God.
Yo, man.
He meant Dr. York.
Yeah,
Dr.
I know what he meant. Yeah.
But you're still learning, man. Just keep
That was crazy.
make sure
Don't
you
put that on Dr. Ben.
find out who these people are, research them. The one things I've learned is some of these white conservatives out here spread false information. So, find out who they link to and say, nah, they're false, man. I wouldn't read that.
This is the
If you ain't gonna learn nothing else, man,
Maryland's Black Codes, 1865.
you're not gonna get past that.
It is what they like to take word freedmen. Questions from the office to the assistant commissioners with reference to the present population of freedmen in the South have been only partially answered. In Virginia, the freedmen have increased in number. Estimated population at this date, 500,000. North Carolina estimated about the census of 1860, 361,500. South Carolina decreased, blah, 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 blah. If any free Negro intermarry with any white woman, or if any white man shall intermarry with any Negro, on conviction thereof shall no Negro become a slave during life, and such white or man or white woman who shall intermarry shall become servants during the term of 7 years. So I read that right. Motherfucker, you gonna become a servant. Yeah, this is on the books, B.
You niggas still want white women though. Stop.
But this didn't happen though. All of this didn't happen. No Negro or mulatto, whether free or slave, and no Indian. See that right there? This is 1865, the government separating Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. This isn't one group. And I don't think you was over in the TP, young brother. I ain't gonna call you young brother. I'm 8 years older than you. Damn, son. Fuck. Damn, I remember when I was 36 and my hairline was still there. Fuck. I only knew. No Negro, mulatto, or the free or slave, and no Indian shall be admitted as evidence in any matter dependent on court. You know, it's crazy. So another thing to talk about, Pat, right? I was just discussing with my students and analysis when we was discussing the Stono Rebellion. You know who the federal the government hired to go capture the black people who escaped? They had Native Americans, and they called them friendly on the government website. They said we hired our friendly government, friendly Native Americans to go capture the Negroes who escaped the insurgents. Keyword too, insurgents, crazy. See that on the screen, Pat? So which one was your family back then? Were they Indians? You said your grandmother was an Indian. My family was Negroes.
What was his grandfather?
But it's 1860.
Yeah, here go the box. He throwing all Africans in one box. We gonna throw all Indians in one box.
Yep.
Don't put up the Cherokee slave trade.
This is Maryland, Black Codes, 1865.
Oh, we still on the East Coast.
Bow right there. Pick a side right there. Let's not talk from it now. Let's go back to right before. Let's see, grandma is grandma's grandma, probably. Not even that. It's grandma's pops. For me, it is my grandmother's father. It's my great grandfather. Let me see. Yep. Great grandfather. Not great grandfather. Great. Let me see. Mama. Yeah. Great grandfather. Great grandmother. This would be two greats for me. So yeah, they're Negroes. So you was on a TP in Maryland? Who is in the chat was in a TP? Where my Iroquois at, man? Who was in the TP in 1860s? Cause my motherfucking family wasn't no motherfucking TP in the 1860s.
Trenches.
Let's get that shit straight.
Playing them routes. Hitting them.
Yeah, Lipe, right? Yeah, where the Lipe's at?
Waiting the water, children. For real.
We don't play with that. We surgical over here. All right, Mexicans. Yes, sir. If any Negro or other person shall entice or persuade any Negro apprentice to run away, abscond from the service of the master, such Negro or person so offending shall be subject to fine and imprisonment. These Negroes, see? So this applied to, our family. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Is that what you saying, Pat? Mississippi? Oh yeah, y'all Mississippians, you're not even part of the 13 colonies. When your family, what, you know what I'm saying? Why are you even discussing the 13? I think he's got the French issues, man. I told you. I did not tell you in the chat, all these abos come from the middle of America. The French created the abos because of a scam. Did not say that, Jackson? Everybody in the chat, how many times did I say that? The Mississippi bubble is the reason why we have all of these abos. None of the abos that come up here even ever heard of the Mississippi bubble. I guarantee you, before Project Pat can motherfucking tap it in, he ain't never heard of the motherfucking Mississippi bubble.
So what year did Indian in my family made me in my whole goddamn lineage Indian?
Because by the time you go back 4 or 5 generations, you're talking about 60 grandparents and shit, bro.
Nah, this shit, we ain't got to go back that far, B. Just keep it right at 4 to 7. That's when, like, grandma got two, you know what I'm saying? Go to grandma's grandparents. Where was they at? Then when you start going to Mississippi, that's when you start getting mixy. The middle of America, man.
We still in the 19th century, Luke. You ain't gotta go back that far.
Nah, because if they 1860s in Mississippi, you got 3 generations. You only been in America before that. That might be 2 generations, maybe then. Let's say 2 good generations, 3.
Yeah.
And you right there at the Louisiana Purchase. And America really ain't start dealing with that whole region for a minute. So then when they started reclassifying, like they like to bring up, we got reclassified. You didn't get classified. A white person came in and looked at your big ass lips, looked at your hair and said, you's a nigga. You might have been living with the Indians, but you's a nigga. Said, no, I eat corn too every summer. Sorry, you may not know this, but you's a nigga. That's when grandma said, I used to be as an Indian when I was in Mississippi. Back when I was in Oklahoma, I was originally an Indian. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Shit crazy. Shit crazy. We done heard it all. Done heard it all.
So your history wasn't that bad if you was an Indian?
Damn, cool that shit out, man.
Ain't that where this comes from, right? You don't have shit to do with Africa?
Yeah, the slave story just be boogeymaning the fuck out of these niggas, man.
One is being a fucking cannibal, smallpox victim. You know what I'm saying? Like, when does that story make it? When does that become better? Getting ran off your land and put in reservations. Where is that part of the story that's better? Getting wiped out.
Wiped out.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how is that better? I'm just lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, where is the better? Like, they wiped out Puerto Rico. They wiped out the Dominican Republic. They wiped out Mexico. Like, what are we talking about? I'm sorry. Is that a better story? The motherfuckers who survived as slaves or the motherfuckers who died off and we got kids living on reservations. Make that what? I don't know. It's a fucked up story on either end. I ain't know.
Right, I could see if they was not speaking the English language, right? But like the example that he came up, like he didn't bypass no damn education on his way up, and he's been validated by members in his community to be around other kids. It take a lot to say.
That's it.
Yeah,
You collecting basketballs at the gym, organizing the cones on the track field, making sure the basketball court ain't too wet. With the they got the mop that like it takes the dust off the court at the same time it like makes it like wax, like keeps the wax shining. Like, there's mad shit you can do. I don't got Mississippi slave codes. That's crazy.
I don't think he too far gone though, Q, because like the brothers with this doctrine, bro, they ain't gone. They, you know what I mean? They spaz out. So
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. I ain't gonna bully.
No, I think he kind of new to it.
Glad he found this side of YouTube then.
He missed all of that.
Cause he go to Top Cats. He be like, yeah, we got a new one, y'all. First thing you gotta do is buy this T-shirt that says "I'm an Indian."
That's what I was gonna say, Q. That's probably why they be going so hard, because they be so invested, bro. Like Top Cat's he gonna check your pocket.
But it's the same rhetoric, man. It's the same. My grandma, like that's why I always ask, like, your mom ain't tell you that? Why your grandma had to tell you that?
Starts off with Dr. York though. That
was crazy though. Now Top Cat ain't gonna be quoting no Dr. York though. Yeah, I ain't gonna put that on Top Cat. Noise Smoke Signal.
Yeah, I ain't never heard none of them.
That's it. I ain't gonna put that on Smokes. None of their jackets. They definitely not gonna quote Smokes and them come out and curse all of us out right now.
That's why my answer to your question, your topic question, Q, scammers, grifters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Them niggas, boy.
But haven't we always had scammers and grifters in the black community?
Yeah, but when you combine it with the internet, man, shit. They haven't had like a population like this massive, man, like to do damage.
Shit. What you doing? What you basing that off of? Numbers?
Yeah, man, cause like only a handful of them willing to go as far as to like write books and stuff. But like when you got these platforms and then these like charismatic figures and shit, people get enchanted, man.
Well, the Dan Calories of the world, from what he is saying, his research is that he got this in the Library of Congress about blacks were Indians and stuff like that, and I think it just kind of took off from there.
His research is the Library of Freestyling.
Yeah, he need to pull the Library of Congress up if that was what he said. I don't remember him saying that.
I mean, a few people jumped on that bandwagon because I think they really want to be disconnected from black people badly.
That's why he's dealing with a lawsuit now.
But I don't think it's the young people's fault. I think it's sad that the grown-ups are using this to make money, and they're leading the youth down the incorrect path of truth telling. The same thing with Dr. Claude Anderson saying, well, at least the Indians got reservations, at least the Indians got this and that. Like, but their position is no better.
Constantly quoting scholars, man. Like that ain't no substitute, man, for you know what I'm saying? No offense, Lidwood, but damn, brother.
I'm trying to pull up the shit. I think it's the Natchez Indians in Mississippi. The French would use them to capture Africans.
So they had more than one set of codes, though, from what I remember, right? Mississippi.
Well, this is 1865. This is black codes.
Oh,
I got
okay.
the slave codes in Mississippi. Hold up. I was supposed to put this document in. I gotta put in the chat GPT do that shit, put it in order. Nah, we need something better than that. We need the full. And they got matter of black codes. I'm trying to find the slave codes. See what's this right here. I ain't got this on my document already, so it's 18. So this whole there go Mississippi right here. It's 1857.
Pre-civil
Chitty
war.
Matcha and Natchez, right? Yeah, I thought, yep, Natchez, yep. We be want to beat up on Top Cat, but we be feeling bad and shit. We don't want his people that be fucking with him, you know. No person shall knowingly permit or suffer any slave or slaves not belonging to him or under his charge to be and remain in or about his house or kitchen or upon the premises or plantation about 4 hours at any one time without leave or permission of the owner. Nor the cases of Negroes sent on business. Like, this is all fictional. It's from 1857. Any person who shall himself or by his agent buy or sell to or receive from any slave any article, thing, or commodity whatever, or any vinous, spirituous, or intoxicating liquor without the written consent or permission of their master, owner, or employer, specifying what articles, blah, 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 blah. It's all fake. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's crazy.
They had a get drunk clause.
You said, respectfully, I can't hang with Top Cats. Yeah, you're right. Based off what you presented today, you definitely belong over there. Start going east to 5 civilized tribes. Yeah, I know. But yeah, B, so proud ascendant of Africa. Shout out my beautiful Pan-African black lip, nationalists in the chat. Know my abos who will be aboing up. You know how y'all do.
Trying to make a comeback. It is.
It was entertaining for a minute.
Springtime.
All we doing is trying to follow up on what he brought when he first came up here, man. It's how to not be indoctrinated by the internet, man. Now he fighting to be indoctrinated. What's up, Miz?
The saggy pants and the hoodie.
Right.
Skinny jeans.
Now when we show him we ain't indoctrinated, he brings up, motherfuckers can't hang with that dude. All right.
Swarthy. How many people on the street say the word swarthy properly in Orlando?
Nah, because you know
nobody says it.
That's
How
going to
many
pick
people
up,
say
though.
they're from
I
Africa and
predict.
can point out to where they're from Africa? How
I
can
Nah,
I?
we gonna go down. My
How
bad.
can I point out people from my family tree that's born in locations and certain names, but you can't point out to me where you from in Africa?
Because of 500 years of difference.
Your grandma ever say, "Oh, my grandma was a full-blooded African. She had a big ass nose, and she always kept her hair under a bonnet, and she always kept her hair braided down in the bonnet. She was an African."
But let's talk about no. If your family was Indians, we want to talk about that because mad at them rat ass Indians in Mississippi was used to capture my family in the Mississippis. So let's talk about that because a lot of y'all descendants of them rat ass, snitch ass, cracker loving Indians in the Mississippi violated my ancestors. Like let's discuss it here. How a lot of them were used by white people to capture runaway Africans. Because this you could be a motherfucking Mexican all you want. I just make clear that Mexicans wasn't on our side. So choose the side you was on.
Brother Q, I sat here quietly for a little bit, and now I posed the question: where are the African stories from your genealogy? Where are the African stories from your family? My grandma was a full-blooded African. My granddaddy, he had big ashy black hands and a wide nose, and he was from Africa. He was from Ghana. He was from West Africa. Where's those stories?
Remember you said those tropes you described earlier?
Where are those stories?
No, remember the tropes that you described
Where
earlier?
are the stories?
Remember the tropes how you described earlier? Repeating that while evading the fact that you represent the Fox 5 tropes of Africa, highlights the fact that you also don't want to be associated to black people because you describe Africa the same way as white people do. Big lip, widos, and ashy people. And then you see hip hop culture as bad, but you don't see your own ignorance as an issue, just as white people. You evade that. But you're not going to take a moment to reflect on the fact that you purely have illustrated nothing but ignorance.
So all people in
I sat here and let my ignorance
shine,
breathe, shine.
No,
yeah, I sat here and let it shine. I didn't say any word. I didn't say a word. I let you all speak and say your piece, and you showed receipts on the screen and everything. And then my response to that is, where are the African stories? Because I got Indian stories. Like I told you, my mom's mom told me my parents are half black and half Indian. And you talking about reclassification? Well,
That's
they
not a
called
story.
Indians black. They called Indians Negro. They called Indians colored. They called Indians mulatto.
Prove it.
Where's your African stories?
I'm going to tell you.
You already proved it because you talked about reclassification. You laughed about it.
Look, 10 generations.
It's not 10 generations. 10 generations is a
I'm
long ass time ago.
Exactly.
My mom, that's one.
No,
that's Gen X. My grandmother, that's boomers. Okay. My great grandmother, that's another generation. And then my second great grandmother, that's 4.
That's 18.
My third great grandmother, that's 5 generations. My fourth great grand. So you're saying you talking about 10 generations? You talking about the 1700s?
No. What I said was to go back to Africa for my family and for most people is over 10 generations.
Okay,
so that's a large amount of people.
Brother Q.
Now, before we go there,
no. I got Indian stories in 2 generations. So I got Indian stories in 2 generations. Where's your African stories in 2 and 3 generations? You talking about 10 generations?
Since you said you have an Indian story, tell us an Indian story.
No. I'm not.
You haven't told us the Indian story. What you told us is that someone told you that they were Indian. That's not a story. So please tell us an experience, a narrative in which your family member described their experience while being Indian. The language, the culture, the food, the cultural nuances and differences between blacks and whites. Please describe that story.
I'm not going to let the fact that you're the creator of this video surpass the fact that I just asked you a question and you deflected it.
No, I told you over 10 generations, I don't have that cleared. I don't have that. So since yours is only 4, your grandmother is 2 generations away. So I want to hear a story from your grandmother who's only 2 generations away. Again, I don't have it because I told you my connection to Africa is over 10 generations.
So how you know you're from Africa then?
Because of historical evidence that I put together.
Whose historical evidence? Was it the white man?
There's tons of information, white, black, all of that. You of most people that came to the panel should not have an issue with whites being how you described your proximity to them, and that fact that you don't like being associated with the common perspective of blacks. So why bring up white information?
That's who told you from Africa.
No, that's not who told me.
I went to kindergarten. I went to.
That's not who told me.
K through 12.
I've had professors as adults, as professors as an adult. There's scientific evidence. There's corroborated evidence.
They took your blood and your cells?
No, there's corroborated evidence.
They took your blood and your cells?
I don't give that up. No. But now, since we're here, though, like I'm admitting I don't have that. You have your grandmother, and you just said you have stories. So now, please.
I also have my genealogy as well.
No, before the genealogy, let's hear about the stories and with her experience as an Indian. What kind of foods did she eat? What were the holidays?
The same foods that you eat on Thanksgiving that you call soul food.
So we had the same experience, you're saying? So you don't have anything that identifies her culture different. Nothing that identifies her as a unique part of an American fabric.
Because that's what it is, man. Look, man, y'all trying to pinpoint and say what's Indian and what's African. What's Indian is what we've been doing our whole life, man. We just been told we was from Africa. Okay, where the Africans that cook collard greens? You go to African, you can't find no collard greens.
I'm not asking. I'm just asking. You said you had stories. So please tell us a story.
I already told you the story.
No, you
My
said
grandma
she
told me
told
shit.
you that she was Indian. That's not a story. That's a statement. That's a claim that she never even substantiated to you. That's where you learned this behavior from.
So who in your family told you was from Africa?
My father showed me textbooks and
Yeah, he tell
corroborated
you,
it
he
with
say, "Oh,
information.
my great granddaddy was a
No, he
nigger from Ghana."
corroborated it with information.
He corroborated for information.
Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, to corroborate. You know what that means. So I'm asking you, what with your grandmother, the story she told you.
Who in your family told you was from Africa?
I just told you my father.
Did he say that his family was from Africa? Like, come on, bro. This is what's holding the black community back. We don't
No,
know
it's
who the
not.
fuck we are, bro.
Literally, right now, what's
We
holding
don't
us
know
back?
who we are. We arguing.
No,
This is
that's
the problem, bro.
It's
I'm
not.
on you. I'm with you. I'm
No, it's not.
rocking
That's
with you.
not the
People
problem.
in the
That's
United
not.
States don't know who the fuck they are
No, right
because
now, the
of
holding us back
government
was
and fucking school, bro.
acquiring information is one of the challenges we have. Because how you acquire information in 2025 is based off of the perspective of a person who lived almost 100 years ago, and that you didn't even corroborate or take the time to cross-reference. Then you use people on YouTube to further your perspective, and you expect the world to respect us in this era. We're being laughed at.
I've literally done my family tree and broken it down and asked my grandfather on my dad's side, asked my grandmother on my mom's side. My grandmother on my dad's side died in 08, 09, so I only have a name, and I just backtracked through records and census records and death certificates and birth certificates and found people that in my family who are labeled as these, what you jokingly talked about, reclassifications, but these reclassifications are what they would call Indians. I got a grandmother that was born in 1871 in Chickasaw County, Mississippi, and she was labeled, like I said in the chat, on 3 different censuses. When she was she was a baby, she was a fucking mulatto. When she was a teenager, she was colored, and when she got married, she was American Negro. Why is it so many different censuses? Why she can't just be African on the census? Why they don't just label Africans as Africans if they African? Why is there so many different names? If we African, why didn't it just say African?
How do you know if those so-called Indians wasn't $5 Indians? You know, like
because I seen pictures of her and she was darker than me. What are you talking about?
See this on the screen?
Why?
Do you see this?
I see the screen. If we African, why
are you familiar? Are you familiar with this image?
No, that should look weird. What is that? Is that coding? Is that coding? What you doing?
You should be familiar. You just stated that you did your genealogy. It's a genealogical map for 10 generations.
Ain't no 10 generations.
I didn't
say
you
need to go back to 32 grandparents, great grandparents. You don't need to go back to 64 and 100 and past that. You don't need to go that far back.
All right. So how many generations is that?
You said 10. It's 10. If it's 10, is that what you said? That's what you said. I'm not finna look at that shit. That shit hurt my eyes.
That's crazy.
So let's go back. 1, 2,
zoom in on it
3.
so I can see it better.
So 3 generations. Just want to be clear. Here's mommy and daddy, right here. That's your mommy. That's your daddy.
A little bit bigger, Q.
Zoom in that shit on real shit. Zoom in on that shit.
You see?
No, I don't.
That's mommy right here. That's mother right here. That's father. Then you go back 1 generation. That's 4 people. 2 generations, 8. 3 generations, 16. 4 generations, 60. So what I'm surprised is that you have this person right here at the very bottom, or you could pick the person at the very top, and you believe that one person's story that you have summarizes the entirety of all of these people in a genealogy. And it amazes me when people come up here and profess this. It's like, do you just 4 generations of people you have to account for? Then you go back. It's 100. You see this? All of this is your blood. Then you go back 5. You see this? So when you ask about Africa or your history to the connectivity to it, do you see how many people you have to account for? So I just want to be clear when you state these things, what it sounds like when it illustrates. This is an illustration of what you're saying. So you have this one person, 1/64th representation of your fourth generation. And you want to summarize that as stating that you know who you were. And then you're
It's
asking me
more
to,
than one person. Like I told you, I did my genealogy. I didn't
how
just look
many
at,
people do you
oh,
have?
this one grandparent. No, I looked at each person's spouse, each person's fucking parents, and each person's where they were born and who their parents
So
were.
what? So that's 3 generations. So how many
That's
people did
more
you
than 3 generations.
listen to the question?
32 great grandparents is not.
You accounted for all 32. You don't have 32 great grandparents.
What do you mean? You told me I'm having hundreds. So if I have hundreds, of course I have 32.
Great is 1 great. So great, you should have what, 8? You have 4 grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, but great on your mother and great on your father. So you saying you went back on both
I
sides?
went back on both sides. My
So if you
mom's
went back
side,
on both,
my mom's side don't really have that much information. It's hard. It's a little bit hard to find records and shit. But
as most of
my
us,
dad's side, on my dad's side is a lot more because there's other people that are like my grandma's niece and shit.
when you're saying your grandmother, right?
My
Your
grandmother,
father
like
has 2
my
parents.
father's mother niece put shit on Ancestry.com, and so that's how I found a lot of shit.
So that would be this line right here. What about your father's father? Your grandfather.
My father's father gave me names and dates and people that was born in Chicago and Mississippi, and that side is a little bit cloudy too. But honestly, most of my shit is on my dad's mom's side and my mom's dad's side. It's just weird.
So just to be clear, so from your parents' side, your grandparents, you have 1/2 of the picture.
But nobody say African. All these records
I'm just being clear.
African. It don't matter. It don't matter if I'm finding half or a quarter. It don't say African, and the pictures that I find in them don't look like African.
Listen to what you said. You only went back 1, 2 generations.
3.
And you can't look.
3 generations.
Listen to the statement.
I'm listening to you.
Listen,
and it's 3 generations. Have you done your genealogy, brother Q?
Listen
Have you
to
done
the
your genealogy, brother Q? Have did your father show you pictures of his Ghanaian great grandfather?
Finish the statement.
About Africa.
Let me finish the statement.
You don't even have on kente cloth in your picture. You got on American nigga shit in your picture.
I'm being very respectful. So what I said was, you went back 2 generations and you're already missing 2 people. That's what I was stating. So let's be clear, in your grandparents' generation, you can only account for half. So if you use that marker every 2 generations, if you're only accounting for half, that's over 1,000 people you will be missing or more within 6 generations that you cannot account for. And that's not even near the bottom of the freaking 1800s like that. That's barely at the top of the 1700s. And that is very far still removed from most of us from Africa. So I'm just showing you here, when people say this, just to be clear, wherever the fuck we want to say we come from, 8 generations, you are far removed from wherever that place was. If your family came from Mexico and you're 8 generations away, you're not Mexican. That was unless you went somewhere and you made babies with nothing but Mexicans, you're no longer that. Whatever the people you messed with were over there, but you're removed. Like, you're not culturally connected to that. And this is why. Look how many people differentiate you from that region. But what we find commonality is that within these markers, most of the people we have are going to be what? Descendants of Africa. And I'm not denying that you have people in your family who are Native American. That is very much a fact for many Black people in America. I am not denying that. But to summarize and say that that is a summary of, or the entirety of your lineage, and because that you found the Native American, that is also the concludes that you don't have any African ancestry. That's, that those things don't connect. You got the floor.
So in my response to that, where in your tree can you find that African?
I repeat, I cannot, because it is over 10 generations. Did everybody hear what I just said? Deity, did you hear that? It's 10 generations. Dev, you heard that? Over 10 generations. Go ahead and try to find it. Unless you lived in one region, you're not finding shit. And we have an amalgamation of people. My family from North Carolina, from Michigan. That's where my grandparents from. They grandparents is from who the fuck knows? They might have been from Florida. They great great grandparents. A lot of them, it was all over the place.
Yeah, they didn't have the internet.
Nobody said, "Oh, we African in our lineage."
I was going to ask him, did you find any white people? Because We Links beat me to it in the chat. I was going to say, did you find any white people?
He said mulatto.
Mulatto is just a term. It don't mean what you think it mean.
Right.
What it mean now. But how can so like I told you, wait, hold on. Wait. I'm gonna tell you. The picture of the woman that I'm telling you about that was born in 1871 that was listed as mulatto, Negro, and American Negro and colored on 3 different censuses, she darker than me. But she listed as a mulatto.
Are you familiar with the Mississippi bubble?
Respond to what I just said, please.
No, I agree with that. No,
I understand. If a mulatto is mixed and the woman that I'm talking about is darker than me, she listed as a mulatto on the census. How that makes sense?
Because the Mississippi bubble and the purchase of America, and how you had East Coast British Europeans who are now being introduced to a territory that was colonized by
who were dark-skinned. You talking about somebody in the chat said, "Oh, he had Europeans." Yeah, I found Europeans. They were dark-skinned.
I'm not saying they were
dark-skinned Europeans in my fucking lineage.
You must everybody black, man.
You must have one of the mental shits. But yeah, so literally, the white people in Britain were now being introduced to a French territory. It's just that simple. I mean, so their perspective of Negroes and Indians was different than what they were seeing normally. You had black people in the Mississippi region who were mixed with natives for a good 200-300 years. So yes, if your family told that you were a Native American and you was an Indian,
nobody
so they've been there for 300 years.
I've never heard Native American. I've only heard Indian.
Native American is an equivalent.
It's not the same thing. Native Americans is Asian, white Asians.
No, it's bro. Native American.
Native Americans is white Asians.
You can't prove what you're stating. You cannot substantiate what you're stating.
You literally sitting in front of a computer.
You're gonna pull up. You're gonna pull up. You can't prove outside of YouTube videos what you're stating. You can't pull up to the basketball court. You can't. You can pull up Top Cats bullshit. You can pull up some other YouTube shit, but you cannot pull up and prove that your people were here. There's no DNA to prove it. There's no artifacts. There's no stove saving. There's nothing that you can pull up that will show you have any cultural connection to this country, except for your delusion.
All right, brother.
No, we ain't gonna call you African. You said you were Indian. I already know the rap.
I'm an African.
You ain't no African. You one of the.
I already had my homegirl from Congo told me I look like I was from Rwanda.
Nah, she bugging. She don't know what a real.
She told me she was like you from Rwanda.
You don't know what a real Mexican look like. That's what she gotta tell her. I'm a native Arawak.
My sister, my homegirl, my homeboy's cousin from Congo. She was like, you from Rwanda, and I was like, what? People told me I'm from Ethiopia. She was like, nah, you from Rwanda. I was like, okay, I'm from Rwanda. I'm a East African, but all the African slaves came from West Africa though. Okay. I got Ethiopian features from the Horn of Africa, but the slaves came from West Africa.
You gotta let her know you got Mexican features, bro.
I'm a Somalian Horn of African. I'm not Muslim though, but I'm from the Horn of Africa, that Kenya, Rwanda, that area.
Well, let's discuss how your ancestors in Mississippi. So Native Americans were proud people, but without prejudice and lacked an investment in slavery.
While you're going
slave Africans near New Orleans
because we don't
fled nearby to Natchez villages. And by 1723, a free black man, black, commanded Natchez expeditions against the French. One black Indian village, see that? One black Indian village, Nantapale, claimed 15 residents with 11 muskets and ammunition. And another band camped across Lake Pontchartrain. See this right here? This is why I told you it's confusing there. See that one black Indian village? This is 1723. That's because the French and the different colonial systems.
You see the name of the article, William Loren Katz? You're reading William Loren Katz, a clear Jewish article writer, and you're reading the information. Okay, cool.
No, that's cool. I want you to know that's good.
Go ahead.
No. You know what? You should scrutinize my sources. That's what you should do.
No, go ahead.
No, you should scrutinize the source. That's going to help us get better.
I'm from Ethiopia. I got an Ethiopian in my nose.
That's the only
nose is from Ethiopia.
That only makes you look crazy. You already look crazy. You already giving me the feeling that you cuckoo, like you were walking around and talk to yourself.
And I appreciate that.
Like no cap, I ain't gonna lie. I already got that feeling like this nigga's crazy, but it's Friday, it's whatever.
I appreciate it. It's fuck it.
But yeah, so
I'm black like this shirt. My skin tone and this shirt match. It look like I ain't got a shirt on. I ain't got no shirt on because
bro, you're Mexican, bro. I already said you're Mexican, bro. Like, go ahead and eat a fucking tamale or some shit, bro.
No, I'm not Mexican.
Don't you gotta celebrate the moon or some shit this month?
No, Cinco de Mayo is in May, bro. Come on now.
Cinco de Mayo for Mexicans. The moon culture in Mississippi, the Native Americans was definitely had a moon culture. You should know that.
Well, what's the African culture?
I don't know. Let's talk about you.
I don't know, man. I'm African, but I don't know.
Face ass.
But yo, go be an Indian, bro.
Bro.
You don't. We don't want you. We don't want you.
All the people in Africa the same.
You could be a Mexican.
Oh, of course not. It's hundreds of different ethnic groups in Africa. It's hundreds of different people, different ethnic groups in Africa. And I can go to them and they will look at me like I'm a fucking outsider.
No, you the one separated yourself first, yo. You separated.
Let's go back to this. British racial policy relied on divide and rule. In 1721, most English settlements denied entrance to Indians, and 10 years later, whites in North Carolina who brought blacks to frontier lands faced fines of £100. Louisiana Governor Etienne de Petty, whose African slaves escaped and united with Natchez Indians, and one raid destroyed a French colony and left 200 whites dead. Warned this union between the Indians and nations and the black slaves could lead to a total loss for this colony. In British North America, each treaty with Native Americans provided for the return of runaways. In 1721, the governor of Virginia made the Five Nations promise to return all fugitives. In 1726, the governor of New York had Iroquois Confederacy promise. In 1746, the Hurons promised, and then the next year, the Delawares promise. See this? And we're going to look up all of these promises that these Native Americans made to return our beloved ancestors to these crackers. Compliance was another matter. According to the scholar Kenneth W. Porter, none of these nations returned a slave. British officials also offered staggering rewards to Indians who would hunt fugitives. In Virginia, price was 35 deer skin. The Buchanan is 3 blankets and a musket. 3 blankets and a musket. No. To finally seal off the Native American villages and make Indians partners, British merchants introduced Africans as slaves to the Five Nations. Cherokee, Chickasaws, Choctaws, blah, 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 Seminoles. Though less than 3% of Indian people owned the slaves, bonded, blah, 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 blah. We all know this. Indian masters, however, rejected the worst features of Southern white bondage. Travelers deported enslaved Africans is as good circumcised as their masters. A white Indian agent, Douglas Cooper, upset by the Native American failure to practice a brutal form of bondage, insisted that Indians invite white men to live in their villages and control matters. You know what I'm saying? Forced division in law threatened but failed to end black Indian friendships. Thomas Jefferson discovered among Mattapones of Virginia more Negro than Indian blood. You see that? The city of Los Angeles was founded in 1781 by 44 people, of whom all but 2 were African, Indian, or a mixture of the 2 peoples. In In the 1830s, frontier artist George Catlin described Negro and North American Indian mixed and equal blood as the finest built and most powerful men they've ever seen. Prominent whites, including Governor Pierre Louisiana, claimed Indians had a great aversion to Africans. Like, this is all this is fake. We can look up all these quotes. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, if I'm gonna scrutinize your source, but bro, I'm listening, I'm hearing everything you're saying, and it's right there in black and white, and I can't say, oh, it's not real, because it's right there in front of me. But again, I go back to my original question: where the Africans at? Where the Africans? Why can you go to damn near 100 black people and say,
let's
did
look
your
at
grandma
that
say you was an Indian, or did
let's
you
look
say
at that statement right there, right? Let's say if you're
out of 10 that they would say they was an Indian.
let's look at this right here, right? All but two were African. You see this, 1781. Now,
this came out too. I seen an interview with the dude that made the slavevoyages.org. He just reduced the number from 300,000 to 92,000. So now it's only 92,000 Africans that came over here. It went from 12 million down to 300,000. Now it's only 92,000 based off of the dude from slavevoyages.org. And you can look that up. And that's a reputable source from the horse's mouth himself, some old white man. It's right there. And if you want me to find it, I can find it for you. If you just give me one moment.
You have no clue where you at.
I can find that. You don't have no clue because you ain't in
What made that white man more credible than all the other white men that lied?
Because he said that's where you slaves came from, and you slaves took that hook, line, and sinker.
I just want to be clear. If you're quoting him, then quote the fact that the event happened. There might be a discrepancy in numbers and disagreements in numbers, but if you're quoting it, then you agree that it happened. So I just want to be, you automatically kill your argument once you even quote that site. So it's you can't have both ways. Pause. You can't quote them to be a validation for one side of your argument, while at the end of the day, it's the Slave Voyages website.
So what made?
Well, I never said that they didn't bring people over here from Africa. So I never said that.
I'm trying to figure out what white man said 12 million. What makes him a liar? But this white man that said 92,000 makes him telling the truth. What's
because
the difference?
The one that made that's his website. That's his information.
But the fact that he's quoting it, it only leaves one space that it actually happened. You got to quote people that completely disagree. Do you have anybody that you can quote that completely disagrees from a scholastic perspective that this ever happened?
So no white man that said 12 million slaves came over has no website. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying that the person that made the slavevoyages.org website that showed, remember that picture that was maybe 3-4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, a little bit, maybe probably 2017, 2018, more than 5 years ago. There's like a graphic. It showed like all these dots going across from Africa to North America, saying all these different slave voyages.
Are you using it as a source? That's all that matters.
Am I using it as a source?
Because earlier you said we believe that African story. Are you using it as a source? That's all that matters, because that source states that the African transatlantic slave happened.
You know what?
He has a website, so that makes
website created by somebody. On video saying that it's not as many as
cool.
Immediately.
Are you saying that at the end of the day, he's still stating that it happened? So that completely goes against and is contrary to what you were stating. Because you said you believe, y'all believe we came from Africa. We came from that. Y'all believe. I'm just saying, like, that's what his website is stating. So if you're quoting it, then that's what you're quoting.
Okay, let me clear it up. My disagreement is that all black people, so-called black people, dark-skinned people, niggas with wide noses and nappy hair like ours, came from Africa, and that's all that we are, and there's nothing that we have that's not tied to this land, is what I'm saying. And your counter argument to me is that everything that I'm saying is false because I only have one or two of my grandparents that's said, "Oh, we Indian," so I'm not an Indian because what I'm saying is
No, I said
more
your
the
grandmother
beginnings.
could more than well be Indian. I saw that on the screen, but that doesn't account for the fact that you have two other ones and you spoke for 1/64th of that generation. So I said you can more than likely have most black people probably have one of those people in it. But those other 63 people, those were more than likely Negroes based off the way you look. So unless you can show me 63 people in your family that you can show that all claim to be Indian, I'm sorry, I'll give you that one. I don't disagree that you more than likely have one Indian family member back then. I don't disagree. That's very much likely. And if you're from Mississippi, I definitely understand that I just had it on the screen where it talked about you had areas. That's why I asked you about the Mississippi bubble, because that's part of the colonial history of the Mississippi region. And it's nothing like what happened in the East Coast. It's completely different than what happened in the East Coast. So black people's experience in the middle, that Africans were there, Native Americans were there, have a complete different story. And it's hundreds of years old. So you're not wrong for stating like, look, we're 200 years away, like 200 years in generations, you're far removed from some shit. No cap. So if you in the late 1700s and you've been in the Mississippi for 200 years, yeah, you're far removed from Africa. And then you got a white person coming telling you that you're an African, and you looking at them like, yo, bro, we've been here 20 years living off the land, chilling. Fuck is you talking about? I don't even know who you are. That's what happened. That's historically what happened. That's what's on the screen. You had black and Indians who had relations, who created, this is how Chicago was established. Chicago was established through the relations between an African from Haiti who went to Chicago and created the city of Chicago. And his first child in the city was a baby that he made with a Native American.
Yep, the Dupont du Sable.
Mm-hmm.
He was a European. That's a French name.
No, that's French. He's from Haiti.
French is Europe.
No, I know, but my name is Quentin. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking white. You know what I'm saying? It's deaf. We all got fucking European names. I mean, not all of us, but you know, the vast majority of us got European names.
Yeah. Do you know any people that does not have European names in Orlando?
Of course. Come on, bro. Like, come on now. You're gonna ask an obvious question. Obviously, the chat cooking me right now. They're about, he's stupid. He don't know his fucking lineage. Y'all fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah, don't worry about the chat.
But no, I think it's entertaining. I think it's super entertaining, honestly. But no, it's like it's just like we at each other. Now, honestly, after listening to for however long that I've been on this, now I feel like it's what we're talking about is fucking irrelevant to the point of what the fuck our people are supposed to do next in this country. Like, look, I'm not trying to change the subject because I'm still standing on being Indian and not African, and I ain't gonna let that go. But now I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, this shit is silly because you said what is holding the black community back? Like, we can't come to an agreement of where we're supposed to work together. And like I said, I know I just said what I said, but still, my family is Indians and they ain't from Africa, and nobody told me that I was from Africa. If that sounds crazy, like people are like, oh, whatever, but fuck it.
No, but when you jump between these points and it's just either we ignore it or it's like, oh, we just gonna go down, and it's like, cool, just prove it. You know, and then understanding we can't tell you to prove it. I'm showing on the screen, like
I'm still waiting for you to prove where you from Africa. I'm still waiting for you to show me. I'm still waiting for you to show me where you from Africa. You haven't shown me that. You haven't shown me none of your grandmothers weaving kente cloth and making jollof rice.
Did you not hear me tell you that I can't do that?
You told me your father showed you books and documentation, but he never
tell you. So then why are you asking me the same question when I told you I cannot do that? That's not something I can do. And
how the fuck do you know, bro? Come on.
I just showed you why. So this is why we use the word cooperative evidence.
But my
You know,
genealogy is invalid. My
I did
genealogy
not
is
say. I
invalid where I
literally
show.
said.
I told you.
Repeat what I just said. You more than likely do have, or that person is probably identified as a Native American. I did not disagree. What I said was there's 63 other people at the same time in that lineage. And unless you have all 63 of those people, what are you saying? All of you, you got the Abels in the chat. Y'all know y'all won't click my link. Y'all know y'all won't click the link. Y'all know y'all won't click the link. He's new. Y'all won't click the link. Y'all know y'all won't click
They
the
probably
link.
got better sources than I, because I came in this shit very ill prepared. I just came in this shit off of some. I got off
Nah,
work.
yeah, you good. You ain't had no sources. It's cool, but they definitely don't have none either.
I mean, it is what it is. It's not us versus us. It's us versus them. So, like I said previously, regardless if I can't show the sources of my family as being full-blooded Indian, and you can't show me a lick of shit saying you from Africa, then how's that going to help the black community, which is a dumpster fire at this point?
Well, how we can help it right now, right? Let's go one, right? Let's look at the course of this conversation and look at and connect it to what you originally said. One, black people are just blindly following idiotic shit online and doing ignorant shit. And
Not all black
not
people.
all, but you said there's a large, vast amount of us, right?
It is.
And so ignorance would be a prevailing underlining component of that. And here, right here, do this discussion, when we say literary ignorance and literary communicative ignorance, that is what we see in the community. And that, for me as an educator, like I make videos on that. I'm like, no, that is a major component. Like, we have to recognize that we're not receiving or communicating information effectively to each other. And that's just what it is. Like, if we're just making blind claims without substantiating it, and we're not corroborating evidence to cross-referencing to verify, then what are we doing? My grandfather told me he saw UFOs. I'm supposed to believe in UFOs now?
Yep, you got to believe in that UFO, Q.
Yeah, I feel you. And white Jesus.
I mean, if you,
granddaddy said it, no,
I mean, if you want to, like I told you, if I'm finding information that's saying black people, American Indians are being reclassified as black, Negro, colored, mulatto, and then after I find out this information, then I go and look at my census records of my great grandparents, and their names are listed as black, American, Negro, colored. Like, okay, so that means that they are Indians.
No, that means
that's literally putting two and two together.
Now, all right, so let's look at that point. The classification is because there was a change in governance in the region.
Yes, there was a change in governance.
And so the original government was the French, and their perspective was very loose because of the Mississippi bubble. That's why I keep referencing it. So with that being said, the colonization that was going on with the British was completely different. The French census was not even well taken. The way they illustrated it, like, that's just the history of that region. The Louisiana area went from the bottom of America all the way up to Canada.
Yep.
And the Mississippi bubble with John Law, which drowned the French in debt and ruined the economic system, was largely based off of selling a fiat version of colonization.
Okay.
And that's why it's called the Mississippi bubble, because he capsized France by selling a bullshit version of slavery. So this is how you get to the story where people like, where the slave ships, where the books at. That is because the French were cooking the books. That's what created the Mississippi bubble. He was selling the story to the French and highlighting the story, making up all types of shit. Spain was before France and Mexico. At the time of Louisiana Purchase and the Mississippi bubble and the colonization of that region, yep, Spain was in the bottom region part more.
Mm-hmm.
But going through, the French had all of that.
Yeah,
and so the blacks that got
the French ran out of money
because of John Law. That's the reason why we got paper money the way we have it today. Look, you on the computer? I'm sure you typed it in. You saw it, right? Like that's like, and this is a fact. Like this is so when you had the British take over the region, that's when you get the classifications, and not only then you have the corporatization classification coming in. We have corporations coming in who are now trying to push America to the West. And so you have them coming in and their treaties in the land and how they meet with the people is being weird. So now you have black people who are whatever the fuck you want to call them. Like, I'm not saying they're not African. I'm just saying they was in that region for 200-300 years. So the same way you got FBAs that are like, yo, I'm an FBA, ain't no African. I could see people living in Mississippi who were from Africa, but were there for freaking 200-300 years. Like, look, bro, I'm a motherfucking whatever the fuck you call it. I'm a Panani Tananian. Whatever the fuck they call themselves in that region, that's what the fuck they was. I ain't no African. I ain't no Indian. I'm this. And then these white folks came over here and called me that. But now if we corroborate that story against other parts of the story, we know that those people came from Africa. We know that those people escaped. We know that those people, you see some of this was a major 200 white people were killed. This is not a story told in American story. There's not many black people killed white people during rebellions.
Plenty.
But this story is not told on it because this is not a British story. So you're not going to hear about the French rebellions, what black people did with Native Americans in French territories. But this is part of the unsettling part that was going on with the French. So when the British came in, as you see, took over the territory, and that's when you got the reclassifications. This is 1781. The Louisiana Purchase is like 20 years, not even, but barely 20 years later.
Yeah, but see,
and but also understand what's going on. 1781, you got the British there. The British are about to lose to the Americans. So this is why you see multiple classifications. You had the British classification, then the British get kicked out. Now you have the United States classification. And this is why you have multiple censuses going on at this time so quickly. Does that coordinate? You see what I can pull it up on the screen.
I'm following what you're saying.
And then this goes into the lawsuits, because the definition of Negro, where does the argument for the definition of Negro happen? In Mississippi. Where is the argument over the definition of what an Asian and a white person gets defined? In Mississippi. Because the argument in the East Coast there was no reason to even argue what is a Negro in the East Coast. But in Mississippi, an Asian person and Indians and these different blacks was like, hold on, what's this and that? And that's what they came with the definition part what's going on in California. A Negro is all color persons, but not all color persons are Negroes. And that got even more confusing for people, because that's when you got to look, I'm a color person. It's like, look, man, white people said, as long as you ain't white, I don't give a fuck what you are. Black Laws Dictionary. What's that shit? Right? What's it? Loom versus. I'll pull it up. I got no problem with that.
So the white people was in power the whole time. They was never in slavery.
No, there were white people who were indentured, who came to the Americas. However, their storyline is not the same as African storyline.
You know, the question that never gets asked: how was the European getting around through these different states at that time?
It was a nigga helping their ass move through.
No, bro, because we had roads. We had dirt roads up all through this motherfucker. So, I mean, when you look at it, right? So the question got to be asked: how was the Europeans get to come over here and move up and down the Mississippi, all through Alabama, Georgia, the East Coast, all that? They were just going through the goddamn bushes like that.
They made treaties with the people, bro, and trade.
No, I'm saying that the native people that was here had roadways, like we would call them dirt roads today. They had roads going through Florida, all these different paths is what I'm saying. That's how the European was able to get around so quick and so fast.
Roads in Florida, man.
Bro, yes, they call them dirt roads. Bro. There wasn't no pay. They talk about paved and concrete. I'm saying,
yo, bro, just source it up, bro. Just pull up a picture, pull up a source, pull up something referencing it, bro.
They
Anything.
ain't
Just
had
pull
no
up something
reason to
that we
have
can
no
read it.
fucking roads, man. Stop fucking bullshitting.
All right, well, how did European get around so fast? Then, damn self?
He didn't get around fast, bro.
So y'all saying just some white people just came and took over everything that's over here?
Took over?
Yo, bro, you know what iron looks like to people with wooden weapons?
I'm just asking a question.
Yes, that's what we're saying. Yes.
So
Unfortunately, that's what happened. It
so
took
you
300.
reinforcing white supremacy?
No, I wouldn't be a
Reinforcing?
reinforcement of white supremacy. That would be understanding the history that white people had. Reinforcing white supremacy would be pushing white people forward and trying to help further the institutions that white people largely benefit from. That's what part of the conversation earlier we was having with the article I had with Pew Research on like black people's views of institutions, integration, and us discussing like what does that look like? Because pushing white supremacy, we get to it, that argument gets real muddy. Paying taxes, going to the military, playing in the NBA, working a job, like
King Von. King Von is white supremacy as well. Don't forget that.
I mean, yeah, however you want to, he's dead, so you know I'm put respect on.
He also put a lot of black people in the dirt before he died too. But we can go ahead.
But if he was alive, you wouldn't say it to him.
Yeah, because he'd fucking kill me. What the fuck?
So keep that same energy.
Why would I keep that energy around a serial killer? That nigga liable to shoot me. Come on, bro.
Just, I was just raised differently. I ain't gonna if I ain't gonna talk that way about you when you was alive. I ain't gonna talk that way about you dead.
Yeah, I didn't like I said, I didn't know who that was until after he was dead. So anyway.
But for the sake of the panel, I just people talk how they want to talk. You can say what you want to say. I must respond to it. That's
Yes, indeed.
So that's the issue you got a group of people that's administering government on a large scale being classified as white for the most part, as majority.
That's just what it is.
It's not the majority. They're not even the majority in this country, bro. Yeah, they be like these. Like I can't even go on Twitter. I have to block so many fucking Twitter pages. You can go on Twitter. They talking about 13%. It's not no fucking 13%. Everywhere you go is us. Everywhere. Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Texas, Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, New York City, Detroit, Baltimore, Virginia. On the West Coast, everywhere you go is us everywhere, and they're talking about 13% of the population. That's unfounded. That's outrageous. You know how many times you do the census?
It's over 100 million black people in America, man.
How many times how many times you got the census and you tore it up and you threw it in the garbage?
Unless you're gonna be able to argue it with other census data, what are we saying? That's just think about it. If we just continue on with conversations like this, where it's just random points made from random opinions, what are we going to develop off of this? Like, we have to be able to substantiate what we're saying.
Us being from Africa is a random fucking point. People,
the random point.
From Africa is a random opinion.
No, that's not a random point. What you just said, could you prove that the population census is wrong?
Yeah, because I literally took the census fucking document, ripped it in half, and threw it in the garbage can without filling it out. And I did that. How many other people did that?
More people.
All right, so now let's put that to a percentage. What percentage of people do you think that did that?
I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
No, but no, you should think of it like, let's marginalize it. If there's 45 million people that's registered, what percentage of the population do you think didn't count? And do you think there's ways of counting for people that chose not to? Do you have a driver's license?
Of course.
Then you already been counted. You don't need to be. You don't have to fill out the census to be counted on the census. You have a driver's license.
I spent the night in all those cities that
you
named.
Right?
And it ain't nowhere near as many black people as it was other people that were not black in all of those cities.
But you know that if you have a driver's license, they count you on the census, right?
Well, you just told me that.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I've been in the military and I registered for the to vote.
So why would you say you ripped it up? Of course they counted you.
So you was thinking that the census is the only way they count people in the United States?
Of course not. That's one of the main ways, though. That's what they go off of. That's what the 13% so-called 13% comes off of.
But your proof, I asked you for proof, and you said I ripped up mines, so of course they didn't count everybody. That's the reason why we're stating this. We asked you for proof to substantiate why you would state that the population count is wrong. And your proof was I ripped up mines. That's what you said.
And then I said how many other people did
again, and then so that means that you were using that as a means of stating that the census is wrong, but you did not take into account that your license is what also they use to count for people like you.
Okay.
So how off is it then? Since you're saying that's not the right number.
It's off by 70 million.
It could be off by a lot. I can't, to be honest, I can't call it. But I know there's not no 13%.
Shut up, Madon. Ain't nobody talking to you, bro.
You said it's 70 million black people that's not counted.
I can't hear you. Damn.
Madon, you said it's 70 million. That's crazy.
Yeah, because they've been telling us it's 30 million black people.
On the same
Since 1950, they've been telling us it's 30 million black people.
Go back and listen to your goddamn mic, yo.
On the same account, you also have to take into account the people from other lands, other countries that they come in classified as white as well. You can't leave that out.
American isness. Let your lame ass click the link.
Just because you said 70 million, that don't sound correct at all. That means
the number's been off. The number's been off since the beginning. The number's been off since the beginning. That's why the numbers is off. The numbers been off since slavery. The numbers been off since slavery. That's why the numbers is off.
Yo, so what's the margin of error? Just give us a percentage for margin of error. You said 70%?
Yeah.
That means most black people in America.
No, you said 70. So you said it's 70 million, or you think there's 70 million unaccounted?
70 million. Oh yeah, 70 million unaccounted. They've been telling us there's 30 million black people in America.
And now, what makes you come to that number?
It's based off the numbers they said that came over on the slave ships, and then looking at the fact that they've been telling us there's 30 million or more black people since 1960, right? They've been using that 30 million or more number since 1960.
The amount of slaves that came over dictates the population in the year 2025.
It have to. We're the descendants of those people. What do you mean? They didn't kill all the slaves.
All right, well.
I'm supposed to have a grown man conversation with you, Madon, as a black man in America in 2025.
Bro, you ain't black. I don't see you as
black. I just say he said 70 million unaccounted for. So does that apply to everybody else?
I don't know if that number is that high, but I think it does.
Yeah, remember though, not everybody.
But the number of them is not. I don't think the number of them is that high, like ours is. But
70 million, DT?
No. I wouldn't agree with that.
70 million?
Don't bag down now.
I do not concur with that. There's a lot of black people who is.
I'm just saying. Now, give a percentage. Like
going off.
If you're saying like
just driver's license, but still moving around, still going around day to day. Who's not?
I don't need no fucking proof. I just feel like it's 70 million.
No, I'm not saying 70 million, but they've been saying 13%.
Man, I was talking to Madon.
They've been saying that 13%. I've been hearing that shit since I was young. 13%.
I mean, we all have.
So that's not troublesome to you?
Malcolm X was saying 13% in the 50s.
Knowing that the FBI stats is flawed anyway, knowing that the FBI stats is a flawed system, it's flawed anyway.
That's more troublesome to me.
All I'm saying is, if you're stating, just give a number.
You think it's more, and we still ain't doing shit, makes it believe that it's more niggas that ain't doing shit. That's more troublesome. You want to go on how you fucking feel. I feel it's 70.
Nigga, you don't know the numbers.
We never was enslaved. We didn't go through Jim Crow.
All right, how many slaves came to America?
We were never oppressed.
How many slaves came to
The white
America
man
then?
was never on our neck.
Nah, but
He
I'm
never
just
was
saying,
in
Madon,
control. It was us.
you just
What that mean? You start
No, I'm
threatening.
just
Madon,
asking Dan because
no,
Yeah.
Madon,
he
if
act
you
like
just,
he
but you
know.
just rabbit, you just pulling that out the rabbit is like if you just saying like there's
Nah,
a bunch of 70 million unaccounted for black people, that's crazy. Like just think about how tactical would that be for white people to have 70 million unaccounted for Negroes that possibly could just like that's half the population of white folks.
Just and what the fuck is they
okay,
doing?
okay. How many
They
slaves
just
came
sitting
to
around
America? If
America.
anybody can tell me,
I'm just going off of what you that however you came up with it, you can share the screen and or put the link in the chat and we'll see what you came up with. I'm just Son said he was I don't know how we got here in the percentage of the black folks, but like I try not to drift in the I don't know how we got to this point. That's why I'll be responding there. I'll be like, huh? Stay to the point. I don't know what
Oh,
they talking.
they can't fucking help it. They can't
nah,
back up nothing that they fucking say. So if I can't back up what I say, let me see if I can just say some random irrelevant shit to deflect and bite on that.
pause. What are you talking about, bro?
These guys act like we don't live in a flawed system. This whole system is flawed, and somehow we don't need.
No, but deity,
it's flawed.
but
So
deity,
why would I believe we're 13%? And they've been saying this shit for 30 years. Like, come on, how is that hard to fathom or to conceptualize?
Nah, but deity, we not
flawed.
deity. I'm not
Do some research.
Deity. What you heard, bro? Oh, he walked away. So I'm just gonna yell, come back and yell again. No, but you got in the crossfire, bro. You gotta understand you got in the crossfire to 70 million, bro. Y'all be getting in the crossfire. Y'all be hearing shit and be cool with it. You can't get in the crossfire to shit. The Son said 70 million.
Be a lot of friendly fire out here.
Prophet P, whatever, Peace fell back. It's like, all right, let this nigga get these shots real quick. Let him get shot for a couple minutes. Let me get out the way because I was getting shot for a couple minutes, man. Let me sit back and heal my wounds and shit. Let me heal my because these niggas was shooting at me. He's like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, whatever Indian God we believed in. Thank you, whatever Indian God. But motherfucker, leave me, Madon, take these shots.
Oh. You try to back down and say, oh, it might not be that high. No, stand on your goddamn fucking number.
70 million. I'm like
25 extra million motherfuckers just sitting around the United States ain't doing shit.
That's based off the number of people came during slavery.
I can see 5 million. I can see maybe 5 million black people floating, but those would be immigrants. Like there's nobody that was born in America that in the last 50 years that ain't been accounted. Like you gotta unless you home birthing, and them home birthers, you only gonna last so long before somebody gonna find out you gonna file for something, you gonna file the taxes, you gonna get a job, you gonna do something on the books that's gonna put you on paper.
He ain't pulled over by the police.
I just think it's 100 million. I think it's about 100 million black people in America.
I wouldn't. Nah, it's not 100 million.
No, let him keep going. Shit, he
Yeah,
just got
I
to
believe
saying it wasn't that high when he said 70. Now he done fucking went over 70.
I'm just saying, where's these FBAs? Where these FBAs that ain't been counted?
I would say anywhere from 5 to 20, but 5 to 15, but I know 100 million.
And 15?
I mean 70 million. Nah.
Yeah, 15 even lower. I don't know. That's a lot. I would say that's immigrants. The only way I can see that would be immigrants. Immigrants, I can't see that many think about it. That's mad black babies born at home that went 20 years in life, 30 years in life since the 80s. Hell no, bro. If you in the hood, bro, you gonna locked up, pulled over, arrested. You done got a job. You done went to the military.
So you saying 15 million black motherfuckers escaped? Everybody, the post office, they ain't had contact with no motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't see that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, a lot of our people came up in the 1900s. A lot of our people was moving around with no contact.
1900s, but that's not the 1980s, bro.
No, I'm just saying
the numbers could be off back then. The numbers might have been off back then, but in the 1980s, I don't know. Now we saying they fluffing numbers, whatever, but I don't know how we got here, but yeah.
Y'all just like to feel fucking good, man. That's cool with y'all, man. Keep that shit.
It ain't about feeling good, man.
Yes, it is, motherfucker. You ain't got no other reason to say the dumbass shit.
Bro, why is you in your feelings? go to
Shit,
sleep.
why you in
Go to
your
sleep.
motherfucking feelings? Don't
Bro,
nobody ride with
I'm
that
just having a
goddamn shit.
conversation.
Ain't no 100
I'm
million
having a
black
conversation.
motherfuckers ever been in the United
I'm just
States,
having a
nigga.
conversation with
Stop
black
saying that
people.
goddamn dumbass shit.
Bro, you can't
Bro,
debunk
you
it.
can't fucking prove
Okay,
shit.
how many?
You
Why
just
don't you
fucking
answer the question?
talking.
How many black people came to America during slavery?
You can't prove
You
shit,
can't give no
Madon.
numbers,
You
nigga.
ain't proved a
All
goddamn
you
thing
do is
since
sit
you
on
been
this
on this
motherfucker.
bitch. You just been running your
Tell us,
goddamn
okay,
fucking
how many
mouth.
black people
Go
came
back to
during
your
slavery?
goddamn fucking Bibles and shit, yo. Go
Bro,
back
how
to
many
them
black
fucking
people?
books.
How many black people
Stay
came
out
to
of this
America during
goddamn
slavery?
topic.
That's
You
what I'm
don't
saying,
give a
bro.
fuck about black people any motherfucking way.
Are you just stating that these 100 million, 70, what that'd be 60 million black, 70, whatever, have not had any interaction with any part of society?
I think they going under different classifications.
Just anything to feel good. Oh, it's
You
way
feel
more
good,
money.
my nigga? What you
I
mean?
feel good now.
Won't you tell us? Won't
It's
you,
more than
Dev? Since you
14%.
so
We
Dev, since you so
represent.
smart,
We
since
can't
you
prove
so
it,
look
but
at
I
that.
feel good.
Yeah, you want to filibuster,
They
right?
not
Because
black.
you
They
are a
put
buster,
something else on the paper, but they black though. They us.
bro. Why is you?
It's
Bro,
my
get out of
people.
here, bro. Get out of your feelings, man. It's gonna be okay.
Man, fuck you, Madon. Shit.
I know,
Stop
bro. It's
saying
all
some
right.
dumbass
Yeah, I know.
shit.
Yeah, I
Maybe when
know,
nobody
bro. I
fucking
know.
go off and call your motherfucking ass out.
Bro, calm down.
I'm not gonna let a goddamn thing slide, bitch.
I don't want to see you passing out
Bitch,
on live, man.
it's too late for
You know what I'm
that.
saying?
You already that had a
You
track
crashing
record of
out.
saying dumb shit.
You
You
acting
shouldn't
like
say
Vince
dumb
and
shit
Larry.
all the goddamn
You
time
do not have to be
on
Vince and
any
Larry.
goddamn fucking
You
topic.
can learn, bro.
No matter what the topic is, you'll find some dumbass shit to say.
Come on, Dad. Let's move forward.
God damn, my nigga, you too old
That's
for
what
that.
I said. The same goddamn fucking thing. Goddamn. Can you say one goddamn thing that makes sense? No.
Man, take your ass back to Arkansas,
No,
bro. Where
you
you
take
at?
your motherfucking ass back to your goddamn shotgun house in Alabama, bitch.
Come on with all the cursing. Come on,
I
y'all.
know, nigga, this nigga, man. This is supposed to be a grown man who's supposed to be highly
You ain't
educated,
having
right?
no grown man conversation.
Nigga, ain't nobody
Shit.
following you, nigga. Here's what they think about you. Hey, bro, this is the kind of black man we supposed to. I mean, goddamn. Hey, listen, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but Dom, that's a lot. 70 million is a lot. That's almost insane.
No, let him keep going up. He'll say 200 million by the time the live stream is over with.
But I do feel like our numbers is falsely represented in their skew. You know, just based off just this, just this whole scheme or this scheme that we reside in.
You ain't got to make up nothing, man. Just say it's
some
all.
people can go on. You can go up
We
on the
don't
other.
know shit,
Hold on,
right?
you know how many classifications
You got to
can
go
up
one
under?
by one.
You can
You
go up on
gonna
the
go one by
you can go up
one
on
and
the
count
other.
every
You can go
black
up on the black. You
motherfucker in
can
the
go up on
United
whatever
States,
you want.
right?
So, bro, I'm saying if we look at the number of people came,
Madon,
how many? Bro,
okay,
answer the
you
question.
said what
How
you
many
said
people came
already,
during
yo.
slavery?
You ain't got to keep
Tell
saying
us,
the shit over and over
damn.
again. You
Well,
sound
answer the
stupid,
question.
yo.
Tell us how many people came to America
You
during
sound
slavery,
crazy, yo. You sound crazy, man.
but you won't answer
I
the
asked
question.
you the reason why, and your reasoning,
measures they take to try to keep up.
your reasoning goes all the way back to the goddamn 18th century.
How
That
many
doesn't
slaves
make
came to
any
America?
sense.
Can you tell me how many black African slaves came to America, Dave?
Nobody that's living can tell you that answer, Madon. So stop asking motherfucking stupid ass fucking questions.
I thought you had the census. I thought you had the slave discovery,
Madon, you're trying to Madon, just understand what you're saying, Madon. That's 70 million people who have evaded licensing, insurance, the hospital, jail, taxes, a job. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think in 2025, I believe it's over. In 2025, I believe it's over 100 million black people in America.
So what you're saying is that 70 million black people have been able to go without being counted.
I want to say that. I say that they go up under different.
That's what you're saying.
Descriptions, because they don't have to look. What if they go up on the other, right? What if they go up on
not black?
classification?
If they chose to say they're
still
other,
black.
How you gonna tell somebody who chose to say other they're black?
Because some black people didn't want to participate in describing who or participating in that color thing when it comes to applications, census, and all that. Because a lot of people
Then
Just
why
on
is the percentage? So then there would be technically in other, the percentage of other will be greater than blacks. It's not. The percentage of other is way less than blacks. It's like 0.1% or some shit.
what I'm saying is we don't know what.
No. You just said they claim to be something else. That means there will be 60 million people. There will be another population in America that's greater than black people.
No, we don't know what they classify
You
themselves as.
just then, but where would they go?
I'm
They
saying is
classified as
when
white.
it comes to different census or whatever, you can put down, you can check whatever you want. Me, I think a lot of black people just didn't check.
Well, what's
I'm
making you
black,
think that?
so
What's the basis of making you think that?
just traveling, man, and just seeing so many black people everywhere I go. So just
Do you
traveling to
travel to
different
white
states.
neighborhoods often?
Sometimes, depending on where I'm at. But just going state to state, just seeing different events, different things that's on like through different cities, all
You
that,
know,
man.
you know what I'm about to tell you though, right? What kind of evidence is this, man?
Observational evidence.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's observation.
No, it's not.
Yeah, observation is one of the key
No, it's
evidence.
not. Observation would be you measuring, and you would be stating that you actually did your own census. That would be the observation. That would be the method that you took to observe the actual population. What you did is just drove around and you just described an experience.
No, I'm not saying just drive around, Q. I'm saying
That's what you did. You drove around in mad hoods. You know what I'm saying? With your
no, just seeing different, just seeing different things on YouTube. Different.
now you
from
went from driving
no,
around
I'm
to
just saying.
YouTube.
No, I'm just saying all the different things through
But you're
observation.
not gonna quote a census.
Just seeing the black people like in different parts of California, Arizona, all Louisiana, Florida, Ohio, the Carolinas, Tennessee's, seeing black Chicago, all these black people.
Understand, you drive on the interstate and then you get off the exit in the black neighborhood. That's why you see that. You go from the interstate to the highway, to the city highway, and then you get off the exit in the black neighborhood, and you think that it's all black. But if you get off all those other exits that are not in the black neighborhoods or in the city adjacent to that black city, you're gonna see number white folks.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you see like black people posting different events in their cities or their state, and you see sea of black people that you wouldn't imagine that being in some of these states where they be having certain cities. Like damn, all them niggas in certain parts of North Carolina like that.
Then you go to that same city and a Trump rally happens, and you see a sea of white folks, and you're like, where all these white folks was at? What happened to all the black folks? Like, come on, bro. This is anecdotal, bro.
Oh yeah, white folks still coming in daily. So
all them other exes. You think? Come on, man. That's what Profitable Pat was about to say. He's like, yo, I drive all over the country. I see them with black folks. Yeah, I niggas be taking that I-95 and then getting over that exit right there in the black hood. Be like, yeah, it's nothing but black people.
I'm just going off like I said, do observation.
New York
like
State,
they got so many.
New York, drive upstate New York, drive outside of New York, drive to the outer borough portions of New York City. That shit all white. Long Island, all white. Mount Vernon, all white. You go state, all white. All them cities, all white.
How many black people will you say is in the state of New York?
Compared to the amount of residents in New York?
No, just total from no matter what city, what borough, just the whole state of New York. How many black people would you say? Or how many millions?
Shit, I don't know. Maybe like 8, 10.
10 million. I guess that's how we can do the math. We take the number of black people from each state, and then we gotta put that number. We gotta atone, or we gotta take an account for those who go up under different statuses. You know what I mean? So I think it's about 100 million.
No, my numbers might be wildly. My numbers might be wildly exaggerated. Let's see. New York State has 19 million residents.
Well, it's about 7-8 million in Chicago, right? Not black people. I'm talking about in general.
I gotta look it up, man. I don't know, man. That's just my opinion, you know.
In 2023, estimated 2.6 million. So I said 8, maybe 3. Yeah, that could seem right. 3. Count all the immigrants and everybody that's out here traveling back and forth. That's ain't had enough money to go back to their city or just stuck out here. You're like 4.5. Yeah, that sound about right.
Okay, well, I might be a little off. Well, I say about 70 million black people there. About 70 million.
70 million more or 70 million in total?
No, 70 million in total. I was at 100 million, but it might be about 70 million. It might, but I'm thinking it's close to 100 million.
That's
Between
30
70
million.
and 100.
And if that's 30, 20 million of those are immigrants. Shit, 25 million. And they only been here for like one generation. Now I don't even believe that because most of them they're gonna be doing cab driving and shit like that.
I feel you, but I don't know. I mean, that's just my theory. I think they suppress our numbers.
That ain't no theory.
I'm saying this is my personal. I think they suppress our numbers. You know what I'm saying, on purpose. That's just me. Maybe it's just my conspiracy theory.
That's not even a conspiracy theory. That was just random bullshit. You my man though, respectfully.
Nah, I'm not the only person. I got other black people been saying this for years. I didn't just come up. You know what I'm saying? I've even heard Steve Coakley and other people say the numbers are all way off. And
you pulled 70 million out your ass, boys, man.
No, man. When I look at the number of people they said came over during slavery, I know they ain't killed off that many goddamn slaves.
I know
If we go off the number of slaves they said came to the Americas, wasn't it like 100 million or 200 million? I forgot how many slaves they said came to the Americas.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Y'all gave coverage for homeboy to get up out of here, man. All the abos in the chat. Shout out to y'all, man. Click that link, man. Don't be scared, man.
Oh, he slipped out. He slipped out under the fog of war.
Yeah, y'all, you and Deity got a little turned up. He was like, I'm off this. Ooh, let me get up out of here. Hold on. Get these shots off me, man. These abos sent me the wrong spot. They set me up. They told me go over there. They set me up. They told me go over there to the Pan African and Black Nationalist side and choke that shit, man. He gonna go back over there. They whooped my ass, man. Boy, man. They made my sources no good. They made me read. They had me questioning. They wrote down my grandmother. Then they showed me a genealogy chart. I told them I did my genealogy. Then they was like, that was only 164th. I ain't seen a fraction in 20 fucking years, man. Oh, I had to remember the 1 over the 60, then the 4 next to it. I'm like, oh fuck.
You got the last 1 into the 64 to get the percent.
Like, damn, son. Why y'all send me over there, man? I'm going back over here by TikTok or the TikTok or whatever. What's his name? Top Cat.
Project Pat?
Top Cat.
Or Prophet?
Oh, yeah, Top Cat.
Prophet.
Top Cat, a funny dude, man.
I said Project Pat.
Yeah, I call him Project Pat. I ain't profitable that all the extra syllables. You get 3 syllables in your name. All them extra syllables is a little annoying, man. You gotta earn that.
Yeah, they run out of information. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with FBA and albums. They run out of information. You know, that's what happens when you show all your hands.
Where the fuck you get 100 million slaves came over from Africa, Madonna?
That's some of the history books.
What book?
Well, if you got the numbers there, tell us the number. What's the number?
Why are you telling me I got the numbers? I'm asking you the fucking
came
question.
back.
You the
You
one
came back.
motherfucker
You
that
came
said
back,
it.
bro. You went
Yeah,
and
don't
Googled.
be,
Bro, you got
don't be
quiet for 10
asking me.
minutes.
Do I got the
quiet.
fucking numbers?
You must have went and
Wait a minute. I can't talk over the goddamn shit. Look, you are the one that said the numbers. So bring up the book that says it. Don't ask me shit. I don't have to look up shit. Now you say it's 100 million slaves that came over. Bring us, either drop the book or give us the name of the book. With your motherfucking YouTube hopping ass. Can't even remember what lie you motherfucking heard.
All right, bro. Do you feel better now? I mean, you okay? do we need to have a moment of silence or something? All right, man. What's going on?
On the side, you crazy.
I'm trying. This nigga here, bro. I tell you, you ain't came with no numbers yet. I asked you earlier. Show me the numbers. How many came? See, you ain't gonna do that. You know why, Dev? I ain't gonna even go there, bro. I can't step there enough. I can't say it.
But that's a lot, though, Madon. 70 million is a lot of unaccounted for.
Okay, how many slaves would you say came to the American during the transatlantic slave trade, Diddy? I mean, no, it ain't no right or wrong answer. I'm just asking
I know
from
one
your
thing. More
from your understanding, how
we
many?
know more. We know more landed in the Caribbean than they did here. I ain't with as far as the numbers, and I don't, I don't have, That's what I'm gonna say though. I'm gonna leave it at that. So.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I would just like to know, what's the numbers of how many slaves? Because I mean, through the years, from different people, I've heard it was 100 million that came to the Americas. I heard it was 80 million. I heard it was 50 million. I mean, the numbers went up and down and all around. I mean, shit. So what do I know? I'm just a nigga in Alabama.
Alabama.
That's what they say. You know what I'm saying? Sweet home Alabama. You feel me? But nah, man. I'm just saying, man, because they gave us all these different numbers during the transatlantic slave trade. Oh, it was this many millions got brought to the Americas, the shores of America. You know what I mean? They the one gave us throughout all these numbers. So shit. I mean,
No.
hey,
He said
I'm just
no.
picking it up.
Damn numbers.
They gave us the number. Yeah, we brought 100 million of you Negroes over here. We civilized you. I mean, that's what the narrative was. But I mean, hey, man. Like I said, I've heard Henry Louis Gates bring
Nigga,
out different numbers.
ain't no real motherfucking scholar ever told you 100 million, Madonna.
All right, hold on. Let me
So
grab this book.
I'm
Hold on.
not
Hold on. I'm
counting
about
no
to grab this book.
goddamn
Let me grab this book.
random ass nigga on YouTube looking for goddamn cash apps and super chats and shit. You listen to too many motherfuckers that don't
You
give a
never
fuck.
heard me ask for a dime on YouTube. What do you mean?
Look, I don't know who you listen to, Madonna, but there's no records, there's no historian facts in the Smithsonian Museum, any museum that's being validated by historians. Nobody ever says 100 million slaves came over from Africa. That ain't never been said nowhere.
Okay, well, what's the numbers then?
I don't know what the number
Well, how
exactly
the hell
is,
you gonna tell
Madonna,
me?
but it ain't no
If you don't
motherfucker
know, how the hell you
100.
gonna tell me if you don't know?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, bro. You sound.
Look, I ain't gotta fucking listen to you, nigga. Shit. You don't know what the fucking number is. It ain't no fucking 100 million. So stop saying the shit over and over again. Damn. Look the shit up.
15 to 25 million. They don't know the precise number. A lot weren't documented. A lot of people were killed also, but what they know documented wise.
Like somebody was around here trying to keep up with the exact goddamn fucking number. They didn't give a shit how many came over.
So how can you argue with me then?
I'm not saying it's no
If
goddamn
they didn't care
100
about the
million,
goddamn
bitch.
numbers, how can you sit up here and argue with me when I say 100
Because
million?
I
So the brother
can,
said
bitch. It don't
25
make no
million.
goddamn
So
fucking
if
logical
25,
sense. That's why I
if
can
we
argue with
multiply,
you.
if 25,
Wait a
bro.
minute. Now, like I said, it does not make logical sense to bring up 100 million slaves. That is not possible to do. So if you had any fucking common sense, you would fucking realize that.
Bro, like I said, man, even if
No,
we go
like
off
I
20,
said,
okay, let's take that
stop
25 million.
listening
Let's
to
take the
niggas.
25 million. Now, hold on, let's do the math then. Let's take the 25
No, I
million.
ain't finna sit up
Hold
here
on,
and
the
go back
brother
and
just
forth with
said
you.
25 million.
Hold on.
The brother,
This is what
somebody,
I ain't gonna
he
do.
at least he gave an answer.
All right. This is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna go back and forth arguing over shit that ain't gonna make no difference any motherfucking way. I know it ain't no fucking 100. I know it ain't 50.
But I'm not gonna sit up here and try to fucking go back and forth with you all goddamn fucking night trying to get some exact fucking number that ain't neither one of us is gonna fucking come to agree on. Just say you don't agree with the shit and leave the shit fucking alone. You don't give a fuck what the number is. And neither should I, really. But ain't nobody going around saying it's no 100 and no 1492. From 1492 to 1865, 100 million motherfucking Africans from Africa. That don't make no goddamn fucking sense. So come up with another topic or lay off the goddamn shit.
Bro, you bugging. Like I said, man, in 2025, I believe it's 100 million or more black people in 2025. So even if we do the math, like the brother, at least he brought a number. He said, let's go with the highest. He said 25 million. I'm going to take that. If we multiply that number, bro, shit, of course it's over 100 million black people.
You said you believe.
Nah, I mean that don't.
I'm just saying, if they had breeding farms, right?
Yeah, nah, that don't make sense just because, like, you know, it was literal experiments acted by the government to keep our numbers down. Like, that's probably why we haven't grown.
It was too late.
It wasn't too late.
It was just like the story in the Bible when the children of Israel outnumbered the people they was oppressed by. It was the same thing. They saw us in great numbers. They like, oh shit.
And I want you to look at the children of Israel, quote unquote, today. Their population isn't big. So even if we want to go off that book number, that number was deduced. Because that's what you do to the people. Like, especially people you use as slaves. Yeah, maybe at one point in time they're masked. Like in America, I'll probably say there's more black people than white people at a certain point.
Man,
but
you
then
gotta remember
I'm pretty
this, bro.
sure they realized
We
that
was
also.
having, bro, check this out. Back in the day, right? Our great-great-grandparents were having 10 and 13 kids at one time. I think that was common.
Then a war happened.
That wasn't rare. That wasn't rare back in our great-great-grandparents' time. They had families. All of us got stories of our grandparents or mom telling us like, yeah, my grandmama or big mama, whoever, had 10 or 13 kids.
World War II, Madon. It wiped out whole generations. Man, like literal whole families went across to World War II and Vietnam and got wiped off this earth.
Okay.
Black people alive, because you know we're the black people.
You
know what I'm saying? I mean, they figured the way to keep us contained for real. It
wouldn't be hard. If damn near all so-called 20 million more of us got stories of our grandparents telling us how they had 10 to 13 brothers and sisters, man. This was common in our great-great-grandparents' days, man. So, I mean, the numbers got to add on. So, I mean, like I said, that's just my opinion. Nobody else have to agree with it.
Look at us now, though. We don't.
And since nobody really know the numbers, you can't tell me I'm wrong.
Listen, though, who do you know with 10 kids now, nigga? Who do you know with 10 kids now?
Bro, that's why I said if the numbers, okay, if we take the 25 million up from slavery and then we multiply all.
Who do you know with 10 kids now, nigga?
Bro, it don't matter about
you
that
can't
now.
be saying we multiplied if you can't name the same way we doing that. That don't make sense, Madon.
Bro,
I mean, you got all rights to believe.
Hold on, up into the 80s and 90s, up into the 80s and 90s, bro. Some people still having 4, 5 kids. That's still a great number. It's black women now having 4, 5 kids.
I just asked you right now who you know with 10 kids. That's all I'm asking you.
Bro, we know the numbers ain't like they used to.
Do you know anybody with 10 kids?
That's common knowledge. Yeah, I know a girl right now with 12. I know a girl right now with 12, but that's not the point. The point is that the numbers we always multiply.
In order for us to build, that has to keep happening.
All right, man. Okay, how many numbers? Okay, how many black babies? Okay, hold on, bro. Wait.
Keep having
bro,
kids with that.
You just want to talk. How many black babies been deleted through the abortion clinic?
How many? Want to do the same goddamn fucking thing?
Hold on, give us the numbers. Give us the number of black babies deleted.
Logic with it.
Say, all right, man. Give us the number of black babies deleted. Can anybody know the numbers?
Can
Anybody
you
know
give
the
us some
numbers?
goddamn exact numbers?
All right, man.
Black babies deleted when? I'm confused. When all
I'm just
time?
saying.
Y'all saying it like
What
that.
we looking
Yeah,
at
you
here?
can give us the
I'll look it
all-time
up.
numbers.
I mean,
Yeah, give us the all-time numbers. I can't, unfortunately, at the moment, I can't look.
Why
I
y'all
can't look
saying it
nothing
like
up.
that? Black babies deleted.
saying it like what? I mean, the nigga asked the question. I ain't know.
Cause
Yeah,
he really, cause he
because the
really
numbers
don't
is in the
care. That's
millions.
why he's
Nigga
saying
said
it
Because the
like
I
that.
numbers.
don't know how.
Hold on,
So
hold
you
on.
want to
The
ask your
numbers
opinion?
the numbers in the millions.
This I want to
Okay.
say
If I'm not mistaken.
last time I well, so I'm gonna say it's about 500,000 a year. Last time,
Damn, boy, y'all got the internet,
yeah,
man. It don't make no motherfucking sense. Y'all just doing all this goddamn random ass motherfucking talking and shit.
so the Negro Project.
Fuck y'all spending y'all
I'm
motherfucking
trying
time
to
on the
figure
internet
what this
doing.
is even correlating to.
I'm showing you how many
You ain't showing
millions.
me shit.
I'm showing him how millions can be
You ain't
calculated
showing me a
in decades.
goddamn
I'm
thing, but
showing you
how
how
fucking
millions can be
random you can just
calculated
say some goddamn
in
random
decades,
ass
bro.
shit.
I'm
That's
showing you
all
how
you fucking
millions
saying.
can
Like
be
this about
calculated in decades. In 10 years, in 20
Now
years,
all you doing is
millions
count
can be.
motherfuckers
All right, bro.
that's alive. Shit. You ain't even fucking count no goddamn death.
Man, you just goddamn devil, bro. Shut your ass up.
I don't give a fuck what you call me, nigga. Shit. That ain't supposed to scare no motherfucking body. Yeah. So fucking what if I'm in the devil, bitch? You can't do nothing about it.
Yes, I can. If I really wanted to, I
You
can.
if you had really wanted to, you would have did it already. You would have
yeah,
said shit. You
I
can't do
don't have
shit but be
to.
mad
I don't
and
have
talk.
to, bro. I'm
You
giving you
can't do
grace.
shit. You ain't got no motherfucking powers, nigga.
Okay,
I
cool.
am the goddamn devil. That's why you fucking mad.
ooh, he said, I am the devil.
Now, what the fuck you gonna do about it? Not a goddamn thing.
I ain't gonna do nothing, Mr. Satan,
I
son.
know. You can't do shit. Shit, I ain't need you to answer. The fuck?
Yo, wow, yo. Hey, there.
Come on, I ain't nothing but the goddamn devil. Like that's supposed to make me calm down and shit.
Nah, it was supposed to get you
No,
worked up, bro.
no motherfucking shit. I'm the devil, bitch. I thought you
Bring
knew.
it out, bring it out. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to bring it
Yeah.
out. What you mean?
Got the goddamn access to the internet 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you spend all your goddamn time on this bitch just bullshit.
Yo,
Yo, man.
Fucking sad.
Hey, man. Listen, man. This is, yo, I hear you, dude. You got me choking over here, bro. This nigga. Oh, my God.
But you want the younger generation to look up to you though, right?
I'm just a messenger, man. That's it.
You ain't messaging shit.
People don't receive the message. That's not I'm not tripping off that. I know people's not going to receive the message. So I ain't
You
tripping
ain't
off that.
saying shit. I wouldn't receive it either. Shit, if motherfucker just going around saying it's 100 million goddamn black folks just running around America, ain't doing shit. They ain't started no businesses. They ain't got no money. They ain't made. They ain't did shit. They just running around.
Oh, but you took the white man for face value when he
Stupid
told
ass
you they don't know
motherfucking
the
shit.
numbers. The white man could tell you they don't know the numbers. You
Bitch, you
just run
can't
with
make
that
me
face
feel
value.
bad by
Got
saying
you.
the white man
Got
did this. I don't play that motherfucking shit.
you. Well, it seems like you do.
You
You
ain't
took
in
it
no
for face
different
value.
goddamn
You
motherfucking
took their word
position.
for face value.
Yeah, you the one in fucking Alabama.
You the one who took their word for face value. You said,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, they don't know the numbers. I'm gonna ride with that.
You're the one that's in Alabama.
What they got to do with anything? It
That's where
ain't
the
where you
white man
from.
rule at. It's more white people in Alabama than it is black people.
Bullshit. Nigga, it's nigga nation down here. What you talking about, man?
What y'all got down there in Alabama? What y'all run? What business y'all run down there? Church.
That's one of them. Yeah. That's definitely one of them. I get that. Yeah, we run the goddamn church. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Black folks that accumulated millions of dollars. You know what I mean? But that goes to show you a fool and his money is soon departed. So yeah, we running the church. We just ain't putting the money in the right places because the mind of the people that's in the church is warped like yours. But that's okay, because we're gonna get it right.
$150 million.
But yeah, man, if we look at the amount, I think it's down there. I think it's over 1 million, if I'm not mistaken, of black babies that been deleted. I'm just showing you how the numbers of population can grow. Population can grow so fast, man. It'll blow your mind. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
I mean, that makes sense, but it just don't make sense here. Like I said, it's
Okay,
been
well, how many?
programs
How many
made
was
to
deleted?
deter
How
our
many babies? How many black babies been deleted? Did you get the numbers? Let me see if I can get my other phone.
that's what I'm saying. That don't equate like you that don't equate to nothing. You just keep saying like
Yeah, it
you
does,
just keep
bro. That
saying
show
that,
you
and
millions.
it don't
That show
equate to
you millions. Hold on, that show you millions
like
of
because
black
that's
babies.
a
Hold on,
decision
bro.
thing,
That
right?
that show you,
No,
bro.
no,
That show you
listen, it's
millions
a
of black
decision to have
babies
an
in less than
abortion.
30. Bro, that show you millions of black babies in less than 30 years. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, that was a decision that a person made. I'm saying
It
without
don't matter.
nobody
I'm talking
making the
about the
decision,
numbers. If you can have that many
they doing
millions
things
in
like
three.
giving our
Hold on.
people
If you can have
syphilis
that
and
many
shit.
millions in three. Hold on, bro. If you can have that many millions in 3 decades, which is 30
All right.
years. Think about that, bro. Why can't population think? I mean, goddamn.
Because it's literally government programs against it. What don't
Man,
I
you
mean?
missing
Like
the
I don't
point,
know
bro. I
what
got
else
you,
I
bro.
need to say.
This conversation is way above. I'm above and beyond your pay grade. It's gonna be okay, bro.
Nigga,
You just don't get it.
bro, you don't even have good internet. Stop talking pay grades. Like you've been talking through a paper cut most of this goddamn show. Like, what are you talking about pay grades?
It still don't matter. You still don't comprehend what I'm saying. It's okay.
No, I comprehend. You just don't. You don't understand what you're saying because you're not saying shit. You talking about
If I'm showing
people
you,
having
if I'm
abortions,
hold on, if I'm
which is
showing
fruitful
you, I'm
population, but
showing you how you can have this many millions
I
within
almost called you my brother
two.
name because you
Hold, if
sound
I'm showing you how you
childish
can
right
have
now.
this many millions, hold on. If I'm showing you how you can have this many millions within 2 to 3 decades, and you telling me it ain't possible to have 100 million on the planet, nigga, you
Nigga,
crazy as
when
hell.
we're not talking about the planet. First of all, please don't make this a planetary thing now. But second of all, like I said, yeah, decades. But then you have things deterring that within the decades that you're just like, nah, let's ignore that. Fuck that.
So
My grandma had
Man,
10 kids. I
okay,
we
can't
ain't
name a
stopped
nigga with
having
10
babies.
so
kids right
We
now.
haven't
so
stopped. We ain't gonna stop having babies, and
right,
we bro, we got my bad,
right here,
daddy. Go ahead.
please. So right here. So basically, yeah, because we're talking about, like I said, I know all my books. I know we can literally think of something. I know where to go in my book, where to get the art, so we can figuring out the abortion. So it's right here. It's written by, this is the Negro Project, Margaret Sanger. This is basically, so of the 1.5 million abortions that take place here annually are performed on Black women, and that Planned Parenthood, which claims to be a women's health organization, is actually the nation's largest abortion provider, performing more than 300,000 of those procedures a year. So 1.5 million abortions. This book was composed in, that's what I'm saying. So like, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, this book was written in um this book was written in let me see, 2015. Okay, 2015. So, but yeah, 1.5 million abortions that take place here annually are performed on Black women. Yeah, so yep, and
Mm.
then he said 300,000 of those are are under the tutelage of Planned Parenthood. Yeah, man. So yeah. Damn, I don't know why I thought it was damn, that's a lot. 1.5. That's
Yeah, and look how I'm understanding. Look how less of a time
uh,
frame that is, though, Diddy.
yeah.
That many millions of baby in 3 to 4 decades, bro. That's a lot of motherfucking babies in 30 years.
Wait a minute. So what is you saying? You saying you believe that fucking literature from a white person, but the other information from the other white people is not valid? I
That's
don't,
what
I
you're
don't
saying.
understand how y'all pick and choose which white people is telling the truth and which white people is lying.
It's called
That's what
discernment.
kills me.
It's called discernment, Dave. You ever heard of that?
You don't have none of it. You got zero discernment.
No, I have concernment as well. So yeah.
No, they don't give a shit about the people that grow up and get killed. They just talking about births.
Well, if you got 1.5,
So
I
if
think you said
somebody
one
have a
point.
baby, it's gonna count as a living person forever.
Because if you got
Whether
1.5
they have a
billion,
stillbirth, abortion, get in a car accident, get killed by the police, they don't count none of that shit.
shit, if we
But you
did,
ain't bought up shit though.
oh
You
shit,
but
that
I'm
even
saying though,
help my numbers.
you ain't bought
All
up
that,
shit.
everything you name only
You
helps
ain't
my
bought up
argument.
you ain't bought up shit.
Everything you
So
name helps my
I can't
argument,
really
bro.
go on what
Everything you
Madon
name,
said. At
everything
least
you name
Deity
helps my
trying
argument.
to look up some goddamn information. You ain't trying to look up shit.
You ain't either.
I don't have to look up shit, nigga.
See what, nigga? You ain't. Why you so privileged?
I knew it was high. I didn't know it was that high. Hold on, let me see.
Shit, I ain't gotta look up shit to know it
I
ain't no
know you don't.
goddamn
You don't
100
want
million
to look up
motherfuckers,
nothing.
black motherfuckers in the United States.
That's all right.
Shit,
When the Most High
we
say them
don't fuck.
goddamn,
Man,
what
fuck
you
the
gonna
Most
look up?
High. How about
You
that,
gonna look up?
Madon?
You gonna look up when the
You
Most
and
High?
your Most
When
High.
the
How about that?
Now, hey, what you saying, Diddy? How many million was it, King? Cause
Uh,
He never said it was
no,
a million.
I'm talking about the
That's how
abortion.
you know you want fucking. You
I'm
don't
talking
listen to
about
shit.
abortion right now. But
I
yeah,
know. I'm just saying how many black babies been.
this is
How
actually
many was it?
this is the time for me. What'd you say though? Go ahead.
No, I was just asking how many black babies were deleted in abortions.
Um, see what I don't reference. Well, I'm gonna find it. He, I need to find a citation for this, but I know it's high though. It's definitely high. Like it's he's basically saying among the chapters included herein are a short biography of Margaret Sanger, and I knew that he was talking about the infant mortality rate in the infancy stages of this book. So I knew exactly where to go. Oh yeah, that's in the beginning of the book. Boom. But basically, yeah. So among the chapters included herein are a short biography of Margaret Sanger herself, in a brief history of the American eugenics movement, along with its effects beyond these shores. We will also get to the heart of the most urgent moral and social issue facing America today: the fact that more than 1/3 of the 1 million abortions that take place here annually are performed on black women. So 1/3. So which is it 300,000? So pardon me. So it's not 1.5 million black babies of the 1.5 million. 1/3 of that is 300,000. So I make sure I because I don't it ain't no 1.5 million because I said 500,000, but it's so 300. That's still a lot though, and I feel like at the time of this book, it could be potentially higher. But because this book
Oh,
was
we know it's higher.
it's
We know
definitely
it's higher. Cause woo,
I mean,
this,
but even what he said is through Planned Parenthood. This is a
yeah.
program made by the government to slow
but
down
we
black
still that
population
still
numbers.
count for black population. Those 300,000
saying
still
it's a
account.
government program made to
We,
lower black
we know that.
population numbers.
We know that, bro. But I'm
All
just
right,
saying
so
that
that's my
still.
point,
1/3 is
But
still a
that
Madonna.
lot
still
You
account for
can't
black
like
body.
you can't
That still
1/3 is still
account
a
for
lot
black
though.
population.
get
Those
that.
300,000 still count for the black population, bro.
I get what you're saying. You just not hearing what I'm
Light
saying.
up.
I'm saying you can't skip the fact that how you saying these people are hidden. No, they've been having these government programs for years to keep our numbers the same. That's why it's not a major increase in our numbers in the last 70, 60 years and shit.
Man, black people that left
Not
America,
hit. It's
all
not
kinds.
30 million
Black
hidden
people that
niggas
moved
in
to
the trees, bro.
Liberia. Black people that went to Liberia. Black people that went to parts of Egypt, parts of Africa, part of Israel. Man, I'm just saying now. A lot of our people that left, but bro,
Yeah, so
bro.
they no longer
So
Negrarians.
they still count. I still count those because they was here and they left. So
Nah,
it's still
they have
100.
nigga basis, but they are no longer
Bro,
niggas.
bro, you shit.
If
Bullshit.
you're a man is sweet, and how Q was just talking about how once motherfuckers got here, they started saying, "No, we not Africans no more," because you done been here so long. If our people done left here in the '60s, why the fuck do you think they been in Colombia X amount of years and they talking about, nah, we American niggas? No, they went to Sweden, wherever the fuck you talking about. They're not sitting there still telling niggas we American niggas. They're not. They're
Bro,
German
you
niggas
can't get
now.
away from being black, bro. Until you die. Now, when you die, you're no longer black.
No, bro, it's not the stop though. That's stupid because it's
No, it's
hella
not.
it's
Your
hella
body no
black
longer
people.
exists no more.
It's hella black people, but that's not what we talking about here. We not them black people. That's what we always saying up here. Now you just saying, oh, this is just a color shit. What the? I mean, we
Bro,
not Africans, bro.
that's what y'all niggas say. I know what I say.
Nigga, this what you say. Boy.
No, nigga, you ain't know what I say, nigga. Stop the
This
cap.
lost nigga etiquette if it's ever been spoken.
Bro, come on, man. Like I said, man, you don't nobody have to agree with me. But
Yeah.
I'm
Now
telling you.
I'm thinking about the time we in technology, and it's because I'm also thinking about Bumpy Johnson and how, but it's the times is different now. Like, yeah, there's a segment of black people that's unreported, unaccounted for, but it ain't no 15, 20. That's because technology now, and just because not everybody, it's just just reality. Like, yeah, that's
I'm
hyperbolic.
just saying, right? They can give us whatever numbers they want. At the end of the day,
Yeah,
they got the right. At the end of the day, they can put out whatever numbers they want in the system.
Why don't
They
you
can put
start
whatever
the
numbers they
Black
want.
and
Census
that
Company
is true
then,
too.
nigga?
I'm from
That's all I'm saying. And to me, I think that's what they're doing. I think they give us a low number so we don't think
Why don't you start a
uh,
Black
we're
Census Company then?
we don't think we have we don't think we're in masses. Now, if the truth came out that there was 100 million black people like, oh shit, nigga, we can run this bitch, which we gonna do eventually anyway.
Nah, I don't know about that.
We will watch. You around long enough, you'll see.
I
Now
keep
you
it
talking
hot. Them
about
white
some
Niggas,
folks is not. They never been our friends, bro. They never. Like I said, this government programs against black
they
people,
don't have
not
to be
against
our
white
friend, bro.
people.
They don't have to be our friend, bro. What are you talking about? I'm not depending
I
on the
mean,
white man.
yeah. Like, do you think all of a sudden somehow we just gonna wake up one morning and really like beat the fuck up on 200 million plus white people?
I didn't say who said I didn't say nothing about beating up nobody, bro.
I
I just
mean,
said
you
we're gonna
talking
take
about we
this bitch.
gonna get in the
I said
lead?
we're
I
gonna
don't
take
know
it on,
how, cause I
bro.
don't
You don't
think
have to
unless
take,
we get some force,
you
they
don't
gonna
have to,
just let us.
engage. You don't have to engage in physical warfare to take something over, bro. It's called science, technology, politics, running businesses. It's
We
all
ain't
kind of
got
ways
no
that we can take
advantage
over,
in none of
bro.
that
There's
shit.
all kind of ways we're gonna take over. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Our numbers are growing. Their population is decreasing. Cuba already brought out how their birth rate is declining.
I
It's
see
been on
why
the
you like
decline,
Trump,
bro.
bro.
We taking over this motherfucker, bro. This gonna be our shit.
I see why you like Trump.
niggas
No,
just
bro.
want to be
Cause
slave
just like
masters so
Trump, you say
goddamn fucking
magical
bad.
shit with no plan.
I'm just saying,
Nope.
bro.
That
It
We
fucking
gonna
sounds
run
Bible,
this.
good,
yo.
but you don't make sense because it ain't no actual plan to even make none of that happen.
It
Or
may not make sense, but it will make
It ain't-
dollars.
it
It
ain't-
may not make sense, but it will make dollars.
You
yeah,
ain't gonna have the
dollars.
dollars,
Not
motherfucker. Shit.
whatever.
Yeah, you goddamn right. Shit. Going right over your fucking head. Never touch your hand.
Yeah, right. I'm always tapped in, bro. That's the difference between me and
You
you.
ain't tapped into shit. Tapped into a lot of bullshit. You just
Bro,
want to,
you call it
fucking
what you want.
be make believe all the
That's
time.
you. That's
I
bro. You're
know I can
entitled
call it
to
what
that
I
right.
want, cause that's what the fuck it is. You imaginary want to be a slave master ass nigga.
But
You ain't gonna never be no fucking
you couldn't give us no
colonizer.
numbers though. You couldn't give us no numbers.
But you can't give us no numbers either, bitch.
I did give. I've been giving
You
numbers
ain't
all
gave
night, nigga.
shit.
I've been giving numbers all night. You haven't gained that
And
one
you the
number.
only one that believe it too, right? Then you
So
say you don't nobody have to
no, I'm
believe
not
it.
the only
Well,
one. I'm not the only
you
one that
right.
believes
Don't
that.
nobody believe it, but Madon.
That's not true. There's a lot of people that
That
believe
is true, bitch.
that, bro. Is that bro? Come on, man. What's your problem, bro? I can't help but laugh at you,
Shit,
man.
what's
I'm
your
like,
fucking problem? Damn, you said ain't nobody got to believe you.
so why is you
Shit, ain't
so?
nobody tripping. What
Bro,
makes you think anybody on this platform believes you, Madon? What
bro?
gives you that? that idea?
Damn. Since birth, I knew the people wasn't going to believe.
Okay.
Since birth,
So
I knew the people
like
wasn't
I
going to believe.
said, I
What
just asked you
messenger,
one simple
bro? The people
question.
didn't, bro. What
I
messenger
asked you
did the
one
people,
simple question.
bro? What messenger did the people accept?
I asked you one simple question. What person on this platform, what makes you think that any one single person believes what you just said about 100 million black folks being in the United States?
I don't say things for people to believe me.
Oh, okay then. So we done with that.
So hey, because I can't
Okay,
prove.
we
I'm
done
not
with
here.
that. Don't try to
Bro, wait, well,
don't try to
wait.
keep saying it over and over again to try to convince nobody.
Bro, I'm not convincing
Damn.
nobody of shit.
Okay then. So why you keep repeating the shit?
Because you can't debunk it.
There is nothing to debunk.
All right.
If you don't know the numbers,
if you don't know the numbers, you can't prove me wrong. If you don't know the numbers,
there is nothing to disprove. You have never proved. In order to disprove something, you have to prove it first.
Well, you say you don't know the numbers.
You have to show and lay down something and say, okay, shit, it might be 100 million. Let me see. Let me take this information and see what can I put against it. You haven't put up nothing that says, oh, it's 100 million motherfucking black motherfuckers in the United States. You ain't put up shit.
Yes,
But
I
how
did.
you
I
feel?
used the brother. The brother used 15 to 25 million. I took the higher.
No, don't
I took the latter,
drag deity
which is
into that.
25 million. I took the
Don't try to
25
drag
million.
deity into that. Don't drag him
No,
into
that
that.
wasn't
He
Diddy
never
that
said
said
that.
that. That wasn't Diddy. That was
But
KT.
nobody else said
That was
anything
KT.
close to that.
KT said it was about 15 to 25 million. I said, okay, brother, I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
run
let
with the
KT
25
defend
million.
himself.
I said I'm gonna run with the 25 million since you did give a number. So I said let's multiply that 25 million up
Nah,
through
that's for the
slavery.
slaves. That's for the slaves. That's for the
So
slaves.
I'm about right.
That's when you ask for the slaves. If you're talking about how many black people in America currently, it's 40 million. That's including like Africans from Africa and shit. It's probably actually maybe like 30 million, like FBAs, I guess you'll say 25, 30 million.
Okay,
No, I
25 million
don't know
came
why
during
your
the
extra
slavery.
retarded ass is trying to multiply the number of slaves to the population in 2025, motherfucker. Like ain't nobody fucking died. What the fuck you gonna multiply a number from 1492 to get the population in 2025? You sound like a fuck. You don't even sound like no fucking kid in elementary school, Madonna.
It's
Nobody
called
does that.
population growth through
No,
birth rate.
nobody
It's called
does that,
population
Madonna.
growth. It's called population growth through birth rate, bro. What are you talking about?
Madonna. Nobody does that, bro.
All right, man. No, Deb, you don't do that. You don't, bro. Don't put all people in
Madonna.
a box and think they
Nobody
man.
multiplies what the population was in the 17th century to get the population in the 21st century.
If that's what you want to believe, man, do as you will. But like I said, you can't negate the fact population growth through birth rates, nigga. You can't get around that, bro.
And death rates offset that population, you dumb nigga.
Well, you live and you die, Deb.
Okay then.
It don't matter. People still born.
And people still die, nigga.
So what?
So you can't count the motherfuckers that's not living?
Bro, who said I was?
Apparently you must be.
Look, man, listen, Deb. Like I said, man, it's at least 70 to 100 million black people in America.
Okay, if you want to believe that, Madonna, go ahead. But you can't convince nobody else that dumbass shit, Madonna.
Well,
y'all
don't
nobody
know
believe
the
that motherfucking shit.
Well, y'all don't know the numbers.
It ain't no 70 million motherfuckers running around ducking the goddamn system and shit.
Who said that? That's what you think. But you can't even give us the numbers. So you have no groundation.
Okay, you want an exact number, Madonna? Okay, 48 million motherfucking black motherfuckers. You happy with that?
Oh, that's how many came over during slavery?
No, they ain't got nothing to do with what came over with slavery. It's too much shit that happened in 1492 to 2025, Madonna.
I'm just asking
why do you keep going back to goddamn slave ships, Madonna?
Because I'm asking
you talking
you
about 2025.
I'm saying how many came over.
Motherfuckers got killed, Madonna. Motherfuckers died.
Bro, How many came over during
Motherfuckers
transatlantic slave
died.
trade?
Motherfuckers died. Nobody knows the exact number of motherfuckers that came over. Motherfuckers died on the way over, Madon. Don't
During
nobody know. Don't
oh,
don't nobody know.
okay, cool, thank you. I know. They may not know. I know though, so it's okay. As long as I know, y'all may not know, but I know. So hey, I'm glad you said that. You don't know, so I don't even know why I'm talking with you.
Check them books, man. Laminate them up. The penitentiary style, man. Lamination. Lamination. Yeah.
But yeah, man, they've been lying about how many black people been in America for years, man. They don't want you to know
But they don't.
the
But they ain't
power.
lying about what's in that goddamn Bible, though, are they? Everything in that
Yeah,
fucking Bible is true, though, right?
of course, the white man
And the
lied about
and the
what's in the
motherfucking
Bible.
Quran. That all the information in them books is true.
If properly interpreted, yes.
All the information is factual, though, right?
If it's properly interpreted,
And
yes.
that motherfucking and that white man, he didn't make sure he got all that information right, though, correct?
The white man got a lot of
Well,
it wrong.
for some strange reason, when he started making the Bible, he was making it was factual. But when he started making America, he started lying and shit. Right after the Constitution was made and all that,
Man, he couldn't account. The white man couldn't. The white man he couldn't account for how many people
it's
was
only
here,
it's
man.
and the white man is the same motherfucker that made up the Bible, though, right?
The white man didn't make up the white man didn't make up
All
the
white men
Bible,
think
bro.
alike. Me
The
and you
white
talking
man
about
didn't
the
make up the
same white
Bible.
man. Me and you talking about the same white man, Madonna.
The white man didn't make up the
The
Bible.
white man is one person. Is one person that put out all information.
Or the white man is a nation of people, or multiple nations of people.
Why you don't never say the black man then when you talking about black people?
What you mean, bro? I always talk about black people. Black people wrote the
No,
Bible.
no, 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 no,
Black
no,
people invented the
no, no,
Bible.
no,
White
no, no,
people
no,
copied it.
no, 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 no. Because when you reference the white man, you only say man. You say the white man, one person.
Well, the white man. When I say that, that representing that's putting him one white man as the face of his nation. So that don't mean just one white man in singularity. That's talking about, like I said, nations of Europeans. It just giving a direct identity, like this man right here, him and his. You know what I'm saying?
So he not gonna lie about what he put in a religious book, but he gonna lie about his government.
Of course, he lied when he put in the religious books, but you got to know how to go in there and get that information out the right way. That's the ticket.
But don't none of the motherfucking shit ever come to be factual though.
Yes, it has.
Okay, name which one has came true or factual.
We came out of slavery.
That's in the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible said we were gonna go into slavery for 400 years and come out, and it
What
happened.
chapter is that?
That's in Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy what?
I think 28 and 60 something.
I don't know that Bible. That's one book. I mean, I know reference. I don't know it like that though. Don't give me.
Don't nobody ain't nobody ever read no goddamn slavery shit in the fucking Bible.
Yeah, it said you would go into captivity for 400 years in a strange land. I don't know no other people that went into slavery in a strange land that wasn't theirs for 400 years but black people. We the only people that fit that Bible, that verse to the T. No one else can account for that, bro. So if y'all can show me another people that's when it was written about them going into
No,
servitude
you
and
need to show
slavery.
that first though, man. Put that damn exact verse up so you can stop talking crazy and shit.
All right, let me grab it for you, bro.
Yeah.
That's nothing. That's easy work. But yeah, man, you know.
man. How we get to the Bible? Stop. Oh devil, oh she devil.
Just depends on how a motherfucker feel and what part of the white man information he want to believe. Shit. Today I don't feel like this information by the white man is true, but tomorrow if you put out some information on Twitter, I might ride with that.
Are you ready? This is in Genesis 15:13-16. God told Abram that his descendants would be strangers in a land not their own, and they would serve and be afflicted for 400 years.
Where do it say people from Africa? Do it say where the Africa and black person part of that? You ain't read that?
What you mean, bro? Those people are Africans and black.
Where it say that at?
Well, you gotta look at the lineage.
Where do it say that at in the Bible? What part? Which verse is that?
Bro, I just gave you the verse in Genesis, bro.
It says that black people from Africa would be enslaved.
Of course, it ain't gonna say that. They didn't have the word black and African back then, bro. They didn't even speak English.
Well, how does that apply to the black people in Africa then?
Because we're the only people that fit that description. The Bible is talking about a people that's going to be put in a strange land that's not their own, and they would have to serve in bondage for 400 years. And show me anybody else that fit that description. I mean, were we not in slavery for 400 years, or was it just a coincidence that we was in slavery for 400 years and in the Bible talk about the people being enslaved for 400 years? It's just a coincidence. Okay, cool.
I'm still trying to get to the fact of how black people are supposed to be in the Bible and nobody else.
Everybody on the planet is in the Bible. Everybody that's on the planet is in the Bible. Even the angels is in the Bible.
Look, man, what you reading is ain't no different than motherfucking Saint Nicholas and Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. Happy Easter.
Okay, that's
Point,
cool,
point.
man.
No, just,
you have every
Hope you find some eggs to offset the price of eggs not going down.
Well, if you stop participating in Easter, still believe in rabbit lay eggs, maybe eggs won't go up then.
I'm gonna give me a rabbit. No,
you know what I'm saying? Buying all this foolishness, knowing damn well a rabbit can't lay eggs, but it shows you the mental mind state of not just black people but white people.
That ain't no different. That ain't no different than the goddamn story.
Black people go out and spend hundreds of dollars on Easter.
That ain't no different than what you reading in the goddamn Bible right now. Shit.
The Bible tells us don't participate in the folly.
In the folly?
But that's what you're doing right now. No, you sit up here arguing on the internet. You're not fucking out here fucking
I'm not arguing on the internet.
teaching nobody how to motherfucking build nothing in their community to make them better.
I'm just trying to deliver a message.
You ain't delivering shit, nigga.
I'm just delivering a message.
You ain't delivering shit.
Special delivery.
You don't argue with white people the way you argue with black folks. You
yes,
don't tell them.
If they step up on this goddamn panel.
Nah. You know how to find white people on the internet, nigga. Shit. You know what channel they be on.
You know how many white people I battle? I battle so many white people in the flat earth. Flat earth white people, bro. I battle so many white people, bro.
The answer is zero.
It's documented, bro.
The answer is zero.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
bro,
you argue with them about the shape of the earth, but you won't argue them about the policies that they do against black people in the United States, though. You won't tell them that they're racist.
Debated with white people on all kind of topics, bro. What are you talking about, man? I've debated with white people on Sanchez
You
channel, not
ain't
just about flat
debating
Earth,
with no
not just
fucking
about flat Earth. I debate,
you
I've
be
debated them
debate
about
you
the
be arguing
Bible,
over dumb
flat
shit.
Earth,
You be
politics,
yeah
racism. The
yeah
list goes on, bro.
dumb shit. The
All
list
right,
don't
man.
go on. It only be over dumb shit.
Well, it's documented on
Is
record
Kamala Black?
with me battling
Was
white people.
Obama had a white mama and all this other dumb shit? You don't be arguing on the motherfucking politics.
Mama had a white mama.
I mean, Domo white. I argue with him.
Domo ain't white.
Nah, I'm just talking shit, bro.
Oh, you crazy. Domo white.
But nah, man. I've argued with him. Man, I've battled, bro. I'm a seasoned veteran. That's why I be coming in like Shinobi on niggas. You know what
But
I
you
mean?
don't
Just
be standing on nothing though, Madon. You don't stand on jack shit.
I stand on facts that can be
Man, you don't
backed up.
stand on a goddamn thing. It especially don't be no motherfucking facts. You ain't proved shit.
I prove it over and over. People just
You
don't
ain't
go look
proved
it up.
another motherfucking thing.
People just
You
fail to look it up.
like to believe only what you
Only
like to
time
believe.
when
Shit.
it come to
Don't
pass, now
nobody
when it
give a
come,
fuck about your goddamn trying to raise your goddamn voice up, man. You ain't got a
man, I
motherfucker get
don't
high
have to
pitched
raise
tone
my
with me.
voice, bro. I'm just
Shit.
trying to let you know.
Nah,
There's a lot of
man, you
stuff that I've
sounding
said
like
that
you
come to
finna
pass.
motherfucking hit a goddamn soprano note in an opera motherfucking play, nigga.
Okay, all right. But
Yeah.
see, the thing about it, then, the shit that I said has been documented.
No,
Now
but the
we can
shit
go.
you say
Hold
don't
on,
make no
hold
goddamn
on.
sense.
If it don't make sense, hold on. Let me name something else. Let me name something for you. Now this summer, right before the elections, I was going psycho. I was on here. I'm the one who was like, yeah, man, the biggest thing going to be is tariffs, man. The tariffs is going to be this. Everybody was like, oh, Madon, what's the fucking tariff? Now, what's the biggest fucking talk on the goddamn planet? Motherfucking tariffs, nigga. I mean, come on, bro. I know this shit. But see, hey,
You don't even know what a fucking tariff is, nigga.
it's a tax, man. Come on, bro. It's a tax, bro. That's all it is. You know
No,
what
it
I'm saying?
ain't.
But I was talking
That's
about
not the correct
see, it's
definition.
documented. It's documented all summer. I was talking about Madon. How
You
is
ain't
Trump gonna
documenting
change
shit.
America? Madon, how is Trump gonna do this? I said tariffs, man. He gonna pass the tariffs. Woo 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 woo. Oh, Madon, ain't the tariffs ain't shit. Woo woo woo. Now if you look at it, who was right? I was right. But you know, I ain't on here to brag and boast. I'm just here to tell it like it is.
Here to tell it like it is, huh?
Man,
Yeah.
motherfucking shit.
PG. Everybody likes me. Stop. Let me stop.
But nah, man.
That's how
Now,
white people view us as
Wasn't
motherfucking
Wasn't
clowns.
I talking about tariffs all summer, bro?
No, you was
If you
not.
can remember, man, if you can
No,
recall.
I do remember, nigga. And the only thing you was talking about is goddamn how bad Kamala was. That's all. That's
No,
all
I
you was
was
talking
talking
about.
about how Trump was gonna use tariffs.
No, you wasn't.
Yes, I was, bro.
No,
This is
you wasn't.
all right,
No, you
man.
wasn't. No,
All
you
right,
wasn't. Nope.
bullshit.
Nope. You was ducking and dodging debates, and you was telling how niggas is stupid for voting for Kamala, and how she wasn't black, and how she used to lock up niggas for not taking their kids to school. That's all the fuck you was talking about. Kamala this, Kamala that.
No,
Most of
what I
your
said about
conversation
Kamala
revolved
was
around Kamala.
my thing was Kamala was a drunk. We don't know that.
Right,
We don't need a drunk
right.
in the
You
motherfucking
wasn't
White
saying she
House.
was a drunk before
We
that
don't need a
video
drunk
came
in the
out,
White
though.
House. That was my argument. I don't know motherfucking drunk black woman in the office,
Right,
nigga. You
right,
know how
right. But you'll
dangerous
take
that
a
is?
drunk ass motherfucking cocaine snorting ass white man, though, right? Won't you?
Hell yeah, that way if he fuck it up, it's on him. You know what I'm saying? But shit, that sister would have got in there and got embarrassed. Drunk than a motherfucker. She'd have been all up under the goddamn Oval Office chair, up under the motherfucking drunk as hell. Only file she would have opened is fucking Jack Daniels. She want to open the MLK files and the JFK file. Bitch would have opened goddamn Jack Daniel files. That's it. Hennessy. Whatever high price liquor she sip.
Where people would have got fired off their job that been working there for over 10 years.
Man, shit. But nobody had no goddamn job. Drunk people do some crazy shit.
But he ain't. But you claim he ain't on shit, and he's still doing crazy shit. So what's the fucking difference?
Well, I don't think he's doing crazy shit. I think he's fixing what he call America.
So what? So how is he fixing America if ain't nobody fucking happy?
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes when you get spanked or you get disciplined or you have to go through what we call patience, which is painful. Patience and pain is synonymous. So right now, all he's doing, look, bro, it's just like a business. If you start a business, you're gonna have to take a loss. Sometimes you might have to take a loss for 2-3 years straight when you open a fresh business. And the next thing you know, you might be coming up.
But the
So
American
basically,
government is not a fresh business, you dumb nigga.
if you gotta go through everything, if you gotta damn near start from scratch
But
and get rid
ain't
of all
nobody
the pollution.
starting from scratch, nigga.
Yes, he is.
No, it's not.
All right, man. Not literally, man. But starting
Okay
from
then, so
scratch,
why the fuck
basically,
you say it then?
because starting from scratch, if you look at it right, what he's
He
doing
not
is,
starting. Ain't nobody. Who's starting from scratch?
if you changing how tariffs apply to America and how these tariffs, your tariffs gonna apply to us and vice versa, you rearranging the game, you restructuring. If you going through different
Nobody's
institutions, hold
rearranging
on.
the
If you're
game.
going through departments, if you're doing
No,
audits, through the FBI, the
nobody's
Department
doing
of
audits.
Education, yes, they are doing audits.
No, they not. No,
Doge
they
is
not.
doing audits
Doge
through
is not
all
doing
kinds
no
of shit.
audits. Nobody's doing audits, Madon. He's not doing no audits.
Okay, well, what is he
He
doing then?
lied to you.
What is Doge doing when they finding out all these trillions of
They're
dollars
not
being
doing
spent?
shit. Doge
Man,
is
that's a
not even
lie,
doing
bro.
anything.
That's how you start. That's how you rearrange the game.
No,
You start from
Doge.
scratch.
There's no such thing
So
as Doge is doing audits. And Doge is not doing no audits, man. Damn. What makes you believe that? What makes you think Elon Musk stop what he doing at all his other companies and then gonna do some audits for multiple
he don't
government
have to
agencies?
stop. That's why it's called hiring people who have
He's
degrees to
not
do that.
hiring nobody, yo.
All right, man.
Damn.
And a lot of them are already employed.
Well,
So I
nobody's
mean, he don't
hiring
have to put
nobody
his
to
hands on.
audit the fucking
You got
government,
you
yo.
got you got thousands of white
His
folks.
own staff
That's why
members are
you have
getting fired. Nobody's auditing nobody.
That's why you have a cabinet, bro. That's why they have a cabinet.
Nobody's auditing
That's why they
nobody.
have a.
Well,
That's why they have. This
nobody's
is why
auditing
Trump.
nobody. Nobody's auditing nobody, man.
That's why you have an administration. You
Well,
got a Trump
nobody's
administration.
auditing
You have a.
nobody.
You know what I'm
And this
saying?
administration don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay, bro.
None of them.
Well, that goes to show me you down with MAGA. You want to make America great again. You think by Trump failing, he's killing America. So what you telling me is that if Trump doing a bad job, that means he hurting something that you love, which is the economy. So that goes to show me you want somebody to make America great again.
That was the dumbest thing I ever heard.
No, that's the realest thing you ever heard, because
no, it ain't.
anybody that's saying Trump is fucking up the
No,
economy,
you are
that means
motherfucking retarded,
they
and
support
you was
America.
just as dumb as I thought you was,
Bro,
especially about
okay.
politics. You don't know
Okay, tell
shit
me this,
about
right?
politics, Madon. I promise you that, bro.
Okay, what's the
It ain't a
biggest?
damn thing you can tell me about
Okay,
any
why
level
are
of
black
politics.
people complaining? Okay, why so many black people complaining about the
I'm not
stock
a lot of
market?
black people, man. I
Okay,
don't speak for all black people. Yeah.
okay. Let me ask you this then: have you heard GQ, GA, Chris, all of them talk about the stock market and Trump fucking it up, and GQ talking about he might have to move to Mississippi because Trump gonna make him go broke? So does that sound like people who care about America?
You have to ask them. What the fuck you
Sound
asking
like
me
it to
for?
me. Them sound like black men who care about the economy. They care if the economy crash or not. So that goes to show me, whether Trump in office or not, a lot of you Negroes want to make America great again because you care about the stock market. Because if you don't want to make America great again, you wouldn't give
Black
a
men ain't
goddamn.
never
But since
said
you
make
showing me
America
you
great
give a damn
again.
about the stock market,
That
and you
ain't
give a
nothing.
damn about the economy, and you
Yeah.
won't.
That ain't nothing black men ever said, Madame. Make America great again. No black man ever said that.
Yes, they did. If you
No,
telling
they
me,
did not.
bro, if you telling me the economy is fucked up, that means you want the economy to be better. That means you want to make America great again, because America is only
Madame, you don't
admired
have
by
to
her.
keep repeating
Hold
the dumb shit that you saying.
on, bro. What are you talking about?
Damn.
All right,
Sound like
man.
you got
If
fucking
you can't get,
Tourette's or some shit.
I'm just telling you, bro. If you care
You
about the
don't
stock
know
market,
nothing about economics or politics, Madon.
if
Damn,
you care
say some
about
shit.
America, bro, this is America. So to
Shit.
me, if you care about the
You don't
economy,
care
the
about the
stock market,
goddamn economy,
all
and you
right,
don't know
bro.
nothing about politics.
Well, I voted. I
You
pray. I
just up
vote. I
here to
pray that
motherfuckers
I
get
pray
laughs
for Trump win
on
office.
this channel, yo. That's your
I
only
pray for.
purpose of being on here.
See,
If
that's what I'm
I ain't
saying,
want to hear
bro.
you
You just
talking, if there was somebody else talking about something else, shit, you wouldn't be talking. I'm just letting you
man,
run your fucking dumbass mouth.
bro. Bro,
I don't take
well,
nothing
why?
that you say
Well, let me run
serious,
my dumb ass
bro.
mouth. Well, let me
I
run my
don't
dumb
take
ass mouth
nothing
for
that
a
you
few minutes
said
more.
serious. Like I never
Okay.
take you serious, especially when it talks about government. You don't know anything about government. You can never have a conversation with me about government anything.
Okay, cool. Are you done? You feel better? I mean,
No,
come
I'm
on,
not
man.
actually done.
Well,
Shit.
what I mean, goddamn.
I could go on all motherfucking night. Shit. You
I
ain't
know,
finna
bro.
be on the panel all fucking night.
Mm.
Hell no, I ain't finna be on this
All
motherfucker
right
all night.
then.
I'm just trying to build with black men, but
You ain't
nah,
trying to
look.
build shit.
All right, then,
You
man.
just taking up motherfucking time. Shit. That's all.
All right, that's cool, man. I'm not gonna step like that, but
What's up,
let me say this.
Miss Chocolate? Come on
Let
with
me
it.
say this real quick though. All I was saying is this to anybody that's listening:
God.
if you care about the stock market, if you care about the economy, if you out here saying that the economy is bad and all Trump is fucking it up, that means you care about the America. You want to make the economy great again. You want to make the stock market great again. But
Mm.
see, you just don't want to say it. But I'm gonna say it for you. You want to make America great again, nigga.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm a nigga
Okay,
that
you
don't want to
done.
make it, but he ain't making it great. So convince my black ass, because the last thing I was told was him fucking up not only your money, my money, tax money, vets money, disabled money, federal money, charity money. So go and tell me how this is working out and how this is helping us. Because I ain't seen one black cabinet member, hold on, I'm sorry, one black cabinet member in any office. Oh, yeah, HUD. Because, that's a black job. But y'all like that, though. Y'all like that slave house mentality. That's good for you. I get that part. But please, explain to a layman nigga like me, just a nigga entrepreneur that's out here working hard for the white man. You tell me, sir, how he is doing so much for so many of us peasants down here. You mind telling
Well,
me that?
sis, well,
Yeah.
like I know things don't happen overnight. This is not a
No, 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 no,
abracadabra.
no,
This is not a
no, no.
voila magic moment, sister. It takes time. So give it a little
Oh,
time. Be patient, sister.
how much?
You see what I'm saying?
How much? How much
Just
time?
hold on to what is
How much
good.
time? Is that what the bill people say? The electric company. Do the gas people say that? When you call them and tell them to hold on and be patient, give it a little time because I just started my job. Or give it a little time because I done invested in a dumbass. Or give it a little time because somebody done got rid of my 401k. Oh, my fault. And retirement for the teachers too, right? Because they get retirement, meaning that they also put their money into the stock market. You know that, sir? Did you know
Of
that's how
course.
teachers
So
get paid?
that's why I'm telling you, if you care about
Oh,
hold on, sis.
oh,
So I'm telling you, if you care about the stock market, if you care about your
I do.
401k, that means you want to
Huh?
keep America great. That means you want to
I
keep
didn't say
America
that.
great, right? Ain't nothing wrong with
I
that.
didn't
Ain't
say
nothing
that.
wrong with keeping America great. I'm
You're
with you.
not answering
I'm
my
with Trump.
question,
I'm
sir.
with keeping. Hold on.
You
I'm
ain't with
MAGA.
nobody.
I am MAGA. I'm MAGA.
I'm not mad.
I'm MAGA. Yeah, make America great again because I know I'm not going to Africa, and my grandkids and my grandbabies got to be here, and they're
No,
gonna be
you
here.
not. You not. You
So
are
wait a
not
minute, wait,
gonna go to
hold
Africa,
on, sis,
sir.
wait a
You
minute.
are going
So what I'm
to the
saying,
plantations
all right,
that
sis,
they
why you
didn't
cut
let
me
you
off?
put your black ass on. No,
Why,
because again, sir, I'm only gonna
sis,
listen so far because again,
why
you
ain't you?
never answered
I
my
let you
question.
talk. Why can I? You asked me a question. Why can't I
You didn't
finish my
You
answer.
ain't
answer?
let her talk. You started talking over her.
She asked me a question, bro. She said, "Can you answer that, sir?" And I started talking, bro.
But
What are
you,
you talking
but
about?
you didn't. But you didn't answer my question. All you
You
started
didn't let me
yelling was
finish. You
about.
cut me off. All right.
Go ahead, babe, because you can use that excuse if you want. Go ahead. You got it.
It ain't no
I won't
excuse.
cut
It's just the truth. It ain't no
you. No,
excuse.
it's
It's
not.
just the truth. But
It's always, I'm going to cut you off because when you have nothing to say, And you don't have a real answer for me. And you can't give me any numbers. You can't give me an example of how this works somewhere else. This man has made money. This is a scam, sir. This is the ultimate scam. The manipulation of the stock market made a whole bunch of less than 1% of us richer than fuck in the
Okay, let me ask
last
you a
four
question. Can I ask
days.
you a question?
No,
Can
no,
you
no, no,
wait
no,
till
no.
she's done?
'Cause I'm still trying to understand you, sir, because I listen to you. I listen to you talk about Kamala and her drunk ass. And I listen to you talk about a drunk bitch being in office. So let me ask you this. Since you got a drunk bitch in office already, which would be a man drunk with power. Because, yeah, he might not smoke, he might not drink, but he do Ritalin. Because he don't have no sinuses. Yeah, you check that out. Next,
Well,
here's what I'm trying to figure out. And then you hold on, because you can ask your question, I
okay,
promise.
go ahead.
But I'm still trying to figure out how you can say that he is making anything great again when not only has he gotten thousands of federal people are out of work right now as we speak. He has sent people to Venezuela. He has sent people to Guantanamo Bay. And do you know 90%, you go find your own facts, 90% of the people that he got sent out of here didn't have no record. So where's MS-13? Where's the big bad drug dealers? No producing there as well. So I find it interesting how you can placate me and tell me I need to be patient. Yet this man has taken less than a year to return and destroy everything that people have put together in the last 4 years. So go ahead, sir, ask your question because I'm ready.
Well, let me answer what you said because I mean, you said a lot.
Oh,
And the
I
thing
always say
about
a lot when
and
you
the thing,
say
no,
words.
I'm just saying, hold on, I
No,
don't mean that in a bad
no,
way.
it's always a
I don't
lot.
mean that
It's always a lot.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying
No, don't say it
I'm trying
again
to
then if
sum up
that's what
I'm
you
gonna
meant.
try to answer I'm gonna try to answer everything you
You
said
can't,
about people losing
no,
their
because you
job.
can't.
Hold on, sis. I thought you were gonna give me the floor. I'm just saying
I am.
you said a lot, so I mean I'm gonna try to unpack some of the things you said. You asked me about.
Oh, you want to
But
unpack it? Oh, okay. Okay. We'll see. All right, I'm muting up. You got it. Go ahead.
all right, cool. Thank you, sis. All praise is due to the Most High. Alhamdulillah. Now let me say this. now,
Salam alaikum, my brother. Wa
hey, listen.
alaikum
It's gonna take time. It's gonna take time, right? Just like anything, right?
salam.
Like I
Okay.
gave, just like if you
Don't
start a
play.
new business, right? You might be in the negative for a while when you start that new business. You know what I'm saying? Then within a couple of years, you might see a surplus, right? So all I'm saying is what Trump is doing, of course, is going to hit home a little bit. But at the same time, if you look at what he's trying to implement, which is make building, manufacturing, industrial, all these things right here in America instead of outsourcing, instead of the shit being built overseas, put the factories right here like they used to be, you know what I'm saying? And getting jobs to the Americans. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that is helping us. So it may take a little time, but um, time heal all wounds.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a waste of time.
Well, you call
Hey,
it what
what's
you
up,
want. I gave it
y'all?
to you plain.
What y'all? Yeah, you did. Thank you. I'm done. What's up,
I know all you
y'all?
did was
Happy
ramble though.
Saturday in a real way. Listen,
I mean,
sir, don't take it
all you got to.
Hey,
Let me ask you one question. I know what I was going to ask you real quick, sis. Why do you care about the stock market?
I don't think she.
I care about my community,
No,
and I
just answer
haven't.
the question. You mentioned
I
the stock
answered your
market.
question.
You said people losing their 401k, which is attached to the
Yes,
stock
they
market. So
are. Yes,
why
they
do you
are.
care about the stock market? Why do you care about the stock market? Just answer that
I
for me.
care about the people attached to it.
Oh my goodness, can you just all right, man? See, that's what I'm saying.
I answered your question. I care about the people
All right,
attached to
I'm
it.
around with that. Okay, you
Say
care
what you
about the
want.
people. Okay, so why are so do you think the people that are attached to it, do you think they want to make America great again?
No, they want to keep their damn 401k so they can retire.
Okay, so what is they 401k attached to America?
Yes.
So, so if it's attached to America and America's economy is based off the stock market, trading, and all this, so if America is not great and it's failing, that's why y'all so called complaining because y'all saying it's failing. The system you say you hate, or you just hate how Trump used the word MAGA, make America great, but underline in your mind what you don't recognize is that you want to make America great. You want to keep America great because you want the stock market to be good. You want your 401k to multiply and double up and quadruple up and all this shit. So what I'm telling you is that, hey, y'all Negroes want to make America great again too because you want the economy to boom.
Think so?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Because
I'm over here.
I
So
want to keep America booming because
well,
I
I'm gonna
want
leave
my
it. I'm gonna
grandbabies
leave it
to
right
be.
here, sir. I'm gonna leave it right here for you, sir. Thanks for your answer. I appreciate your time. I'm glad that you found it humorous and that you got what you needed from me. I feel the way I feel, ain't nothing gonna change it. How you feel about it is your business, but I'm not. I don't look
Okay,
at it as
I'm
a
not dealing with feelings. That's the difference between me and you. You and your feelings.
yeah.
I'm
And
not.
so what? And your point is what?
That's the problem because
Some
your feelings can make
some
you
of the
make bad
greatest.
decisions.
Okay,
Going on
so what
feelings make
about
people make
Donald?
bad choices and bad decisions. That's all I'm
His,
saying.
exactly. Donald Trump, for example, he's always in his feelings.
No, Donald Trump is playing poker, sister.
That's not. I've played poker before. That's not how you play poker.
Okay, do you bluff? Do you do it? Do you do a lot of bluffing in poker? Yes or
Y'all
no?
really be
Yes or no?
yes or no what?
Is there a lot of bluffing going on in poker? Yes or no?
I don't know. It
Yeah,
depends on
don't
what
put
kind of
Well, how
game.
Madonna.
you don't
Don't
tell me you play poker and you don't know.
don't put Madonna in the
I
y'all
didn't.
category. He ain't a
I
y'all.
listen. Okay, sir. Thank you. I didn't say that. What I said was depends on the game you playing. Because some
Okay.
games don't allow a whole bunch of bluffing.
No,
So
poker is about bluffing. It's
there's
about
different
bluffing,
types
making your
of
opponent,
poker,
making your
sir.
opponent making your opponent think. That's how.
Like,
That's
have
how.
you ever
How you think so many
been?
people been successful with poker because
Have you ever
they
been to
made the
Vegas?
because it's all about fooling your
Have you
opponent, making your
ever been
opponent think
to Vegas?
your hand. What you got is making you. Man, I'm telling you, man. I play poker, so what I'm telling you, sis, is that that's what
Okay, so you already
that's
know
what
that this is not poker.
That's why. Hold on. Why you think Trump
You
said
know it's
we're gonna put this on this people? We're gonna put this on this people. Then he turn around and say, okay, we're gonna pause it because he want
why
to
do
get
you
a
think
reaction. He's checking the
why do you,
temperature. This is poker. I'm just
this is
saying.
people's lives. This is not a game, sir. He's
It's been a
affecting
game.
people's lives.
It's always been like this. It's been like this since its inception.
And it's supposed to be okay. We can't do nothing to change
I
it.
just think
No,
it,
it
no,
hasn't. This shit didn't grow out
sister.
of trees. This is
These
created
economies,
by man.
sister. These
What are
people in
you
these
talking about?
hold on, sister. Do you know white folk? Even white folks say the most dangerous street is Wall Street. All this nigga
No,
shit they
we
doing in the
don't.
streets, all this nigga
I don't
sliding and all
know
this,
how
they got
people
shit on Wall Street. Wall Street is the real
what are
streets.
you talking
These
about,
streets, these
sir?
dumb
Do you
niggas out
know
here
what
bragging
Wall
about,
Street is
that ain't
made
shit.
up of?
Wall Street is
I'm
the
not talking
goddamn real
about
street.
young men.
Wall Street
We
make
are
these niggas
talking
look like a
about
welfare case.
old white people that's making decisions for your life.
Exactly. That's the real
So
streets.
what are you talking
Those are
about?
the real streets. You
No,
know what I'm
no,
saying?
that wouldn't.
That's why. All right. I'm just telling you what it is, sis.
I mean, you're not telling me what it is. You're telling me what you think it is.
Okay, is America not ran off Wall Street?
We're not gonna do them games. So
I'm
I
just
don't know if
asking
you
a simple
really
question.
have a conversation.
We know that the
You said you
economy
wanted
in the
to
world
unpack.
is based off stock market,
Break it
Wall
down,
Street.
then. Break it
That's why
down.
you
Break it
had
down. So, so
movies like
you
The Wolf of
no,
Wall Street, The
no.
Wolf of Wall. I'm
The
saying,
Wolf of,
man, these people are wolves. You think
do
these
you
niggas
know
out here in these
about
streets
the
ain't
Wolf
gonna?
of Wall Street, sir? Let's talk about that for a second. Do you know that that movie is based on a criminal who told the FBI that this is all the things that he did to make money? He had to lie to make money. He
They
lied to
all
those
do
people.
that. They all do that on Wall
And
Street.
that's okay, though. But we're okay with this. You
I
okay
didn't
with
say
it?
I was. I didn't say I was okay with it. I'm
They
just telling you
sound like
how it
a
works.
cheerleader to
I'm just saying
me.
how it
You
works.
sound like
That
a
don't mean I'm in
you
agreements with
sound
it.
like a
I'm just saying
cheerleader
that's
to
the way
me.
it is. And if you want this
You said
economy,
you was MAGA. You said you was MAGA, so you believe this. Because MAGA says
we,
this thing.
I'm
So
saying when
it's no
people do,
different.
no, what I'm telling you is this, sis,
Yeah.
right? If we want, okay, the economy is ran off Wall Street,
Can you give me some examples? Can we go a little deeper than these general, terms you keep using? We know what the market does. You saying deeper to what? Give me an example.
I'm saying,
How does
right?
this affect it?
People invest in stocks, right?
Invest in what? What? What kind of stocks?
Whatever
Commodities?
stock, whether it's
Okay.
Tesla, whether it's fossil fuel, whether it's gas,
Are you
whether it's
talking about
education, whether it's
industry?
food, it's all kind of stocks you can invest in. Sis. There's so many stocks you
No,
can invest in,
because
right?
but that's not
So
what you said. Let's go
what?
back to what you said. You said that the stock market is attached to the economy and that is deeper. Okay, give me an example. Not just a whole bunch of stuff. I'm aware of everything you just said. Give me an example of what you're saying is benefiting the economy with what the stock market is doing based on what Trump has decided to do with the tariffs. That's what you said. You said
You
you've been
got you
talking
got you
about
got
tariffs.
billionaires. You got more billionaires investing and building in America so they can avoid the tariffs. That's for one. Did you know about that?
Where? Yes, where?
You got companies like Hyundai. You got
Where?
in America, right here in America, they're gonna invest.
Where though? Honda been here.
So,
Hyundai and Honda has been here.
sister,
They've
a
been
lot of
here
these.
already.
No, we're talking about building the We're talking about building the cars right
Dude,
here inside of America, sis.
that's what we've been doing.
Sis,
Honda is
a
here.
lot of these cars are
Hyundai
shipped.
is here. Hyundai is here. So is Honda. It's a manufacturing plant here. Toyota. What you mean? So what new ones are coming?
Well, you just wait and
That's what
see.
I'm asking.
You just wait and see,
So
sis.
you don't know. So you don't know.
I
Because ain't
mean,
nothing
if you
coming.
study, I mean, if you watch, if you, I mean, all right, listen, right? I listen to all sides, right? I even listen to the motherfuckers I don't like because I have to have a whole span of both sides, right? So when Trump and all these people, I listen to all that shit. Trump, whoever the people going against Trump, I got to watch all sides, right? So that's what I do. So that's how I know that what's going on is that America. I'm telling these white people, look, man, listen. Have you seen how they attacking China? These people are relentless. They don't, man. They listen, man. America's about to
China
boom
doesn't.
because this white
China doesn't care.
one thing about these Europeans and how we know they will go to whatever extremity it takes to dominate. Right? Let's not forget that.
China,
Right?
but
So
China
what I'm
does
telling
not.
you is this. What I'm telling you is this. Right? America will squeeze China to the point where it will
But
collapse.
they haven't, sir. They
But
haven't.
if they wanted to, they
So
will.
may
It's
I
going.
give you?
If China keep up in tariffs and playing these games,
May I please give
watch,
you an example?
watch
First
how
of
these
all, the
Europeans,
tariff.
watch how these
Um,
Europeans show this
um,
Chinese man. He's still the goddamn devil. Watch.
I'm gonna assume that you are my elder, based on
Sister,
you saying
it ain't
Chinese
no elder
a
sister.
white man. No,
I'm
no,
just.
I'm respecting what you're saying. So I'm trying to understand and dissect it. Just like you said, you were gonna unpack what I said, but obviously that was too much. So I'm gonna unpack what you just said to me, which was that the Chinese man is gonna be squeezed by the white man, which the white man represents America, right? Not you, not me, not anybody else. Just the white man represents America, right?
No, we represent
Is that what
America
you're
as well,
saying? No,
but
no, 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 no.
it's ran
Wait a
by
minute.
this white man. Yes,
Okay,
this is the
so
white man
you are
shit.
you Oh, okay. Okay. I like it. Let's go here. So fine. So this is the white man shit. Perfect. Got you. So what you saying is that you got your pom poms out for the same white man that run this shit, right? You said you want this to be okay. What he's doing is perfectly fine to benefit our community, right? Because we just got to be patient and wait for these
Yeah, hell
fantastic
yeah.
jobs. But wait, we gotta wait while we hungry. We gotta wait while inflation goes up to 8%, mind you, before the summer. It's about to go up to 8%.
Now, what
Did
it
you
is,
know
people
that,
got
sir?
to change their priorities. That's what it is.
No,
Instead
they
of
don't,
spending,
sir.
instead of
No, they don't, sir.
yeah. Because
No,
a
they
lot of black
don't,
people.
sir. No, they don't.
Hold on, sis. A
I'm
lot of
not
black
gonna do
people got
that,
they.
sir.
Hold on.
You're
A
not
lot of
gonna
my
do
people
that,
got their
sir.
priorities.
I'm
A
not
lot of
gonna
my
let you
people.
do that, sir.
Oh, see, now
Because
you want to
you
now.
don't
See,
know.
I know,
You don't know
no
a lot of the black
accountability,
people.
no accountability.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. Take it. Because I'm not gonna let you do it. Not with me.
All right,
Because I
now
don't
you
want to
ain't
hear that
feeling.
shit. Because
I
I
know you
know
don't.
that there are
I
black
know
people
you don't
out
want to
here
hear it. You know
doing
why I
what
know
they're
you don't want
supposed
to hear
to
it, sis?
do. So
Because
that's the
what I'm
people
saying
I'm
is going
focused
straight.
on.
What I'm saying
What
is going
I'm
straight to your
focused
heart.
on is the positive.
What
It's
I'm
the
saying is going
positive,
straight
sir.
to your heart, and you can't help
How do
but
we
feel it.
can lose? So what if I feel it? That don't make me weaker, sir. That makes
I
me
didn't say it
stronger.
made you
Because
weaker. I didn't say it
all of
made
this,
you weaker. I
stop
never said it
talking
made
about
you
it.
weaker. I said it
Stop
make you
bringing it
feel
up.
what I'm saying.
Stop bringing it up then. If it ain't about you trying to throw out that somebody's weaker because they have
I
feelings,
never brought up the word
it,
weak. What are you talking
you
about?
brought it up twice. You said it twice.
Since
Oh, you
I
think
ain't
with
said
your
nothing
feelings.
about you being weak.
What's that
What do
mean?
you,
What's that mean then? What does it mean?
bro?
If
I
you're
never
not saying that
bro.
something wrong, the way you said it, you said it was something wrong with it. Is something wrong with it that I have feelings?
Sis, I ain't listen, man.
It's just a yes or no question, sir. Is it, do you think? Then we'll do it this way.
Don't
Do
back
you think
down,
it's,
nigga. Shit, talk your motherfucking shit. Shit.
I mean, he was. That's what made me come up. Because I was like, well,
Right.
Man,
damn.
I mean,
If
every
you,
time I
this
get,
not
bro,
the
You ain't got
Saturday,
time
let's
now
go.
talking your
I ain't got,
motherfucking
I'm
shit.
bro.
ready.
Every time I
Let's
get
go.
a
I'm
wisdom,
down.
every
So
time
Oh,
I
that's
start talking, the
bullshit,
sisters
sir.
talk over.
That's
I ain't got time
bullshit.
for the
That's
foolishness.
bullshit.
Sure
You
as
talk
fuck.
over each
You
other
want to get
all the
all that
time. No, I
goddamn
don't want to hear
dumbass
that.
shit out. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead with that gender baiting and shit.
I'm
Cause
just
I'm
trying.
like this. If you
I'm just
talking,
trying.
if you
Yeah.
saying something, I'm sorry, Dad. Hold on, real quick. If I'm saying something that's some bullshit, I would hope one of them would cut me off. So
I'm
I'm
trying to
not
get
gonna listen
clipped.
to you. I'm not gonna listen to you shit on black people tonight. It just
I
ain't
didn't
your
shit on.
time with me.
How am I
Yes,
shitting
you
on black
did.
people? Hold on. How am I
You
shitting on
want me to
black
tell
people?
you? You want me to
Sis,
tell you?
it's a
You want
fact.
me to
Hold
tell
on.
you?
No, I don't need you to tell me. Now, let me tell you
You
what
want
I
me
know.
to tell you? You
Now, let
ask
me
me a
tell you what I
question.
know. I know
You
for
don't
a
know
fact.
shit.
I know for a fact.
Basically,
See,
you
this is what I'm
don't know
saying.
nothing,
You
sir.
just want to run your mouth. But let me say this.
Girl,
I know for a
because I'm a
fact. I know.
girl, I'm a woman.
I'm just
Get out
no.
of
It
here.
ain't about that. I'm
Yeah,
just
you want
saying.
to run
Well,
your
stop
goddamn
talking to me
mouth.
like that.
Shit.
Goddamn. I
Stop
mean, I'm just
talking to me
saying.
Shit,
like that.
that's what the fuck
Stop
you
I
talking
doing.
to me
You
like
running your
that.
understand.
fucking mouth. Shit, she got
Here come
just as
Derek.
much right to
What?
run her mouth,
No,
just like you running your
I
mouth.
knew your cake was coming soon. But let
no.
me say this,
Hold
bro.
on, Dad.
Shit,
Hold
you
on,
running your
Dad.
fucking mouth.
I'm just trying
Damn.
to have
Hold
a
on, Dad.
dialogue.
How the fuck you supposed to run your mouth, but ain't nobody else supposed to run theirs?
Well, if she asks me something, then cut me off while I'm
No,
answering it.
you cut her off first.
No, I
Hey,
did not, bro.
did
No, I
we
didn't.
not? Hold on, real
Shit,
quick,
I asked
Dad.
you to talk, you weren't saying nothing. Then
Man,
when
I
she
was
started
explaining. I
talking,
was showing the
when
sister
she said,
how.
soon as she said something you didn't
What?
like, then that's when you start fucking
Man,
rambling again.
she asked me a question, and I was telling the sister that
Well,
how
you
black
should have let
people,
her get done first then,
bro,
before
she
you
been
started
done.
talking.
Come on, man,
But
bro,
you made
stop.
sure that you wanted to tell her that she running her mouth like you ain't been running your goddamn trap all fucking night.
Well, here you go. I mean, I understand, but listen. Now the
What you
fact still
understand?
remains.
Listen what?
The
Hold
fact
on,
still
no,
remains.
hold on, real quick.
A lot of
Wait,
black people, we
wait,
got
wait.
our priorities. We got our priorities in the
Don't know
wrong
all the
fucking
black
place.
people, and you don't.
A
Where's
lot
our
of us,
priority, sir?
a
Tell
lot of
me.
us,
Give me a.
we spoil. A lot of black
No,
people
I'm
that got
Let her run
spoiled.
her
tired.
mouth just like you running yours. Damn, you can't talk at the same time. Damn.
Man, bro, I was
What
talking
are you
before she
Okay
started.
tired?
then. So damn. Shit.
All
If
right,
she
man, you
talking,
gonna cry? All right,
hold
man.
on for a second.
Goddamn, this is the crazy shit.
That's
I mean,
right. I'm gonna
what?
take it tonight. Yes, exactly. If you feel like he capable for me, put it in your pocket. pocket. Let's keep going. Like I said, if you don't have any numbers for me, tell me, give me a specific. I can give you a specific. I can tell
This
you
is
right
why.
now the numbers,
This is why we.
down to the numbers. Let's talk real shit. You want to
Let's
talk
talk
real
real
shit?
shit.
Tell me
Okay, let's
how
talk real
this
shit.
is benefiting the economy. Tell me how this is working. Tell me what he did in this last week helped us in any fucking way.
Well, like I said, man, if you into stocks, depending on what you invested in, your shit went up. If you ain't studied the shit, your shit might have went down. or it just might went down regardless. But the fact remains
Break
is,
it down.
since
Break
hold
it
on,
down
since let me
to
say
me.
this.
I'm a
Hold
dummy.
on, let me say.
I'm
I
a
gotta say
dummy.
this to
I
you.
don't understand.
See, this is
I don't
why. This is
understand.
why. This you're a
Tell me.
prime
Break it
example.
down.
You prove my point why Kamala shouldn't be in office because of what you're doing right now. Thank the Most High, Kamala's not in office because we would have this shit will be going on. You doing the same shit Kamala will be doing. Just running your mouth recklessly.
Yeah, you been running your mouth recklessly all fucking night. Shit, you ain't doing nothing different.
Bro, I'm trying to have a dialogue.
You ain't having a dialogue on shit, bro. You ain't said a goddamn thing yet tonight that was factual. Not one fucking fact. It's
I
been
said you
a
got your
reckless
cape on.
ram,
I said
one
your cape
long
came out.
ass goddamn fucking
I
ramble.
said your cape
You
came
ain't
out.
you
That was
ain't
a fact.
saying shit.
Your cape came
I
out.
don't
That's
have
a
to
fact.
cape for shit,
I
bitch.
said your
Damn, she
cape
a
came
grown
out.
ass
That was a
woman.
fact.
You been checking your ass all fucking night. That's why you getting fucking mad. That's why you stopped talking
Right.
about politics. You got off Trump real fucking fast. You ain't talking about Trump
Oh,
no more, would you?
wait a minute. I'm sorry, please, because
Shit,
I
you
do
cut
want
that
to
shit out real
dialogue.
fucking quick.
Hold on, Deb. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do want to dialogue with you.
You don't want a fucking dialogue.
But
That
I
corny ass motherfucking joke.
find it interesting
Tell me why you mad, son.
that when
You
I
breaking up?
gave you
Hey, you
facts,
breaking up,
you
Miss
think I'm
Chocolate?
some
Come on,
kind of
come
dummy.
back.
Um,
Your
have I
connection.
got a
Yeah, your connection breaking up. Come back.
it went down. Hold on. Let me fix it.
Go
Wait a
ahead
minute.
Yeah.
Let
and
me
save
take
a
this off.
connection. See, if you want save a connection, try saving that, Dev. You want to save everything? Go save the goddamn connection.
Look how funny that is. Can't nobody hear you, Madon. Woo! That's
Want
funny.
me to talk to
Madon
you nice
talking and
too? Is
can't
that what it
nobody
is?
hear him. That's funny.
Huh? You
Oh,
feeling
corny ass
sideways
nigga.
about it? I don't know.
Take your ass to bed,
Well,
nigga. Yeah, don't nobody want to hear your motherfucking shit.
Take your ass to
You know,
bed.
sit up here and argue with goddamn women all motherfucking night.
Hey, can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Can y'all hear me? Is it breaking up still? It's
No, it
windy
ain't
up
breaking
here.
up.
My bad, Joe.
No, it ain't
I
breaking up at
forgot
all.
about
It's
that.
clear. Yeah, it's clear just like the radio. Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's coming through okay.
Yeah, it's clear. Can you
Oh,
hear us?
bet. Yeah, I can hear y'all fine. Yeah, I can hear y'all now.
All right.
Where he go? He coming
He
back?
ran. Shit. He been up here talking shit all motherfucking night. Shit.
Wait, hold on. You know what? Can I just say this? That's the stuff that make women not want to come up here. Not y'all, but period. When there's more than it ain't. It's all men, or maybe it's like one woman or whatever. Because it's always the dude that want to say that, like, "Oh, you caping." Now I've heard Dev cuss him clean out and it ain't nothing but dudes up here. I don't hear one time caping. But the minute the voice say anything, oh, somebody caping, bruh. Just having basic respect is caping. I don't know what to tell you. Then
Nah,
I cape for people all the time then.
he said that you just like Kamala just want to run your mouth. He said that shit twice. I let him
Yeah, I know.
ride
That's
the
why
first
I gave
time.
up. Because I'm like, what's your issue with Kabbalah? I'm like, let's go to the deep end then. If you
But I'm
that.
saying but he was saying that you was running
Yes,
your
yes.
mouth.
Yes, I know. I
Like
know.
everybody up here was running their mouth.
Oh no. Damn, understand. And you notice it's different. It's different. I'm a girl. It's different. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just want to come up here
Right. That's
and
my
run my
yeah.
mouth.
That was part of my point.
Yeah, that's
So
it.
instead of talking about Trump, instead of talking about the
Yeah,
economy,
you want to make
the
it personal.
yeah.
You want to make it about me being a woman. You want me to sound like a dude. I can go get a voice changer if that'll make you happy. Does that make you comfortable? Like, what is going on?
What's up, Healing Goddess?
What's up? What's up?
Hello.
Salicano, peace and love.
Hello,
I came up here
hello.
to ask oh boy that just left a question. He kept on talking about the stock market. I wanted to ask him a question. What drives the stock market? Does anybody know?
Yeah. I was asking him,
He don't
and
know.
that's what I
He don't
said.
want to talk about the economy. He don't. That's not his
Well,
specialty. He just
you
like to
know me,
argue.
Dad. I did.
The
Like an
problem, the
author
problem
said.
with our people is the first problem is we still stuck in worrying about the past and what happened and not looking to what's in front of us and how we can make this better for ourselves. Like if people don't see the doors and the path that Doge and Trump is laying down,
Come on.
and seeing the constitutional being able to stand on your rights if you know your rights. See, that's the problem. Our people, whenever they told us that if you want to hide something from put in the book, they wasn't lying because a nigga would not open that book and read to actually learn something. They would go listen to some social media, some news, and then come back and just blabber the shit and don't even know what the hell they're talking about. That shit is
So that's what they
crazy.
want to. That's what they want them to do, and they come in all colors. Fox News, you got everybody watching it. I done talked to.
Everybody, every mainstream news
Yeah.
platform,
I
ABC,
was.
NBC, all of them, they
Mm-hmm.
all ran. They all owned by the same goddamn company.
That's right. We don't own none of our own. We don't provide information like this. Like today, let me tell y'all. So, I don't know if I shared it with y'all or not. So where I live, further back, the people that's doing like the windmills, they're up here in the mountains.
Them windmills
Out.
cause cancer.
Well, they're building them out here, and they done lost half their workforce because of where I'm at. I'm in Arizona. He's
They done
threatening to
deported.
deport
They done
everybody.
deported all of them. But now
That,
niggas can't say that they ain't got no job openings.
but they're not telling anybody. See, that's
Mm.
the thing.
Like
You
the
can't blame a person and say, "Oh, you ain't don't want no jobs," if they don't know how to go get them.
yeah, like
Where's
That's
the
true. That's true.
information pipeline?
urban.
But we are in the age of information that I call bullshit because they always got a phone in their hand.
Yes, but having a phone in your hand don't mean that the information that's coming up is beneficial to you.
That's
Because I
because
can
that's
have
your
this in my
algorithm. That's on your
hand.
now. That's on your body because now
But
it's your
hold on.
algorithm.
I got to say this again. Even before YouTube, even before Instagram, MySpace, all of the things that have happened over the internet, there's still no concentrated place where we can go and get information about what's happening about black people all over the country. We don't have a CNN. We don't have an MSNBC. We don't have any of
Hey,
that.
y'all do know that Eddie Griffin got a newscast, right? The NNN on YouTube.
No,
Yeah, but I didn't like his take on Carmelo Anthony though. So
not for real. I
And
promise. I didn't know nothing about that.
I just listened to it for
got on his
entertainment. All this entertainment. But
head.
they do have some. You got to look for the constitutionalist podcasters and like before
Why
Dan
why
Benzino
can't we
became.
have a place though of our own, sis? Why
I
do we
mean,
have to make
but Michi X do
ourselves
have one
go?
though. You can't say that because Michi X got one. Go to her platform. She
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, why not? Like, what would take away? Nobody is saying stop what's already out there. I'm saying to add to it to get to a wider audience of black people. All black folks ain't on YouTube. All black
Yeah,
folks
but
ain't on
YouTube is the number
Instagram.
one. YouTube is the number one. It's the number one. YouTube gets a not.
YouTube University is the shit.
It gets it's a crazy amount of views per month though.
Yeah.
It outbeats everybody as far as
Right.
views.
As far as
People
like
come in
views,
there
and
and
so
do it per month.
this
Crazy to me.
would be it.
I look it up. Let me see.
That's what I mean. Like, why not have a 24-hour news channel on YouTube with everything that's got to deal with black people from
Exactly.
the top to the bottom? You know what kind of ad revenue would come in?
Right.
That same white man that Madame was jumping up and down about will pay us because they know we are a large base. regardless. But then we are in control, at least in that level. Then that channel can go to the Roku channel and be on there 24 hours a day. That's how we get the messages out the same way they do. They're not stopping us from doing that. That's what I mean when I talk about a central base. Take all of the people you talking about, all of them, everybody. You said, and if you got political people, if you got this and that, bring them all in one space. They can still have they separate, but why not? That's bringing it to a broader audience.
Because niggas only think about themselves.
Well, I'm not. I'm a nigga, and I don't think about myself. And I think that
I'm not talking
I
about
think
us.
it's
I'm
more of
not talking
us.
about the sisters.
You think that's feasible? Like, do you think we can actually
Yes, I
like
do.
start
I do.
actual
Hold
I
on,
do
real quick.
too.
channel that's
I'm looking
primarily
real
focused?
crazy because I've been working all day, but I'm about to tell you, it is very feasible. Like I said, on let's start with YouTube, for instance. Like you said, you can have up to 50 channels on YouTube. There's no restriction. Let's say if you took 25 of those and made 25 of those kid channels. Do you know how much money you could make just making black babies, kids channels, songs, nursery rhymes, all the things that are free copyright that you can just reproduce, and you're gonna get paid off the views because you know black folks is gonna have their babies watching it because it's black. And then if it's good, we like, yes, somebody finally gets it. And it's free. Especially now with AI. Now that's how serious I am. I'm showing you how homely I'm looking right now.
You ain't talking about nothing like the remember when they had the Black News channel when they had Lamont Hill? He was the
Yeah, but it was owned.
owned by an Indian dude or something. You know, it
Yeah,
was
no, I'm not talking about that. No, I'm talking about us, the people by the people. That's what we
word
about. If
word
that's where we going, then the people by the people. Everybody on one channel. You upload. That's it. Put your videos on it, whatever you want. If you got little parts for your commercials, fine, do it. I went ahead and created my channel. So my next move is I'm gonna solicit as many black folks for free. You don't gotta pay me nothing. Because what's gonna end up happening is the channel overall is gonna make money. Because all the news, I'm talking about British black news, so they can see what we see and we see what they see. Black people from everywhere. Show the world who the fuck we are and stop playing. Everything is not for entertainment. That's why they got different sections. If we're tired of people lying on us or about us, then change the narrative. Excuse me. I've been very part of the community this week, so excuse my passion tonight. I've been doing a lot of stuff. We trying to make some shit happen over here. So I'm not really I'm on solution level. Free. We talking about free. Ain't nobody talking about no money.
24/7.
Free. Now, the only money.
Can't relax in my sleep. No, I'm just
Yes, make money in your sleep.
no.
People, we can do this. They giving this money away. Summer is coming. These babies is gonna be inside. People are afraid. People scared. Folks gonna be staying close to home. They not traveling like they are. They already talking about it. AAA. I'm not talking about the news. I'm talking about AAA. Yes, I get AAA. My granddaddy told me you never have a car and never get AAA because you never know. Well, now everybody got insurance, or it may have a tow or whatever included. But my grandfather, we always had AAA. But my point is, free AI right now is at the beta stages. This shit is free, y'all. You can make cartoons, books, comics, adult comics, movies. They got it now finally where you can make up to a 30-minute video with AI. A cartoon, an animation, a realistic video, whatever. It's out here, yo. That's all I'm saying. And I'm gonna keep yelling it till my voice is dry. And I'm gonna keep sharing the information because I know people need it and want it.
Yeah, and you say that, and I sit here and I ponder, and I just sit here and think, like, from just dealing with having like my own interpersonal experiences with people who I don't know, who I'm just meeting with. Like I'm just meeting with people and having it just quick engagement with them, and they're just and just seeing how they're just so like so there's like this there's this thirst for for black just black intel, black knowledge. So and I'm just thinking like like there's like and there's not really no like I don't see well yeah I can't say I don't because there is a black news there is
But
yeah
there's not enough. Come on, deity. It's
yeah
not taken away from the ones that's here. Nobody is saying that there's nothing. What I'm saying is not enough. And we have an opportunity for the first time again, just like now with the internet, that we actually have a voice and we're not saying enough. We're not loud enough. We need to inundate our babies with as much blackness as possible. Teach them. Do it no matter how. If we got to put it in the book, little booklets, or we got to do it in coloring books, or we can make apps with the information. We can teach adults with the apps. You can even pay people to try out your app, and you ain't got to pick up $1. And I tell you all this because I got this shit in the background. I'm throwing every block, fire, brick I can at the wall. So that as many sources of income, once it start to pour in, I can do the things I need to do without question because I already know we're gonna go through a roller coaster this year. I have the privilege. I don't got no babies. I don't care about a 401k. Mine been gone. Mine went in during the pandemic. Excuse me, I don't know if we say that still, but whatever. All that's gone. I ain't worried about that. My issue is we have holdups to babies getting free lunch. We got holdups to elderly people getting their money. Their hands are already in session of trying to touch Medicare, Medicaid. They done fired more veterans than any administration ever. So you think that we got something coming? Oh, they gonna throw another stimulus check out. No, they're not.
I
This
wonder.
is
Matter of
about
fact,
them.
I'm about to see. I wonder. I'm about to see if I can look up how many black veterans been affected by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about like.
Disabled people. People being that DEI, people talking crazy about it. That had nothing to do with black people. We only make up a small portion, but our veterans are a huge portion. Our disabled are blind. Do you know that they get jobs for blind folks? I know personally a gentleman brother who is blind, who is now getting trained so that he can work for the state. And they match his money. So whatever the company is paying him per hour, the state then matches him because he blind. This is the stuff that's going on in the background. I don't care about the fluff because these are distractions to put us at odds with one another. I hate to hear
That is
about the
true.
people that is losing their livelihoods or their savings. But guess what? Even before he got into office, it was rough for poor
It was
folks.
bad.
Thank you. So I'm
We
not,
always been in a
it ain't
recession. We
even,
always been in a recession.
exactly. So here's where I'm saying now we got the opportunity that our
Yes, we
black
do.
folk, 48 million of us. So take the kids out, okay? So let's say 8 million babies gone. Let's say that's just the babies. They can't work. Everybody under the age of 18. So all you left is 40 million people. You mean to tell me we can't take care of these folk? We can't get folk educated and traded
We
up?
we spend we spend over a trillion a year. So of course we
Ooh,
can. But black
when?
people
Yes,
yes,
Then
we do.
we can do this. What is wrong? What the
The
issue is? And
problem is the problem is the ones that have the money, they comfortable. And the ones that don't have the money, all they would need is a little bit of money and they would turn their back.
so what do we do then, sis? We don't
I got
try.
no. Yeah, we
Then
tried.
let's
We
focus on trying. We
and
already know
that's
we
what I'm
got to
about to
test
tell
it
you.
out.
And that's what I'm about to give you. I'm about to give you a solution, right?
Go ahead.
But so there's actually a couple of things that's being in the background, being played and not being talked about too much. I don't know if y'all know who Ambassador Prince Michael is. If you don't, look him up. He's the ambassador to the Kikuyu tribe in Kenya, right? And he's a brother from Georgia, from Atlanta, Georgia. He was actually a producer, um, and he's actually making moves for us. We got copper mines already over there, already being dug. Matter of fact, we waiting right now for the buyer to send the funds to the lawyer so we can get paid out. And this is the second thing. This is the third thing that he actually has done for the diaspora, right? And what we're doing eventually is building our own black cities right here. But nobody don't speak about it because nobody don't really know about it because they don't talk about it in the news. But just look them up. Ambassador Prince Michael, look him up on Facebook, look him up on YouTube, look him up on Instagram. That's one. Go to greatinvestigation.com and just go read that website. That's another one. There's 4 books on there. If y'all readers, first book I would suggest every melanated person on this earth to go read is Black Root Science. See, the problem is that we have been in a 6,000 years of self-forgetfulness. We don't know who we are. So we're staying in this low vibration instead of elevating like the planet is elevating. Because if you don't see it, your eyes must be closed. If you don't see the changes that's been happening all around, I don't know what to tell you. But it's happening. And it's happening faster than a lot of people know. But they still in that mind frame of like some brothers was arguing over earlier, how many people was brought over here on slaves? If you know we was over the whole earth, what does it matter?
Really don't. I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of them conversations. That doesn't move us forward. I already said I'm done with the Abo and 3%. I'm ancient aliens and ancient
I ain't talking
people.
about no aliens.
I'm just
I ain't
saying
talking
in
about no
general,
aliens.
like
I ain't talking about
the conversations don't progress us forward. We stay stuck,
um
and we have these
we stay stuck
long
because
cycles
the reason why we stay stuck, brother, is because they steady talking about going
progressing.
back and forth about Muslim and Christianity and this one and that one. We not talking about none of that. We need to let that shit go. We need to let go all of them damn religious books because they was only put in place to hold us where the fuck we at. That's number one. Need to know what the true origin of our people is. We don't know who we are.
I definitely would concur with
All we
that.
know is our great 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 grandmother. If you lucky, you might know your third great grandmother. That's if you lucky.
I had the honor of meeting
Correct me if I'm wrong.
my grandma's mom. So you right. Not too many people. I met my great grandma. So yeah,
All I know is my great grandma on my daddy's side and my grandma on my mama's side. We don't. That's the problem. We grew up, especially Gen Xers and the baby boomers. They all had us, scared to even listen to some shit that's going on in the family. You was around grown folks, they're gonna look at you, get your ass up out of here. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. That's why we couldn't actually get to know our people like talking about it. Well, I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but I know from my neck of the woods, that's how it was. And it was a close knit family. And if y'all was even close. Because so many families have trauma that was before us. We got trauma in our DNA that we need to release. And y'all, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Whenever I did my genealogy and I actually figured out why my family was the way they was. For instance, my dad didn't like guns, right? After I did my genealogy and I started looking and digging into shit, I found out that he was 10 years old seeing his daddy with a hole in his head. So it's things like that. That's what you call generational curses. We going through trauma that we don't even know why we going through it. But if we listen to them white folks, they're gonna say that's karma.
that we chose to come back. We had to come back here because we didn't do something right the life before. That's some bullshit. Because if you still believe that this universe was created by Big Bang, then I advise you to go read some shit. And I'm gonna digress right there.
And that's my case in point right there. Like that's my case in point. Like we coming up on here on these panels talking about black people stuck come from black people like talking about like just like just ancient black European like that's like what is that what
We
like that doesn't progress us
that
in no way
yes,
shape or form.
if you know the past, then you can. If you know the past,
Oh,
it
I
will
agree
help you
with you.
towards the future.
I agree
But
with you to a
brother,
certain
I
extent,
just
though.
I challenge you. I challenge you.
How
You can
deep?
even go listen to it. You can even go listen to it on YouTube. But go look up Black Root Science, brother, and it's gonna change. I'm telling you, it's gonna change your very fiber.
Well, with all due respect, you said root or ra. I don't want to look. You
Black,
say root or
black,
ra?
black root.
Okay, black root. Okay,
BLACK
okay. I thought he was like a YouTuber
ROOT
with the name
science.
Ra Rule. Okay, Black
No, no,
Root
no, no,
Science.
no. Yes.
I'm gonna check it out. Black Root Science. Okay, that
And
sounds
it
more
was it
logical than
was
Ra. I thought you said
the
Ra.
book. It wasn't even supposed to be a book. It was
Ra.
supposed to be it was a question and answer on a website, right?
Mhm.
About Swana Griot was he learned English and he learned the modern day English so he can come to America and actually help us learn our origin of Black America. And he got nothing but Black Americans on his website asking him questions. It's actually two volumes. The first volume has like 68 chapters in it, and it's just question and answers, and him just running down what he knows and what his tribe has passed on since the beginning of time.
Yeah, like I said, I definitely agree with you on that. I'm just like when it comes to the 10, there's just the alien, the alienation,
The aliens was made right
the
here.
spooky
That's what people
alien
don't understand.
of
Aliens was
black,
made. Aliens was
yes,
created
but that's
just
not
like
applicable though. You
all
see what I'm
other.
saying? That's not STEM. That's not science in my mind. That's
What you
like a
say?
form of religion, spookism.
N-
You know what I'm saying?
Not if you say. Have
Like
you
you
ever heard that
ain't talking about people
aliens
like
was created
Osborne
on this
Dorsey,
earth?
black man who
Who?
built doorknob, James
Who?
Page, Black Man Aviation. You ain't
I
talking
don't know
about
none of that is.
see, those I feel like those are more applicable. Like all that stuff talking about we built Jupiter and like what
What the
that's
hell?
not something I'm talking about.
No,
You know,
no.
I'm just
You
that's a poor. I'm just speaking to
okay? Put it to you like this.
just the just
There,
the alien the alienness of it, the
I
foreignness.
never said nothing about no aliens. I don't know why you keep on bringing up aliens.
I'm saying it
What I'm saying is we had a structural divine way that we did things. Everything that we did had a purpose, and every purpose was for a reason, right? We should educate our children. We should raise our children in a way by the time they're 7, they're going through. We should have rituals. Man, it's so much shit that we do not know that they hear from us. That was hidden from us.
we need rituals of reading. You're right. Rituals of learning. Rituals
Yes,
of actual
and
tangible,
we taught our
applicable,
children.
actionable like these. My bad.
We taught our children by letting them go into the world, not keeping them in a locked in a cage in a wall, white walls, and going by bells and listening. That's the school to prison pipeline. That's the matrix. We need to get back to raising our children and teaching our children like we used to.
But it's also the school to prison pipeline. That's something that's cultivated from
Them needing them
childhood.
having them no, it's cultivated from them having bed quotas in every prison on in America.
Yeah,
Every
meaning
prison
out.
has a bed quota.
Mm-hmm.
No, they have to keep the beds full, and if they don't, the government has to pay them. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's what's the term I want to use? That's deliberate. It's deliberate. It's deliberately contrived.
Yeah, yeah. The question is, how do we fix it? We start raising our own children and stop letting the system raise them.
We have to have infrastructure first.
Yeah,
We
we
have
do.
we have to be able to replace what we think is needs to be taken away. That's my lane. That's where I stay. Because,
That's amazing lane to stay in. That's an amazing lane to be in right there.
well, especially now, we can take it,
Yes,
advantage of it. The
best time to be alive.
To what you said earlier, um, part of what I believe as far as solution driven is about what's in it for me, right? And that should be explained to everyone. What's in it for you? What's in it for you? What's in it for you? To pretend as though we don't want things in return is asinine. We want positivity. We want a better lifestyle. We want more education. We want to be able to uh, live comfortably and content our own way. I don't think that's bad. You know what I mean? I don't think that's hard at all. However, surrounding us though is chaos that is growing louder because we are not making any sounds. They're bothered by our silence of not taking the dog whistles over the last 80 days. Anyway, moving on. Infrastructure in itself, meaning housing, plazas, buying up those type of things or building it if that's the case, so that we can put the businesses in there. For me, I'm in a position where I can buy up a business and put somebody in there. I'm not really worried about the money per se in the beginning because again, that's why I have several sources of income. They coming in slow, but they coming. So it's not a money thing about for me, it's more of a strategy thing. I don't know
You hit,
about any of y'all, but I love war movies. I've seen them all.
you hit the link. Take the link. Live debates. You seem to disconnected, but no, my bad.
Nah, you good. Simply put, strategy is my thing. Those are the kind of games I play. And if you add a little bit of urban development, civic building in there, a little CAD, whatever, it then puts it in perspective. Two things that are necessary currently right now is housing and food, affordable food, healthy food, straight from the ground food, or a water source. Uh, they're disrupting children who get free lunch. That's coming. Thankfully, we getting closer into the summer months, but still, some of these kids, that's the only meal they get a day. That still goes on. Uh, and this isn't about, oh, pity party or that people can't get up on their own feet. That's not it. If there's no options available to them, and then we say they are, but then again, what we've named off is maybe it's abundant in your city, which is great, but in a place where I am, it's not going to be abundant. But that doesn't mean they're less deserving of the option. So for me, in my brain, the lane goes, whatever I create here, because it's going to cost me way less to start it here, I can take a portion of that money and send it back into the urban environment. I'm not waiting on no millionaires. Their lane is what it is. And I don't blame them because what we're taught is to get out, get money, and move on. Don't look back.
The
Take your
the
heels
problem
and kick your ass out the hood, or away from
the
whatever you
and
feel,
that
or
I believe that's the
you
problem
know.
though. And
I mean,
another problem
it's
is
part of it, but I think it can be remedied. These aren't things
it
that
can
can't be
be.
worked
There's a
on.
lot of a lot of things can be worked. I mean, there's a chance for us to do a whole 180 and not turn back to these motherfuckers. That's the
That's right.
well, that's the path that's actually being laid out for us if we
You know
take that
what?
fucking ride.
You know what, Miss Goddess? And we can, and people can look it up. The money that poured into our economy during 2021, black people benefited. They were
They
making
got
businesses. They
they
was
because they
having
had to sit their
YouTube
ass home.
channels. But look at what they did with it though. They could have sat their
They
ass
didn't
at
get
home and beat on somebody or did drugs or something bad. But they had their shows. So yeah, some of them was ratchet, some of it was baloney, but I mean
they
they
just didn't
jumped
have
up
no
and did
teaching.
it.
They didn't have no
That's
guidance.
right.
That's
There's
our own
right.
problem.
Thank you. There you go.
I'm
There
gonna
you
take. I'm
go.
going.
The
And that's where Black
guidance.
with Science come in.
Now here's the thing. When you have guidance, just like all of us up here can have a conversation with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have learned different things along the way. Some of us have degrees, some of us are continuing our education, some of us have went to Hustler University or hey, on the streets degree. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Some of us have trades, on and on and on, but we have the intelligence to carry a conversation with each other about what's happening in the world. There's enough
Mm-hmm.
that's enough of us right there. That's enough of people
But
to run the world if you in the
what
right
I think
lane.
you're right. But what
But I
I
will
think we
land
need to do
here.
most of
Hold on, goddess. Hold on real quick. With that money, because you know, of course, I know the question is how you gonna pay for the infrastructure, right? We have a
no
global, we have the ability to sell globally. We don't have to just depend on us. It's 40 million of us out of 330 million, give or take, right? That's a third of the country. See that once you start breaking up numbers down, you're like, wait a minute, wait, hold on. Things are starting to get smaller than it is, than they truly are. So that's all I'm saying. That if you provide the infrastructure, you put the guidance in there, you start offering things. Yes, people will come. Yes, you have people bull on they bull. Yes, you got people doing whatever, but I'm not worried about them because within that crew, because our doors are open, those people will walk past those people to come and get the information, and we know that's true. That's all I'm talking about. Not
I
trying
hear
to
you.
recruit folk that don't want to do it. Cause see, what'll happen? We ain't gonna have to say nothing because now it's action and words, and now you can see the fruits of your labor. Let me land right there. I get hype. I'm learning to speak calmer.
I'm still learning too. I'm still learning too, sis. Don't give me don't feel bad.
I'm learning.
I
I'm
think
learning.
but what my thoughts on that is I think we need
Mhm.
to practically re-educate ourselves because everything that we learned was a lie. Everything that they
I
taught
agree with
us,
you on that.
everything. We could be saying the same word. We think we're saying the same word, but by law, that's a whole different meaning what you saying.
Yeah, exactly. And once we understand each other, then we can move forward. Because if you have a
But we
different
gotta see
perspective
it.
than I have,
Hmm.
but our different
But
perspectives have to be laid
I'm not
out.
speaking about us.
So
I'm not speaking about us though. I'm speaking about the system because we gotta learn how to play the system. We gotta know what the
I
system is.
got you on that though. This is what I'm saying. The system is group economics. They help each other. So let's say, for
Okay.
instance, let's take it to the small town level. You know of towns that the whole family is the judge,
Well, I got
the
this
pre-
opportunity right now.
the supreme. You know what I mean? The superintendent. Somebody is this, somebody that, and everybody related. The cousin, everybody. I come from the south. They do that down there, where
Hmm.
the whole
Hmm.
town cover, right?
And then the
So,
whole time keeping secrets too, because
so
I've been
then
because
now
I'm from Louisiana.
yeah, North Carolina. I know people think that ain't South, but it's South. We at the bottom, closer to South Carolina. If that count, give me some credit if that's what it is. But truth still be, when you start looking at corporate businesses, let's go back to the top, right? So let's look at Jeff Bezos, right? We've got Mark Zuckerberg, right? Who else is it up there? We got Elon Musk, and then who else is up there? There's somebody else up there that's making that's new. Oh, Twitter. The
Warren
man that
Buffett.
used to own Twitter. No. He old money. We talking about new money.
Okay.
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, the tech guys, the guys that made the
Mm-hmm.
most out of, the bank. Well, they were
I,
and they were sitting in Congress. All of them. All of them. And guess where they were sitting at, sis?
on the
Guess who
Democrat
they
side.
No, baby, they all voted Republican.
Now they done switched over too. But Elon. All of them was a Democrat. Even
Nah.
Trump. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, he
Yes,
was. And
ma'am.
see, there used to
All of
be a
them.
video. I'm glad you said that. It used to be a video and they scrubbed it. There was a video of Donald Trump saying, and I quote, and
Why
I
did
take
he?
it, I put
Did
it
you
on
ever
my
stop
mama.
and ask them? Did you ever stop and
Mm,
ask yourself the question? Why did he switch? Why did?
because it's
Why did?
easier. It's
Yeah,
easier.
and not just that. They seen all the
Yeah. And the
corruption.
money good. And
Like
it's easier. It's
Tracy,
good.
what's her name? What's her
Yeah.
name? Gabbett. What's her name? Chelsea Gabbett.
Oh,
Chelsea Gabbett. She
what's
was a
that? You talking
Democrat.
about? Oh, yeah.
She
Well,
over
see,
the
here's the thing.
intelligence.
We know
She
that
over the
game. We
intelligence.
know that. Right. We know the Democrat Republican game. So let's just say if we take that and just leave it where it is, and here's what I say every time we talk about politics. We got to put money in the pockets that's going to make
I,
the most noise for
mm,
us.
See, that's what things are changing,
Because
though, sis. That's what things are
lobbying,
changing. No, no, no.
yes and
Listen to me.
no. Yes and no.
Give me a
Go ahead,
second.
babe.
Just
You
listen to me.
got it.
Just listen to me.
You got it, babe.
And his whole team, his whole administration, fuck the Democrats, the Republicans, they're all constitutionalists. And they all for the people. From Pam Bondi to Cash Patel to Dan Bongino. That's Cash Patel's first hand man. He was a podcaster. First he was a Secret Service for Obama, right? Then he was a NYP. He quit being an NYP and tried to run for Congress and they stole it from him. And then he became a podcaster, globally known podcaster, constitutionalist, conservatives, the whole nine yards. He not about the Second Amendment, all that shit, right? And that's all he did for 10 years was on the podcast. And then whenever Trump put him in the FBI, this strategic game that Trump is playing, nobody don't see it, and I don't see how y'all don't see it. But let me enlighten y'all a little bit. Everybody that's on his team has dealt with the three letter agencies in a fucked up way. They all have the government used against them, all of them. So they went in there and they removed every last one of them that they knew had their hand in the cookie jar. We give billions and trillions of dollars a year to the government for what? First off, we need to go back to 1933 and figure out what the fuck money really truly is, because we think them dollars in our pocket and them dollars in our banks is the money, is the wealth. You think that you got $1 million in your bank account, that's wealth. That is $1 million worth of debt. Every dollar that you have in your pocket is evidence that you owe debt to the federal government. That's it.
But sister,
Then it all comes down to numbers and zeros and ones in the computer. I got the paperwork. I got the receipts to show
sister,
y'all. Y'all
sister,
should go read Modern Money Mechanics. Go read UCC3. That will tell you everything you need to know about money. You create money every time you sign a contract. This is how they have us programmed and so what you want to call it indoctrinated to believe that this dollar that we chase in this bag is the only reason why it has power, because you give it power, because you want it and somebody else will take it. That's the only reason why it's even. It all comes down to a note, because it says right on the dollar, a Federal Reserve note. What is a note? You got to start looking at definitions. You got to actually start digging into some shit. And this is how we're going to really change some shit. Because if you understand that you are the money, because none of these corporations that have a stock market that sells stocks, sell trades, do all this shit on stock market, can't none of them move unless a consumer consumes something. Correct? Right? Correct me when I'm wrong. Right?
um, I I hear what you're saying. I understand.
I'm with you on the part of consumers consuming, but I gotta go back to the first part of that and kind of I need you to go back to that first part and help me
Tell me what you
understand
need
that part.
help. Tell me what you
Like
need some
you
help
was
with.
talking about how okay, so y- I do agree with you. The education on what all of this is about is necessary, and I
Mm-hmm.
also will give you the fact that what is happening currently is the market play is making money for these men as well. One man made $8 billion in 24 hours
The market is a
because he,
scam. That's why they can do that. They do inside trading.
but
The Congress do insider
right,
trading every day.
right. Well, see, I got you on
And then
that, but
they and then
however,
they make the then they make the tr- they then they make the markets drop. They
yeah,
make the markets drop and buy it, and that's how they get their money. I can show you
right.
how to do
That's what
that.
they just did. Well,
Everybody
see,
can do
that's
it though.
So, sister, what do you
well, see,
recommend?
no,
Because
that
it seems like you're kind of like implying that like the whole system. I mean, we gotta,
It
you
is.
know, we gotta accumulate to what best suits us, you know, or
I got you
we
on
gotta
that.
filter out,
Matter matter of fact, I got this company called Retro Cube right now working on this app called Accessify. And this app will take every bill that you have and use it as the financial instrument that it is. Because that bill that comes in the mail, that ain't nothing but a draft. That a demand that you pay something. It's a demand of performance from you. But if you know how to perform, you wouldn't have to be stressing and worrying about where these FRNs come from. Because do you know every FRN that's in circulation is only the principal? They never put enough money in circulation to pay the interest to pay this debt off. That's why the dollar devalues every day. Like people need to really go understand how we got to where we are now and what can be done to fix it. All we really need to know is what the financial system truly is. And it's not that dollar in your pocket or in your bank. That is a debt. It even says it on there. That is a debt. That is proof that you owe a debt to the United States government, to the federal government. If you go read 20 CFR 422.102, and it would tell you that you are one who owes a debt to the United States. And what are they referring to? Someone who has a social security number, one who can apply for a social security number. How that make sense? So as soon as I get a social security number, I'm a debtor to the United States. Where they do that at? Bet you
so
they didn't teach us that in school.
do we not get to take the money? I'm just that's what I mean by as far as like where you leading us to, like, 'cause it's like you're implying that we should not accept, like, or not even indulge in
We
the financial,
there's a
that what you
okay. Every time you sign something, every time you sign a contract or application, you're endorsing. You're giving that contract life. Without you, nothing can be created.
an
Just know that,
application,
right?
like, I'm just trying to understand. You said application pertaining to whatever.
Any application. If you go read Federal Reserve Act Section 16, Part Part 1 and Part 2, it will tell you that every application has equal dollar for dollar value of that application. Because they take your application and the banks is the biggest culprit. The banks take your application
They owe
and
whoever,
bring it to the Federal Reserve,
JP
and
Morgan.
they they get your loan for you and make you pay it back because they got to borrow the money also because they
Is
don't
this
own the
like,
money either.
I gotta, with all due respect, is this like have to do with like sovereign immunity type of law, or it was what
Yes, it is. Everything I'm telling you is law. You can go look it up.
I'm not what's the word?
Yeah. No.
I'm not
We
I'm
just
not
I'm just trying to give y'all some information.
I'm not illegitimizing what you're saying. I'm just
Yeah.
get clarity on
It all comes down to you need to know what money is according to the Constitution. You need to know what a note is and what a bill is. Most people say a bill is something that come in the mail. That's not what a bill is. A bill is a bill of exchange. It's a financial instrument. It has no. Why does all your bills come in a positive number? Can you tell me that?
What you said? Why do your bills come?
Anybody got a bill with a negative number?
No.
Has anybody gotten a bill with a negative number on the front?
So I'm trying to figure out how does that us cracking that code that's gonna evolve into what exactly? That's what I mean. It's us cracking
And to
that.
being able to use those instruments instead of those dollars that you got to go have your blood, sweat, and tears for, that ain't worth nothing. You give the value. It makes this whole economy go around. Your application, because they sell it. Say if you're going to get a car, right? Let's break this down, right? If you're going to get a car and you done saved up $5,000, right? You're going to find you a nice little car that's about, $30,000, $40,000. You go in this dealership, right? You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing I'm telling you. You work on your credit score, right? To get it up to, let's say, 620. And they say you got to put $5,000 down. First and foremost, that $5,000 going directly into their pocket, right? Because second, them cars on that dealership lot is not even for that dealership. It belongs to a trust. Everything is about trust.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely privy to to setting up a trust, but not in the asset.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like it's like you're saying like every institution is connected to some type
It's all
of
fraud. It's all fraud. All of it. They not even supposed to be doing business with an American person.
fraud. I wasn't about to say. Also, you're going as far as to say it's fraud. Everything is fraud essentially.
Everything. The banking system is not even supposed to do business with the American people. They say it in the law. But they got us so indoctrinated and so in the matrix and worried about this bag that's all people can see.
Is that like
why?
Similar to there's no federal law on being taxed, but there's like state laws on income tax.
Y'all do know taxes is voluntary, right?
Like taxes, like just like on a federal. If I'm paraphrasing it, but because I know there's tax on a state, but I know somebody. I ain't gonna say, but I know somebody who was not paying their. He wasn't paying. I ain't even gonna.
He was evading taxes.
No. He was not paying it. Specifically as it pertains to that clause, like there's no federal statute, and that's the clause that he raised. Like basically, there's no.
Yeah, they don't.
There's a state.
Taxes are voluntary. Federal taxes is voluntary.
But yeah, that's a whole nother. So it seemed like this is.
Yeah.
When you get to that,
it all ties together, though. It all ties together.
Huh? But that, what I'll do is
it all ties in together.
The group economics, though, like how does that?
What I'm saying is, if you know how to basically do what the fucking banks is doing, use your instrument for your own benefit, and not let them rob you and put you in slavery, economic slavery, commercial slavery. If you know how to play the game, the game changes.
And you mean by we can weaponize the money system,
and
right?
do it, and yes, and it's not weaponizing it; it's using their law against them.
I mean the system, like the dollar-based system in America, like that is
the dollar. It's all legal tender. That's what it is. The dollar is the legal tender.
To people saying, "Oh, when we get the reparations money, the dollar depreciate. It ain't worth nothing, man. If we get that check right today,
the dollar already ain't worth nothing.
We can take the money they give us today,
the dollar,
and we can go spend it today. So when people come
and spend it, because somebody
go spend it,
because somebody will accept it
right now if we want to. So it got some type of validity to it. You see what I'm saying?
But
Like,
check it out.
there's no school.
That's why though. Because you believe because they have taught you that this dollar you can take this dollar to the store and go buy something. But what was there before the dollar?
It's
Nobody
grant
stops and think about these things.
ownership. It grants you ownership of whatever you're buying. Not with
You can never own anything if you're not paying for it with real money. With real
Yes,
money.
I can understand you don't own anything in America as it pertains to taxes. Like if you miss your
It's not just taxes.
third after that third property tax, they gonna come. Yeah, they gonna you gonna that first one and that second one. But that third one come, they gonna come. Yeah, man, they gonna yeah. But so I can understand
And why
that
can they do that?
and
Because you
that.
still owe a mortgage
In Ghana,
or
there is no annual property. There's once you own your land, you own it.
nowhere else.
Property tax,
Nowhere else.
annual or reoccurring tax. So I understand that is a fraud. That is a fraud. But the whole
I'm
money
I'm
system's a
about to play
fraud.
something for
The
you.
dollar still relatively stronger than a
Check
lot of currencies in them.
1933, right?
Mhm.
When Franklin D. Roosevelt, right?
With the gold.
Whenever he took the gold, he didn't just take the gold. He took the gold and put a mortgage on all land in America. 73rd congressional record. Go check it out.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
See, you
lie.
got to read these things. You actually got to know these things to know this information. And I think that's the biggest hurdle that our people have.
And I give that to you. You clearly know more. You know more about this particular
I got over
realm.
3,000 books in my phone right now.
So salute you on that. That's
That
what's
is all about law, and that's the problem. They have us thinking that we have to go to these lawyers and that shit to get because they tell us that we got to have a license to practice law. But then you got to ask what is a license. But not a lot of people think that way to ask these type of questions. They just openly go do what the people tell them to do and think they tell them the right thing. Yeah.
interesting.
But I'm gonna digress right there. I know I've been running my mouth. But I did want to tell y'all real quick. There is have y'all ever heard of private gifting a private gifting team?
My bad. Say it again. We heard of a what?
A private gifting team.
Pri- Private gifting or gifting thing?
Yeah.
No.
I'm trying to find my little flyer.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in and say what up to y'all
Peace,
peoples.
peace, brother. How you doing?
Shit's chilling, man. Soaking in knowledge type shit.
What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm over here fighting with this bottle of wine I finally got open. Sure.
Hmm.
I rolled up. I'm over here down there can go to sleep on y'all. I don't
Oh,
mean to. And I would not turn off
Nah,
my
I
camera.
mean,
I would
I
be
believe you,
asleep.
sir. He's like, I'm gonna take a nap and I'll be back because it be more knowledge in just a little bit. I got you, sir. Listen, it's been many a night I done sat up here. They didn't even know. They helped me get through my proposals and shit because I'm up here laughing at them.
Man, for real. I
Arguing in
be
the middle of the night on some
knowledge.
craziness. So I appreciate it. But I will say this.
I ain't mean to put everybody to sleep.
No,
Oh
you ain't
no,
been
no.
like
He was chilling before
I
you
got to
came
talking
up here.
about economics and stuff.
Yeah.
They got me up. I was already. It's late night right now, so I'm
Well,
really
see,
pissed.
me, this when I wake up. You know what I mean? I'm got my days and nights has always been backwards. But um I'm taking advantage of what's around me, right? Like for instance, I because I have a nonprofit and where I stay, I can work with different people around here because a lot of this stuff is empty. And so what I'm trying to do is take one business, buy, and once we make enough money, buy the next one, and just put people in it. Open something up, put people in it. We can
Do
run it
they have
online and
the
offline.
Like, what type of business can you open in them wherever you? What type of buildings is there? Are there? Like, what type of buildings?
Wait,
Shit,
wait,
business.
what?
The day first, there you go.
Wait, say, what did he say?
I said,
I
what
didn't
type
hear
What
of
you,
type of
business?
Busy.
businesses do they are? What type of
Like, basically,
Yeah,
businesses?
I would say, what type of building? Like, what type of structure is it?
so we
Like,
don't have.
is it
Well,
like a
see
random
here
buildings?
in no. So here's how I go. So we got. I'm using my property as the jump off spot. So the money we make from the greenhouses up there, and then there's also a piece of property across the street from me that we trying to put together. I am not drunk yet, sir, so don't worry about it. And guess what? I'm home and I ain't driving. Anyway, then so once we get that set, I'm writing up this proposal because then we can have an opportunity to not only help the community, but we can build some of these earthbag homes down here. And like for instance, a lot of elderly, a lot of vets around here. And so like if we donate the work to do like a canopy, that gives us street cred. I put that on the internet, that's views. It all plays out and I haven't made a dollar.
That's dope. That's dope.
Not
And them
yet.
earth bags
You
is
hear what
it's
I'm saying? Yeah.
them
It is
earth
not
bags is
about
good.
the best way I can explain my intent is this diabolical righteousness. If you understand, you understand. If you want further detail, I'm happy to give it
I
to you.
got you. I
But
got you. Say no more. No, what's already understood don't need to be explained.
there you go.
But,
Because that
but
is the game. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I just play the other side in the sense of I'm taking care of the infrastructure.
And sis, I
You
could give you
taking
some
care of the
tools.
paperwork. Right. Like
Sis,
the paper,
I can give you some tools. I can give you some tools that can take you to a whole nother level. I put my email
I'm
and my phone number
always
in the
that
back in the
I'll
chat,
copy
the
that.
private chat.
I got you right
Hit
now.
me
I'll
up,
hit you
man.
up. Cause let me tell you something. In the thought process, because at first, yeah, I know people think I'm out my mind. I know folks think I'm crazy. Let me tell you what
No, that's
happened.
kind of
Man,
like independent.
I've been being
That's like
told I was
No,
being
crazy
no,
for the
no, no.
past
innovative.
5 years.
That's not being crazy. I
No,
don't
no, no,
think
no, no,
that.
no. I don't mind it, love. Thank you for saying so. But guess what? You know what I've learned? Crazy people make the world go round. Who's in
Get shit
charge
done.
right now?
Get shit done.
That's that wine kicking in now.
No, hold on, wait. Hold on,
Nah,
let me
I'm
show
just
y'all
talking
because I
shit. I'm
want
just
y'all to
talking
know. Now, look, look. The bottle has not even been drunkened in
Ain't
yet.
been over.
That's this is
All
me
right.
all the time. So now we about to check it out with the
Now we
wine.
gonna
Let's see
check
how
it
we
out.
do.
Now
Bet.
we
Let's go.
That's that
Now I'm
Snoop
ready to
Dogg
debate.
one. What that one? That's that Snoop Dogg
Nah,
one.
this that down the street 299. That's what that is. This is
You might well go ahead and get
1990
that Snoop Dogg shit, man.
right.
Snoop Dogg
No, they
shit
don't
make
sell
damn near
that.
ten
They don't
dollars,
sell that.
$20.
They don't sell that out here, babe. I'm not around my people like that. So yeah.
Order it. They don't think they sell it where I'm
Listen,
at.
I ain't ordering nothing. Hold on, listen. That's
We
what I
gotta
mean right
make
there.
this order.
Snoop got his money. I ain't worried about Snoop. Snoop okay. I'm worried about his uncle and somebody granddaddy over here living all by themselves. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm worried about little kids ain't got no food for the summer, ain't got shit to do out here doing crime. I'm worried about young men that ain't got no jobs, so they gonna be out here making babies with young girls. They ain't got shit to do either. So we're gonna put everybody to work, even the old people. We're gonna help you go to work too, so you ain't on the street yelling at young people. There's
Yeah.
levels to it. We know, young.
Yeah.
It's levels to it. And if we take care of each other on all of those levels, we can maintain that economy. We can turn it
That's a
into
1000%.
it's been proven. The numbers are there. All we asking, and we ain't even gotta ask, because here's the thing. If I made, okay, let's say for instance, I I have always been a connoisseur of the cannabis before and after it was legalized. You know what I mean? So my
Right.
people, had it. They grew it. My daddy did it. So it was never something that I felt like was a bad thing. So when I got out in the world and people's like, "Oh no, we don't do that. It's gonna fry your brain." I'm thinking, yeah, all right. You keep saying that. Imagine the fact that this is right now a $1 trillion business. And
And they
even with the
still got our
money,
brothers locked up behind the shit.
Right.
well, guess what? Mr. Jay-Z, Mr. Celebrity, he
They
dropped that
damn near
cake.
they damn near want us to sell the weed for them, but they don't want us to own the store where we could just sell the weed,
Well,
sell our own weed.
why?
They
Why?
want it
Why
like
would we?
Because they put too many regulations in place,
we
so that they
we,
got to
we
jump through them
can't
hoops.
have a
No.
legitimate store that to post up and sell the weed, but we can promote the
Oh, I'm
weed.
dressed. I just want to let people know. Okay, wait, hold on, cause see,
Like
it's different
motherfuckers
for
still
me.
selling the weed out the
I got
store, but
my
it's still
stuff.
like we gotta like make it seem like that's bullshit. Like that's crazy. Like what the fuck? You put
Let me
stipulations on
let
store.
let's. But see, here's where we change that. Okay, here I am, crazy lady with the wine bottle. Let me give you my crazy lady plan. Here you go. So there's 77 acres of land available for $40,000. $40,000. There's a lot
That's a
of
lot
people
of
out here that
acres
need.
for food.
That's a lot of acreage. Right. Again, right off of a two major highways.
I was just about to say if it's
Ye-
off my highway, that's gonna be something.
Right off, we get about, I clocked it. It's about close average, about 200 trucks an hour come through here. And that's going back and forth. So if for us, let's say I am the mayor, or maybe not. Maybe I'm just a town player, whatever. My investment then goes into, if we cater to the truckers by providing showers, housing, food, those type of things, guess what happens? It
It's a
starts to build
business
an economy. Right. It builds an economy,
economy.
it creates jobs, right? Because it's localized. So, okay, say for instance, here is another part of that. So there's an empty restaurant closed. This is what I meant when you was asking me, well, what would you buy? So if it's even if it's one of them things, I even do the 99-year lease. I ain't really pressed if it's a building that's already up. I haven't built it, right? Because the point is to make enough money to get out of the building that we don't own and get a building that we do own. Own not just the plaza, but on the land that the plaza sits on. That's my goal. I'm the person that's opening up the town center. That's my goal to do. So now with this here where I am, I can take advantage of the fact that we need fresh fruits and vegetables. I have no competition. I mean for real, y'all. Like no, there's only one grocery store. The next grocery store is 30 minutes away. I've already talked to people from the different nations. So they said if I bring my stuff up that way, and guess what? That
That's
money
out of
then
town
goes
business.
to right. Now that money that I'm making with my black culture, yes, yes, of course, I'm gonna spend money in my community. I live here. But I also can take a portion of that money and pour it into my communities that also need assistance. That's what they do. That is group economics. Mark Zuckerberg, I think was it a year ago or 2 years ago, just built a whole new brand hospital in his own neighborhood. Now I go to the wine. Let's go. You guys got it. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know that. Just saying.
That's the airtight game right there. You got your strategic plan already down.
Well, like I said, I already know that people are going. I already understand. Who gonna want some money? That game ain't going nowhere. What's more important to me to see my people have better? And if I gotta pay somebody a little bit extra to make that happen for 100 black folks, hell yeah, I do it every day, because that's what they do for theirs, and that's it. Now I ended on that one. I
What
got
they
to get the
really and
rest of the
truly
little
do,
court things. Them little
what they
court things is in
really,
here.
what they really and truly do is what I was just asking you about. If you knew about the gifting program, they've been using that system forever because it's tax free and the way it's set up.
Well, they use the
It's
most subsidies. They use these corporations. If you go really like people say, go look, go do your
man,
research. Okay, go do your
these
research then. You'll see these corporations getting multi-billion-dollar contracts and subsidies and loans
these
from our government. So how can he
these
be the richest man in the world? I'm
these
sorry. Go for
companies, these companies, right? Like you said, they get these grants and these loans from the government. But do you know that most of that money goes to pay that CEO that makes $35 million a year? That's what
yeah,
people don't
sis.
think about.
Yeah,
But
it don't go to the people. It don't go to the
yeah,
people. It goes to
but
their
if the people
pockets.
realize that without the people, they don't have nothing to sell for nobody
They're
to consume,
tired.
for
They
them
tired.
be to get
They beat up.
them $38 million.
They comfortable and they beat up. I can't knock it.
That's
This
the
was
problem.
designed.
That's the problem.
But if
That
we
they
start,
come
but
from
hold on, it's not a problem that we cannot fix. Because I'm
fix.
gonna tell you
You're
something.
right.
Every
You're right.
black person got that twinge. If you jump on
Mm-hmm.
TikTok.
I already
Everybody
know.
got that twinge. It's that itch. It's there. It's hot. It's ready. It is time to make a fucking move
I
unlike anything
trust me. I
else
know.
anybody has seen before.
I'm
And like
I'm
I
on
said,
the
the
I'm on
more
the
they
same page,
tell,
sis.
honey, the money line, the pipeline, like you were saying earlier. Build our own schools. Start those parents that want to sign up. 40 million adults. Did you hear what I said earlier? So you mean to tell me
Mm-hmm.
we can't throw out no surveys? We can't get out no information.
We
We
do
can't get
have
no
one though.
flyers.
Check
Then we
out
need to get that. But you know
Black
where that
tax.
information come from. It's
No, no,
not,
no,
it comes
no, no,
from
no. This is a all black website. Go to Black Tax Solution Agency.com and check them out.
do they have what I'm looking for is data for black people. Data for black folks as far as where we are, like for real, not census data. That data hasn't been
No,
accumulated. I've
no, no,
tried to
no,
find it.
no. He's actually had this website since 2016, and the problem is
Uh-huh.
that our people don't want to take the census. They don't want to go. They don't even want to go sign up to the
Well, they
email
don't.
list so we can get a census.
We can't say that. We got to go at it a different way. That's all. Maybe we're not reaching
I'm
the same way. We got to reach folks where they
I put
are
it on all my.
instead of,
You're right.
All my
You're
life.
right
but it's
because
not
I put
you
it on
by
all my.
yourself. It's not you by
That's the
yourself. That's not
problem.
what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Yeah,
if I would get with you and I would say, okay, look what you got. Listen, what's AI for? Why won't we use
to
it?
make
We
things
can shoot
better. Man, I
out.
love AI.
We can
Man, my
shoot it
chat is my
out.
best friend.
Listen, I can show you how to make a faceless channel. If we want to put information on it like that, we can just put it on Instagram,
That's what I
TikTok,
need help with
Twitch.
because I can't figure that shit out.
Yeah, and
And I
see,
got so
these are
much
the
information.
things
I could just
that
put my books in there.
right. There you go. You could turn your information into ebooks, classes,
That's
all of
what
this
I
with
do. That's
here.
what I do
Hey,
that already.
sell
I
your
do that
books.
already.
No,
AI
no.
man.
I mean, selling your books on
Sorry, I'm sorry. What you say, baby? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Let me mute it
that's
up.
we could be selling our books. We could be selling our books.
Yes, why
Hmm.
not? Because again, we are a global economy. Just because our president has decided to play footsie with the world, they still know that it's not us as the people. They know it's the government. And all of what do you want to call the people who sit at the big people table? They know. They see. We talk about it. It's
They
all over the internet. They
right,
know.
right.
They know it's
But
not
they got
us.
they got a lot of propaganda out there.
Well, true, but I'm talking about real people like you and I. You a real person,
Hmm.
right? You ain't an AI.
Hmm. Yeah,
So there's
I
many of us out here who tell our stories everywhere. And what has again, like we talked
but
about
that's what I'm
earlier,
saying though, sis.
the things that you was telling me, I'd never heard of. But there needs to be a place that belongs to us that is
That we can go and
invested
discuss these things.
and intent.
Yes,
Exactly. We should have been had our own
yes.
YouTube,
I
our
see where
own
you're going.
Instagram. These things are now for the taking. We can build any app in a matter of moments,
Any,
days, weeks.
any.
We ain't talking about years now.
Mm-hmm.
I used to teach, and I still love to teach. And I will train whoever. If I could teach my mama computers, I could teach the devil how to laugh. Okay. So we all
Look,
have those skills, and they got to be put into a, like I said earlier, a diabolical righteousness. We know what the
yes,
end game
yes.
gonna look like, but right now we
We're
got to do it diabolically.
yes. And see, you teach well. You just gotta teach me one time, and I got it.
Hmm.
You just gotta show me one
I'm the
time,
same
and
way. Yeah, I'm the same way. And so I've learned over the years. Adults learn in all different ways:
yes.
auditory, hands-on, face to face.
And then
Some like it, video.
everybody
Right.
know how to do something.
Exactly. You
Everybody good
just
at
have to
somebody.
give them.
Everybody good at something.
Right. My teacher told me I used to think I was a dunce. I'm gonna be 1,000 because I wasn't interested in school when I was in middle school or shit even
But
in
that
high
was your
school.
higher self. That was your higher self because they didn't teach you nothing in school
And
anyway.
it was like, oh man, what is this? This is bogus. But what I
Because they
did
wasn't
learn was
teaching you
this.
nothing.
But I had one teacher that saw me, right? And she changed my life because I was a little nigga girl going to school. I had my little, I kicked it with my little crew. We cut school sometime. You know what I mean? We was a little rowdy. But
Thought
she
she
told
was
me one day,
bad.
I did. I thought I was bad. With my puffy coat. Anyway,
My puffy cut.
when
Yeah.
there was a teacher, I don't think she's on this earth anymore, but there was a teacher. She looked like Miss Butterworth. You know what I'm talking about? You know who Miss Butterworth look like.
But was
On the
it
The
was
pan, on
it
the
pancake
like
syrup,
lady.
on the pancake.
was
Yes.
that
Yeah, she
ugly
was.
or was that cute? I
Nah,
don't
no, that
know.
was beautiful. And she was
Okay,
just
she
she was
had a
just
body
white.
then.
Yeah, she was just white. She looked just like that. But she was just white lady. Well, she was my
Right.
English teacher. And she was like,
Butterworth.
"You're a good writer. You need to write more." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, all right." You know what I'm saying? I was one of them. Like, whatever. I know I ain't having no babies, but I don't care about this. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't trying to be fast. I just don't want to be here. And she really did. She got to me because she was just like, I know that you write. And she was correct. I had journals like stats because that's how my brain ran. But you can't talk to your parents like that at that age. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about adult things. They gonna tell me to go sit my ass down somewhere. But it started on me on the path of understanding myself and who I am and what I have to offer. Now, no, I ain't no scientist. I ain't trying to be no astronaut, but I can build something and I can plan something and I can teach something. Oh, and I can grow some stuff. So I'm utilizing them skills to create something that connects not just for me, but for many others. Because see, that's what I
That's what
feel
it all
is
come
that
down to.
what we have come to the thing is not about leaving generational wealth. It's about creating it right now. That's the only way it's gonna happen. You want to create something for your baby? Do it now. Start a business. Make coloring books. Do ebooks. You can do voiceovers. You can do audiobooks. Listen, you can even sell your voice. Listen,
That's what I want to do. And even though my voice is not, I want to do that.
listen. I have already cloned my voice twice. So if I'm gonna be in Minority Report, it is what it is. I ain't
You
trying to
clone
commit
your
no
what?
crime and clone. You clone your voice. So like for instance,
You know you can do that.
I do ebooks and I like for kids and
Okay,
I'm
okay.
doing I'm finishing up this first cartoon. We'll have them ready by the summer, but we're doing the trailers right now. So what I've been able to do is clone my voice and I can change it. I can pitch it up, pitch it down. I can add something to it, make it sound like a character or something like that. Because it's just me. I can't pay nobody to do
Cool.
this shit. You know what I
That's
mean?
dope.
So, but I'm not gonna let it stop me because eventually once everything is out, and it starts to get the views and things like that, yeah, give it a couple months. Then I can pay somebody to handle it then. I don't mind that. Delegation is necessary. That's another part of it. You can't make this work if you don't delegate the right people in the right positions. Find out what they really want to do. Why not?
Right.
Why can't you love what you do? Why you gotta hate your job? Why you gotta hate where you live? Why you gotta hate your neighbors? They got a whole show about it. Fear That Neighbor, where they have series over and over and over of neighbors taking each other out. What is this? Part of
Reality
millennia?
show or like a
Nah, this is
TV
real
show?
life. True crime. True crime, baby.
Dang.
I'm
Yeah, I just
heavy
about to say
into
she
it.
Oh,
must be talking
damn,
about
some true
true
crime
crime.
shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
True crime.
That shit is
True
it's
crime.
sickening.
Um, I've been watching true crime before the ID channel. When it was Forensic
Before the ID
Files,
show.
when it was on HBO, I was reading about it in the Reader's Digest. Baby, I'm old. Listen, I've been here a while. So I tried to use the time I have had to wisely, I think. Now it's time to make money. Just like they making their money, why can't we make ours? Because it's here. And guess what? I'll take some guilt money in a heartbeat. Oh, you want to buy our guilty black t-shirts? Please do. So we can take care of these babies. Then that's money pouring into people like Q Butter so that he can advance faster. Because that's what needs to happen. We need more Q Butters. We need to put them out, spit them out like soldiers. Pow, pow, pow. Okay, we're going to take this money and we're going to put it in education. Pow,
This
pow, pow.
that
Open this
time
school,
for it
open
too,
this
though. This
school.
that time to catch a lot of kids that
But
just
listen, you ain't.
be on
It's
the
not about catching
internet.
the kids. It's about catching the parents. Because if we
Not
get the
catching the
parents
oh yeah, that too
involved,
though. Catching the adults, man. That's why I be preaching back power
catch
to the
the
adults.
adults. We catch the adults. We can
Yeah.
create camps. We can create all kinds of things to teach our kids how we want to. If that's what we want to do, our babies should know more than one language. They are taking
So
history out these schools. You want to keep sending your babies to these schools? These public schools that your tax dollars that you go to school and pay, go to work every day and pay, but they taking history out. They are
All
whitewashing who
they
we are.
the only thing they
No,
create school for is to separate the child from the family.
it was made for
That's
workers. It
the
was made
workers
to
themselves
follow
separate the
follow
families.
the
Okay.
line.
Yeah.
Exactly. This the same country that let their own babies go to work. What we doing out here? Are they 7 and 6, 3 and 4 years old? It's pictures of them. You can go see in their history books. They so proud. You have states talking about labor laws because they have lost half of the labor needed in this country. Because he deporting everybody. These are the things that start to play. And do you hear them asking for people to come work for them? No, because they don't want to pay you. This ain't people lazy and don't want to work. No, they
So
don't
who
want to
working
pay
for
us.
them then?
The people that's left.
that's why they getting AI to roll out. AI is
Yeah.
about to take over and be able to do
But
everything.
AI ain't
They
gonna
already
pick no
taking.
berries.
Do
AI
everything.
Why
don't
they
pick
not?
McDonald's
berries.
Why they
McDonald's gonna be
not?
a
Listen,
whole
hold
Why
on,
not?
computer.
y'all.
You don't
Hold
think
on,
that
hold
they can
on.
make a
Hear me out. Hear me out. Agriculture is not the same. Industrialized manufacturing, I'll
Niggas gonna
give
be
it to you.
stealing from that
But
type
when
shit
you
though.
get into agriculture, that means that the
That's the
farmers,
police.
it is cheaper to pay
Oh
body
hell
human
no.
labor than to have machines out there. Because you got to pay to make sure if it break down. Look up what they did to them with John Deere. Look at what they did with them with John Deere and AI, honey. You can't get your John Deere fixed. You ain't allowed to do it on your own.
That's just like the seeds. If you buy some fruits from the store and you try to plant them seeds and it grow, they can charge
You
you. They can
can't.
sue you for that.
Well, here's what I say. I'm at the place in life where really, what else can you do to me? Once they took my mama, honey, ain't nothing else you could do to me. I ain't really scared of nobody.
What you
That's
mean? You
my
talking about the
problem.
government or something?
Well, yeah. During the
Damn.
academic, my mama would have been here. That was directly what happened to her directly was connected to it. My
Right.
sister wanted to get a lawyer and fight it, but like I told her, I said time and place.
My uncle said
This
he
ain't
got
it.
saved through plasma.
Well, what ended up happening? My mama fell, and she ended up having to go to the hospital. Well, see, this was during the time when there was no vaccine, there was no nothing, and Arizona, being Arizona, wasn't following any protocols with the mask
So it was at the
or
beginning then.
gloves. Uh-huh. We was early in 2021. This was February. I had to talk to. I didn't even get to talk to my mama no more. That's the last time I saw her. I hate that man, and I don't care who know it. I don't care nothing about that man or none of his cronies, cause these are the same fools that was in office last time. Yeah, he done added a new crew of dummies, but he still got Navarro is the same one from last time. He still got all of his cheerleaders is still out here. Now he got some new ones. He got him a new Barbie secretary. She looked like the last one. And it is disgusting what has it has become. And I guess the reason I say that in it, and it ain't because I'm a bleeding heart, it's because I know what my father and my grandfather went through for this fucking country. What they gave up. What a lot of them men gave up and came back here. And of course, yeah, they get blamed for not being the fathers that they should have been. But guess what? They didn't have to send our fathers over there in the first damn place. That was a war that was for white folk. That was for powerful white men. I'm tired of being somebody's pawn. You're not gonna keep using me and mine and going, oh, okay, just take it and swallow it because you got a nice place and you got a mortgage now. They can take it away. The right person get in the right position, they'll take it away. We see that. We see how it's set up. The reason why his executive orders are working is because he has made it an emergency. That our country is in an emergency. That's why. This wouldn't work otherwise. He got to go through Congress for this shit. But because of that, he loopholed it.
You gotta go
I don't
through
know if y'all.
voting, so it's an emergency then. It's something going on. They ain't even saying it's an emergency then like
No,
that though.
baby, they not. They not. He made it an emergency, like he
He just
declared it.
making it like
And
he
it's
pulling. He like he popping. Hey
yeah,
y'all,
he
this about
doing
to
whatever he
happen.
got to do. Uh huh.
Hey,
Well,
matter of fact, we need
when the
this.
federal judge told
Then we
him
gonna take care of the
to go
niggas.
get
After
that
all this
man,
get done, then we can take care of the niggas. Y'all hear me?
right?
They
We'll
said
put y'all to
what?
work.
We gonna take care of the
And we
niggas.
like, huh? Who you talking
Hey,
about?
I'm about to make that a
Not
joke.
us.
I'm about to make
Right.
that a
Ain't
joke.
nobody
I
talking
got you.
shoot. But in all
So talking
fairness,
about
it's
take
like
care of. This how he did it too. He said, we
he
gonna
ain't
take care
taking
of
care of
this too.
nobody.
We gonna take care of the
Yeah,
niggas
okay.
last. We gonna
He don't
take
like black folk. I don't know why they ain't pretending.
You don't know. He ain't fuck with us.
This
All them
man
niggas
do
the
not
same.
like no
All them
black people,
presidents the
child.
same.
No, no. I don't care about them. I care about now. I ain't doing that because that's the okay. Yes, we know, and we should have been fighting all them 60 years. If all of them were the same, and this is what we continue to let go on, we should be ashamed of ourselves.
They
Now we
go.
old enough.
We
All of
ain't
us is
supposed to let
old
it go
enough.
on. That's
No,
why I
we're
got a
not.
metaphor. I got a metaphor for. I
No,
said
we
we are
not.
still living in the day of hooray. And when I say hooray, like we live in a day of like a party mode. Like what the fuck is going on? We living in. Like, niggas just want to kick it. Like
I
no.
don't think that's it. I'm gonna have
We
to
should
push
be.
back
We
on
should be trying
that
to like coming up with
because
schools and like you said school, but people should be like having teach you just the moments like bro.
let
Let
me
me show
ask
you how
you
to
a
build a
question.
house. Let me show you how to.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Certain niggas
But here's
just
the
need to
thing with
learn how
that
to do
though.
shit.
If
Huh?
I let me ask you a question. I don't know where you are. Where are you at?
It's I took
What
my
state?
earbud out. That's why I really I gotta put
No,
my
no, no.
phone
I
up. I
said
took my
where
earbud.
what state are you in? What state are you in?
I'm from Ohio.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm
we
a,
from Ohio. I'm from
yeah.
Ohio.
I remember shit. I remember you was talking about that.
Um,
I forgot.
so when I was growing up, you know how Broad Street run through the whole have you been to Columbus?
Have I been in Columbus? I don't think so. No, I've been
Okay.
in
Well the way
Cleveland. Yeah,
Columbus
I've been in
Oh,
Cleveland
okay,
twice.
okay.
Yeah, I ain't never been to
Well,
Columbus.
no, they set up different. They really are. It's real crazy because I went to college in Cleveland, but because they are Watertown. But when you go to Columbus, we in the middle.
On
We in the
hood they
valley.
is too. They right by the. Well,
Yeah,
we
so
down there
Watertown.
our downtown by this little lake too though. So We ain't
Listen,
gonna
that
say we a
you know
water
that
town,
Lake
but
Erie? You know Lake Erie used
yeah,
to be called the
we all
mistake on the
that's our
lake.
lake.
Did you
What
know
that
that?
mean? What
It
the
used to
mistake
be
on
called the mistake on the lake. It
for
caught
the
on
water?
fire. It was so dirty.
Oh,
For real, look it up.
where they caught on fire from? Gas or something?
It from so much trash being in the lake, it caught on fire. Look
Damn.
it up. That happened in Cleveland. Anyway, Columbus, where I lived, I loved my
I think I
my
did get smashed. Shit.
because I broke it down. So I put it this way: my 3,000 acres of space that I grew up in. That was my town, my side of town. I lived on the east side, in that little
Right.
corner. Stop, baby. I know I love you too, but you got
Hold
get
on, your
off
whole
me.
house was 3,000. Was it in a mansion? Hold on, I'm tripping. How many
No,
acres?
no, I'm talking about 3,000 acres is like a community. It's the size of a
This the
community.
whole.
Sorry.
You just the whole part of the land. You just looking outside. That's the, oh, okay. Damn. Acre. You,
Well, because I said if I ever, well, the reason why I say it like that is because that's my
I should
goal. I
imagine
have a
100.
3-year goal.
How big is the block?
Um,
4 acres.
yeah, how big is the block? So the block is 3,000 acres, okay, with everything included. And guess what? Everything was included. You could go to the doctor, you could go to class, you could go to high school, elementary school, middle school, college, because they had those satellite places, library, cafes, dinner. You had culture. Like there was a Hawaiian restaurant, we had Chinese, barbecue, all of that. You could catch the bus up and down the street. The bus ran all the way through all night till about midnight,
Right. This was like
and
at
it had
college. At your college,
everything.
right?
No, no, this is how I grew up. This is where I grew up. So that's
So
where I live. We
it
got
was
the
the
bus.
like the you grew up around like different races and stuff. Not nearly
Yeah.
races, but saying, like the neighborhood was mixed.
The neighborhood was majority black, but it was, we did have an influx because later on in years we ended up having an influx of Mexicans, an influx of Ethiopians, an influx of it was more black people from the south that had moved up there, especially after Hurricane Katrina. Had a lot of black
Right,
folks
right.
come up.
And
Um,
Columbus right there at the bottom of Ohio, right? Yeah, it's at the
right,
bottom
it's in
of
the middle. It's in the valley. That's what they call it. It's in the valley too. Cause what it is like
Cincinnati
it
now
really hits.
below us. Where's Cincinnati at?
Cincinnati is at the bottom. Think of it as closer to Kentucky.
So Cincinnati really at the bottom then, about more.
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Okay, all right, baby.
So
All right.
Cincinnati, people live in Kentucky and work in Cincinnati. Stop. Enough. Go
Yeah,
sit down.
that's basically like how
Go
we
sit
is in
down
Toledo. Is we right here next to
right now.
Michigan.
Thank you. I love you. Sit down.
No,
Anyway,
no, that's
yeah,
dang.
so growing up, I started to study that. And so that's when I was talking about how
You
many
started to
people
study
can.
what economics, and did I'm
Oh,
saying that right?
I started studying economics when I was a kid. My dad was into it. Like he was one of them Sunday paper, we gonna learn about the market type persons. My dad was
Right.
serious military. So, me understanding like how the economy work, what are commodities, what are futures, what is it all based on? How do we connect that to the Federal Reserve, the gold that we hold for other people? Like, yeah, I had to learn all that stuff in my house, but my father didn't. My mother and father was like real militant people. Um, so what I did is I took a little bit of that and I kind of softened it up. Um, But now what we can do is we can take the information that we have learned and change it into digestible bits so that we can get it to different levels of people in our community. That's what I mean by being on their own level. And see, now we can take that. Like there's three different, well, not even three now. Do you know now that you can take what they call their applications and create your own chat GPT, your own open AI. You could create apps, you could create, like I said, ebooks, videos, movies now, up to 30 minutes. So
How would you create a movie on
with
on
AI,
AI? Yeah.
so first I would go to OpenAI, which is Chat GPT. I always mess that up. So dyslexia don't. Don't judge me. So I'll go there and I'd ask it, okay, can you give me a script for a kid show focusing on the letter E?
Right.
It's gonna take about 10, 15 seconds. It's gonna run me out some stuff. I'm gonna say yay or nay. It's mine. Copy paste. I take it over to. Ooh, hold on. Can you still hear me? I was doing too much.
I'm
Hold
listening.
on. Oh, okay. No, my hand closed. Hand, my laptop closed it. Anyway, so once we get to once we've used that, there's a couple websites you could go to. So there's one called Kling, KLING .ai. So before I go over to that to start making pictures, so we're gonna start with characters first. And then I go, okay, well I need characters. So Chat GTP is already giving me the storyline. I can then go back to it under that same conversation and go, can you give me detailed prompts on the characters in the story? Bam, here we go.
Details, huh?
Another 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 seconds. 15, maybe. You take those prompts, you put them into that particular website I picked up. I said, and it will give you images. So now you got characters. Then you can take those characters and you can turn those characters into movies. Now you say, oh, well, how am I know what the movie is or what to do? Kling already has it where you can just click, choose what you want, and it'll set it up and make a movie scene for you.
It showed in the cartoon version or 3D version or something.
Yeah, you could do as many versions as you like. Now, the one that goes up to 30 minutes is called Magic Light. Magic Light does exactly, you can create characters and you can create stories. So I've been using that to create these stories for I've created 5 shows for kids. So I want to drop it all at the same time because I have to kind of, right now everything is like, ooh, do it when you can. You know what I mean? Because I'm in the middle of, I'm only in the middle of like 3 projects. So one leads into the other anyway. So it's not like it takes me away from anything. So everything kind of leads back to what I'm doing no matter what. So the kids shows is on a channel I created called Chocolate Earth Kids. And then I created a news channel too. So I'm just gonna see what it do.
Cool.
I've been working with AI to build a crawler to find news all over the internet that has to do with Black people, African American, anything that has to do with us, economics. I can choose whichever. I'm on the last piece of it. So I'm excited about that. So I taught myself how to build these AI workflows. That's what it is. Mm.
That's good.
Oh
You trying to
wow.
put something like out here for the like for us though, not just like
I'm trying to
yeah.
put
What's
it
that
out
like
for
ego?
us, for the
I
kids,
think that I think
and the
people be trying to
adults.
take it and use reverse psychology on me a lot the way I talk. Like what?
Who? What do you mean by that?
Cause you do what I'm saying. Like
What do
when
you mean?
I'm gonna say us, and I'm gonna say us, but I'm just saying even my own mama. Man, what you mean? Like, I don't know if y'all ever feel some type of way like that. Like
No, yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Like you be
man,
like us, and
like
then people be
nigga, damn, I'm trying
talking
to
to
big
you
us up, bro.
like
Like
they're
we just
crazy. Yes, I know. Well,
like
because
yo, I'm trying
again,
to.
we come from but you got to give it grace. Because what's happening is we've been lied to a lot in history. I mean, we got to give it that.
I like
I
what
mean,
y'all
we've
was
been
saying earlier. That's why I was
played.
on mute. I had to go on mute it was the other lady. She was talking about the religion. She was saying the same thing. What I be like, man, this we gotta stop that religion shit. I don't know. That's a
Well,
distraction.
see, I will tell you right now,
It's a major distraction.
I'm not religiously affiliated, and I'm not politically affiliated. That's my own personal business. Um,
And I feel like I'm
but what
religious
my goal
affiliated or
is,
something,
I
but
mean,
I
if you
don't go
are,
to
that's
church no more.
okay. So
I don't.
what? You believe that there's more to this earth, to this world, to your spirit than you, right? Is that my
I
understanding?
almost definitely do though. I be Man, I couldn't be. I can't be with.
But
I
then
could
I
be
don't
not
think you
smoking my
have to
weed.
go to.
No, I probably be high
Yeah.
or something at work. But I could be just sitting there.
So
I look at the
what?
stars, nigga. I stare at the stars on my soul.
Listen, so
I
do
like to
I.
go outside.
Like
I'm
tonight,
looking,
we had a moon
chilling.
tonight because I'm like 5,000 feet up,
That
of
probably
sea
would be
level. That's
catching
what
me
they
because
call
I
it.
like watching the full moon. That's probably what I
Yeah.
really come outside when it's a big ass moon or something. The moon look nice. I'm like, go out there and watch that
But
motherfucker.
see, that's the thing. Like, think about it. And what if we opened up an astronomy
They
thing
got all the.
for adults and kids? What if we open, like, there's really nothing
I'm gonna
that we
ask the
can't do at
YMCA.
this
I'm gonna ask the YMCA around my way that what they should do something like some teach English. I mean not English, but teach different languages, different
Okay,
languages.
let me tell you this. Do you know I was talking to
like what if
I went to no, but check this out. I went to
sorry,
chat.
different language.
I used the AI and I asked it, I said, okay, how would I learn Spanish for a person who has, and I put in there learning learning disabilities or whatever, whatever.
Did they point you
It
to an app or
actually,
something? What they say?
no, they actually sent me to this really cool ass website that I didn't even know existed. But see, that's what it's about. It's about
A
pulling
website
information
though?
from
What
all,
the website
yeah,
like?
it's about learning. Hold on, I'll go to it. I don't got a problem with it. So I'm learning Korean, South Korean. We do a lot
Man,
of
I gotta
business with
learn me
them.
some Japanese or at least
And then Spanish. So I'm trying
Spanish.
to,
Yeah,
Spanish is my
Spanish.
priority. She dropped a lot. Let me put this stuff in here. Okay, I'm gonna keep that open. But let me go to the website for you. So yeah, I thought it was really cool because I was like, okay, how can I, not that one. Hold on. Come on, man. Give me my favorites. But anyway, so I'm learning Spanish and I'm learning Korean because we do business with both. And if my business pops off as a grower, they eat vegetables and fruits too. I just want to let y'all know.
Hold on, what you
That
talking about?
money
Eat
then
vegetables?
goes
What eat
back.
vegetables and fruits?
Yeah, so we're growing with aeroponics. So like it's basically set up like a tower and you can grow every 30 to 55 days. So right now I'm in the process of, trying to get everything ready so we can have a grow and we'll be ready for going into the summer.
Oh,
hmm But hold on, let me get you that website for the language part. Um, but yeah, because I'll tell you this also too. There was I was doing some research in on my own family, and dementia run in my family, and what I learned about it is while you're young, learn as much as you can, keep your brain working. If you notice, a lot of people who do get it are usually stagnant in some kind of way. So for me, it was like a part of that too. Like I'm gonna keep my brain going. Like I play video games, I do puzzles, I do all kinds of stuff. Keep my
I
brain
think it's
like running.
moderation too, though. I think it's
Yeah.
moderation in a
Well,
lot
I
of
don't
shit.
do it. Yeah, I don't do it all the time. But I think human beings need to
Yeah,
stay busy.
everything is
And
moderation. I think. Matter of fact,
right.
everything.
Because yes, we need rest. Don't get me wrong. However, we also need to keep our brains busy and don't limit yourself on thinking that you can't learn something new.
Only reason
Because
I
that's
said that
that's
because it
not
was
true.
I just looked at it like when I heard about fruit and vegetables. Like
hmm
if you eat too much of the same
Of a
fruit.
certain kind. Yeah.
Not
But see
even it's not
now,
necessarily if you eat too much of the same kind, like you could overdose off of that shit, you can kill yourself.
well,
It
you
turn
can make
into a poison.
yourself sick. Yeah, you can make
It a
yourself sick.
reaction. Especially
What
like
about the
even like that
people
what was it? It probably was a
that's
cartoon.
blue? Did you see that? The people that turned blue from eating
No, but you could turn carrot. You could turn orange from carrots. White people would turn
hey,
orange from carrots.
some people want to just be orange with the carrots. I
Yeah,
ain't gonna knock
you
them.
white people
I'm
eat
gonna
a lot
tell you
of carrots.
something. If Miss Jenkins want to come over and buy these carrots and her ass is orange, I'm not going to stop her. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
No, she like them. I
She like
ain't.
them. If
I
she is
guess
something wrong with her, she got to go to the doctor.
I'm gonna tell her it look better than going to the tender machine, girl.
You
Don't do
know
that. People
what?
gonna eat them
I'm
carrots. That
over
orange is
it.
killing.
I'm over
You
it. You're not
killing.
gonna
You killing them,
tell.
girl. you
Write a letter to your friend then. Tell him to get them carrots, cause
get them
them
carrots. Stop going. I'm gonna be at the tender. It's like, man,
not the
you
tennis
know the
salon.
trick. You know the
You
trick,
said
y'all.
you do know you said tennis salon.
Salon. And that's what they call it. Salon. It's tanning salon. I'm gonna
You
be.
said salon, and I like that part.
Yeah, I did. With the
Yeah, you
that's
said
hey, you
that.
know, I said this today too though in my head though, because I'll be on this one app, this other little app. But I was like, that's my inner countryside. That's my grandmother. I got it. My grandmother's from down south, my granddad from
Mhm.
Boston.
Oh, okay.
So it's like it's and they came to this city, they came to Ohio, came to Toledo. So,
Okay,
because
here it is.
they
It's
had
called.
kids.
I found it. It's called "Talk to Me in Korean." I think you could do Spanish too, or whatever language. Here, I'm gonna put it in here, and I'm gonna put it in the front.
I
Cause
want
see,
to
I'm
buy these
good.
glasses though that these Chinese people got where people who
No
speak in
more,
different language,
Roscoe.
you could talk to a different language and it'll translate it for you. You can read it. It's gonna automatic translate it for you. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
dope too.
I mean,
I
you
ain't
got
even
so
gonna know. I
many
can know. I can hear
options.
them. I mean, I can see what they saying basically.
Do you know right now they
Guys,
got beta where you can go and get
I'm
you a
about to
free
Google that shit too.
website?
Them glasses probably only cost like 200. It better not be no more than $200 for them glasses.
What glasses? You talking about them glasses that you can read, like it is giving you information as you walking?
No, these are glasses. Basically, this dude
Oh
ISO
Lord.
Speed. I don't know if you know who he a
Oh,
streamer.
I
They
know who
what the
he is.
kids
Yeah,
watch. He was
yeah.
just yesterday. I guess he was just in Hungarian
Rock.
or China, whatever. He
Yeah,
over there in
saw
China,
him.
basically. The Chinese dude. He walked up on him. He said, "Here, try these glasses on. They can translate the words when they speak in Chinese to you." Man, he put them on. He like, oh, they didn't work. He like, oh, he fixed them for him. Put them on. They talking to him. He like, oh yeah, oh whoa. Okay, see, basically they talking to him. He can see what they saying. He like, oh, I like that's dope. That's what people need for real. For real. It's gonna change the game if that just.
Again,
They better
instead
not
of
sell them for
it.
cheap. They better not. They better not
But
got
that's
them.
what I mean. If we had, like, say for
So
instance, let me
they gonna sell them for
let
cheap
me
after a while. First they gonna
but
be expensive.
but here, check this out. You said, okay, I want the money to be able to buy these glasses. Now, what if I said to you that you can make yourself a faceless channel with nothing but highlights of football and basketball and make bank? And then if you put the highlights together for videos up to like 10 to 30 minutes, because that's usually the max. 30 minutes
I
is the
ain't
max
gotta
you
talk. I
can
can
do.
talk on them too, though, can I?
You ain't got to talk on them. You can use the AI. You can use the
Oh
voice
yeah,
cloning.
yeah. I've been wanting to learn how to do stuff like that because it be them little
See,
commercials. I
I'm
say sponsors and
glad.
stuff
I'm
pop
glad
up
you
like
said
that, and
that. I'm
I
gonna go
can't
ahead
say
and
I went
do
to
it.
one of them webinars or nothing. I guess it was a
Well, see, I
webinar.
want to do free classes, and I've been wondering if people would want to do it. And I keep hearing people want to
I
learn.
take
People
the
want to
class
learn.
if it's something that I can get a channel popping on YouTube, and then
Okay,
still just give me the motivation to still do my
there
own
you
channel
go.
and
There
comedy
you go.
just to
There
make an
you go.
income. Cause then
Right.
today
See this.
today I just heard I just turned it on. I literally just turned it on. So I listening when y'all was talking about something like that. You just said like
Hmm.
you could have I get 20 accounts, right?
50. You can have up to
50
50
accounts.
channels
So
on
people
one channel,
you can have a
on
lot of
one
them
account.
accounts.
Uh
Boom,
huh.
chat.
Boom.
I mean, the AI to do
Yep.
everything for something like that. Well, it might not progress as much as your channel there because you probably I think the channel book probably would you
But
what
you can do it for. But
so
hear me
right,
out.
maybe
Hear me
it's
out
like
though.
damn all that stuff
You
will make
can
money.
do it, but you can do it for both. Like, let's say, okay, for instance,
Cause
you
I
want to
watch
focus on
AI. I
your.
know I'm watching AI videos when I'm watching YouTube. I know I'll be sitting there if
Yeah.
I'm watching cooking
But
videos,
think about it.
some
You
little
watching
clips and
them,
stuff.
and they making money. You could be doing the same. There's more than enough money to
You
go
know how to
around.
do that. I
They
will
are
be willing to
begging.
learn.
They are
I will be
begging for
willing to learn.
content. Begging for content.
Cause I
Now you
still
can
want to put
make.
out content of my own and just
Hold
really my
on. Let
content. I
me.
just want
I
to game.
really.
I want to do my gaming,
I don't
my
know who's.
streaming.
Oh wait. Can I share my screen? Is that possible? If
You gotta
anybody's up.
ask. I mean, I don't know how
I
to
am.
do
That's
that.
why I'm asking. Cause I don't know who upstairs. or who got the
That's other
keys. If
guys. You gotta
not,
ask the guys. So, I mean, they
I
probably
did.
sleep.
That's what I just said. Nah, they good. They up. But
Who
anyway,
up? You got Miz in here. Q. Them boys
deity.
ain't up.
I think Q ain't here. I think it's Miz and probably,
You
but
know,
it
they
don't
had a
matter. If
long
not,
week.
I could
You
do
know,
it
on the
later.
weekend they probably done.
Hey,
We smoke weed. They
that's
probably
cool.
drink beers. And Miz, I know Miz drink. He drink. He just don't
He drink. Do
say
he
nothing.
drink? That's
I ain't
funny as
gonna
all day.
say
How
that
you know that
Miz.
man drink? You don't know if that man drink? I'm gonna
Man,
need you to
no, cause you can
stop.
tell how the way they argue. Like
No.
it's either Miz or who was
How
that?
you argue?
Disaster. I mean, not I
How
call him.
you
I don't know why I say
argue?
devastated, but them niggas will argue
You
with
talking
your
about
boy.
Dev? That's my boy. Yeah, he's all right.
So but they to me almost sounded like sometimes. So I'll be like,
Hey, what's up,
what's up?
y'all? What's up?
I'm like,
What's up? What's
damn,
up? What's up? I see you coming in. What's
the
up,
dog
y'all?
drink though. Then I know one of them niggas
I
drink.
do. I do both. So
Wake up!
I don't care. But anyway, like I
I'm trying to
said,
slow
I don't
down on my
mind. I can
drinking
show
habit,
you.
so I just be
Listen,
chilling lately.
I earned my right. I earned it, honey. I to do what I want. But anyway, listen. Like I told you, I am in the background. I've been putting things out under other names because I'm like, okay, I want to test it. I want to make sure it's working before I tell people how to do it. But I can tell you exactly how to do it. I know exactly. I've done the setup. I've done the building of the thing. It's a program called it's a program called Eight, the number eight, N, the letter N, and then the number eight again. So what that is that's a platform where you can build AI workflows. So it connects. Like so, for instance, I belong to all these different programs. So what it's going to do for me, it's going to post to every single one of my socials, every single one of them for me.
Right.
Whatever I
Yeah.
decide. So let's say I'm going to say Trump tariffs. I type it into my own, it's my own version of Chat GTP. I type it in, it's going to search for images and information, and then it's going to post it. And I ain't touched nothing. Do you hear what I'm saying, sir?
But it's gonna send it to all your socials
All of
and
them,
shit.
and then I can set it up where either it's every
That's
hour,
cool.
every 2 hours, every 6 hours. Yeah, it's a lot of learning. Yeah, yeah, all
I need
that.
to learn
But
all that. I need to
once
learn
I
all
learned
that
it,
and
I can
how
teach it in
to
a
get
way that's
LLCs and shit.
beneficial.
Cause I
Oh
still
yeah,
be
I could show you
why
that.
don't I even not have an LLC when they be trying to say it's like I just want my
Yeah,
own
but again,
LLC.
it's about what you do with it. Having an LLC is great, but if you don't have what, see, here's the thing I think is unfair what people don't say is that your credit, business wise,
Right.
if it is not established, if you don't have a what is it, a DNS number, if you are not established, they're not gonna give you the money that you think you
That's
can
why I
get.
need all that. That's what
And you need to have a business
that's not,
account.
I
You need
don't
to have
just
your
want the
business account
LLC.
open,
Yeah, oh,
your website, have your stuff established. Because I'm gonna tell you, it's still the same ways. When you look good on paper, they love you.
and I did look into the LLC one time before, and they did say like basically you gotta have the paperwork. Like you just have all your bank account stuff situated and everything. And I'm like,
I
all right,
mean, but again, you can do it in
then we can
ways
go on from there.
that can
That's what I was.
benefit other
We're going from
people.
there.
There are, like, say for instance, we all decided, okay, we all gonna go into business together. Now that don't mean ain't nobody exchanging money. This is not what's happening. Okay. Now it's about time. It's the sweat equity. Okay, let's say for instance, lighten it up a little bit. Let's say we got an idea for an adult cartoon. I don't mean nothing inappropriate. I'm saying let's say it's an adult cartoon. It's about adults doing something, right? We can go to these different things now that's got mad information in it, and it will conversate with us with what options, what possibilities we could do. We could take that and boom, we could turn that into a show with voices and movement and the whole thing. And I'm gonna tell you something. The niche is there and it is small, kids.
I
It's
wonder.
plenty of space.
But when you say it like that though, do this shit be like anime? What was the AI
And
gonna put
no,
it
you
in
can choose,
anime?
but you can choose the different types. Like, say for instance,
Or
if
is
you
it
want to make
just
one
gonna
that
write a
look,
script for
it's
and
gonna
I'm
do
not even
all
talking
of
about
it
the
for you.
adult part. I'm just talking about a movie going back to
No.
the movies. Is it
Yes,
gonna
it
write a
will break
script?
it down for you. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Everything you saying we could find. It's
You know
kind
what
of
I'm saying?
late.
Like
So what
what
I'm
if
gonna
somebody need
do,
ideas for a show? Just to like,
you
man, I
can
need
get them
ideas
from
for a
there.
show.
You can go to DeepSeek. You could go to Grok. You could go to Chat GTP. You can go to even the sites now have where you can type in ideas or they'll give you options because what they're trying to do is feed it. You're feeding it with information and we're not in there. So if we start adding our stories, adding our character examples and different tones of skin, different looks, on and on. Those things are necessary. We have to be a part of it and we can benefit from it. I'm not saying we're going to all walk away millionaires, but we can all walk away with some extra money in our pocket. I mean,
No, just be a
and
part
I'm
of it. That's
saying,
all. Be a
right.
part of that money that they
And my
got
thing
going.
is this.
It's
Okay,
like
take
free
for
money.
instance, you know who I Show Speed is, right? So I Show
Yeah.
Speed was also in with Kai, right? They started together. It was a group of them. Remember? His girl, it was dudes that was on there like when he was younger.
No, he started. They friends basically. They both
No,
started like
no, I'm not
in a way
saying right.
as
They started and
individuals.
they worked together. And
Yeah, they
look where
started
they
at the
are
bottom together.
now. That's it. So what's the difference between two people and 20? And you ain't heard no hate between them. And they both
No, yeah,
living
they
their
doing their
lives.
thing.
They
That's why I mess with them
they
though.
help
They
each
all
other get
positive. They promoting
right.
positive in a way.
Get where you
Even
gotta
though last time
go.
I came over here, I said, "Y'all know about Kaiser Nut?" It was they ever
I do.
me.
Yeah.
They said,
I
"Nah,
know, yeah.
nah, forget him.
See, I
He ain't stick up for the black
I
people."
like
So, I was like, "Oh, damn,
I
what did
like the fact I don't I ain't I'm leaving it right there. I give mad respect to these babies. They out here. This boy is 23. He's a
That's
millionaire.
why I say I support them
Okay?
young, the youth. They really
So
got youth in
let's
the way.
let's let's take some while it's here because it's our
Some
age
of them
group
niggas
too that
close to
is
my age. I'm about to say
desperate.
some of them niggas close to my age.
But this is what I'm saying, like, but people older are desperate for shows. People like sci-fi, people like thriller. You could have a whole horror channel for free. I think it's like $30 a month, and they will make you a channel where it's just nothing but horror. So you gonna make your money back off the views and the subscription.
Man, as soon as if I touch down on that I mean that AI chat GPT or if I say it right, but
You can do it
I'm
on
gonna
your phone, you know that,
I'm
right?
gonna try to recreate another scary movie. That to be like a
Antoine,
comedy, a horror comedy. Yeah, horror.
Antoine, you know
Yeah,
that you can download OpenAI on your phone.
and yeah, I tried that before. I just ain't put no money on it. I think it was something. It
You
was
don't have
something
to
that
put no
happened.
money on it. You don't have to put no money on it. And DeepSeek is free.
What's another one that's free? I want that one.
Deep
Give me that
Deep
one. I ain't gonna
Seek.
put no
Go
money
to
on that
Deep
right
Seek.
now. I'll do that.
DEEP You don't have to put no money in OpenAI either. The original the 3 point no, the
Okay.
4.0 is free. You get like so many like inquiries or whatever for the day, but that's all they do. That's all they stop you from. But you can get everything.
Okay,
I got
then.
all that
I
stuff. I
probably
can show
still got
you.
it on my phone. Probably then. I probably still got something on my phone.
Yeah. You got people making whole channels. These
But I was
channels
y'all
have
don't want to know what I
faceless.
was using that shit for, and I feel ashamed. I told my
I don't
mama, I
know.
said,
You gotta
"Mom,
ask the crew. I don't know who else up here,
I was
but I
using
don't know
that
what
shit
was
for
you
some
using
jokes,
for.
for trying to find some jokes. I was just using it around a couple months ago. I just
Oh,
started
for
doing comedy in
jokes.
October. I just
Child,
started
I
doing
thought you
comedy in
said
October,
something
so
else.
I
Why did
downloaded
I?
the
Alright.
AI to try to like do some like just like come up with some jokes.
My
That shit was
phone,
giving
what
me
is
some
going
ass
on?
shit.
Go sit
I wasn't fucking
down.
with it.
No.
I'm like, no, they kept matter of fact, they kept on giving me knock jokes or like some it was
I'm done.
not jokes, but what they call it, dad jokes. basically, yeah, it'd be like
Oh
that.
yeah, the bad dad
They're gonna
joke.
give me the dad jokes. I'm like, why is they keeping
You have
all
to, because you have to
top
be the
10
more
dad jokes
specific.
or some shit
You have
bullshit?
to be very. You have to be very specific. The more specific you are, the better odds you
No,
get.
no. See, look, let me tell you why I stopped using it because I'm
What
black,
you type
right? I'ma
in.
just cut to the chase right there.
Stop.
I was
That
being
does
too
not
specific.
mean
They wasn't going along what I was writing.
because we're not. I'm gonna tell you why. Because we not
I,
in there. If
I
we weren't in
was
the
they was
coding
going along.
process,
Well,
then
no matter.
that ain't gonna have it. And check it. It's not gonna
Well,
have the
if we ain't in
nuance
there,
of
then
us.
they just want our voice. Then they
We have
cloning.
to
It.
put
They trying
our
to
we have to
do
put
some
ourselves
bullshit.
in there. We have to. Who cares
So we
anymore?
gotta I ain't gonna lie, that
I
is
mean,
dope
for
though. I ain't gonna
real,
lie.
like who cares? Who cares
Cause I was
anymore?
just
Let's just
watching my
use
one
it.
podcast earlier. So it's podcasts that don't even know they voices come. That's crazy. I was just watching my
Yeah.
podcast back on
Do you
Fed.
know that there are AI
And they was talking about that
podcasts?
stuff. You said AI
There are
what?
AI, yes, there are AI podcasts out here
I
that ain't
can't watch this.
nobody.
If I hope ain't
But you
nobody
don't
watching that stuff.
know. You don't know. You don't know
I
what you're
would
watching or
know.
listening
I can't
to.
see their face.
No, honey, listen. They got it where it's you have AI imagery and videos now that you can make it look
Damn.
realistic.
That's why I keep on asking you when you say movies and you
Yes, I'm
can't make
saying you
a
can make up to 30-minute movies. Let me
bro,
ask you
that
this.
little AI
You
or
see,
if it's
hold
Denzel,
on,
like
hold
a
on.
fake
Let me tell you
Denzel,
something.
you can tell
Do
it's
you
fake
see my
Denzel.
picture? Do you see my picture?
Let me see.
You see my picture? Look at
I'm
my
looking on my
picture real
TV
quick.
then. Maybe I could look at my TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see my picture?
Your background AI.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, all of it is AI. Even me. That's
Your
my
hair AI.
face. All of it. All of it is AI. The only thing that's real is my face.
Well,
I
no,
told you. I'm testing it out. I didn't put the cleavage in there. I didn't put the outfit on. I didn't even blonde my braids. My braids ain't blonde at the tips. Nigga, this shit was hilarious.
but still though, so they I don't
Look at
know,
what
man.
you
So
can do, though.
they
Look at
be
what you can do.
grinding. So they got fake Denzel movie. Hey, I do.
Fake Denzel,
Them,
but no, no,
them,
no, no. What I'm talking about,
it is
I ain't
movies
talking about
on.
the deep fake.
Damn, it
I'm
is
not talking about
movies on
them.
here. I swear to God, it is AI
You is
movies on
so
here. I was
funny.
watching.
Yes, it's AI movies. You can make AI movies. Yes.
They be
Yeah,
having
you
all the
can.
actors
You
in
gotta look.
prison. They have
Yeah,
all
you
that.
gotta look good, True Bleed. Like for real. But see, here's the thing. The reason why I'm using it all. I'm using it all. Like I do look like this. That is me. But that's not me. Ain't that's the thing. It is and it ain't. So I just did like it's a program where you put your face, you give them images of your face, selfies. I didn't have to give them no body pictures, nothing. I gave them my selfies, 8 of them as a matter of fact, and they shot me out different photos and I've been kind of testing them out. I put
That's what
one on
next
my
time. I
Instagram.
think that's what I'm gonna ask my lady
Motherfuckers was
friend
like, "You look fantastic." Do
if
I?
she could take a
Thank
picture
you.
because my iPhone. I want to take a picture for my iPhone. I got a whack ass
This wasn't from no
Android.
iPhone. This the Android. What you talking about? Don't hate on
Okay,
Android,
AI
yo.
is still duplicated. Yeah, because I just want to make it when I make
AI
my
still work
comedy
on the
page for
Android.
my
It's
Facebook.
still what are
I'm
you
make a
talking
leaf
about?
page for like where people can
No,
follow me and
Afro,
stuff.
hit the link. It's not total dependence. They said that about everything else. They said televisions was gonna keep us all inside. They said video games was gonna melt kids' brains.
Folks are
They
going to
said
be
that
crazy
people
soon.
are going to do what they're gonna do. You're gonna have either a
They're already
majority or a
doing that,
minority.
bro. You know how many people order food offline?
But
Ain't that dependent?
hold on, Afro.
That
No
dependent
matter
on
what,
how
love,
busy.
even if you say no thanks, unless you are living on your own and you're not getting anything from the outside world, AI has already been a part of our lives. If you've used Google, if you use Yahoo, that was AI. AI is only artificial
No, that's not
intelligence.
it, bro.
Artificial intelligence. It is nothing. Yes, that's what it means. Artificial intelligence. AI. That's what it stands for. That's all. What it means is that you take that's what remember with the big coding for years. For the last like 3 years, we heard about coding, right? Code, go learn your coding. Right? All the coding was doing was taking information and putting it into the AI. Why you think you
And
got all these
we
programs now? And the
and
need
we
for
and
coding
we
ain't as high no more.
so
So
the
we
thing
can't be
about
afraid
coding, we
of
got
it.
to get ahead
Why
of
don't
coding
we
to control it, basically. Like that's coding, right?
no,
To
we don't
know
have to
about
get
it,
no no no
to
no
use
no
it.
no no. Listen to me. I know, not at all. What has happened is just like anything with human evolution. It has been simplified to help the average person, to help the not average person. They even have a chat GTP that you can use that's on the MIT website. You
So,
can
so
use it depending on what you want. Now, check hold
hey,
on
can
before
I
you
ask
do
you a
anything.
question then though? Is it a good thing
Sure.
for us then? Is it a good thing like what the topic is on the
Hey, we can
podcast?
talk about whatever. We can talk
I'm
about
talking about
whatever.
is
What you want
that
to talk about?
is the AI helping like cause everything good like wheelchairs like type like open door like stuff like that inventions and stuff like that. But is
What you
that a good
mean?
thing? Is that a good
What,
thing to let
AI?
AI not be? Because that's not letting people be creative in a way, and especially
How?
if
Why
it's
is it
com-
not?
coming down to the way I when I
Well,
really just when I want to use it, I really think
hold
I'm
on.
gonna use it for some
Let me
jokes.
ask you
No,
a
that's not
question,
being creative.
Antoine.
It's not being
Let
creative.
me
It's
ask you,
using the
Antoine.
machine,
Have you
but I don't
ever,
know.
when you decided to be a comedian,
Know what
why?
I'm really
Why did
talking
you
about? I'm talking about
decide?
music. Music really
No,
touches when it comes to
I don't
AI.
wanna talk. Yes,
Music,
comedy does too. I love comedy and AI has
music
been
is
used in
touching.
comedy. They've already talked about that. Let's move on into this. How did you learn?
You said
You
what?
learned you want to be a you learned you want to be a comedian. How did you learn that? What happened? What got you there if you don't mind me asking? What made you what happened
Oh
in your life
shit,
that
be
said,
honest. Let me think about that. How did I learn?
"Yeah, I want to
Shit,
be a
nigga, I learned.
comedian."
I don't mean to say
That's a
nigga,
lot.
but no, I learned like this though. For I think I learned off of just the like I always wanted like really from cracking jokes. Don't people? We cracking jokes on each other.
Right.
This for everything except your mama,
Yeah.
basically. You know, we ain't doing your mama
Right, right,
shit.
right. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
we just
Yeah, you the mom
you
your
wear
mama
some
jokes.
fucked up shit around us, and you looking goofy.
Right. We ragging on you. Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
on you. So we
Yeah.
just, but that's
Yeah.
crazy. So I noticed that when I was little. Like I like doing that shit.
Hello.
like I'm
Right.
trying to get
Okay.
anybody. So I'll run up on anybody try to crack a joke, and you got the ones that motherfucker don't like jokes. They ain't cracking jokes, and I'm still cool with them too. Though I'm like, yeah, no, we can't play with them.
Yes.
But
Yes.
while I'm with them
I
niggas
like
who don't
cracking
crack
jokes.
jokes, still cracking jokes on anyone. I'm testing everybody. Like it's gonna be. I'm saying joke on you. I got
I
a joke
will
for
say
you.
this.
I got a joke for the teacher. I got a joke for everybody, bro. My mama got a joke. Boy, especially my mama woke up looking crazy. I don't know. It just be like that. So I
But
was.
again,
That's what made me
I
feel
will
like
tell you.
I want to do comedy in a way, and I just be like, damn, I be doing. In a way, I
Well, that's good.
dumb
Well,
down
you
no
know what you're
stupid. I don't
doing
dumb
though.
down myself, so I can't say I do stupid
You
shit. It's
shouldn't.
I
You
just like to
shouldn't.
film. I just like to be me in a way. I like to be me.
Okay, good. So here's what I'm gonna say to you. Yes, it's good, depending on how you use it. Just like anything else. Cell phones, they were saying the same thing about cell phones. They said the same thing about television. They said the same thing about radio.
They said what
Everything that's
radio was
been
gonna do
said,
what? Fuck up the world? I
yeah,
mean not
they
fuck up the
thought,
world, but
yes. Go back, go look at now they've got
radio
those
is gonna
old
give you cancer.
commercials and
Too
yeah,
many electric
all of that.
waves. The electric
Yes,
waves is in the
yes.
air. So many
Let me
people
give
playing the
you
radio. A thousand, a
yes,
hundred. Everybody's playing the radio. Millions
yes,
of people is playing the radio. It's like, man,
exactly. So nothing.
I
The
grew up while they was
industrial
playing the radio.
age.
And we was radio babies, and
Right.
then after then
When
that
we
we got to
had
really
listen,
turning the music up
I
louder and
remember.
louder. I guess
Right. I
we got to
remember
put bass on
having
our shit.
a black and white TV. I remember having a boom box like old dude from Do the Right Thing, Radio Raheem. I had one of them radios. You know what I'm saying? So my parents used to be like, "Oh, you all in that?" My, I had a Walkman. Yes, I'm aging myself. I do not care. I had a Walkman. I lived it. That was my life. I live for
We all of
music, so
that
I
walk. I'm
loved it.
pretty sure if it's 100 people watching, every about 98%, 98 of them got a at a Walkman. Ain't no kids watching this shit right
Right.
now. If it's a
Right.
kid
That's what
watching,
I
shout
keep
out to
trying to
y'all,
say.
man. Shout out to y'all, my
Yeah,
soul.
exactly. Anybody under the age of 20, shout out to you. But in
No, not
all
even. I think 20
sincerity,
had a Walkman. 2000.
yeah,
They ain't had no
20,
Walk,
my
but they had an
brother.
iPad. I mean, with a
No, I'm
MP3.
talking about. No, I'm talking about anybody listening to the show that's younger
I
than
know, but
myself.
think about it, MP3s, bro. These kids now
But didn't
they
they
ain't grew up on
say? Didn't
no
they
type of
say
CD
the
or tape.
MP3? But they
They ain't
got
had
their
no CD or tape.
iPad.
Nothing.
Well,
They
they
had the
mute the
MP3.
music. Oh, everything is digital.
Phone.
That's what was happening. Landlines still
MP3 phone.
exist though. Did you know
We
that?
owe to them.
You
We
know
owe to
you
them when we talk about that. We
no, they
already
not.
owe.
No, they not. They love it. They love it.
I'm
They
saying
want to
we owe.
know.
They
My
don't know
brother is a
about it.
Gen Zer. No, listen, check this out. My brother's a Gen Zer. His friends, my sister's a millennial, right? And the only reason
Right.
I use that is because, we have different talking points to these different eras. My family, thankfully, we talk about everything, right? My brother shares whatever's on his mind,
Right. Right.
whatever his friends is talking about, whatever. So they are hungry, but they don't have a plan because we haven't given them one because we don't have a plan. And like was telling sis, I'm all about the infrastructure. Now, once the infrastructure is there, we can put as many businesses as we want in there. If we have the infrastructure for the school, for the community, for the housing, we can educate how we want. We got the clinics and the health. We can educate how we want, but we're not in control of anything. We don't have that many neighborhoods across the country that are geared to us at every level of income. Just because you're
Hey,
poor, that
are
doesn't
are
mean you have
are
to live in
are
trash.
let me this not like I don't wanna say it's off the record or off the board or
No,
what we
you
talking
good.
about.
Talk about what you
So
want.
look, do the black churches, we just saying small church, do they get government tax like government money? Forget taxes, not even doing tax. Do they get government money,
Yes,
right? Because I
they
heard
do.
mega
They get
churches
the
get government money only if they
yes, they
claiming that
do.
Catholic stuff. You gotta be right
That's
repping that
it.
Catholic stuff. But do the
Hey,
small
if you
churches in the
no,
hood
all of them. Yeah, all of them
so
do.
all of
Do
them
you
get some type of little funding?
yes, that's it. Yes, sir, Willie, it does. And includes chemistry,
So if
medicine,
they all get
pharmaceuticals, all of
damn,
them.
see, I'm about to say they need to stop doing all that. They need to throw that shit out the door
Why are
and
we worried
turn
about
that shit
that? Why are we
to the
worried? Because
stores
I'm gonna
and
tell you
the
something.
little
But
schools in a
there's
way.
no
Some
option.
type of
They're
little
not.
free building. I don't
But
know,
they're
man.
not.
What the fuck? Like, cause you
But they
acting like
not
we need
though.
somewhere for this shit to pop off, or something like for niggas like the damn. That's like the new. I
No,
can't say
what
that
needs to
thing.
happen? And
I
here's
don't know.
my plan. My plan is
But it
to
is a lot of good
so
brothers in this world that's doing positive things. Man, the world ain't that crazy.
nobody is saying that,
Let's
but they
surround
need the
yourself
kind of
around the right
money.
people. I say.
No, they need the kind of money and exposure that the other people get. That's it. We don't have anywhere to expose nobody. There's no channels where we can go and get all of our news from everywhere, all over the country. I'm not talking about
It is.
some
They.
watered down, washed out thing. I'm talking about people who are on the ground and telling you what's really happening. That's a news channel. And
You
we
know
have the
what they.
opportunity to
You
do
know
that.
what the people who claiming that the news is they. It's too much gossip. They're telling
I
that
don't care.
1%, 2% of the news, and they back to the gossip talking.
But again, if you're not gonna do anything to change it, I
I'm talking about
can't
like
lie and say,
these name brand shows and stuff
but
that we
who?
so
What
called.
name brand shows? Who we watching
Well, I
now?
watch podcast. I watch podcasts, and these people are
Everybody do.
like celebrities. They're around these rappers. They're around. So basically, they're
And
around the
that's
rappers.
fine.
They're around
But
all the
that's what
people
I
that's
mean. If we
on
don't
y'all popular
but if we
Charleston Whites
don't
and all
talk
that type of stuff. They're
about
around them niggas.
but if we don't talk about the people and
But
big
I'm
them
just
up, we
saying,
can
like
do
they don't
them. But they can. We can do this. It is
feel
not
me.
it's
But they like
it's not that
that's what
hard.
they think they know that catches that eye of the crowd. That catches the
No, no, that's not the only crowd that lives in this country though. See, that's another part of it. We seem
That's
to
what I'm
think
saying. We
that
need
all
more people to talk
black
about
people
more.
aren't a monolith. Okay, so you've got, like, say
It's a
for
bar,
instance,
though.
I've heard out here on the YouTube streets, bourgeoisies or the they talk about that, right? The boule. Okay, so I'm assuming them the people that's at the top of the chain. Then I've heard Pookies, Ray Rays, the people in the middle. So I represent the folks in the middle, right?
Man, what do hold
And
on.
what?
Oh, the boule mean the rich people.
It's the people with power. The black people with power. That's my
Who's the black
understanding of
people with
boule.
power? Is it like the
Shit, if
celebrities
I
who I'm just
know.
talking about? Like them,
Yeah,
the celebrities
celebrities, some like there is one black
that's
man.
boule.
I can't think of his name. So okay, like for instance, I guess Byron Allen would be a boule.
Okay, just
He would
people
be
with money.
considered
Then
boule.
I get it. Then people with
Yeah,
money. They
that's
just
it.
got money. All
So
right,
I
bet.
don't really focus on people with money. I'm gonna give you my plan right now that I'm doing. Starting Monday, right? Because things have changed in where I live. I have the opportunity to help people who can't get jobs, get a federal bond, use that federal bond to get street cred for my business. I can grow food, sell it to my community. I can deliver it to my community. And I can provide transportation for my community. While I'm doing that, I'm buying up buildings. I'm making arrangements with people who own the stuff that's up and down this street. I'm gonna take as much money and give as much money as I can. Because again, if we don't have the infrastructure, how can someone go teach something if ain't no school? How can babies go learn something if ain't nowhere to learn? How can a person go take care of the old elderly? Where's our
And can I
nursing
just
homes?
say too though, school don't gotta be the damn near shit of people following the rule book of which I think the rule. When I say the rule book, I'm
You don't
saying
have
when
to.
going
No,
against
that's
the
not what I'm
the
talking
other
about.
shit.
I'm saying having all
School,
the things that we need for our communities to thrive. Whether you want to live in your house down the street and smoke weed,
we
whether the
got
man
no, we
down
got
the street is
everything.
a
We got
scientist,
scientists. We got people who make
we
gas.
got
We got
all of
people.
the people
I liked all
here.
that shit you was
So
talking about. I think the other day. I was
but
thinking like,
imagine this.
man, she be
Imagine if
chimed
you
in on this shit. For
allow,
real. We be trying to really
but
come
hear
up
me
with some
out
shit.
though. Here's what I don't know what we pushing though, Afro. I need to understand because I don't see nobody pushing anything. Q Black, yeah, I had a black one, all black. First tape I ever got, Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown. When he came out with My Prerogative, I knew Bobby Brown was singing to me. But anyway, my whole point is I knew I was in love with Bobby Brown. Listen, look, I love my men. Shit, I do not friend. I love men. Okay, I love the way I love men. But anyway, like I said, the where I'm going with it is this, sir. Remember when I said earlier about the 77 acres, right? One
Right.
acre is 1 acre is 43,000 square feet of space. What would you do if I said, Antoine, here is an acre of space. Do what you want. What would you do with it?
I would be like, you still gotta help me figure out how to get the money to invest in it and do the. Cause what you mean free? Is it like just a land, a vacant
No, I
land?
say no. I say yes. It's empty. There's nothing
Hell
there.
yeah,
When I bought my
I
land,
gotta, cause I done seen something about that. You know, I seen
so
something
check
about
this
that.
out.
I seen Master P talk about something like that. I'm like, man,
Well,
he did something like that. Nigga bought
Master P
acres.
did do something like that.
He
So
bought
did
he bought some
Money
land on the
Mike.
side of the road.
So did Mike
It was
Epps.
another
There's a
somebody.
lot of people.
I just I just guess I be watching
Now,
celebrities, but I be catching things of the positive stuff. I
so
don't
what?
care about the negative
That because
stuff.
that's the only shit they show. They don't show regular people. This goes back to what I said.
But
There is nowhere for us to see unless you are a social media person. There's nowhere to see our children, our adults, or anybody doing anything positive,
Oh
only through
yeah,
an
it should be
Instagram
that
post.
one like a black PBS channel on Soul. That's basically
Yes,
what you're
thank
trying to
you,
say.
sir. You get
Fuck
it.
what
You
you
get
know,
it. You
chocolate. I mean,
fucking get
you
it.
been talking about the cartoon. Then you say you make the cartoons, and
Yes,
I'm like, damn,
that's
who
it.
make
I
the
did.
cartoons? You
Yes,
talking about the cartoons, but
me,
you make the cartoons.
me.
Man, come on,
I
man,
made the
make some more
cartoon,
cartoons.
and
Then it's
so,
Little Ronnie
but
need
this is
help.
what I'm
Look,
saying.
it's a Little
If I
Ronnie
say to
cartoon. That
you,
it can't be.
Antoine,
That's
let's say you
crazy.
say to me, or let's say Q say, listen, I want cartoons for the STEM kids. I want the kids in my class to be a part of the cartoons, whatever. That can be done. You
Or at
can
least
take a
have
picture
their
and turn
voices
yourself.
do the like some shit
Yes.
like whatever. Not even that they got the same shows.
We can
Matter of
take
fact,
care
yeah,
of
they
the
got the
music.
same little.
Listen,
We I
music,
don't know
all of
no
it.
Goofy
Come
Bunny
on,
though. We don't
man.
need no
All we
Goofy
gotta
Bunny.
do is, well, I mean, like I said, I believe my people need to see it. So, like I said, once I drop everything, I let people see it. They can test it out.
One Barney Black
Cause
already.
like,
Fuck it, we still in Barney back. Barney was black
right,
already. We still in Barney
we
back.
can
We
go
come on
ask
Barney, bring your.
okay, so if it ain't
But we
Barney,
gotta
who
make him
would
a
it be?
midget
Like,
though. He
what would
can't
be
be
the
big.
mascot?
Barney can't be no
Why
grown
not?
ass man. Barney gotta be a little
What if
midget.
he was like a Paul Bunyan? What if he was like a Paul Bunyan? Like a
What's it,
dressed
Paul
up like
Bunny?
is he dressed up? Is he dressed up like okay, so
No,
wait a
he
minute.
gotta be a pub. You talking about
Hold
like a
on,
little
no.
nigga, little old
Like
man?
little kids? For you talking about for little kids?
No, I'm talking about
How
if
old
we
are these
bring
kids?
Barney back, we bring Barney back, snatch it
We're
up,
not
boom,
bringing
put
Barney
everything.
back. We're not bringing
No, but
Barney
he
back.
gotta be a midget. I mean, not he
Not
can't
on
even
my
be a midget.
channel.
He gotta be a small
Not on my
AI
channel,
3D
friend.
character. He can't be no. He just can't.
Not on
Ain't
my
no big
channel,
Barney
friend.
no more. Barney
I'll
don't
help
get
you.
big
I'll
no
help
more.
you. I'll help you start your channel. You can put Barney on there if you want. I'm not. Because if Barney can't
No,
come
I'm
back, Barney
saying it
belong
gotta
to
be
somebody
little Barney.
else.
No, this gonna be no. If I want to do this shit, it's gonna be real. I want to we bringing Barney
Nigga,
back.
ain't nobody. I'm sorry. Now you done made me.
Barney back. Black Mr.
Don't make
Rogers
me say.
neighborhood, probably. We
Don't
brought
make
out
me
Black
say
Mr.
nigga
Rogers
like that.
neighborhood, nigga. It's a beautiful day in the
Antoine,
hood.
you make me say nigga like
Beautiful
that.
day in the
Don't make me say it like
neighborhood.
that again. Well, that is cool. Who you gonna do it? Who gonna do it? I'm down to make that show
That'd be a hard
in the
skit though,
neighborhood.
Mr.
Yes, let's do this. Who is gonna be Mr. Rogers? Okay, that's first. Who we gonna cast as Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Rogers,
Who
me.
gonna
I'm
be
gonna be
Mr.
Mr.
Rogers?
Rogers.
Oh, it's you. Okay, 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 bet.
I'm
Okay, so
coming
you
through,
Mr.
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers.
But
What
I'm just
what
doing
you
that no so funny,
you
but
can't
that's serious.
smoke weed up
That's really
there, Mr.
serious business.
Rogers.
I feel like
Mr.
we can
Rogers.
hijack that stuff and without
Mr.
using their
Rogers.
name though in a way,
But
because they
hold on,
can't say
Mr.
like
Rogers.
it's
But listen,
it's
Mr.
Mr. Rogers'
Rogers, you
neighborhood.
can't.
It's just a
Yeah.
whole little character
What you
saying it's
gonna
a
call it
beautiful
then?
day.
What
It's a
neighborhood?
beautiful
What
day
neighborhood?
on the I would say on the
On the
block,
block
but
today?
that people
Yeah,
always
why
try to make
not? It's a
they always try to make
beautiful
that
day on the
sound whack.
block
But if we
today.
doing positive stuff, it's beautiful day on the
The
block today,
neighborhood
beautiful day on
nights.
the block today.
So what do
Did you
you
go to
say?
school? Type of shit.
Did
Did
you
you
go
go
to
to school?
school? Would
Cause
you be
you
mine?
cause you go
Won't
see
you
kids
be?
probably I always yeah.
Yeah, pick the little
I started
kids.
being on the block when I was in high school. So nigga, I ain't go to
Pick
school
the
much.
little
I think I
kids.
only skipped school
See,
twice
that would
too. To
be.
be lying to y'all, I ain't
But
gonna
you
lie
know
to
what?
y'all.
Now
Till I
that
got
would be
skipped school
fun.
bad.
But that
I
would
skipped
be
school twice,
fun.
and I learned my lesson because it was a girl in school that liked me, and she was new. It was we basically had a new student while I was
Yeah.
trying to skip school. I said, "Look at that! Oh my god, got to go back to girl." And guess what though? When I came back to school though, I'm the one who she liked it,
I'm
and I'm
just,
like, okay, that's cool. I would
I
never
said
know.
not
She,
that
I
she
don't hope
liked
she
it.
wasn't thinking I was a bad kid, like he's skipping school. No, I think I was
I'm
going through
done.
some shit. What happened?
But you know what,
Math.
Noble
I
War
remember like
Prize?
it was just like it
Hold
was
on, real
yesterday.
quick. Hold
Math.
on, real quick, babe.
I remember all
I
that
want to
shit.
bring up a point. You was talking about music earlier.
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm trying to get my
No, no,
earbud
no,
to
no,
work,
no.
but only way it work if I disconnect,
Well, go
leave, and
ahead,
come back.
mute up. Oh, if that what you got to do, I'm here. I ain't going to
No,
bed.
I don't know how to get it to work because the only way to get it to work if I gotta leave, like basically refresh the website, but it wasn't nobody. I ain't gonna be able to come back in. So
Oh, that's right.
I'm
You
gonna just
want to be
listen
able to
to
come
the
back up.
phone. That's why I keep on
So,
doing this when my phone keep on getting close to my face. I gotta really listen and pay
nobody, I
attention.
don't think anybody paying attention. I will tell you this. You know what, Noble? You bring up a great point. You know why your daughter is listening to Sexy Red and Glorilla at 9? Because we don't have any groups for her. Where's the little boy groups? Where's the little girl groups? We haven't produced a little kid group in how long? They got kids, Bob. What we got for our kids? This is what I mean. If we had things for our children at 9, they wouldn't be
You think
listening to
people really
Glorilla.
listen to Kids Bop? You think the white kids
Yeah.
listen?
Do you know how much money Kids Box make a year,
They
babe?
listening to that shit. It is a remake. Some niggas
Billions.
song. Remake. It's a remake of the pop shit.
They remake everybody's song. It doesn't
Like,
matter if you hit the charts, they make your song over. If
man,
kids
they. I
like
know
it,
they. I
they
wonder what
make
the
it
They Not Like
where,
Us doing. They probably don't even do the They Not
hey,
Like Us. They just
yes,
saying
I
They
bet
Not.
you they do.
They
Hold on, let me
ain't no
see.
remake.
Let me see
They
if
just
they
got
got
the.
one on Kids Bob 2025. Don't underestimate these people,
They Not Like
honey.
Us on the
They've been
2025.
around. They probably got it. Let me see if they got it.
Yeah, Kids Bop
Let's
been
see if
dropping
If
platinum
Kendrick,
hits.
but
Hey, that's
wait,
a.
Kendrick got
Oh, I
a.
can't wait till I go on stage again. I gotta remember that.
But listen, do you
I'm talking
know
about
that
the
we can
platinum
make my
hits.
daughter? Hold on, my daughter listens to Kids Bop and Disney Track. Me and her mom not playing that right. So this is what I mean. Why not have? If you believe in Disney and you believe in Kids Bop, why couldn't we have a black version of that for our children?
I think
Why
Kids Bop
don't we
already
have
got
that?
black kids, but it's like,
Are you listening to me, sir?
I mean,
Stop saying that. That's
or
not it.
hey,
It's
can
not.
I say something, chocolate? Can I say something, chocolate?
You know you
You
can.
know, who
I
really
got
be
the
doing shit like
Willie.
that though? Who
Willie,
doing
you
shit
got
like
the
that?
money. Mhm.
The
Go ahead.
nigga Funny
He
Mike.
said we got
The nigga Funny Mike do shit like that.
funny, Mike.
Yeah,
We
he
not
make his
arguing,
own little
baby.
songs, and he got his whole all his cousins and his little
That's
kids,
one. That's
and
not
he support them.
enough.
That's who he support his channel through.
Hey,
He
but
changed
it's
his
not
life.
enough. It's not enough. We
I
can't keep
mean,
depending on one person to cover
oh
everything. That's not fair.
yeah, he need help. Basically, he still need
How
help.
many
He
Asho
still need more.
Speeds is out here that's white? Huh? How many Kai Sinnets that's out here that's white? I can
Oh
count
no, I
them.
don't
It's
watch a lot of
10.
white shows. Last time
10.
I really caught
Well, then
on to
I'm
my
about
little
to tell
niece,
you.
my oldest,
Imma tell
my
you.
second oldest little
Imma
niece.
tell you. Imma
She
tell you.
was
Imma tell
watching
you,
a
and Imma
white girl
tell you.
do hair or something, or doing some fake shit.
Imma tell
I said,
you.
why you watch that? She was like, I
Listen,
don't know. I like it.
'cause
I said, oh, you
it's
like makeup
on.
then? I said, you should do your
Yeah.
own. Like you should do
But
that.
hold
You
on,
same thing you
she's
doing, you should
learning.
do it or something. Like why?
But
Like it
she's
just looked weird to
learning.
me. But
But
I had to check myself.
don't
Like man, I can't. Damn.
yes, do
But
not
fuck that. I'm gonna tell her
discourage
that
these
anyway.
things.
I'm gonna tell her that. Like fuck that. Why you
You
watch that
know
white girl?
what?
I don't care.
You know
Why you
what?
watching
Leave that
her, bro?
baby alone.
Like,
Don't give her a
nah, it was
complex
still weird
already.
though. It was weird to me, bro.
I
She was
don't
literally
care.
like,
It's
y'all. I
weird
don't
to
know if y'all ever
you.
caught
Leave
y'all
her
kids
alone.
watching y'all like YouTube. Kids
No,
watch like weird
no.
shit. I guess not
Kids
weird shit.
Watch was available
Different
by
thing.
the adults. YouTube was not made by kids. Kids ain't uploading these videos.
No, she was
Stop.
watching the
It's
kid or something
adult.
though, that they were doing here. They were
But
doing. She was watching kids
somebody
doing makeup or
uploaded it
something.
though. Listen, let's talk about the back end. You're talking about what the result is. I'm talking about building it and having the information. There's plenty of us
Hold
to
on.
and people, other folks will watch us. They want to watch us in a positive way. The propaganda that we always talking about somebody else saying, we say it all the time. How is it that we want different and better for our community, but in the next breath say black people ain't, black people won't, black people this, black people that. Either we're gonna do it or we not. Cause I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be real with you. Once I'm where I need to be, I ain't gonna be out here on these panels. I want to start making shit happen. I want to start
Cause you
snatching
gonna be
people and going,
too
okay, listen,
focused on
boom,
business
boom,
though.
boom.
Teach it.
No, I can no. I can still teach you. I don't have to be here no more, but I can still have classes available for free online.
Is it like
I
it's
can still do that. There's still free classes for coding. There's
Cause
free classes
I
for you
really
to
been always
learn
wanting to ask
security.
the brothers on the panel really on some big like to help me type of question on like I'm just a young nigga. I ain't gonna say I'm young though. I'm just 35 though. But I just want to be like,
That's
hey,
pretty
what's the best way I can help my community in a way? Like how I'm gonna know all stuff.
Oh,
I
that's
ain't
a
got
good
nothing,
question.
but
I don't know
I
who even
like
awake, but that's a great
what do I
question.
introduce myself to good? But that's what one guy. I think it was Miz one day. He told me. He said, man, just find them good people like type shit. I'm like, man, there is something like that going on. But I'm like. I don't know if I'm sure, but I'm not. But the only program I can think of is called something like Fathers of the Hood, but I ain't got no kids, so I'm like I'm thinking already hit a game. But one day somebody told me like, man, they still help you whatever you want to do. I'm like, but
But let
fast
me ask
forward
you
to
a
past
question.
10, I don't need help now.
Let
I
me
don't need help for them if I think I need help for them. But I think that if that was some supporting
No,
of some
Mr.
that
Rogers
was
was
some black,
never a
some
pedo.
black
Mr. Rogers was in the military. That man was
Mr.
in the
Rodgers,
Marines, I think. And the reason why he wore that
Mr.
sweater
Rodgers
is
thought you
because he
was
had tats up and down his arms, honey. Mr. Rogers wasn't playing out here. Mr. Rogers was washing black people's feet on TV when it was time when they didn't have black people, folks. They didn't have black people on there.
what you
Mr.
mean? Why?
Rogers went to PBS. Hold on, hear me out, baby. PBS. Mr. Rogers went to Congress
I'm
and
gonna watch
fought
that movie too. I ain't
for
gonna watch that
kids
movie.
to have free education television across the country. He fought for that. So, like I said, you're not gonna tell me we don't need things for our own community because you can see where the lack is there.
Said
All
Mr.
right, Mr.
Rogers was
Roderick's good.
Mr. Rogers had the first black kid on PBS before Sesame Street and
He
Barney.
did.
No,
And Sesame Street was made by, if you add, like, go and look at the story, the original.
they
Do you
put them
know why
niggas in the
all the
mask. They
Muppets?
ain't even have
But you
them.
know why all the Muppets and stuff are different colors? All of the
Who was that?
different, like the why is it?
Was that
Because
representing of what?
it was for black and brown children. Look at all the people who was in the original
Oh
part
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
when
They
I
look
was
like a bunch
growing
of
up.
Puerto Ricans and all type of.
Yes,
It's like a New
yes.
York block or
Black
something.
folk. Stevie Wonder was on there. It was a brownstone, like New York. Now I don't know what
Oh,
part of town, but it was like that was the flair of the street. That's Sesame Street. All of them represented different cultures, different bodies types, different sizes. And our babies are begging and needing these type of things. And we can provide it for them now. I don't get that. I don't get why we afraid to do this. So what? Like I said, if anybody grew up, and I know, baby, you probably too young. No, no, you old enough because you close to my sister's age. Does anybody remember the WB? Do you remember that channel?
then you need shows for the teenagers too. Then
That's
you watch the
exactly.
WB.
But no, hold on. The WB. What was the WB about? What did it have on there?
They had
How
black
many
show.
type
They
of
had all
shows?
that shit. One on
Black
one.
shows, white shows. They had all kinds of shows. They was
Hey,
janky.
cool
They was
show.
cheesy. They had bogus stuff on it. But guess what? Once that channel kept going, bad shows or not, it was enough to get advertising dollars for them to start to gain traction. It's the same with any other channel. Let me explain this. There
You
was
know
only
what?
three
That started off
three
with an
news
app.
channels.
Then that you know what people doing on it? They doing that with apps now.
No, they not, baby. Not for us. Not
I
for
know.
black
I'm talking about you gotta
children.
create your own
But
apps
I don't
though.
want to talk about that though. Let's talk about why we know that this is there, so let's create the things that's needed. Even if it is cookie cutter in the beginning, but at least it starts to give our children something else to look at. We cannot continue to blame them for being adult like when all that's available for them to see is adult like shows. And like I said, no disrespect to anybody that let their kids watch Disney or what's the other Nickelodeon, but those are pedos. You know how y'all be talking about pedos? Those, the people that run those channels are pedos. And for the reference, Walt Disney didn't even like kids. Okay? He didn't even like them touching him. So again, when we understand all of the picture we talk about, swear that we want to see it. That's the picture. Do you know how many of those children were hurt and destroyed and all the people that we see now, they're adults now. They are damaged because of working for Disney and Nickelodeon. Because again, it ain't kids running these channels, it's adults running them. So let's stop with this. We can do this if we want
Let's see what
to.
that is. I want to see what that is.
Period. I'm just tired of the
Not from.
excuses. I don't care if it's on for 5 minutes. I don't care if it's on for 8 years. What the fuck does it matter? Can we just try? Excuse my language. I know it's late and early. But I mean, like, I guess no matter if I drink or smoke, I still feel the same way about my community, honey. That ain't never changing. I've always been a community activist, and ain't nobody gonna shut me up until the day the Lord take my soul. Cause like I said earlier, what can you do to me? I'm not afraid of anybody. You just a man that happened to be in the right place at the right time. You happen to be a woman to be in a position to make the kind of money that you make. I'm not saying people don't you have to work hard to get to their positions, but let's talk about who created those positions we all working hard for.
God.
My best friend would be like, she was like, "You should be a rapper." I was like, "Girl, I'm too old now. I ain't trying to be a rapist. I'm just trying to be a businesswoman and make some real changes." There's a strip in this state that I drove by. It's off of I-10. If any of my truckers is up, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's coming through Arizona. It's the I-10 going toward LA. It's a strip mall off the back of another mall. And I told my
I
mother, I
think
said, I'm
this
gonna
shit
buy
gonna
that.
backfire on itself. Artificial intelligence. It's gonna like
No, it's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna settle in. And certain humans will use it and certain ones won't.
certain ones
It's
won't
it's
use it.
only gonna be, yeah, just like there's still people that's not on social media. If you
Right, you got
count,
them old niggas that got flip phones, boy. I'm telling you,
right? Well,
they
no,
might not
I
be on their
mean,
hip
you
no
gotta
more.
think about
They got them in
no,
their
that's not it. You
pocket.
gotta think about the tribes that are still living in our country, places across the world that they ain't even touch the internet and could care less. So that's what I'm saying. It's only now I add that to my sister who was up here earlier. The piece that she was saying is true. Value is only given by the
All
human.
right, so what
That
they
part.
mean by training? Then I'm reading this article that he put in the chat. What they mean by training? So they train people
So
to
they're
use AI.
training. Yes. So like say for instance, um, okay, I'll give you an instance for me. I could never be able to do all the things that I'm doing if it wasn't for AI. I can't pay a draftsman. I can't pay an editor. I can't pay someone to publish my book right now. I can't pay someone to animate my cartoon, but at least I can take the ideas I have, and because of what's available, I can utilize it in that way. Everybody's not going to be a villain in using anything. We said the same thing about being on the internet. Do you know that black people are the number one shoppers on the internet now? When we just 20 years ago, we wouldn't even touch this shit. So get out of here with this noise that they talking about. Oh, AI, whatever. You're always going to
It's
have that.
not.
Either you use it or
It's
you
not black
don't.
people that get
Nobody is
everything.
forcing you, though. There's no force
Especially
here.
people with good jobs, they ain't leaving the house. I don't care what nobody say. I got.
Do you know my whole state is
They
being
know they
encouraged to
know they
stay
order
home?
on. It's online.
Hold on,
Everybody
check
use
this
online.
out.
Everybody
Antoine,
orders stuff. Yeah.
do you know they're telling my whole state? They are encouraging my whole state to stay home, to work from home this summer because of the heat, because of the issues, and because of
Oh,
the
that's a good thing, ain't it? That should be good.
yeah, it's a great thing. But again, not if
'Cause
you
it get
got
hot. You
companies
say you
laying
were
off.
AZ. That shit get hot
Well,
though.
see, here's the thing. Here's the thing I can add to this. Once I'm able to start, like once
Market.
we get our second grow in, like our second one, I have the ability now to make a call center online. I can hire about 40 people and we're gonna
Cool.
make that money. And
Can I
everybody can
get
work
a
from
job?
home.
All I need is the internet.
All you need is the internet. I'll train you, I teach you. I,
Let me get a
you ain't it
job,
ain't even shit
please.
to do. Now
Do I
let me
gotta
get
put
a
on my
job.
code voice? I'm gonna just call it my code.
No,
I can't call it
long
my
as you
white folks
treat,
voice no more.
long
We
as
gotta
you,
change the name.
no, long
Put it on
as
my
you
code voice. Like, hey, how
listen,
y'all
long as you
doing?
talk
Hey,
to
how you
my
doing?
people,
Hey, are
long
you
as you talk
cool?
to my people with respect, right? You
Hey,
know the
my name's
system.
Antoine Doyle. I just want to ask you a couple two questions. If I can take part of it. I'm not no
They calling
scammer.
you
I
to
don't
order
even
that
talk to you
fruit.
if you're over 45 years old. We
Anton,
don't talk to old
Anton,
people. We just want to
Anton,
talk to
Anton,
you.
Anton. They ordering fruit and vegetables from you. You are not a salesperson. You
Oh
are not
shit. Well, I'm
cold-calling.
selling fruit. Oh, you don't want me to be in the sales department? It's cool. I ain't got to be in the sales
It's not,
department.
you don't have to sell it. You all you doing is taking the order. We only got 3 different prices. There's no
That's the
selling.
sales department, right? That's the sales department. I'm in the sales department anyway. If
Here's
I'm
what I
in,
do. I put you in the wholesale. I put you in the wholesale sales department. Then you can work business to business. Then that way you can
that's
talk to them just like
yeah.
me.
I'm trying to.
You can be
I
real
mean,
with
I
them
don't
like
know.
this.
It sounds like what I always wanted because I swear to God, I can do telemarketing, but I can't never find
She
out where
said,
to
"Let me
get
talk
through to
to
that.
you." I like the way you started it out. Let me
I
talk to
think one
you.
of them I had. It was too many Arabs at that place. I ain't want to work there. There was too many Arabs. I'm like, all these Arabs. This what it is. I swear to God, it's a
I'm mad
telemarketing
you said,
place that they try to
"Oh
send
my
me
God,
to.
I can't take it."
No, I probably was just
Listen,
looking at the wrong thing
how
though.
many times have you heard someone else say, "I want to talk to my own people"? Can I please
Ni-
talk to somebody that
Man,
understand
bro,
what I'm
that's
saying?
material, bro. I swear to God, where my phone? You
Yes,
lucky I'm
I've
talking
heard
about.
that
I got my
so
tablet.
many times. I've heard that so many
Well,
times.
I've been
Now,
said I said that too though. That's crazy.
I will
You
tell you
got
this.
to.
I want to tell you
I ain't the
this.
only comedian that thought
I
of that one too
did.
though.
I did do comedy though. I did. I went to the Tempe Improv. I did 5 minutes at the
Cool.
Tempe Improv, and that guy asked to come back. I was like,
Y'all got a
okay. He
funny
said, go
bone
get your
down there?
job.
I know it's a funny
Yeah,
bone down there.
yeah, yeah. We can like for me, I would just go to Flagstaff. I said I was gonna do it.
Yeah, comedy is fun.
And like I said,
Yeah.
Noble, and to any other black person or person of color or care about whatever, yes, we are gonna go through some shit. But there is nothing wrong with being prepared and having a network and having a community. We can do this online. Ain't nobody got to go nowhere until that time comes. But I think we need to stop pretending as though it
No,
cannot damage us,
I wouldn't say
you
man we
know?
gotta go nowhere because I would just be like I'm just
No,
walking.
you don't have to go
I'm a walking
nowhere.
billboard. I'm just a walking billboard
Look,
everywhere I go. I gotta
you
leave the
can
house.
buy land. The way our country is set up is this. You can live exactly where you are, and you can buy land online. Sight unseen. You can buy land, acres and acres of land
Yeah.
in
Oh yeah,
this
yeah,
country.
yeah, yeah. Doing simple shit. No, I mean
But
I
here's
can't
the
say it's
thing.
simple,
Here's
but
the
I'm talking
thing.
about doing stuff like that.
No, it is
I'm talking
simple
about just
now.
the
You can go
average.
online.
Yeah,
You
I'm talking about the
online right
average
now.
just living my
Yes, the
life
average
once all
nigga
that's said
can
and
buy some
done
land,
doing
and I'm
stuff
gonna tell
like
you
that.
how.
And
Nah,
you said
stop.
you
We're gonna
can.
stop this tonight. The average person, and I'm talking about your boy around the corner, got $20. Here, what I'm gonna tell you to do. Go to a place called Landwatch. Go to landwatch.com right now. Landwatch.
Land
I want
watch.
you
Oh, that's
to
where you can find
land
land,
watch.
good land to buy.
Yeah, that's one. That's one of
I
the
know, but
places
I
I go
be doing
to.
my little research sometimes for real though.
Okay,
Try to
bet.
get.
Then
I
I
ain't
want
gonna
you
cap
to
to you.
find me. Hold
Like
on,
that. No,
listen. I
I
want you to go. If you on your computer, I want you to go to
it's I don't
Landwatch. I
take my
want you to
time. And I don't know why. Something. I'm gonna give me an
pick a
LLC
place.
first. Cause it's like I want to evaporate money. I swear to God, I want to.
Land.
I
I
shouldn't have
do
to
want to
use
tell
money
you
no
that
more. That's how I
every
feel.
rich person, hold on, every billionaire that we
Right?
talk
Don't.
about,
Yeah.
land is their most valuable asset. Land.
Hey,
That's where it
land.
all started. Land. All of it.
So that's why
It's
they be
land.
buying houses.
Agriculture.
That's why they buying these
But
houses.
you can buy
Like
a
they
house, but
try
that don't
or
mean,
they try to
but
buy
hold
a house.
on. You can buy a house, but do you own the land that the house sits on?
Oh no!
That is where
Can
we
you buy
need
the
to
land? Hold on, hold on. Can you
yes.
buy the land and own the
Yes.
house?
Yes.
All right. If I
Yes,
buy the
sir.
land and somebody else own the house,
Can
what
I
that
tell
mean? I
you
own
how
the
much
house.
my taxes are? Can I tell you? I'm gonna brag a little
Nothing.
bit. Can I tell you how much my taxes are on my land?
If you got land, I would say nothing.
I do. $10. I paid
$10.
$10
That's that back.
for
So you living back
13.
like
Hold
cowboys.
on.
They ain't never
Hold
changed
on.
them rights.
Anton.
It's at the-
Anton, listen. Now this part. I have 13,000 square feet of space. I'm good. That's a small warehouse,
Do you
right?
you ain't
That's
got
a
no farm or
neighborhood.
nothing, do
That's
you?
a
Not to be in your
motherfucking
business. You got
neighborhood.
no
Not
farm.
yet. It's up there. In the first greenhouse, the roof fell in. So we going up there
Oh,
to fix the roof. That's it. They want me to
that's
wait. I
dope.
got some people coming to help me, so I gotta wait on them.
You gonna
And
fix
then
the
once they
roof,
get
so
here, we're going.
what you gonna want to put it in your farm and stuff like? What you gonna want to do?
So it's gonna be 36 different fruits and vegetables. We're gonna start off with 16. So once the
Oh,
first
and you
building
down
is
in AZ with all that good sunlight though. But is the water good?
thank
Where you at?
you.
'Cause they always be
Exactly.
it,
The
they
sun
always
is
be
great.
saying that water.
300,
They always be saying
300
water shit
days.
in Cali and Las Vegas and all there in
Oh,
AZ.
Arizona, the water is salty. It's
Is that a
alkaline.
myth?
It has a
Basically,
lot of no.
is that a
The
myth?
water has a lot of salt. No, the water has a lot of salt in it. You have to filter. You do have to filter, no doubt.
No,
Do
I'm
they
talking about do
want to
y'all
pay?
get
No.
droughts? So that mean y'all get droughts when you say you got to
Yes.
filter it?
Arizona has had a drought, but here's the thing. I get water from the city. So the way that they do it is that like you get like it's an honor system really. I can go and fill up all my water gallons and take them up there. I have a 35 gallon and I have a 15 gallon, and then I have 4 5 gallon things,
But
and
if
so I
you
fill
got
all of them
land
up.
though,
I
big
do,
trucks of
and
water.
so that sits up there. Once we get to the place where we want to drill, I'm not sure if I want to drill up there because I want to get a whole acre. I only have a quarter out there and where I am at this point, and I want to get a full acre out there. And if I get a full acre, then I'll drill. If not, it'll just be 4 greenhouses and a cabin up there.
Okay.
And then we'll just put somebody in there because I'm moving again. Ouch. I'm going to the bigger spot once we get it locked in. Because I'm not really concerned about living in one particular place in Arizona right now. What I want to do is make sure I can get as many farms around the state as possible.
Right. Like kind of like Monopoly. Monopoly in a way of buying land, I say. But that's dope though. And I hope you succeed. You gonna succeed for real, for real. Got about the grind. Keep on going. Don't
Well, like I
stop.
said, I'm taking advantage of the privilege of not having, I don't really have a lot of things to stop me from working as much as I want to. Um, and now that I can pretty much do any and everything, I can run my business online. And then once we can, all of the greenhouses will be automated. So I can turn on the nutrients anytime I want to. I can be anywhere. Turn it on with my phone. Spray my vegetables and fruits and then turn it off. Because I plan to travel this summer to find some more land. And I want to go take a look at this 77 acres they got.
You keep talking about the 77 acres.
Yes,
Them,
I want
man.
it. I want it.
You
I
got
want
it.
it. I want it.
Yeah.
In my
But you already
head, I
came up
got
with
it.
the plan. You should just go ahead
Yeah,
and
I
just
already am
do it.
ready.
Don't you? Yeah, you already
Yeah,
ready. You know, you
I
said
don't
it.
have, if I had the money, I would. But what I'm gonna find out is they do what this is what I was trying to tell you. Any normal person can do
Yeah,
this if you have
grants.
it. Um, no,
I
well,
ain't gonna
right
say
now the
grant.
federal grants. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get as many as I can, but right now the federal grants with the bigger money, they're frozen, and until this retard unfreezes them, you can't get a federal grant.
Oh, I was gonna ask you for
So
some free
I have
money too, though.
to,
I know how to go to the
but
welfare office and
there's a
ask.
way.
I got
No,
some-
you don't have to do that. I can tell
Oh,
you.
I'm glad I ain't
Um,
go down there. I
now
was getting ready, like, man, it's about to get warm. I know some tax
it's
money.
about to get.
It's still some tax money
It's
left in
about.
that
Well, you
motherfucker.
know
I ain't
what?
even got no
People
job
ain't
like
getting
that.
a.
My job. Matter of fact,
Some people didn't.
I do got a security job, but
Thanks,
That
True
shit.
Bleed 420. You too, love. Oh, thanks, Q Black, being a subscriber. Much love to you. Um, the thing about it is, I don't I don't hide from the fact that I really want to fuck shit up. I mean, I'm just being honest about it. It's time for nice people to be a little more aggressive. I'm tired of asking in a nice way. It ain't work. So I'm at the show. Listen, it's just being ratchet
I'm
in a
not
nice
I'm
way.
not because I'm really laughing because if you would hear me on
No,
my
it's
Facebook
okay.
Live or hear how the
It's
way I talk
okay.
or hear how like
You have to
it's just
send me your
it's like
link.
bro,
I
I've
don't
been
go to
saying this shit. I be saying that because you basically you
Afro.
not saying the shit that I'm saying because I'm saying like it's time motherfuckers stop doing that humble shit. I don't care and this shit no black people even be
I'm
humble.
tired of
Be
I'm not gonna
yourself.
be humble. My
Be
parents, my
yourself.
father
Just
showed enough
that's all
wasn't
I just
humble.
say. Cause I
My
ain't that
daddy
made
was
me feel like I
crazy.
shouldn't have to explain myself to nobody no more.
You
But
shouldn't have to
if they
explain
take that
nobody.
word
If
and
they
they know the
either
meaning of
get
that
it,
word, just I'm like,
that's
look at the
it.
meaning of
If
that word, then that make you feel stronger,
they're
bro.
gonna
Swear
take
to God,
you,
if you
they're
stop
gonna
being humble, you
either
gonna feel stronger. I be talking like that.
Afro. Listen, wait a minute, hold on. Afro. How can a guy get sucked in by a catfish that's AI if he ain't already wanting to get sucked in? Can we be for real? People have been catfishing folks way before AI showed up. Come on,
But how the
Afro.
fuck
New
he get cat? Oh,
argument
he get
back.
catfished by AI. Oh
Yeah, because of the
yeah.
AI pictures.
You
Uh-huh.
can't trust. Oh yeah, that picture. Oh, chocolate, you got me. Oh,
Yep. Exactly. That's me. Like that's my face. Hold on. So here's the thing. It's a sideways catfish. Check this out. So
so
this
the
is
side
me.
they
Like
even do
that's my face.
sideways. They got
Right. So
every
this
angle.
me. Right. I'm not lying. It's me. But am I at the beach and is my hair? No.
Oh, I
I
already
no.
know with you. I already know what you
But
look
I
like though.
wanted
Like,
to
not,
test it out
but
because they help
that's
you
still
make
that AI picture still look like. I know I be seeing AI, but some of these pictures I could tell now. Now I know really like yeah, not even if we be having
yeah.
AI on.
But you know what? See,
Especially
here's
on
what
this
people
one little
don't
other
think
app I be
about.
on. It's a Bigo Live app. I just
Yeah.
started being on that shit, so
Oh, I
I
be
know
on
they
Big O
got.
too. Me and my sister been on
Uh,
Big O for years. It's a lot of celebrities on there too.
I just started getting back on that shit because it was too fruity for
Well, you
me.
know,
I
you
can
could
talk
play
about I can talk
music.
about it on here on YouTube. I can smoke weed, YouTube, cool. But Bigo on here,
Big O,
I
you
mean,
can't do. Nah, you can't do that. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I don't know if Big O let you do that. I don't know if they let you do all that. But listen, I'ma tell you. I just want us to have a good damn time. Like, come on. You can't nobody else use no extra money in their pocket. Are you serious? So I'm telling you, I don't be just talking shit. I went ahead and found out how I can open me up my own CPAC. I'm gonna start finding out where I got to lobby this money to get the things I want. They fucking with agriculture. They're not creating businesses to replace what he's shutting down. These people have lost their jobs. The miners is
so
still
hold
waiting.
on.
Yeah.
How you feel about Elon Musk? What is Elon Musk? He a like not to say puppet, but like he don't his he's just a
Um,
factory. What is
Let me tell
Elon
you
Musk?
what how I feel about him. I feel like he paid for what he getting. He and his
Pay
tech
pay to
bros
be in that
paid for
position.
Donald Trump to be president. He was gonna lose. He was gonna lose if the tech bros hadn't gotten involved. He was gonna lose to Kamala.
He paid something,
They
then he
no,
gets some
they paid.
trick the
He gave
system.
him 200. Check this out, $260 million in his campaign.
He gave more than that.
Doge.
Bro. I mean, no, how much
No,
Elon
but
Musk
that
got?
was
I
the
don't know. How much,
hold on,
he
check.
got a
I don't
couple
know how
billion.
much Elon Musk got, but check this. So Elon Musk paid $260 million to help, and he got his tech friends to help
That's a lot of
fund
yeah.
Donald Trump.
He paid him that, then he did that. Yeah,
Fund. That's a lot of money. $260 million is still a lot of money. Okay. And it wasn't all his. He got his tech friends involved. So, with that being said, if you go look at every company, every part of the government that he shut down, Doge, It was those who were investigating him. It's just straight up corruption, like right in your face. Pre-quote, I mean, it's everything. He doesn't care. And neither does Donald Trump. But Donald Trump does care about the spotlight. And he is no longer sharing it with Mr. Elon Musk. They are no longer friends and buddies. He wants him to go
Hold
back
on,
to
whoa,
Tesla.
whoa. I wish I was. Dang, I wish my earbud work. You say he not. They ain't like cool. Like they ain't seen eye to eye.
They've never been cool. They've never been cool. It was a
I'm just
money
saying
thing.
like why the rotation now and why they in. He brought him on the president little
Let me
role.
tell
They
you
ain't
what
seen
he
eye to
do.
eye with something.
No, there's two things going
Oh
on with
yeah, I'm about
Donald
to
Trump.
start watching local news or the world news. I like watching
I
world
tell you
news.
who to watch. No, I
I
tell
like
you who to
watching
watch.
world news for real though.
Watch
If I'm
watch a
watching,
channel
I'm
called listen to me. Watch a channel called Midas Touch and watch a
I ain't
channel
never heard of
called
that. I could Google it right
Midas
now. Really
Touch.
on this one
Yes,
app.
Google it. Midas Touch. They the realest I found. They tell the news the way it is. They don't
Is it a
bias. They give it.
national? I'm talking about like a national channel that be on cable.
Yes, they
Might is touch.
yes, they are on
Let me check it
Roku,
out.
cable. They on all of the streaming shit.
I might
Like
turn
for
it on
real.
right now.
This is why I was saying we could create a channel and we can have a black news channel on Roku. It don't cost nothing to do that. It's time and effort and creativity. Now, who want to do it? It's up to you. I'm in it. I'm doing it because I can take advantage and do it. So I do believe that there is room to
Shit
make
started.
a little bit of
Damn.
everything.
No, I don't
Midas
see
Touch.
nothing.
Follow
Say
them.
Midas. How you spell that again? I'm gonna Google it now.
Midas. You don't know how to spell Midas? Don't Google it. Go to YouTube and type in Midas. They'll give you the right channel.
Midas M.
Midas. No, Midas doesn't have a T in it. It's Midas. That's my country ass accent, but it's Midas with no T. You remember the Midas man?
No, spell it.
Everything he touched turned to gold. You ain't never heard that story?
Mm, mm.
It's even a song.
I almost thought
Oh,
you
these
said
kids.
Mitchell Ness Tires or
All these
something.
babies. Hold on. It's I think. Listen, it's late. Yes, it's MEIDAS. I think. Hold on, no. I'm wrong. Wait. Hold on.
Midas Touch.
It's in yeah.
Midas Touch.
Yes. It's a median station, and it started growing during the pandemic. Like that's when I started watching them. So I've been watching them for 4
I
years
ain't
now.
hip to this then. This channel on YouTube then?
Hey, I don't know who's awake, but Afro is in the back.
Man, I don't think I never heard of this.
Let me yeah, check it out. And then it's three brothers. There's a brother. There's so many. There's another brother you could check out too. His name is Darius. I can't remember his last name, but his name is Darius. This young man is no joke. I enjoy watching and listening to news from young people. Everybody's age perspective,
They on
and so
YouTube?
you got a lot of people. Yeah, it's all on YouTube.
All right, bet.
Here, I
I
will. If you on Instagram, I'm on Instagram. If you follow me, I will throw. I got like mad lists of like places you can go and get the news. See, I don't just rely on cable news and the ABC, CBS, Fox, all that bullshit. Because again, it's ran by the same corporations that we work for, that we pay our bills to. I mean, I
We
would rather
all
talk to people
friends
that's on
and
the ground.
cousins or something. Cahoot shit, man.
Right. What's up, Afro? You got it. What's up?
Peace to the panel. Y'all can hear me?
No, they ain't got
Peace,
this
peace,
damn
peace.
channel on
Yeah,
this
that's
damn
you.
app that I got.
Okay, all right. Peace, y'all.
Hey, what's up with whoever just
What's up,
joined?
sir?
That's Fro.
We up here
Peace. Peace.
chopping it.
Yeah, I wasn't
I need to
I don't have no
know you.
fear of AI, sis. I just think we
I
need
don't
to
think you
use
do.
I just think we
No,
need
I
to
don't think
use
that.
hold on, sister. Let me get it out real quick. I just need to I just wanted to
Yeah,
express a
yeah, you
little
got it.
bit
Go
of
ahead.
I just wanted to express a little bit of we need to have a little bit of discretion, when we're working with AI. It's a lot of stories. Well, I put the source in the chat for the actual scholarship that says AI is causing cognitive atrophy and impairing critical thinking. They already seeing that at the college level now, and it's just really beginning to unfold. So, there are some concerns there. And then we have the other concerns with the surveillance state. I also put one of the sources in there from Forbes where they talk about AI and it enhancing the ability of us to be surveilled. Also, the military also is concerned. Pentagon officials are concerned about the outrolling of AI without any discretion. As well as just recently, we had here in Newark, we had a big strike against automation of the ports. It's because many of the dock workers, they're unionized. So they actually have the muscle to be able to push back against some of the automation. But the average worker doesn't, because a lot of our corporations are still not organized labor. They're not union. So there are some legitimate issues. And I take it back to the captains of industry. It's really on the onus is on the captains of industry, because it's the captains of industry that signed all of the bills, all of the congressional movements to export our manufacturing overseas. We saw that happen with Bill Clinton and
I remember
NAFTA
it was some ice cream.
and NAFTA. And really, we saw it after Nixon got into presidency, and then he opened up the doors to China. And then we saw later the progression of more and more U.S. manufacturing being sent overseas. Now we're having a rush of automation where you want to automate all of these jobs. What are you going to do with the people? See, we got to understand corporations won't stop, they are profit driven. They don't care about human beings, so we do need to have some discretion. But I'm not afraid of phones. I'm not afraid of computers. I'm on a laptop right now. I don't run when I see computers, things like that, fam. But peace to the panel.
Well, I just want you to know I didn't think that at all. That wasn't my thought process. When I said it, it's not you. It is people afraid of it, and we know they've said it out loud that they're afraid of it. And we've heard it before. People are afraid of anything that's going to change. We talked about it before. They said that no jobs will be available when the starting of industry and animation started back in the 50s. Didn't change anything. People still found a way to work.
Yeah,
The
they
only
found
time
it.
it became a to me, as far as history is concerned, and how it comes to where our community is that the direct effects of leaving us in the city with no jobs, no opportunities, in apartments that are falling apart, in projects and ghettos, and taking those jobs and putting them in places they didn't want us, as well as moving those who they did want out in the suburbs. So yeah, the urban areas maybe now are getting a boost of love because of the tech industry. But downtown of any major city that was majority black was not getting as much love. And Atlanta is not the mecca for all black people. It's not big enough, and it's not even owned by us. We own a section of it. It's just like in California. California people think, oh, it's just nothing um but black people there. That is not true. It is a section of black people in California, but the majority of California is red, and it is farmers, our agriculture comes from a lot of it besides Mexico is California. That's our agriculture businesses up there. That's not automation, that's not AI. And if we're talking about these call centers and these made up positions that these corporations have made up because they're not necessary, they're not giving anybody any benefit unless you are in a certain path or a certain industry. So this is why I'm saying, if anything, to your point, if we are going to use discretion with it, then let's educate our own. Those who want to know how to use AI to benefit them, so that when it does come up to the pitfalls and the things that are coming to issue, we are educated on it and we know how to weather the storm.
Right. Yeah, and even to acknowledge, just to round off the argument and keep it balanced. Sam Altman, one of the heads of AI, he got a case for pedophilia against his sister. You know what I mean? When he was growing up, people don't talk about that. because it doesn't cast a good light on the industry, because one of the
But
chief
that's any.
hold 1 second, one of the chief operators has a pedophile allegation from his little sister, but we don't talk about these things. We don't talk about the potential for invasion of privacy, things of that nature. I'm just saying that the outsourcing of our manufacturing was sold to us in the very same way by the captains of industry, not the people. The captains of industry sold our people the idea that manufacturing overseas would be good. So when we look at our products today, we see made in China on the bottom. We see made in Vietnam. We see made in Korea.
Uh-huh.
We see made all over Asia. Those are potentially U.S. jobs that have been exported with the stroke of a pen in Congress. Congress and corporations sat down, wrote these bills, and exported manufacturing from under the feet of the American people. Now they want to they want to export more work from under the feet of the American people and automate everything and give us this great AI push with no discretion. We need to have some discretion. We had cases in Kenya where they were using people in Kenya to train AI, but they are having Kenyans look at these sexual programs all day, this perverted sex all day, and it's warping these people's minds. And then they send the people back out into the public. But this was Microsoft. This was Bill Gates doing this type of experimentation with people in Kenya, saying, "Okay, you're training AI, but you got to watch these sexual movies. You got to watch torture. You got to watch all of this perverted stuff to train the AI." This is what they're doing, though. They're saying that they're training AI, but you messed up these people's minds, and then you sent them back into their public space. You know, so
Well,
we
I
got to
mean,
pay attention.
I agree with you on that. And they did that with, this is the same group of people. Again, I always say their ancestors are still alive, their thought process is still alive, that we are disposable, we are usable, we can be, tested on, because we are the most interesting things in the world. And I'm not even being facetious, because why is it always us? Now, I'll flip that on the other side of that. To what you said, if we are concerned about security, then we need to start creating security systems for ourselves. We need to start gaining Black information. We need to start finding our people. We need to start putting things together. We need to start creating companies so that these people have jobs, so that we don't have to weather the storm. There's only 48 million of us. Why couldn't we manufacture the shit we need? The clothes we want to wear, the shoes we want to wear. Why? We can wear the shit to say it in China, so why can't we say it's here? Because again, yes, to me right now, Afro, and no disrespect, AI is a distraction to what is going on. He is talking about annexing Greenland. He has gone to war with our export partner. American goods are only sold to Canadians. We sell the majority of the shit that's made in this country to Canada, not China, not Europe,
Yeah,
Canada,
the Chinese
not
people
even
aren't
Mexico.
the
But I'm
Chinese
not talking,
people
but
aren't
hold
the
on,
problem.
Afro. But hold on, Afro. This is what the Chinese did, and I can't knock them. What they did
And
was they said, we will give you quality product cheaper than even the European price. They did that when they was here back in the 1800s, and they're still doing the same thing. But the difference is this: President Xi has no respect for our president. So when he started putting them tariffs on soybeans almost 4 years ago, right? When he did the first run, right? Do you know what they did? The Chinese government went out, because China is vast. They went out to the smaller villages and they paid the farmers to grow nothing but soybeans. And now the farmers here in our country are suffering
yeah, but I think
because
we
all that
talking
food, yeah. No. We're talking about the same thing.
No,
It
just let me push
all
back one
they
second. I think we're looking at the wrong villain because the corporations are the main villain. It's not the ranking.
that's who
It's not the regular Chinese person. It's not the
I'm
American
not.
person. It's the corporation in the middle driving up the
But
profits. It's the
corporations were
corporations in the middle
developed.
driving up the profits.
No,
That's what's happening.
actually, no,
Well,
that's not
actually,
what's
yes.
happening. You have
Actually,
at the
yes.
top. You have at the top now. I'm talking about right now. Our president is manipulating the market to make money
Yeah,
for him and his friends.
let's go back to history though. What history tells us is that China wasn't open backed up for trade with the U.S. until
But no.
Nixon.
What I was talking about
Until
here.
Nixon. I know, but let's
No,
deal
here
with
in the
it.
US.
Yes, but
I was talking about when they got
we're talking about
yes,
historical
sir.
backdrop, historical backdrop.
Exactly. I'm
So
talking about when they came here
China
during
didn't
the
open back
railroad.
up. They didn't open back up. I'm talking about as far as a corporate
But so
conversation
we are
until
talking about
Nixon.
two different
Until Nixon.
things. I
Nixon.
understand
Nixon
that, but
opened it
that's
up.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about price. I'm talking about what Europeans look at. I'm talking about what our Americans counterpart look at is price, not quality of product. So why not do something different now that we have the ability to utilize things that we didn't have access to? Do you have access to an architect? Do you have access to an editor? Do you have access to a marketer or a person that'll do your business plan if you ain't got no money? Yes, I understand the discretion. Fine. We always talk about the negative sides of things. I am all open for putting all the negative things together and really educating people on it. Let's put it somewhere. Let's get the things that you're saying that aren't being talked about out in the ether. We can do that now. I don't see it's not anything that can be taken down. It's not anything that wouldn't be of information. I watch all kinds of stuff, documentaries, debates, cartoons, building mainly. That's my thing. That's how I started out here. Like as a watcher, it was building stuff. Building homes, plumbing, that kind of stuff, DIY. We're at a precipice where we can take all this information and turn it around. You're talking about, okay, it has cognitive issue or it's causing cognitive issue or they're doing studies. It's still early in the game. We still early in the game. We don't know if who is the test people. How big was the test?
Oh, the
How
test is
many
on
people
college.
did they
It's on college
really
students. It's an article. It's on
no, but
college
how
students.
many college students though? How many? Let's do it on more than just college students. Let's do it on regular people. I'm just saying, if like you said, I'm that person too. I want to see it from all sides. Give me all of the information I can get. I will never turn away, whether I agree or not. I will never turn away from information if it is going to better the plan to bring things in place. We can manufacture for ourselves. Why can't we do that? We can make
Yeah,
computers.
that's what we gotta
We can
do.
make USBs. We can make clothes. We can make televisions.
That's what it's
Everything
a
is
push.
here.
That's what it's a push towards. American
Yes.
manufacturing.
Yes, but they're not doing it. They're not pushing it toward us. Where? Because I haven't seen a plan yet. That's what they keep pumping in the air. That this is to bring back jobs, but not when the president of the United States is pointing to his friend and saying, "Hey, this guy just made $8 billion yesterday."
We just played the video on Psycho's channel of what's her name, Nancy Pelosi in 1996 endorsing the very same tariffs. So it's hypocritical because we see in
But that's
1996. Hold on,
$19.96.
one second, sister. We can go to Breitbart News. We can go to the video and see Nancy Pelosi on the House floor advocating for tariffs against China. We can see that
Wait a minute, let
in
me ask you.
1996.
Wait,
We can see that.
But
It's
wait,
actual
you
facts.
go to you
She's a
use
hypocrite.
Breitbart?
What difference does it make? They have the video.
It
It's
makes a
hard to get.
huge
It's hard.
difference.
It's hard to get the video.
Do
Is
you know
she
who
on
owns
video?
Breitbart?
Is she on video or not saying this? Yes, it's the video.
But who owns Breitbart?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
As long as you collect the video, it doesn't
You
matter.
just said earlier
It doesn't matter.
about the different. How is it don't matter? How is that don't matter? But
Because the
it
main thing is
matters
looking at her
to
on the
look at
house
the
floor.
negative. What
The
does
main
that do for
thing
us now,
is looking
though?
at her
And
on the
so she
house
can't
floor
change her mind?
advocating for tariffs.
But she
when
can't
she when
change
she
her
comes out
mind?
when she comes out today and say
Afro.
that, oh my God, tariffs are the worst thing in the world. Oh no,
Yes, they are.
you on the house floor in
You've never
1996
changed your
advocating for
mind. You've never
tariffs.
changed your mind, Afro. You've
She's
never changed
advocating
your
for
mind. But you've
for
never
tariffs.
changed your mind in 1996.
She's on
It's
video, sister.
2025.
The video
What
is
are we
available
doing
to the
now
public.
then? But it's not changing anything for us though. I understand the history. I'm not knocking that. I'm talking about now, the present. What do we do now with this information? Tariffs are not benefiting ourselves as Americans or as our community. Our culture is not benefiting from these
Yeah.
tariffs
Tariffs have
in any
always
way.
existed between America and
Yes, I
China.
know.
Tariffs has
I am
all
aware, but
it is
not like
not new.
this.
It's not new.
Not like this. Not like this. They stopped our stuff in America. Do you know how many businesses have been disrupted over the last 60 days? They're taking our stuff out their shelves in Canada. They don't play like we do. We fickle. They
This
took
is
the shit
it's
off the shelves
fear
day
mongering.
one. It's not. The same way you looked up that video in 1996. Why is it me telling you that there's videos of people taking down our products in Canada, fear mongering? It's true. You can find it. I'm not fear mongering. I'm telling the truth. And that's not fair for you to say that to me because what you came up here and said was everything that could happen negative to us. I never called you a fear monger
No, I
about
cited
AI.
sources. I cited
I can
articles.
cite
I'm not
sources,
citing
sir.
my feelings. I'm not citing my feelings.
I
I
don't
don't
care
do
about
that.
that. Y'all can put that in your
I'm not
pocket.
citing
I
my
talk the
feelings.
way I talk. I feel the
Yeah.
way I feel. It
But
is the
feelings are
fact.
not
They
sources
are
though.
there. Yes, they are. Because
Feelings are not
somebody has to
sources.
have a feeling to write it, to write the source.
Feelings aren't
They don't
sources.
just show up. Yes, they are, sir. There are hypotheses, theories, feelings, injectures. They are not full of fact all the time. They used to say that our brains were smaller than Caucasian people. Anthropologists are some of the most racist people in the world. If you go back and read some of the historical shit that they put in about us as black people, do you think that stuff is relevant now? No, it's changed, obviously. So why can't Nancy Pelosi change? Why can't we change? Why are we stuck to what? If you want us to have the understanding and the information, again, it goes back to this. We have no representation. Where is this information going? Everybody's not on YouTube. Children are at school. So we can't talk about the kids. And people who do listen that are at work usually have a job where they can listen. There are people losing their jobs. They didn't just lay off federal people with this stuff. They laid off people in the private sector after DEI. What about those people? And they were black. I understand your concern about what AI can and can't do, but to sit up and say I'm fear mongering when this is what's happening out here in reality, like I don't have to make this up. People are losing their livelihoods. Even before Trump got in office, folks were still recovering from the academic. They still recovering. People living in their cars. Pantries don't have enough food to give to people. There's not enough affordable housing. And who benefits from any of those things? Now it's about education, right? But we don't want to educate nobody because we want to tell people, oh, you need to go get it. You didn't go get it. You found it. It was in a book. It was in a source that someone else wrote. It didn't grow up out the grass. It ain't the commandments. People can be wrong. People can have different opinions. We can disagree, but the point still remain that our people are the ones that's in trouble. And I'm not just talking it, but I really I find that very insulting. I would never say that about a person. No, I'm not drunk. Quit worrying about my business. Shit, I don't have to drink. I had some wine. Y'all some haters around here. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm just a passionate person. Whatever you want to call it. Am I in my feelings or whatever? I don't care nothing about that. The truth is still the truth. That's it. And I did say that, Aaron, because like, no one, how can you tell me that it's not when someone has to have the feeling that this is important to write down? So that's not a part of it. Y'all, too
No,
much, too much.
I, I don't
Wow,
think
that's just too
data
much.
data mining and things of that nature
Mm. It
doesn't
comes
really
from human
begin with feelings,
beings.
sister. Yeah, but it's
But
not
we're
a
not talking
feeling.
about
It's a
data
numbers.
mining,
I,
Afro.
but when you're talking about
Are we
gathering
talking
and
about data
collecting,
now?
can we have a
Okay.
conversation one at a
Yes,
time?
we can. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, when you're talking about gathering information and collecting information, it really
Uh-huh.
becomes it really becomes math. It becomes averages. And you gather
Right?
information in data mining, demographics,
Yes.
it's mathematics
Yes.
at the end of the day. You
Of
read
course.
the habits, you read the buying habits, you read the data, and then you make mathematical computations and projections
Uh-huh.
based on that information. So it's really more math than feelings. It's more counting how
Also,
because it's
hold
looking
on,
at
I'm
buying
sorry.
habits. In business, it's looking at buying habits. It's looking at, just different data, but it's looking at data points and it's collected. That data is collected. And then corporations use that data to sell products, to make projections, to identify
Yes.
trends. How can take advantage of these trends? But it's based on math, not feelings.
Yes.
Not feelings, sis.
But why does that have to be so important for you to say to me? I understand how math works and I
It's
understand how
not based on
information gathering
feelings. That's
works.
all.
I've done it before as a job, as a career. Like I said, if that makes you feel a lot comfortable as to why I say what I say, it is because I have dealt in people, no matter what. If you don't have people involved, data doesn't matter. You got to get the data from the people. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about collecting real information, collecting the information that will help us help our community instead of it being some fake organization or somebody trying to take advantage. Really find out. Because based on the statistics that we have now, it doesn't look great. So if it is better, let's get that information and put it out there. We're the only ones that can do that. That's where my fight comes from. Whether, it's funny to me how wanting to do good for your people, you got to be delusional or you not looking at it right. I have respect for scholars, historians, people who do those things. That's not me. It don't mean I knock it. It don't mean I don't calculate with it. But what I'm talking about is what's going on today. People need affordable housing. People need food, affordable food. People need education. My people, black people, we need better education. We need better health care. And we're not going to get it waiting for them to hash this out. I just don't believe that. So for me, the fight is let's see if we can create that ourselves, whether I fail or not. Let's try it. Whether you fail or not, let's try it. Nah, my sister is helping me talk lower because people seem to think that because I'm passionate that I'm angry or being disrespectful or it's condescending. So I'm learning. Yeah, board eats. I agree. People are human beings, but we pretend like we not. So I
Yeah,
guess,
I didn't.
like I said, I'm learning.
I
It's not
wasn't
you,
saying
babe.
that.
It
Right.
not you at all.
I just
Not
wanted
you at
both
all.
of us
To
to
me.
be able to be heard. That's all.
Yeah, of course. I'm a passionate person, sir. Yes, I ride with my feelings, but I also have logic, critical thinking, empathy. So those things fall in it too. Anger, upset, being confident, all of those are emotions and feelings. So it's always going to be a part of it because it evokes a feeling, right? A feeling of understanding, a feeling of education, a feeling of okay, now I know this. Here I can process it another way. Why? Why the big how to do? So no, I'm not. I will never sit and say I know everything on that level. I will never say that. I don't know everything on my level. All I need right now, though, all I know though, is that what I can do is this: I can grow some shit, sell some fruits and vegetables at an affordable price, 10, 15, and
Hell yeah.
$20. That's it.
Ain't nothing wrong
We're
with
not
that.
going no higher. My seeds don't cost me, they cost me less than 10 cents. Why do I need to charge you a bajillion fucking dollars? I don't have to. Not to live, not to make generational wealth for my family. I don't have to do that. Because the point is not to do what they've been doing. It is to do it differently. I don't follow the same business plan as everyone else. I actually want to see people succeed, not just me. So yes, I talk to as many people who will talk to me because the wider pause, never mind. Damn. If we can turn it, if we the largest network out of 40 million people, you mean to tell me we can't do that? That ain't a lot of people. That means we're a third of this country.
Yeah, just real quick, to Camille Burke, in the chat, you never see me crash out with anybody. I never initiate no type of crash outs with dudes. But if someone does disrespect me and start cursing at me, I'm going to respond in kind. I'm not just going to sit there and let a person
Okay.
keep talking to me any kind of way. But you never have seen me initiate that type of interaction with anyone. Never. You never saw it. You've never seen that because it never happened. I don't do that. It's always other people. Once they initiate that, once they start talking to me crazy, I might take it for a second, but after a while, yeah, I'm going to say something. That's anybody.
Well, I'll say this. Oh, and Mari, hey, love. Thank you. You're beautiful as well. Back at you. I will say this. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. This is how my brain works, sir.
You never saw me
You
crash
are,
out on
I would.
nobody.
So, Afro, I want to ask you a question. Is that okay? Um, what is your passion? Like, if somebody could say, Afro, you could do whatever you want, what would you do now as an adult, every day? Okay, Afro is talking to someone else. Anyone else? Is anyone else awake? My lips is getting dry. Somebody else gonna have to talk.
Uh,
Don't nobody want to keep hearing me talk.
I guess I'm back and I got my earbud in, but it's I wasn't even hardly paying attention when y'all was just conversating. Y'all got too deep in a way. I put on the movie.
No, but I
I,
asked. I was asking Afro, but I think he's in a conversation, so I'm gonna let that be. But my question would be for the chat: if there was something you could do that I could say to you, okay, Chad, you don't have to worry
I
about
wish.
money. It's not a wish. Listen, this is what I'm saying. You don't have to worry about money. What would you do every day?
Oh, every day. Oh,
Every day, what would you do? And chat too, please, if you can, if you
eat
want to.
fruit. I would substitute everything that I eat with fruit and vegetables. Literally every day.
Facts. Work out every
Every day.
day. work out every day, eat the best food. That'd be great.
Eat the best, yeah, some stuff
Okay.
like that
I definitely
every
start
day.
every
Bet,
day with a
bet,
workout. Work
bet.
out for real.
So if I said to
But
you,
the
okay,
food, but I'm saying like the
Afro,
food, everything, I want to substitute all that.